The protagonist, Zhou Ke, awakens his blue-silver grass martial soul after traversing to a new realm, his fate seemingly destined for calamity. Yet, endowed with the gifts of higher dimensions and armed with both innate talent and a profound understanding of the narrative, he adeptly absorbs soul rings beyond his level and refines his soul skills. Eschewing the Shrek Academy and avoiding excessive entanglements with the original protagonists, he single-handedly resolves his adversaries, surging forward in a relentless pursuit of the zenith of divinity, determined to shatter the misconception that blue-silver grass is a worthless martial soul. Chapter 1. The Awakening of Martial Souls. In a serene village of Holy Spirit, sunlight cascaded across the ancient square, permeating the air with a palpable tension and anticipation. A group of children, clad in simple garments, gazed with a mixture of hope and trepidation at the momentous occasion that lay before them, their martial soul awakening. Amidst the throng stood Lin Yu, whose outward calm belied the tumultuous storm within. He was not of this world. An unforeseen turn of fate had transported him to the fantastical and mysterious Douluo Continent. As the hour of awakening approached, he felt both exhilarated and apprehensive, exhilarated at the prospect of showcasing his worth in this novel realm, yet fearful of the unknown nature of his martial soul and the destiny that awaited him. The esteemed overseer of the Martial Soul Hall, garbed in resplendent robes, approached the awakening stone at the center of the square, exuding a formidable aura of soul power. The children fell into a hushed silence, their gazes fixed upon the overseer, hearts brimming with reverence. Children, today marks a pivotal moment in your lives. The awakening of your martial souls will chart the course of your futures. I hope each of you awakens a powerful martial soul, one that brings glory to yourselves, your families, and our village. The overseer's voice resonated with gravity throughout the square. As the overseer commenced the awakening ceremony, one by one, the children stepped forward, their hearts fluttering with anxiety. The first child approached the awakening stone, and as the overseer infused it with soul power, a radiant light enveloped the child. Moments later, a humble home materialized in the child's handsome, martial soul of agricultural origin. Disappointment washed over the child's face as he quietly descended from the platform. Subsequent children followed suit, awakening martial souls that were either beastly yet feeble or artifacts lacking significant potential. Observing his peers' results, Lin Yu's own anxiety escalated. He fervently prayed within himself, yearning for the emergence of a formidable martial soul. At last, it was Lin Yu's turn. He inhaled deeply, striving to cultivate a sense of tranquility, and stepped forward with deliberate grace. The overseer regarded him with a lack of expectation, for in his extensive experience, few children from the modest Holy Spirit village awakened powerful martial souls. The overseer infused the awakening crystal with soul power, and a brilliant light enveloped Lin Yu that he felt a warm force coursing through his being, as if countless ethereal sprites danced within him. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to this energy. Gradually, a delicate blue-silver grass manifested in his hands. Upon the moment he beheld the blue-silver grass, Lin Yu's heart sank. He was acutely aware that, within the realm of Douluo Continent, blue-silver grass was regarded as a worthless martial soul, possessing virtually no potential for advancement. The surrounding children began to whisper amongst themselves, some even displaying mocking expressions. Blue-silver grass, a feudal martial soul next. The elder steward shook his head, his voice laden with disappointment. Lin Yu silently descended from the platform, his heart brimming with resentment. He could not accept the notion that he was destined to be shackled by this so-called worthless martial soul. He clutched the blue-silver grass tightly in his hand, as if declaring war against fate. I could see that moment. The elder steward seemed to recollect something and stated, though it is deemed a worthless martial soul, let us still assess its soul power. With that, he produced a soul power testing orb. Lin Yu placed his hand upon the orb, his heart racing with anxiety. The orb emitted a faint glow, and the elder steward gazed at it in astonishment, exclaiming, "It possesses soul power. Although it is merely at the first level, it is indeed a rarity, for it is exceedingly uncommon for worthless martial souls to exhibit any soul power." A flicker of joy ignited within Lin Yu. Although it was only first-level soul power, it offered him a glimmer of hope. He silently vowed to exert his utmost effort to allow the blue-silver grass martial soul to radiate its unique brilliance. After departing from the square, Lin Yu ventured alone to a hillside behind the village. Sitting upon the grass, he gazed at the blue-silver grass in his hand, descending into deep contemplation. He began to recall all the knowledge he had acquired regarding the Douluo Continent, striving to discover a path suitable for the development of the blue-silver grass martial soul. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly sensed a subtle movement in the blue-silver grass, as if it were conveying some hidden message to him. A spark of realization ignited within him. Could this blue-silver grass harbor secrets yet unknown? He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within the blue-silver grass. Gradually, he felt as though he could hear its voicey, faint yet resolute whisper, urging him not to give up and to have faith in himself. From that instant onward, Lin Yu embarked on a journey filled with challenges and opportunities within the realm of Douluo. Chapter 2 Exploration. Lin Yu sat quietly on the hillside, a gentle breeze caressing his face, as the blue-silver grass in his hand swayed delicately in the wind. His heart was filled with confusion and reluctance. The blue-silver grass martial soul was deemed a useless one. Yet a flicker of soul power and the unusual movement of the grass convinced him that there must be hidden secrets within. He rose to his feet, determination glimmering in his eyes. He resolved to delve deeper into the unique characteristics of the blue-silver grass and seek ways to enhance its potential. With resolute steps, Lin Yu ventured into the mountains surrounding the village. The forest was a verdant paradise where various exotic flowers and herbs exuded enchanting fragrances. He meticulously observed the growth environments, characteristics, and uses of each plant, attempting to uncover clues related to the blue-silver grass. Kneeling, he gently touched a tender green blade of grass, feeling its vitality. Lin Yu mused that these plants each possessed their own uniqueness and value. Perhaps the blue-silver grass too harbored distinctive traits waiting for him to discover. Continuing his journey, he left no stone unturned in his quest for potential leads. During his exploration, he encountered a mysterious elder. The old man, with hair as white as snow, shimmered faintly in the sunlight. His face was etched with deep lines, each wrinkle seemingly narrating an ancient tale. The elder's long, thick eyebrows arched slightly, resembling two swords, exuding a sense of resolve and wisdom. His eyes, deep and bright, resembled two profound ancient wells, as if capable of seeing through the essence of all things. Occasionally, a spark of wisdom flickered in his gaze, interspersed with a gentle smile that instilled an inexplicable sense of comfort upon their meeting. His prominent nose conveyed a sense of steadfastness, and his lips, though often pressed together, were distinctly shaped when he did smile. It was like the warm embrace of spring breezes. The elder wore a simple long robe, its colors somewhat faded, yet clean and tidy. The fabric appeared soft, fluttering gently with the breeze, enhancing his ethereal presence. A black belt cinched his waist, from which hung a small jade pendant, its lustrous surface radiating a subtle glow. His hands, though lined with wrinkles, were remarkably strong, with long fingers and prominent joints suggesting boundless strength. When he raised his hand to guide Lin Yu in his cultivation, the motion was light and graceful, as if he were conducting a mysterious symphony. The elder stood there, calm and solemn, akin to an ancient tree, exuding an aura of mystery that evoked profound reverence. "Young man, the blue-silver grass in your hand is extraordinary," he spoke, his voice deep and resonant, like echoes from a distant realm. Lin Yu's heart leapt with joy as he hurried to the elder's side, respectfully inquiring, "Grandfather, do you know what makes the blue-silver grass so special?" The elder smiled gently and replied slowly, "The blue-silver grass appears fragile, yet it is remarkably resilient. Throughout the history of the Douluo Continent, there have been formidable individuals who rose to power with the blue-silver grass martial soul. Its potential is far greater than you can imagine." Lin Yu listened intently, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Eagerly, he asked, "How can I unlock the potential of the blue-silver grass?" The elderly man stroked his beard and spoke, "The strength of the blue-silver grass lies in its resilience and vitality. You must learn to communicate with it, to sense its needs, and continually refine yourself to enhance your soul power. Only then can you allow the blue-silver grass martial soul to radiate its true brilliance." Lin Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the elder, his heart brimming with confidence. He resolved to follow the elder's advice, striving to connect with the blue-silver grass and elevate his own abilities. Upon returning to the village, Lin Yu embarked on a rigorous training regimen. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, he would rise early and head to the village square for physical exercises. He ran, leaped, and performed push-ups, relentlessly challenging his limits. Sweat soaked his garments, yet he remained undaunted, persevering in his training. As night fell and the twinkling stars illuminated the sky, Lin Yu would return to his room to practice his soul power. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and focused on the flow of soul power within him. He guided the energy to circulate throughout his body, continuously strengthening his veins and physique. Simultaneously, he endeavored to attune himself to the blue-silver grass in his hand, seeking to establish a deeper connection. As time passed, Lin Yu's soul power gradually increased. He noticed subtle changes in the blue-silver grass during his training. It became more resilient and vibrant, as if responding to his efforts. The leaves of the grass grew more verdant, emanating a faint glow. Lin Yu realized that his endeavors were not in vain. The blue-silver grass was gradually revealing its potential. However, he understood that his journey was far from over. The challenges ahead were numerous, encompassing not only the enhancement of his soul power, but also the mastery of the blue-silver grass's abilities and various combat techniques. He began to contemplate how to employ the properties of the blue-silver grass in battle, recalling the moment of his martial soul awakening. He remembered that although the blue-silver grass appeared delicate, it possessed an unyielding vitality. He pondered the possibility of leveraging its flexibility and life force to yield unexpected results in combat. During his intervals of training, Lin Yu would visit the village library to peruse books on martial souls. The library was a treasure trove of knowledge, chronicling the characteristics and cultivation methods of various martial souls. Lin Yu meticulously examined each book, hoping to discover more information about the blue-silver grass martial soul to guide his path of cultivation. Days passed, and Lin Yu's journey on the Douluo Continent was just beginning. Chapter 3. The Mysterious Elder. Since his encounter with the enigmatic elder, Lin Yu had been unable to forget the elder's words. He increasingly felt that this man was no ordinary individual, perhaps possessing crucial secrets regarding the blue-silver grass martial soul. In the days that followed, Lin Yu continued his arduous training while keeping an eye out for the elder's whereabouts. He often returned to the forest where they had met, hoping to see the elder once more and seek further insights about the blue-silver grass martial soul. One day, while cultivating his soul power in the woods, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. He looked up to see the mysterious elder slowly approaching him. The elderly man's gait was steady and powerful, his eyes revealing a hint of satisfaction. "Youngster, it seems you are putting in great effort," he said with a smile. Lin Yu promptly rose and respectfully bowed to the elder. "Grandfather, I have been diligently training according to your guidance, hoping to unlock the potential of the blue-silver grass martial spirit." The elder nodded and replied, "Well done. You have taken the first step. But to truly strengthen the blue-silver grass martial spirit, there remains a long journey ahead." Lin Yu eagerly inquired, "Grandfather, could you share more secrets about the blue-silver grass martial spirit?" The elder paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. The blue-silver grass martial spirit symbolizes the power of nature. It embodies boundless vitality and resilience, resonating with all things in the natural world. You must learn to sense the forces of nature and grow alongside the blue-silver grass. Lin Yu listened, partly comprehending. Yet he understood that the elder's words carried profound wisdom. He asked, "How can I feel the power of nature?" The elder gestured towards the surrounding mountains and forests, saying, "This woodland is filled with the essence of nature. You can practice here, attuning yourself to the rhythm and harmony of the natural world. Communicate with the flowers, grasses, and trees, and listen to their voices. When you truly merge with nature, you will perceive its power." The elder then began to guide Lin Yu in his practice. He instructed Lin Yu to sit cross-legged, close his eyes, and relax his mind and body. First, clear your thoughts, letting your spirit become as tranquil as a still lake. Then, immerse yourself in the natural ambience around you. Feel the gentle caress of the wind, the warmth of the sunlight, and the solidity of the earth. Lin Yu followed the elder's instructions, striving to calm himself. Gradually, he felt as though he could hear the whispers of the breeze, sense the temperature of the sunlight upon his skin, and touch the pulse of the earth. The elder continued, "Now, focus your attention on the blue-silver grass in your hand. Feel its vitality and forge a connection with it. Let the blue-silver grass serve as a bridge for your communication with nature." Lin Yu clasped the blue-silver grass tightly, attentively sensing its every change. He envisioned the roots of the blue-silver grass spreading through the soil, intertwining with surrounding plants, and sharing their life force. Once you have established a strong bond with the blue-silver grass, attempt to draw the power of nature into it. Allow the blue-silver grass to absorb the essence of nature, becoming more resilient and robust. The elder's voice echoed in Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu concentrated, guiding the surrounding natural energies towards the blue-silver grass. It trembled slightly, seemingly responding to his efforts. Gradually, the blue-silver grass emitted a faint glow, becoming more vibrant. The elder nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. You have initially grasped the method of sensing the power of nature. Continue to practice diligently, allowing yourself to blend more with nature, and unleash the greater potential of the blue-silver grass martial spirit." Realization dawned upon Lin Yu, and he resolved to heed the elder's advice. Delving deeper into his training within the forest, he sought a quiet spot, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and earnestly attuned himself to everything around him. The gentle breeze brushed past, the leaves rustled softly, and birds joyfully sang from the branches above. Lin Yu seemed to have entered a wholly new realm, where he could feel the blossoming of each flower and the breath of every leaf. His spirit gradually fused with nature, and the blue-silver grass in his hands trembled gently, as if responding to his emotions. As time passed, Lin Yu developed a deeper understanding of the forces of nature. He discovered that the blue-silver grass could draw strength from the natural world, becoming increasingly resilient and powerful. He began to experiment with communicating with the surrounding flora through the blue-silver grass, sharing their respective powers. During this journey, Lin Yu encountered various difficulties and challenges. At times, he faced formidable beasts that regarded him with hostility. However, Lin Yu did not falter. He harnessed the flexibility of the blue-silver grass and the power of nature to engage in battle with these creatures. Through combat, he continuously honed his skills and enhanced his abilities. After a period of diligent practice, Lin Yu's soul power experienced a remarkable enhancement. His blue-silver grass martial soul grew more mysterious and potent, emanating a soft glow. He realized he was progressing in the right direction. Yet, Lin Yu understood that his journey was far from over. There remained countless uncharted territories to explore and numerous challenges to confront. Nevertheless, he felt no fear, for he had the companionship of the blue-silver grass martial soul, the guidance of the enigmatic elder, and his unwavering faith. Lin Yu rose to his feet, gazing at the distant sky, his heart brimming with anticipation. In Chapter 4, The Identity of the Elder, under the meticulous guidance of the mysterious elder, Master Yu Xiaojing, Lin Yu immersed himself daily in his cultivation. His blue-silver grass martial soul grew ever stronger, and his mastery over the forces of nature became increasingly adept. The once frail blue-silver grass now seemed to possess a life of its own in Lin Yu's hands, radiating a unique brilliance. However, his curiosity about the elder's identity burgeoned within him, akin to wild grass flourishing under the caress of spring winds. One day, after concluding a grueling training session in the mountains, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon his sweat-drenched face. As he caught his breath, questions surged once more in his mind. Summoning his courage, he approached the elder, who sat lost in thought upon a great stone. Elder, who exactly are you? How do you possess such profound knowledge of the blue-silver grass martial soul? Upon hearing Lin Yu's inquiry, the elder momentarily stiffened, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Then, a mysterious smile graced his lips as he slowly rose to his feet. He strolled to the base of an ancient and sturdy tree, leaning against its trunk while gazing into the distance towards the undulating mountains. Child, have you ever heard of Master Yu Xiaojing? Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. Master Yu Xiaojing? You are the master? His voice quivered with excitement. In the Douluo Continent, the name of Master Yu Xiaojing resonated like thunder. His profound research on martial souls and unique insights earned him the admiration of countless individuals. Lin Yu could scarcely believe that the mysterious elder guiding his cultivation was none other than the master himself. Master Yu Xiaojing nodded slightly, a glimmer of reminiscence illuminating his eyes. Indeed, I am Yu Xiaojing. I hail from the formidable blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex lineage. Yet my martial soul has undergone a malignant mutation, condemning me to a lifetime stagnation at the 30th level, thus becoming the subject of mockery and ultimately being cast out from my family. In matters of the heart, I once shared a profound love with Bibi Dong. In those days, we held dreams of a shared future, believing we could traverse life hand in hand. Bibi Dong, with her beauty, intellect, and strength, and I supported one another in the realm of martial souls, exploring together. However, fate played its cruel hand, Qian Xuanji, in a bid to ensure Bibi Dong's total devotion to her training and to secure his own progeny, devised an illusion that led her to believe I had turned my affections elsewhere. Heartbroken, she severed our bond. Subsequently, Bibi Dong was sullied by Qian Xuanji and bore his child. From that moment on, our destinies diverged like two parallel lines, never to intersect again. Yet, the love and pain we once shared remained etched in the depths of my heart. After leaving my family, I encountered Flanders and Lu Erlong, and the three of us formed a golden triangle. Both Flanders and I fell in love with Lu Erlong, and ultimately, I won her affection. However, on our wedding night, I discovered that Lu Erlong was, in fact, my cousin, shattering my heart into pieces. Many years prior, I had sustained injuries during a thrilling battle, and in my despair, I chose to retreat here, believing I would never again be entangled with matters of martial souls. Yet, I unexpectedly met you. Your blue-silver grass martial soul rekindled memories of my former self, reminding me of my own fervor and quest for knowledge in martial arts. Now, Tang San has ascended to divinity, and the landscape of Douluo Continent has undergone significant transformation, yet the mysteries of martial souls continue to captivate spirited young souls like yours. A surge of profound respect welled up within Lin Yu. He bowed reverently to the master, feeling immensely fortunate to receive his guidance. Yu Xiaojing gazed at Lin Yu with eyes brimming with anticipation. Child, your talent is commendable. With diligent practice, your future holds limitless potential. Although the blue-silver grass martial soul is often dismissed as inferior, it harbors boundless possibilities. You must believe in yourself and continuously unearth its power. From that moment forth, Lin Yu's resolve to cultivate his abilities solidified. He understood the weight of the master's expectations and recognized that to realize his aspirations on the Douluo Continent, he must dedicate himself wholly. Under the master's tutelage, Lin Yu relentlessly pushed his boundaries. He began to experiment with the seamless integration of natural forces and the blue-silver grass martial soul. Each attempt deepened his comprehension of martial souls. The blue-silver grass grew increasingly resilient in his hands. It could entwine foes like a supple ribbon or transform instantaneously into an iron-hard weapon, delivering fatal blows. Lin Yu also learned to communicate with the natural environment through the blue-silver grass, drawing strength from the flora and fauna around him, thereby enhancing his soul power. Chapter 5. Apprenticeship with the Master, the Mutation of Martial Souls. Since discovering that the enigmatic elder was the master, Yu Shaojiang, Lin Yu's admiration for him blazed like an unquenchable fire. Each time he beheld the master's composed figure and profound gaze, Lin Yu felt as though he were gazing upon a treasure trove of knowledge and power. He deeply understood that the master's wisdom and experience would provide immeasurable assistance in his journey of cultivation on the Douluo Continent. On this day, the sun gently bathed the forest in its warm embrace as the leaves rustled softly, seemingly heralding the momentous event about to unfold. Lin Yu approached the master once more, his heart a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Dressed in immaculate attire, with his hair neatly tied back, he bore an expression of utmost solemnity. Slowly, Lin Yu knelt before the master, his gaze unwavering. "Master, I wish to become your disciple. I implore you to accept me." The master was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He gazed thoughtfully at the resolute young man before him, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Time seemed to rewind, and he caught a glimpse of his former self, the passionate and devoted youth who once aspired to understand the essence of martial spirits. After a moment of silence, the master gently inquired, "Child, why do you wish to take me as your mentor?" Lin Yu lifted his head, sincerity and yearning evident in his eyes. "Master, ever since I encountered you, under your guidance, my blue-silver grass martial spirit has undergone a remarkable transformation. Your profound understanding of martial spirits and your wealth of experience command my utmost respect. I am acutely aware that on this continent of Douluo, rife with challenges and opportunities, only by following you and learning from you can I hope to continually advance, to tread further along this arduous path of cultivation. You are like a beacon, illuminating my way forward. Whenever I face confusion in my training, your words invariably bring me clarity. Your mentorship has unveiled the boundless potential of my blue-silver grass martial spirit, and I yearn to fully harness this potential under your tutelage." The master listened intently to Lin Yu's words, a subtle stirring in his heart. After a prolonged silence, he slowly nodded. "Very well, since you are so earnest. I shall accept you as my disciple. But remember, the path of cultivation is fraught with hardship. You must possess unwavering faith and indomitable perseverance. Regardless of the obstacles you encounter, never relinquish your resolve. Cultivating martial spirits is not merely about enhancing one's power. It is a test of the spirit. Only through enduring countless setbacks and trials can one truly evolve into a formidable soul master." Lin Yu's heart swelled with joy, and he hastily bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Master. I shall steadfastly remember your teachings, diligently train, and strive to live up to your expectations." At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly sensed an unusual vibration emanating from his blue-silver grass martial spirit. Startled, he glanced down, observing a faint glow radiating from the grass, which began to quiver slightly. The master also perceived this change, his expression sharpening as he fixated on the blue-silver grass in Lin Yu's hands. As the light intensified, the blue-silver grass began to mutate. Its leaves elongated and sharpened, shifting in hue from a pale green to a profound blue. A potent force emanated from the blue-silver grass, enveloping both Lin Yu and the master in an overwhelming aura. A flicker of astonishment gleamed in the master's eyes. "This is a martial spirit mutation. Child, your blue-silver grass martial spirit is evolving. This is a rare opportunity. You must seize it." Lin Yu felt a blend of exhilaration and trepidation. He sensed an ever-deepening bond with the blue-silver grass, as if it had become an integral part of his being. He closed his eyes, striving to attune himself to the transformation of the blue-silver grass, diligently working to harness the formidable power within. After a period of focused effort, the mutation of the blue-silver grass finally stabilized. Its current form exudes an imposing presence, radiating an aura of mystery. Lin Yu understood that his martial soul had undergone a qualitative leap, and his strength would experience a remarkable enhancement. In the days that followed, Lin Yu immersed himself in rigorous training alongside his master. On one occasion, in order to deepen Lin Yu's understanding of the application of soul power, his master devised a unique training regimen, drawing a large circle on the ground. The master instructed Lin Yu to stand in its center while he positioned himself outside the circle. The master began unleashing soul power attacks of varying intensities, compelling Lin Yu to defend with his blue-silver grass. Initially, Lin Yu found himself in disarray, the blue-silver grass swaying chaotically under the master's soul power onslaught. He anxiously wielded the blue-silver grass, striving to fend off the master's strikes, but often found himself overwhelmed. The master's soul power crashed down like a tempest, leaving Lin Yu struggling to respond. However, he did not relent. Gritting his teeth, he focused intently, endeavoring to devise a countermeasure. As time passed, Lin Yu gradually grasped the rhythm of the attacks. He began to observe a pattern in the master's strikes, realizing that while formidable, they followed a certain cadence. He learned to utilize the flexibility of the blue-silver grass to deflect the master's attacks, guiding the soul power aside to alleviate his own burden. When the master's soul power surged toward him, Lin Yu adeptly maneuvered the blue-silver grass, allowing the energy to glide past him. He even discovered how to harness the elasticity of the blue-silver grass, rebounding the master's attacks and catching him off guard. Witnessing Lin Yu's progress, the master smiled with satisfaction. He recognized that this young man possessed boundless potential, and with proper guidance, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional soul master in the future. On another occasion, while training his soul power, Lin Yu inadvertently caused the blue-silver grass to overgrow, ensnaring their resting cabin. Embarrassed, he looked at his master, who burst into hearty laughter. "You truly have a knack for surprising me," he chuckled. Lin Yu gazed at the cabin tightly bound by the blue-silver grass. Feeling a sense of helplessness, he attempted to command the blue-silver grass to retract using his soul power, but it seemed to have developed a will of its own, refusing to heed his commands. Frantic and sweating profusely, Lin Yu was at a loss for what to do. Observing Lin Yu's predicament, the master said with a smile, "Do not fret, my child. This is merely a reflection of your insufficient mastery over the blue-silver grass. You must attune yourself to its needs, communicate with it, and convey your intentions." Taking his master's advice to heart, Lin Yu calmed himself, closed his eyes, and endeavored to sense the essence of the blue-silver grass. He could feel the profound vitality contained within it, as well as its unease and confusion. Softly addressing the blue-silver grass, he said, "Blue-silver grass, I recognize your strength, but we need to free the cabin now. Please follow my guidance and retract." As if understanding his words, the blue-silver grass began to slowly contract. Its leaves softened, no longer as rigid as before. Lin Yu continued to direct the blue-silver grass with his soul power, allowing it to retract in an orderly fashion, ultimately liberating the cabin from its entanglement. In this process, the master took the opportunity to explain to Lin Yu the growth patterns and control methods of the blue-silver grass. Blue-silver grass is a remarkably resilient soul spirit, characterized by its rapid growth, yet it requires careful management. When cultivating soul power, one must be attentive to the growth of the blue-silver grass to prevent excessive proliferation, which could lead to unnecessary complications. Lin Yu listened intently to the master's teachings, filled with gratitude. He understood that this knowledge would play a crucial role in his future endeavors. Chapter 6. The First Glimpse of Brilliance. Under the meticulous guidance of Master Yu Shaojiang, Lin Yu absorbed the essence of cultivation like a sponge yearning for knowledge, steadily enhancing his strength. After the mutation, the blue-silver grass underwent a transformative evolution, revealing an unprecedented power. Its hue deepened, resembling the enigmatic blue of a night sky, while its leaves grew more resilient, as if forged from the strongest steel, glinting with a faint, cold shimmer. Every day, Lin Yu immersed himself in rigorous training, tirelessly exploring the new capabilities of the blue-silver grass soul spirit. He was delighted to discover that the mutated blue-silver grass not only surpassed its previous resilience, but also exuded a unique aura. This aura was exceedingly subtle, akin to invisible threads gently weaving through the air. When adversaries approached, they would unwittingly succumb to a brief state of confusion, as if enveloped by a mist. Their thoughts dulled and reactions sluggish. This aura seemed to harbor a mysterious power, capable of influencing the minds of foes, rendering them momentarily devoid of judgment. One day, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Lin Yu and the master strolled leisurely through the forest, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, a cacophony of intense combat erupted nearby, shattering the serenity of the woods. The sound resonated like thunder, instilling a sense of dread. The master furrowed his brow, a flicker of alertness flashing in his profound eyes. He gestured subtly for Lin Yu to accompany him to investigate. The two approached stealthily, witnessing a group of ferocious soul beasts besieging an adventurer team. Despite the valiant resistance of the adventurers, they were evidently in dire straits. Their garments were torn by the beasts' attacks, revealing alarming wounds. Sweat mingled with blood, streaming down their faces. Nevertheless, their eyes still sparkled with indomitable spirit as they wielded their weapons, striving to fend off the assaults of the soul beasts. Though their movements were somewhat frantic, they still conveyed an unwavering vitality. Lin Yu felt a stirring in his heart and instinctively glanced at the master. The master nodded slightly, his gaze seemingly encouraging him to act bravely. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu's eyes transformed, brimming with determination. He slowly extended his palm, and the blue-silver grass surged forth, darting toward the soul beasts with the swiftness of a serpent. The blue-silver grass danced in the air, as if it had a consciousness of its own. It first unfurled like a soft ribbon, swiftly ensnaring the limbs of one particularly ferocious soul beast before it could react. The spirit beast was startled by the sudden binding, letting out a series of furious roars as it struggled desperately, but the blue-silver grass wrapped around it tightly, offering no chance of escape. The leaves emitted a mysterious glow, seemingly demonstrating its prowess to other spirit beasts. This binding instantly disrupted the beast's rhythm of attack, halting its once ferocious onslaught and granting the adventurer team a precious moment to catch their breath. Observing this, the members of the team felt a flicker of hope as they began to reorganize their defenses, coordinating their efforts with Lin Yu's assault. Concentrating deeply, Lin Yu skillfully manipulated the blue-silver grass to transform its shape. Part of the grass morphed into sharp spears, thrusting rapidly toward another spirit beast poised to ambush a member of the adventurer team. The spear-like blue-silver grass moved with astonishing speed, accompanied by a powerful surge of soul energy, piercing through the beast's defenses and leaving a deep wound upon its body. The spirit beast, in pain, roared in fury, yet found itself powerless against the agile and versatile blue-silver grass. This strike not only injured the beast, but also instilled trepidation in the others that were preparing to attack, causing them to become cautious and hesitant. Lin Yu continually varied the attack methods of the blue-silver grass. At times, he wove it into a massive net that descended from above, ensnaring several spirit beasts and restricting their movements. The trapped beasts struggled within the resilient network of blue-silver grass, but could not break free. This immobilization rendered them incapable of launching effective assaults, allowing the adventurer team to counterattack and inflict significant damage. Occasionally, he unleashed powerful shockwaves of soul energy from the blue-silver grass, akin to invisible projectiles, driving the spirit beasts back several meters. Each shockwave threw the enemy's formation into disarray, forcing them to readjust their positions, thereby affording Lin Yu and the adventurer team more opportunities to exploit their weaknesses. Throughout the battle, Lin Yu cleverly utilized the unique aura emitted by the blue-silver grass. When a group of spirit beasts prepared to charge collectively, he allowed the aura to permeate the air. Upon entering this zone, the beasts fell into a brief state of confusion, their movements slowed, and their expressions clouded with bewilderment. Seizing this moment, Lin Yu commanded the blue-silver grass to launch a fierce assault, inflicting immense damage upon the spirit beasts. This strategic use of the special aura completely disrupted the rhythm of their attacks, thwarting their ability to effectively organize an offensive. While Lin Yu and the adventurer team seized the initiative. As the battle progressed, the bond between Lin Yu and the blue-silver grass grew ever more profound. He felt as if he could sense each pulse and release of power from the grass. It seemed to become an extension of his own body, obeying his commands and demonstrating its full potential in combat. Under Lin Yu's formidable attacks and control wielded through his blue-silver grass martial spirit, the spirit beasts gradually lost their advantage, retreating step by step. Inspired by Lin Yu, the morale of the adventurer team soared, and they fought valiantly alongside him, forcing the spirit beasts to continually fall back. Through Lin Yu's relentless efforts, the pressure on the adventurer team significantly lessened. They seized the opportunity to swiftly adjust their strategies, coordinating with one another and joining Lin Yu in combating the spirit beasts. After a grueling and intense battle, the spirit beasts were finally repelled successfully. They roared in defiance, gradually vanishing into the depths of the forest. The members of the adventure team expressed profound gratitude towards Lin Yu, flocking to him to inquire about his name. Lin Yu smiled faintly, revealing his pearly white teeth, and replied, "My name is Lin Yu, and I am an apprentice soul master." Their eyes brimmed with admiration and appreciation, as they vowed to repay Lin Yu for his life-saving grace should the opportunity arise. This battle allowed Lin Yu to shine for the first time, further solidifying his determination to pursue strength on the Douluo Continent. Chapter 7. New Challenges. Following his triumphant repulsion of the soul beasts, Lin Yu's reputation began to spread across the region. His valiant deeds became a topic of conversation among the populace, yet he remained humble and unassuming. Under the guidance of his master, Lin Yu understood that he still had a long journey ahead. However, tranquil days did not last long. One day, Lin Yu and his master received a mysterious message, reporting a surge of enigmatic energy fluctuations emanating from an ancient ruin not far away. This force attracted the attention of many formidable individuals, who speculated that the ruins might conceal precious treasures or powerful soul master techniques. The master resolved to accompany Lin Yu to the ruins to explore their mysteries. They embarked on their journey, encountering numerous challenges along the way. Harsh weather continuously tested their endurance. At times, fierce winds threatened to unbalance them, while torrential rains rendered the path treacherous and muddy. The howling wind seemed intent on sweeping them into an endless void, compelling Lin Yu to clutch tightly to the hem of his master's garment to maintain his footing. The downpour drenched them, icy droplets cascading down their cheeks, yet could not extinguish the fire of exploration burning within them. Ferocious soul beasts lurked nearby, necessitating their constant vigilance and readiness to face sudden attacks. These beasts varied in size, some towering like mountains, while others darted with the speed of lightning. They exuded a formidable aura that instilled trepidation. At one point, a colossal bear-like soul beast charged forth from the thicket, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs. Lin Yu's heart raced, instantly shifting into a combat-ready state. He focused intently on the bear-like soul beast, scrutinizing its every move. The beast roared, causing leaves to rain down around them, as it lumbered towards Lin Yu and his master. Reacting swiftly, Lin Yu extended his right hand, palm up, and a strand of blue-silver grass sprouted forth from his hand. He maneuvered the blue-silver grass to swiftly assault the bear-like soul beast. Like a sinuous serpent, the blue-silver grass coiled around one of the beast's forepaws, attempting to restrict its movement. However, the bear-like soul beast possessed immense strength and violently shook its limb, nearly severing the blue-silver grass. Lin Yu remained composed, concentrating his energy once more. More blue-silver grass burgeoned around him, intertwining in the air to form a resilient net that descended upon the bear-like soul beast. Enraged, the beast roared, swiping with its other forepaw at the blue-silver grass net, but its tenacity proved formidable, resisting its attempts to break free. Seizing the opportunity while the bear-shaped soul beast was ensnared by the blue-silver grass net, Lin Yu deftly commanded the strands of blue-silver grass to split into several smaller tendrils, shooting forth like arrows aimed at the beast's eyes. The creature swiftly shut its eyes and attempted to shield itself with its claws. Nevertheless, several tendrils struck its face, inflicting discomfort. Enraged, the bear-shaped soul beast began to thrash violently, striving to break free from the confines of the blue-silver grass net. Observing this, Lin Yu promptly altered his strategy. He wrapped the blue-silver grass around the surrounding trees and pulled forcefully, attempting to utilize the tree strength to further restrain the beast. The bear struggled with increasing ferocity, causing the trees to sway perilously. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, deciding to take a risk. He directed the blue-silver grass deep into the ground, only to suddenly erupt from beneath the bear's feet, ensnaring its legs. The creature stumbled, nearly losing its balance. At that moment, Lin Yu once again channeled a surge of powerful soul energy through the blue-silver grass, unleashing a force akin to a tempestuous wave, which instantly propelled the bear-shaped soul beast several meters back. Although wounded, the creature remained undeterred in its assault, charging at Lin Yu with even greater speed. Lin Yu maintained his composure, weaving the blue-silver grass into a colossal shield, positioning it between himself and his master. The bear collided with the blue-silver grass shield, rebounding from the impact. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu initiated another offensive, commanding the blue-silver grass to emit a peculiar aura capable of temporarily disorienting foes. The bear, indeed affected, displayed sluggish movements, its gaze betraying confusion. Lin Yu capitalized on this opportunity, directing the blue-silver grass to unleash a torrential barrage of tendrils upon the beast. Ultimately, the bear succumbed to the relentless assault, collapsing to the ground. After an intense confrontation, Lin Yu triumphed over the bear-shaped soul beast, and he and his master continued their journey toward the ruins. Chapter 8. Deeper into the ruins. Lin Yu and his master pressed onward toward the ruins, the atmosphere heavy with tension, both acutely aware of the potential dangers lurking ahead. As they delved deeper, the environment within the ruins grew increasingly eerie and unsettling. Mysterious runes flickered upon the walls, seemingly recounting ancient tales while simultaneously instilling a sense of inexplicable oppression. A faint light flickered in the darkness, threatening to extinguish at any moment, filling their hearts with unease. Suddenly, a narrow passage emerged before them, flanked by sharp stone spikes that posed a risk of injury with the slightest misstep. Lin Yu cautiously led the way, using the blue-silver grass to survey their surroundings. The grass served as his sensory extension, keenly attuned to any lurking threats. Its leaves gently swayed, emitting a soft glow that starkly contrasted with the surrounding shadows. As they reached the midpoint of the passage, the ground began to tremble violently. In quick succession, a swarm of small soul beasts erupted from the earth, darting toward Lin Yu and his master like bolts of lightning. Though diminutive in stature, these beasts radiated formidable energy, their eyes gleaming with a ferocious light. Lin Yu reacted swiftly, the blue-silver grass in his hands dancing into action. He wielded the blue-silver grass, weaving it into a formidable barrier that thwarted the initial onslaught of the soul beasts. The intertwined strands formed an impenetrable wall, resonating with a crisp sound as the soul beasts collided against it. However, these creatures were remarkably agile, perpetually seeking vulnerabilities in the defense. They darted around the blue-silver grass, attempting to uncover an opportunity for breach. Lin Yu's brow furrowed in concentration. He focused his energy, urging the blue-silver grass to emit a peculiar aura in an attempt to bewilder the soul beasts. Yet, these creatures seemed to possess a certain resilience against this essence. Not entirely deceived, they merely paused momentarily before resuming their assault. Observing this, Lin Yu promptly recalibrated his strategy. He divided the blue-silver grass into several smaller strands, launching them like arrows toward the soul beasts. The tips of the grass glimmered with a chilling light, tracing beautiful arcs through the air. The soul beasts evaded with agility, but a few were nonetheless struck, collapsing to the ground, injured. Yet, rather than retreating, these soul beasts became even more frenzied in their attacks. While manipulating the blue-silver grass to continue the offensive, Lin Yu keenly observed the patterns of the soul beasts' movements. He discerned a certain rhythm to their assaults. They consistently congregated before launching their strikes. Seizing upon this insight, he wove the blue-silver grass into a colossal net, poised to ensnare the beasts as they clustered together for another attack. As anticipated, the soul beasts once again gathered, preparing to unleash their fury. Without hesitation, Lin Yu cast the blue-silver grass net, enveloping the creatures instantly. The soul beasts thrashed within the confines of the net, but its resilience proved formidable, rendering their escape futile. Just as Lin Yu believed he had gained control of the situation, several soul beasts managed to break free from the net. They surged toward him with astonishing speed. Lin Yu hurriedly commanded the blue-silver grass for defense. However, one beast managed to claw at his arm. The pain awakened a heightened clarity in Lin Yu, prompting him to realize that he could no longer remain passive. He concentrated intensely, infusing his soul power into the blue-silver grass, rendering it even more resilient and sharp. With renewed determination, he directed the grass to launch another barrage against the soul beasts. The blue-silver grass became akin to sharp blades, piercing toward the creatures. Despite their agility, they gradually succumbed to Lin Yu's relentless assault, one after another collapsing to the ground, until ultimately, all the soul beasts lay defeated. After vanquishing the creatures, Lin Yu and his master proceeded onward. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a vast cavern. An imposing aura emanated from the cave, sending shivers down their spines. In the darkness, it felt as though countless eyes were watching them, sending chills through their very being. Lin Yu and his master exchanged wary glances, their hearts brimming with caution. They cautiously entered the cave, revealing a colossal crystal orb at its center, emanating a mysterious luminescence. The light fluctuated between brilliance and dimness, as if whispering secrets. As they approached the crystal orb, a sudden, powerful beam of light shot forth from it, hurtling directly toward them. Lin Yu swiftly wove the blue-silver grass into a shield, successfully blocking the oncoming radiance. The blue-silver grass shield trembled violently under the impact of the radiant light, and Lin Yu felt an immense force surging into his body, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Yet, the power of the light was formidable, forcing Lin Yu to stagger back several steps. Gritting his teeth, he refocused his mind and commanded the blue-silver grass to launch an assault on the crystal ball. The blue-silver grass struck forth like a flurry of sharp arrows aimed at the crystal sphere. However, it appeared that the crystal ball possessed remarkable defensive capabilities. As Lin Yu's attacks hardly affected it, plunged into contemplation, Lin Yu understood that he must identify the crystal ball's weakness to breach its defenses. He scrutinized the orb, searching for any clues. After a thorough examination, he noticed faint runes flickering at the base of the crystal ball. He suspected that these runes might be the key to its vulnerability. Thus, he maneuvered the blue-silver grass with caution towards the runes at the bottom of the crystal ball. Upon contact, the runes suddenly emitted a blinding light, and Lin Yu felt a powerful force surging into him. Gripping the blue-silver grass tightly, he concentrated and infused it with his soul power. Under his command, the blue-silver grass unleashed a tremendous force, directly targeting the runes at the base of the crystal ball. With a resounding crash, the crystal ball shattered, releasing a torrent of energy that enveloped Lin Yu and the master. Bathed in this energy, Lin Yu sensed a further enhancement of his strength. He realized that within this enigmatic relic, even greater challenges awaited him. Chapter 9. The Relic's Treasures. After successfully shattering the crystal ball, the overwhelming energy gradually subsided. Yet a deeper anticipation surged within them. They were acutely aware that within this mysterious relic, more secrets and precious treasures lay hidden, waiting to be uncovered. As they ventured deeper into the relic, an increasingly enigmatic aura enveloped them. The runes on the walls shimmered with strange luminescence, brightening and dimming as if narrating tales of events long past in an ancient and mystical language. Lin Yu closely followed the master, the blue-silver grass in his hand swaying gently, ever ready to confront any emerging danger. With each step, Lin Yu could feel the tension and anticipation permeating the air. Suddenly, they arrived at a vast chamber. The walls were constructed of ancient stones, exuding the weight of time. In the center of the room lay an ancient treasure chest, quietly positioned, its surface adorned with intricate patterns and runes. These designs seemed to form a mysterious tapestry, enticing them to unravel its secrets. Exchanging a glance with the master, they both recognized the shared excitement reflected in each other's eyes. They approached the chest with the utmost caution, as one would handle a priceless artifact. The master bent down, meticulously examining the patterns and runes on the chest, his gaze intense and profound, as if striving to penetrate the ancient symbols and uncover the mysteries concealed within. Drawing upon his vast knowledge and experience, the master began to interpret the meanings behind these intricate designs and runes. His fingers gently brushed against the etchings on the chest. Perceiving the latent power encapsulated within each symbol, the master reminisced about similar patterns and rune inscriptions he had encountered in ancient texts. Drawing comparisons and associations with the chest before him, through repeated contemplation and deduction, he gradually discerned the meanings of certain key runes and their potential operational methods. Lin Yu, anxiously observing every move of the master, actively engaged in the investigation of the chest. He employed his unique perception of his martial spirit to attempt to resonate with the runes using the power of his blue-silver grass martial spirit. The blue-silver grass swayed slightly, as if engaging in a special dialogue with the runes. Lin Yu and the master collaborated seamlessly, embarking on various trials. Based on his hypotheses, the master proposed numerous potential methods, while Lin Yu executed practical applications using the power of his blue-silver grass. They experimented with different soul power infusion techniques and the sequence of rune touches, and through persistent trials and explorations, they ultimately discovered the method to unlock the chest. Following the master's instructions, Lin Yu focused intently, channeling the power of his blue-silver grass martial spirit, and gradually infused his soul power into specific runes on the chest. As the soul power flowed in, the runes began to shimmer with a more resplendent light, as if they had been activated. A formidable aura emanated from the chest, enveloping both Lin Yu and the master in an unprecedented sense of pressure. The chest slowly creaked open, and a blinding radiance surged forth. Lin Yu and the master instinctively squinted their eyes, awaiting the light to diminish slightly before they could discern the items within. The chest radiated a brilliant glow, containing an ancient tome and a mysterious treasure. The master carefully lifted the tome, gently flipping its pages. Although the paper had yellowed, the text remained distinctly legible. Excitement flickered in the master's eyes. He understood that the powerful martial spirit cultivation methods recorded in this tome would greatly aid Lin Yu's growth. The mysterious treasure was a gem emanating an enigmatic light. The gem was entirely translucent, with what seemed like countless luminescent energies swirling within. It harbored immense power, imparting an indescribable strength. The master scrutinized the gem, speculating that it might possess unique functions capable of enhancing the might of the martial spirit. Lin Yu gazed at the tome and gem with exhilaration, his heart brimming with joy. He envisioned his future path of growth, filled with opportunities and challenges. However, they did not linger in the room for long. They were aware that other dangers and secrets within the ruins awaited their exploration. The master meticulously stored the tome and gem in a specially designed pouch. Lin Yu tightened his grip on the blue-silver grass, ready to face the challenges ahead. In their subsequent explorations, they encountered various traps and mechanisms. Some traps lay concealed beneath the ground, triggering peril with the slightest misstep, while others were set within the walls, requiring the resolution of specific riddles to pass. Yet, with Lin Yu's blue-silver grass martial spirit and the master's wisdom, they repeatedly transformed peril into safety. Lin Yu deftly manipulated the blue-silver grass, probing the path ahead to timely uncover concealed traps. The master, drawing upon his extensive knowledge and experience, unraveled the intricate puzzles of the mechanisms. As time passed, they gradually approached the heart of the ruins, where far more perilous entities awaited. Chapter 10. The Core Challenge. Armed with the secrets and gems acquired from the treasure chest, Lin Yu and the master resolutely advanced towards the core of the ruins. With each step they took, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, akin to a heavy shackle, rendering their breaths labored. The moment they entered the core area, an immense wave of energy surged forth like a tempest, enveloping them. Before their eyes lay a vast circular plaza, its ground adorned with a complex array of magical symbols, reminiscent of a celestial map from a mysterious universe, shimmering with mesmerizing and enigmatic light, as if silently narrating ancient and profound secrets. At the center of the plaza stood a colossal statue, towering like a giant, vividly lifelike, resembling an ancient guardian whose imposing presence loomed over the entire area like a mountain. The master gazed at the statue with profound reverence, fully aware that it might hold the key to unraveling the secrets of the ruin's core. However, before they could examine the statue closely, a formidable group of soul beasts materialized like phantoms, instantly surrounding them. These beasts were more terrifying than any they had previously encountered, exuding an aura reminiscent of demons from the underworld, sending chills down their spines. Lin Yu gripped the blue-silver grass tightly, his heart pounding like a drum, a fierce determination igniting within him like a blazing inferno. He understood that this would be an unprecedented and brutal battle. The master swiftly adjusted his stance, his gaze revealing steadfast resolve and courage, ready to face this life-and-death challenge alongside Lin Yu. Without hesitation, Lin Yu launched the first assault, directing the blue-silver grass with the speed of lightning. The grass weaved through the air like a nimble serpent, forming a vast net in an attempt to ensnare the soul beasts. However, the strength of these beasts exceeded all expectations. One colossal soul beast charged forward, shattering the blue-silver grass net as if it were a fragile spider's web. The tremendous impact jolted Lin Yu's body, forcing him to involuntarily stagger back a few steps. Meanwhile, the master observed the soul beast's movements with unwavering focus, akin to a calm hunter seeking the weaknesses of his prey. After a tense period of observation, he discerned the crucial vulnerability of the soul beasts lay in their eyes. He immediately relayed this vital discovery to Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately concentrated all his energy, directing the blue-silver grass like precise arrows aimed at the eyes of the soul beasts. The grass sliced through the air in sharp arcs, accurately targeting the beast's eyes. The soul beasts panicked and attempted to evade, but several were struck, collapsing to the ground with anguished roars. One wounded soul beast, instantly incensed, became even more ferocious, its aura akin to a bomb on the verge of detonation. Lunging violently towards Lin Yu reacted swiftly, sidestepping with the speed of lightning, simultaneously unleashing the blue-silver grass once more, accurately striking the leg of the soul beast, causing it to stumble precariously. However, the soul beasts did not easily concede. They began to attack with even greater ferocity, releasing a suffocating surge of soul power. Lin Yu and the master were compelled to resist with all their might, their bodies forced backward by the powerful onslaught. Akin to a fragile boat amidst tempestuous waves, gritting his teeth, Lin Yu wove a robust defensive line with the blue-silver grass, fending off the soul power strikes. Each impact caused his arms to tremble slightly, yet his gaze remained steadfast. Meanwhile, the master seized the opportunity to meticulously observe the attack patterns of the soul beasts, his mind racing to identify the optimal moment for a counterattack. In this critical moment, Lin Yu suddenly recalled the gem he had acquired from the treasure chest. He swiftly retrieved it, feeling the potent energy contained within. Deciding to take a risk, he gradually infused the energy from the gem into the blue-silver grass. With the infusion of this energy, the blue-silver grass underwent a remarkable transformation, its leaves shimmering with a brilliance akin to the sun, emanating a formidable and intimidating aura. Lin Yu directed the blue-silver grass to launch a renewed assault on the soul beasts. The blue-silver grass, like a dazzling ray of light, traced a beautiful yet lethal arc through the air, instantly striking several soul beasts. The creatures howled in agony, their bodies ensnared by the blue-silver grass, rendered immobile. This time, the potency of the blue-silver grass's attack surged dramatically. The soul beasts, under its relentless assault, began to falter. One after another, they collapsed to the ground, producing a heavy thud. Ultimately, all the soul beasts were vanquished by Lin Yu, leaving the battlefield in silence, save for the heavy breaths of Lin Yu and the master echoing in the air. Having dealt with the soul beasts, Lin Yu and the master finally had the opportunity to examine the statue at the center of the square closely. They discovered that the statue bore mysterious inscriptions and patterns, which appeared to be an ancient cipher. The master and Lin Yu began to work together to decipher these codes. After considerable effort, they finally unraveled the statue's secrets, Hidden within the statue was an even older tome, recording a powerful soul fusion technique. Lin Yu and the master were elated. Knowing that this tome would bring them greater opportunities and challenges on their future path, they resolved to leave the ruins with this tome and continue their journey of cultivation. As they departed from the ruins, Lin Yu and the master were filled with profound reflections. They had faced countless challenges and difficulties within this relic. Yet they had also gained invaluable treasures and knowledge. They believed that the road ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with even greater trials. Chapter 11. Joining Shrek Academy. Encountering new 6 monsters. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this lengthy period, Lin Yu endured numerous trials and tribulations, his strength having surged dramatically. Now, with a yearning for higher realms, he arrived at the legendary place, Shrek Academy. The moment Lin Yu stepped into Shrek Academy, he was greeted by an atmosphere of solemnity and grandeur. The ancient architecture exuded the weight of time, and the academy was permeated with powerful fluctuations of soul power. He gazed around with curiosity, his heart brimming with anticipation. At that moment, Lin Yu heard of the illustrious Shrek's 6 monsters within the academy. Each of these 6 individuals was unique, possessing extraordinary strength, shining like brilliant stars in the institution. Among them was Thunder Shadow, a fierce wielder of a violent lightning-based martial soul, known for his fiery temperament and decisive actions. One day, Lin Yu observed Thunder Shadow practicing alone in the training grounds. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds as Thunder Shadow stood in the center of the arena, surrounded by flickering violet lightning, reminiscent of a deity of thunder descending upon the earth. Each bolt left deep imprints on the ground, and the overwhelming force caused the air around him to tremble. Lin Yu was captivated, secretly awed by Thunder Shadow's formidable prowess. He cautiously approached, greeting him politely. "Hello, I am Lin Yu, a newcomer to Shrek Academy. Your strength is truly astonishing." Initially, Thunder Shadow merely nodded slightly, offering no further words, his gaze hinting at a tinge of arrogance. However, when Lin Yu shared some unique insights regarding lightning martial souls, a flicker of surprise crossed Thunder Shadow's eyes. He paused his movements and inquired, "Do you possess a deep understanding of lightning martial souls?" Lin Yu humbly replied, "I have merely conducted some research. I believe that the power of a lightning martial soul lies not only in its destructive capability, but also in the ability to manipulate the frequency and intensity of the lightning to achieve unexpected effects." Thunder Shadow fell into contemplation, and after a moment, nodded slightly, stating, "You make a valid point. It seems you are no ordinary individual." The two began to converse, gradually forming a deeper understanding of one another. Then there was Waterheart, the master of a mysterious water-based martial soul, as gentle as water, yet incredibly resilient. During a simulated battle at the academy, Lin Yu's team encountered a formidable fire attribute spirit beast, engulfed in raging flames that turned everything in its path to charred earth. Despite their best efforts, Lin Yu and his teammates found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament as the inferno intensified. Just then, Waterheart appeared, descending upon the battlefield like a celestial being. With a gentle wave of her hands, a crystal-clear stream of water surged forth from her palms, wrapping around the spirit beast like a graceful ribbon. The water not only extinguished the flames, but also restricted the beast's movements. Witnessing this, Lin Yu held immense admiration for Waterheart's strength and intellect. After the battle concluded, he approached her, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. Your water-based martial soul is truly remarkable." Waterheart smiled and replied, "No need for thanks. As students of Shrek Academy, we should support one another." Then there was Flame Sun, whose fiery energy burned bright with enthusiasm and vitality. One day, Lin Yu encountered Flame Sun in the academy's dining hall, engrossed in animated conversation with friends as he recounted his adventurous exploits. His words radiated a passion for combat and a relentless pursuit of power. During one encounter, "We faced a powerful spirit beast, but we did not falter. I unleashed my fiery might and defeated it completely." Flame Sun's face beamed with pride. Lin Yu, inspired by his fervor, eagerly joined the discussion, asking, "Your flame martial soul is truly powerful. May I inquire how you control the intensity and direction of your flames?" Flame Sun answered without hesitation, "It requires constant practice and deep understanding. The flame resembles a companion. Understanding its temperament is essential for harnessing its power effectively." During their interactions, Lin Yu discovered that although Yin Yang had a fiery disposition, he possessed a heart of gold and unwavering loyalty towards his friends. Lin Yu, endowed with the gift of healing, was gentle and kind, always adorned with a warm smile. On one occasion, Lin Yu inadvertently sustained an injury during his training and was taken to the academy's infirmary. Lin Yu meticulously tended to his wounds, her hands radiating a gentle luminescence as they softly enveloped Lin Yu's injuries. The light seemed to possess a life of its own, gradually permeating Lin Yu's body and facilitating a swift recovery of his wounds. Gratefully, Lin Yu gazed at Ling Yu and expressed, "Thank you. Your healing abilities are truly remarkable." Ling Yu merely smiled in response, saying, "It is my duty. I hope you exercise more caution in your training henceforth." From that moment on, Lin Yu held Ling Yu in deep respect. Swift as the wind, Fei Qi was astute and nimble. In a competition held by the academy, Lin Yu found himself paired with Fei Qi as the contest commenced. Fei Qi vanished in an instant, moving like a bolt of lightning. He navigated the arena with ease, leaving his adversaries utterly unable to perceive his presence. Lin Yu strived to synchronize with Fei Qi's rhythm, utilizing his blue-silver grass martial spirit to create opportunities for him. Fei Qi, leveraging his speed, swiftly defeated his opponents. After the match, Fei Qi gave Lin Yu a thumbs up and remarked, "Your coordination was impressive. We should compete together again in the future." Their friendship deepened through this competition. The immensely powerful Yin Ming, though simple and honest, possessed astonishing strength. One day, the academy's training ground required the relocation of heavy objects, and Yin Ming volunteered for the task. He effortlessly lifted colossal stones as if they were mere pebbles, his stride steady and devoid of strain. Onlookers were left in awe, applauding his remarkable feat. Witnessing this, Lin Yu felt a deep admiration for Yin Ming's strength. He approached Yin Ming and joined him in the labor, gradually growing familiar with him through their shared efforts. Lin Yu discovered that despite Yin Ming's unassuming exterior, he had a remarkably delicate nature and was genuinely sincere towards his friends. At this time, a mysterious student named Xing Yu emerged within the academy. Xing Yu possessed a rare illusion-controlling martial spirit and was known for his solitary demeanor, eyes reflecting a profound mystique. During a trial at the academy, Lin Yu and the Shrek 6 monsters encountered an extraordinarily powerful soul beast, plunging them into a fierce struggle. Just as despair set in, Xing Yu appeared quietly. His martial spirit activated in an instant, altering the surroundings and ensnaring the soul beast in an endless illusion, rendering it slow and disoriented. Lin Yu and the others were astonished by Xing Yu's abilities. Following the battle, curiosity swirled around Xing Yu. Lin Yu approached him amicably, stating, "Greetings. I am Lin Yu. Your martial spirit is truly exceptional. We owe our success to you." Xing Yu nodded slightly and replied, "We all fight for the honor of the academy." Thereafter, Xing Yu gradually integrated into the ranks of the Shrek 6 monsters, becoming one of them. As their interactions increased, Lin Yu and the Shrek 6 monsters began to uncover each other's unique qualities. In a trial organized by the academy, they confronted formidable soul beasts together. The electric power of Laying descended like divine retribution, with arcs of purple lightning striking fiercely at the soul beasts, eliciting anguished roars from them. Yin Yang's flames illuminated the surroundings in a fiery glow, his fire seemingly capable of incinerating anything, instilling fear in the soul beasts that dared to approach. Shui Xin's water-based assaults flowed like ethereal ribbons, gracefully entwining the soul beasts and impeding their movements. Ling Yu was ever prepared to heal her comrades, her restorative powers allowing them to fight with greater confidence. Feng Qi darted across the battlefield with astonishing speed, continuously harassing the soul beasts, preventing them from concentrating on their attacks. Yin Ming stood resolutely like an unyielding mountain at the forefront of the team, bearing the brunt of the soul beast's assaults. Lin Yu's blue-silver grass harmonized seamlessly with Xing Yu's illusions, ensnaring the soul beasts in a web of complications. Together, the 7 of them forged ahead, harnessing their formidable teamwork. Following this intense battle, the barriers between them vanished entirely. Lin Yu was thoroughly impressed by the prowess and bravery of the Shrek 6 monsters, while they admired his cleverness and tenacity. From that moment on, they joined forces, becoming the new Shrek 7 monsters. During their time at Shrek Academy, they trained together and faced various arduous tasks. Lin Yu also encountered his lifelong love at Shrek. Chapter 12, The Arrival of True Love. After experiencing numerous challenges alongside the new Shrek 7 monsters at Shrek Academy, Lin Yu's life gradually fell into a rhythm. They devoted themselves to rigorous training each day, striving to enhance their strength. Every corner of the academy bore witness to their relentless efforts, and the sweat shed in the training grounds attested to their growth and progress. One day, Lin Yu was poring over materials in the academy's library. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, gently illuminating the aged bookshelves and creating a tranquil and warm atmosphere. Lin Yu was engrossed in the book he held, his fingers lightly gliding over the yellowed pages, immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge. His brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated the mysteries of martial souls, completely oblivious to the changes around him. At that moment, a girl quietly entered the library. Her name was Ziyu, with lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall over her slender shoulders. Her eyes sparkled with brightness and clarity, as if harboring the vastness of the stars and the sea. radiating wisdom and gentleness. Dressed in a delicate blue long dress, the hem fluttered softly, reminiscent of a butterfly in flight. Ziyu gracefully approached the bookshelf where Lin Yu was standing, searching for the book she needed. Her movements were elegant and light, as if she were an otherworldly fairy untouched by the mundane world. Lin Yu inadvertently lifted his gaze and beheld Ziyu. In that instant, his heart seemed to skip a beat. Her beauty and grace captivated him profoundly, rendering him unable to look away. Ziyu appeared to sense Lin Yu's gaze, and she slightly turned her head, offering him a sweet smile. That smile blossomed like spring flowers, instantly warming Lin Yu's heart. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he bashfully lowered his head. Yet, an inexplicable joy surged within him. Since then, Lin Yu always anticipated encounters with Ziyu in the library. He would arrive early, selecting a seat by the window, quietly awaiting her arrival. At times, he feigned engrossment in a book, yet his gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the library. The moment Ziyu stepped inside, an indescribable joy surged within him. Gradually, they began to exchange thoughts. They discovered a mutual fascination with the study of martial souls, often delving into various mysteries together. Through their discourse, Lin Yu found himself increasingly captivated by Ziyu's talent and kindness. Her profound and unique understanding of martial souls often illuminated Lin Yu's perspective. Not only was she intelligent and quick-witted, but she also possessed a gentle and compassionate nature. She patiently listened to Lin Yu's ideas, offering him encouragement and support. In turn, Lin Yu shared his experiences and insights, exploring the realm of martial souls alongside Ziyu. Their conversations brimmed with wisdom and warmth, narrowing the distance between them. As their exchanges deepened, Lin Yu mustered the courage to invite Ziyu for a stroll in the academy's garden. On a sunlit afternoon, he approached her, softly saying, "Ziyu, the weather is splendid today. Shall we take a walk in the garden?" Surprised for a moment, Ziyu's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she nodded in agreement. They meandered through the garden, admiring the blooming flowers and feeling the gentle caress of the breeze. Lin Yu, unsure of what to say, felt a wave of nervousness. But Ziyu broke the silence by pointing to a vibrant flower, exclaiming, "Look, this flower is truly beautiful." Following her gaze, Lin Yu replied, "Indeed, as beautiful as you." A faint blush crept onto Ziyu's cheeks as she lowered her head. Realizing his words might have been somewhat forward, Lin Yu, unwilling to let the moment slip away, continued, "Ziyu, I want to tell you that I have feelings for you. Your intelligence, kindness, and beauty enchant me." Ziyu lifted her gaze to meet Lin Yu's eyes, her expression filled with surprise and emotion. She softly replied, "Lin Yu, I like you too. Your bravery, determination, and talent inspire my admiration." In that moment, their eyes locked, as if time itself had come to a standstill. They understood they had found true love in one another. From that point onward, their relationship blossomed with intimacy. They shared meals in the cafeteria, trained together at the practice field, and read side by side in the library. During their training sessions, Lin Yu attentively guided Ziyu, aiding her in enhancing her abilities. In moments of fatigue, she would bring him a cup of water, offering encouragement and support. Their love gradually intensified amidst these ordinary days, becoming firmer and more profound. On one occasion, the academy hosted a grand ball. Lin Yu meticulously prepared himself and invited Ziyu to join him. At the ball, the lights twinkled and the music flowed melodiously. Hand in hand, Lin Yu and Ziyu entered the dance floor, their eyes brimming with happiness and sweetness. They danced gracefully to the rhythm of the music, as if the entire world consisted solely of them. In that instant, they forgot all worries and pressures, immersed solely in each other's affection. However, their love was not without its challenges. Within the esteemed halls of Shrek Academy, there existed a faction of individuals who questioned and opposed the affections shared by Lin Yu and Ziyu. Some asserted that they were too youthful, arguing that this was not the appropriate moment for them to delve into romance. Others felt that their disparate identities and backgrounds rendered them unsuitable companions. Yet, Lin Yu and Ziyu remained impervious to such voices, steadfast in their belief in one another's love, courageously confronting every challenge that arose. They understood that love necessitates both valor and perseverance, and they would not forsake their happiness due to the opinions of others. Through their actions, they demonstrated that their love was both sincere and resolute. During their time at Shrek Academy, Lin Yu and Ziyu traversed the spectrum of joy and sorrow together, growing and progressing side by side. Their love blossomed like a radiant flower, beautiful and unwavering. In the early mornings, they would stroll hand in hand through the academy's gardens, admiring the blooming flowers and reveling in the splendor of nature. At night, they would gaze at the starry sky, sharing their dreams and hopes with one another. They recognized that the road ahead was long, yet they were willing to walk it together, determined to forge a splendid future of their own. Regardless of the obstacles and challenges they encountered, they would never abandon one another, for their love served as their driving force, the most treasured asset in their lives. Chapter 13. The storm on the arena. The days spent by Lin Yu and Ziyu at Shrek Academy were both warm and fulfilling. They often wandered through the Academy's gardens, exchanging insights about their martial souls and aspirations for the future. At this juncture, the Academy was poised to host a grand competition, and the news spread like a gentle spring breeze throughout the institution, capturing the attention of numerous students. Naturally, the Shrek 7, aware that this competition represented not only a test of their abilities, but also a splendid opportunity for self-expression, resolved to participate. Lin Yu, Ziyu, and the Shrek 7 made their way to the registration area. The atmosphere was bustling and vibrant, with students eagerly anticipating the forthcoming competition. Some engaged in animated discussions regarding the rules and potential opponents, their words brimming with excitement and tension, while others meticulously prepared their registration materials, scrutinizing every detail to avoid any errors. Standing amidst the crowd, Lin Yu and his companions sensed the fervent energy surrounding them. The faces of their fellow students radiated enthusiasm and anticipation, their eyes shimmering with a thirst for victory and a pursuit of honor. However, as they prepared to fill out the registration forms, peculiar occurrences began to unfold. A sudden chill swept through the air, catching them off guard with its bone-chilling intensity. The lights at the registration desk flickered ominously, as if a mysterious force were encroaching upon them. The icy breeze sent a shiver down Lin Yu's spine, prompting him to survey his surroundings with the keen gaze of a hawk, searching for the source of the cold. Yet, the other students appeared oblivious to the anomaly, continuing their preparations with fervor. A sense of unease crept into Lin Yu's heart, as if unseen eyes were lurking in the shadows, watching them with a gaze that sent chills along his spine. Subsequently, as they submitted their registration forms, the expression of the teacher in charge suddenly turned peculiar. His gaze became vacant, as if he were under the sway of some unseen force. Mechanically, he accepted the forms and then silently observed them, uttering not a word. This left Lin Yu and his companions feeling deeply perplexed and uneasy. They attempted to engage the teacher in conversation, yet he offered no response, merely staring blankly at them, devoid of any semblance of life. A sense of foreboding surged within Lin Yu. He sensed that this situation was far from ordinary. Ziyu gently tugged at the hem of Lin Yu's clothing, her eyes brimming with concern. The Shrek 7 monsters furrowed their brows in unison, realizing the gravity of the situation. Just as they were about to depart from the registration area, a mysterious figure materialized behind them, cloaked entirely in black. The figure's visage remained obscured. He stood there silently, exuding a chilling aura that seemed to emanate from the depths of a dark abyss, instilling an unsettling fear. Lin Yu and his companions immediately turned, watching the enigmatic individual with heightened vigilance. The figure remained silent, merely observing them before gradually vanishing into the shadows. Lin Yu attempted to pursue, but the mysterious figure moved with astonishing speed, disappearing without a trace. Lin Yu gazed in the direction where the figure had vanished, filled with confusion and anxiety. He and his companions exchanged glances, their minds swirling with uncertainty. They were unaware of the identity of this mysterious individual or his intentions. Yet, they understood that this competition would undoubtedly not unfold as they had imagined. Ziyu frowned and remarked, "The sudden appearance of this mysterious figure must have a purpose. We must proceed with caution and not let our guard down." The Shrek 7 monsters nodded in agreement, resolving to remain vigilant during the competition and ready to confront any potential dangers. Upon returning to their dormitory, they began to discuss these strange occurrences. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, stating, "These bizarre events are certainly not mere coincidences. I suspect that there may be a hidden conspiracy behind this competition. Perhaps someone wishes to thwart our participation or intends to bring us harm during the contest." Ziyu nodded in affirmation, saying, "We must exercise greater caution and not allow others to succeed in their schemes. We need to uncover the reasons behind these strange happenings to ensure our safety and the safety of our fellow competitors." The Shrek 7 monsters shared their thoughts, collectively analyzing these peculiar phenomena in search of clues. Lang slammed his fist on the table, declaring, "No matter who is orchestrating these mischiefs from behind the scenes, we cannot back down. We, the Shrek 7 monsters, are not to be trifled with." Yin Yang concurred. "Indeed, we must showcase our strength in the competition, making it clear to those with ill intentions just how formidable we are." Shui Xian calmly assessed, "We should delve into these strange occurrences to gather clues. Perhaps that mysterious figure will manifest again, and we must be prepared." Ling Yu spoke gently, "Everyone, let us not be overly anxious. We must have faith in our abilities. I will provide healing during the competition to ensure everyone's safety." Feng Qi, ever astute, remarked, "We can remain observant during the competition, watching for any anomalies." Yin Meng, with his endearing simplicity, asserted, "I will protect everyone. No matter what danger we encounter, I will not falter." Despite encountering these peculiar occurrences, Lin Yu and his companions did not falter. They firmly believed that with their strength and courage, they could surmount any obstacle and achieve commendable results in the competition. They intensified their training efforts, meticulously preparing for the impending contest. Rising early each day, they engaged in rigorous physical conditioning and soul cultivation. Lin Yu persistently honed his blue-silver grass martial spirit, rendering it more resilient and formidable. As he trained, his sweat flowed freely, and the blue-silver grass danced gracefully in the air, showcasing his formidable control. Meanwhile, Zhou employed her intellect to devise various tactics and strategies, ensuring thorough preparation for the competition. Seated in the library, she diligently perused numerous tomes, seeking methods to assist her comrades. The Shrek 7 monsters each capitalized on their unique strengths, continuously augmenting their prowess. Laying practiced amidst thunderstorms, amplifying his lightning powers, while Yin Yang forged his martial spirit in flames, intensifying the heat of his fire. Shrek Academy sought enlightenment in the streams, enhancing the agility of his water-based attacks, and Ling Yu consistently refined her healing abilities to improve her efficacy. Feng Qi sprinted through the breezes, enhancing his speed, while Yin Ming relentlessly pushed the limits of his strength, striving to grow even more powerful. As the competition drew nearer, the atmosphere within the academy grew increasingly tense. The students were all fervently preparing for the contest, and a palpable aura of anxiety permeated the air. Lin Yu and his friends were filled with anticipation, uncertain of the challenges that awaited them in the competition, yet resolute in their readiness to face whatever may come. They were determined to showcase the brilliance of the Shrek 7 monsters on the battlefield, fighting for honor. The sudden emergence of the enigmatic figure piqued their curiosity. Who could this person be? Chapter 14, The Mysterious Stranger. As the academy competition approached, Lin Yu and the Shrek 7 monsters were haunted by the perplexing incidents that transpired at the registration office. Particularly concerning was the appearance of the mysterious individual, which instilled a sense of unease within them, leaving them uncertain of the stranger's true intentions. Lin Yu and Ziyu continued their research in the library, endeavoring to uncover any clues regarding the enigmatic figure. They meticulously examined the academy's historical records and literature on martial spirits, hoping to discover any hints. However, after extensive searching, they found little of substance, and their spirits grew heavier. Simultaneously, the Shrek 7 monsters were not idle. Laying patrolled the academy's various corners, utilizing his keen perception to detect any trace of the mysterious presence. Yin Yang inquired among older students, hoping to ascertain whether anyone had encountered a similar enigmatic figure, but received only negative responses. Shrek Academy, Ling Yu, Feng Qi, and Yin Ming each leveraged their respective talents to search the academy for any potential leads connected to the mysterious individual. In a fortuitous moment, Lin Yu stumbled upon an abandoned building within the academy, where he sensed peculiar fluctuations of soul power in the vicinity. The essence of the soul power was faint yet unmistakably emanated from a distant, ethereal void, carrying an air of enigma. As Lin Yu approached the abandoned edifice, he sensed an oppressive atmosphere pervading the air, as if an invisible force were impeding his advance. The fluctuations of soul energy waxed and waned, reminiscent of a mysterious heartbeat, pulsating with a rhythmic cadence. At its peak intensity, it surged like tumultuous waves crashing against Lin Yu's perception, quickening his heartbeat involuntarily. Conversely, at its faintest, it resembled a barely perceptible breeze, evoking an almost imperceptible presence, yet imbued with an undercurrent of latent menace. This soul energy emanated a chilling aura, akin to frost from a desolate, frigid realm, causing the surrounding air to grow cold, prompting Lin Yu to shiver involuntarily. He endeavored to attune his own soul energy to discern the source of this fluctuation, only to find it seemingly emanating from all directions, eluding precise identification. Upon closer inspection, these soul energy waves appeared to leave ephemeral traces in the air, akin to wisps of smoke drifting languidly, as if narrating an ancient and enigmatic tale. Lin Yu extended a finger to lightly touch these traces, only to be met with a sudden surge of bone-chilling cold that coursed through him, compelling him to retract his finger hastily. As Lin Yu ventured closer to the forsaken structure, the soul energy became increasingly pronounced. It began to manifest in the air as faint vortices, resembling mysterious black holes that beckoned everything in their vicinity. Cautiously, Lin Yu skirted around these vortices, wary of being ensnared within their grasp. He could feel the tremendous power contained within them, and the potential consequences of being drawn in were dire. Suddenly, a shadow darted past before their eyes. The group immediately heightened their vigilance, and Lin Yu swiftly commanded his blue-silver grass, bracing for an anticipated assault. However, the shadow did not attack. Instead, it vanished swiftly into the darkness. They pursued it fervently, Yet the shadow's speed was astonishing, and it soon eluded their grasp. Although they did not capture the shadow, Lin Yu and his companions were convinced it was likely the elusive figure they sought. They began to scrutinize the abandoned building with greater care, hoping to uncover clues regarding this mysterious individual. In a secluded corner, they stumbled upon peculiar symbols and patterns, which seemed to harbor some arcane power. Lin Yu and Ziyu meticulously examined these symbols and patterns, striving to decipher their meanings. After considerable effort, they discovered that these inscriptions appeared to be connected to an ancient soul weapon seal. Was the enigmatic figure linked to this soul weapon seal? Their minds were rife with questions. The Shrek's 7 monsters engaged in discourse regarding these revelations. Laying furrowed his brow, asserting, this soul weapon seal is undoubtedly complex. The presence of the mysterious figure here indicates an interest in this seal. Yin Yang nodded in agreement, cautioning, we must tread carefully. There may be profound dangers concealed behind this seal. Shui Xin calmly analyzed. We require more information to unravel this enigma. Lin Yu and his companions resolved to continue their investigation into the soul weapon seal, while remaining ever vigilant for the appearance of the mysterious figure. They understood that before the competition commenced, they must unravel the mysterious figure's intentions. Otherwise, they risked plunging into even greater peril during the contest. As their investigation deepened, they gradually discerned that this soul seal appeared to be entwined with an ancient history of the Academy. It was said that long ago, the Academy had faced a monumental crisis, and this soul seal was established to confine a formidable malevolent force. Did the enigmatic figure intend to unshackle this seal and unleash the evil power? Anxiety filled their hearts. To thwart the mysterious plot, Lin Yu and the Shrek 7 decided to intensify their patrols and guardianship over the Academy. They positioned sentinels at critical locations within the Academy, ever ready to confront the mysterious figure's emergence. Simultaneously, they diligently honed their skills, elevating their prowess to prepare for any potential danger at a crucial moment. In these tense times, the bond between Lin Yu and Ziyu deepened significantly. They supported each other, facing adversity together, becoming each other's strongest allies. The camaraderie among the Shrek 7 also grew, united in their efforts to safeguard the Academy and its students. As the day of the competition drew nearer, the whereabouts of the mysterious figure remained elusive. Yet, through their relentless training, Lin Yu and the Shrek 7 finally reached the esteemed level of 30 at the tender age of 12. Chapter 15, Rising Brilliance. Time flowed like a gentle stream, quietly slipping away. The Shrek 7 diligently trained within the Academy, continuously evolving. Now, they had all reached the age of 12, and astonishingly, each had successfully attained level 30. This remarkable achievement shone like brilliant stars in the night sky, illuminating the entire Shrek Academy. Lin Yu stood resolutely in the training grounds, sunlight softly cascading upon him, outlining a figure of unwavering strength. He gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surging soul power within, reminiscent of a roaring river. His gaze was resolute and confident, as the blue-silver grass swayed beside him, silently narrating his journey of growth and progress. Reflecting on the past, from the naive boy who first entered Shrek Academy to the formidable individual he had become, he had invested endless sweat and effort. Each training session was an intense battle with himself, and every confrontation was a severe test of courage. He had endured countless setbacks and hardships, yet he never entertained a thought of surrender, steadfastly adhering to his beliefs. Ziyu stood quietly beside him, the gentle breeze caressing her long hair, revealing her beautiful yet resolute visage. Her martial spirit had also broken through to level 30 this year, showcasing extraordinary talent and immense potential. Her eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom, a vivid testament to her profound understanding of her martial spirit. She exchanged a smile with Lin Yu, both filled with earnest anticipation for the future. They understood that their growth was not merely for personal glory, but to protect one another and safeguard all that they cherished. In a corner of the training ground stood Lei Ying, the boy endowed with a ferocious lightning-type martial spirit, firmly grounded and ready. His hair danced gently in the breeze, while purple lightning flickered around him, a vivid emblem of his formidable power. A fierce desire for battle burned in his eyes, each flash of lightning seeming to proclaim his invincible strength. He recalled the arduous efforts he had invested to surpass the 30th level, the countless days and nights spent in diligent training, honing his indomitable will amidst the storms of electricity. At last, he had triumphed, ready to wield his strength in valiant defense of the glory of the Shrek 7. Yin Yang, exuding an intense heat, resembled a blazing sun. In this moment, his fiery martial spirit shone even more brilliantly, as if the raging flames could reduce any adversary to ashes in an instant. A proud smile graced his face, filled with immense satisfaction for his exceptional achievements. He reminisced about the days spent training amidst the flames, enduring the harsh trials of extreme heat, continually challenging his limits. He understood that his fiery power would become a formidable weapon for the Shrek 7. Shui Xin, like a tranquil and clear spring, emanated peace and strength. Her water-based martial spirit sparkled under the sun, resembling flowing, resplendent jewels. With a gentle yet resolute gaze, she had successfully broken through the 30th level barrier through her dedication and perseverance. She fondly remembered the beautiful moments spent by the streams, attentively listening to the sound of flowing water, profoundly grasping the powerful essence of water. She was determined to utilize her martial spirit to provide robust support and unwavering protection for her companions. Lingyu, the gentle and kind-hearted girl, exuded an even richer healing power in this moment. She stood quietly by, smiling at her comrades, her eyes brimming with affection. Her martial spirit was like warm sunlight, bringing hope and comfort. She recalled the days spent healing her companions' wounds, using her strength to help them rise again and bravely continue their journey. She knew that her presence was the most steadfast support for her friends. Feng Qi, swift as lightning, zipped across the training ground, leaving only a blurred silhouette in his wake. His eyes sparkled with vitality and confidence, and he felt exhilarated by his breakthrough. He remembered the days spent racing against the wind, continually pushing the limits of his speed. He aimed to leverage his swiftness to create advantageous opportunities and significant advantages for the Shrek 7. Yan Meng, standing like a majestic and towering mountain, commanded respect with his overwhelming strength. He stood resolutely, his determined expression etched upon his face. In this moment, his martial spirit felt even more solid and substantial, as if it could withstand any pressure. He recalled the days spent challenging his own physical limits, proving his worth through sweat and effort. He was determined to use his strength to shield his companions from fierce enemy assaults. The growth of the Shrek 7 had garnered significant attention from the faculty and students of the academy. They had become a source of pride for the institution, inspiring countless other students to strive diligently in their training. Whenever they appeared within the academy, they would incite a wave of excitement. Students cast envious and admiring glances their way, yearning for the day they too could attain the strength of the Shrek 7. However, the Shrek 7 monsters were acutely aware that they could not allow themselves to become arrogant or complacent, for numerous challenges awaited them ahead. They understood that their growth was merely a new beginning, and a long journey lay ahead. In this pivotal moment, the Academy decided to hold a special ceremony to honor their remarkable achievements. The ceremony took place in the Academy's plaza, bathed in bright sunlight and adorned with fluttering banners. Faculty and students gathered to collectively witness this historic occasion. During the ceremony, the dean personally presented them with honorary medals, encouraging them to continue striving and bring glory to the Academy. The dean's words were filled with power and expectation, instilling in the Shrek 7 monsters a profound sense of responsibility. They received their medals and solemnly vowed to confront future challenges with unwavering conviction and fearless courage. They recognized that their duty extended beyond personal honor. It was also to safeguard the Academy and protect the peace of the entire continent. As their abilities grew, the Shrek 7 monsters delved deeper into the mysteries of their martial souls. They exchanged insights and progressed together. In this process, their friendship deepened, becoming as unbreakable as steel. They explored the techniques of martial soul fusion and devised new battle strategies together. They understood that only through continuous learning and advancement could they achieve victory in future battles. However, they were also acutely aware that their growth had drawn the attention of certain dark forces. Those lurking in the shadows were watching them closely, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Yet, the Shrek 7 monsters remained undaunted, confident that their strength and unity would enable them to overcome any adversary. They began to intensify their training and heighten their vigilance, knowing that thorough preparation was essential for swift responses when danger approached. During this period of diligent cultivation, the master returned to Shrek Academy. The astonishing growth of the Shrek 7 monsters shone like a brilliant light, illuminating the entire academy and capturing everyone's attention. At this moment, the master's arrival was akin to a refreshing spring breeze sweeping through the academy, bringing with it new vitality and hope. Upon entering the academy, the master heard of the remarkable feat that the Shrek 7 monsters had achieved by reaching the 30th level at the tender age of 12. A look of satisfaction spread across his face, filled with genuine admiration for these children, reminiscent of warm spring sunlight bathing blooming flowers. The master understood that this was a critical juncture. They needed to acquire their third soul ring to achieve a further leap in strength. The master sought out Linyu, Ziyu, and the others, gazing at these vibrant and energetic youths with eyes full of expectation and encouragement, like an experienced captain observing his brave and fearless crew. Children, your rate of growth truly astounds me, and your accomplishments fill me with pride. Now, it is time for you to obtain your third soul ring. The master's words were steady and powerful, akin to a stabilizing anchor, providing immense encouragement to the Shrek 7 monsters. Hearing these words, Lin Yu and his companions were visibly exhilarated, fully aware that they were embarking on a new journey brimming with challenges and opportunities. Akin to setting foot on an adventurous path laden with unknown treasures, the master began to elucidate the crucial considerations and potential dangers associated with acquiring the third soul ring in great detail. Children, he warned, the pursuit of the third soul ring is fraught with greater peril than ever before. You must remain vigilant at all times and adhere strictly to my commands. It is akin to navigating through a tumultuous sea. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophe. The master's tone was grave and earnest, imparting to the Shrek 7 monsters a profound understanding of the arduous nature of the task ahead. The Shrek 7 monsters listened intently to their master's teachings, their hearts filled with a mix of anticipation for the unknown and a tinge of anxiety. As if they were on the verge of stepping into a mysterious and perilous forest, they were acutely aware that this journey would not be devoid of hardships. Yet they firmly believed that with their individual strengths and collaborative spirit, they would undoubtedly succeed in obtaining the third soul ring. Under the master's guidance, the Shrek 7 monsters resolutely set forth on their quest. They traversed dense forests, where the lush foliage enveloped them like a verdant sea, and scaled towering mountains, whose steep peaks loomed like giants, testing their courage and perseverance. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of challenges. The inclement weather behaved like a capricious child, at times unleashing torrents of rain and fierce winds, and at others, scorching sunlight. Ferocious soul beasts resembled moving fortresses, poised to launch lethal assaults at any moment, while the complex terrain unfolded like a vast labyrinth, threatening to bewilder the wayfarers. Nevertheless, the Shrek 7 monsters were undaunted by these adversities. They supported one another, advancing hand in hand to confront each challenge collectively. Lin Yu's blue silver grass played a pivotal role in control and protection at critical junctures, binding their foes like a delicate ribbon, while Ziyue's wisdom and composure provided the team with invaluable counsel, serving as the strategist who orchestrated their efforts. Lei Ying's lightning prowess descended like divine retribution, striking awe into the hearts of their enemies, while Yin Yang's flames burned with the intensity of a raging fire, consuming everything in their path. Waterxin's water-based martial spirit, akin to a gentle spring, nourished the spirits of the group, and Ling Yu's healing powers radiated warmth like sunlight, instilling hope in their injured companions. Meanwhile, Fengqi's swiftness resembled that of lightning, deftly maneuvering across the battlefield, while Yinming's strength stood as unyielding as the towering mountains. In the pursuit of a suitable soul beast, the master, drawing upon his extensive experience and profound knowledge, guided the Shrek 7 monsters like a brilliant lighthouse illuminating the path home amidst the vast ocean. They carefully evaded overly powerful soul beasts, resembling cautious hunters in search of prey that matched their prowess. After considerable effort, they finally discovered a formidable soul beast. Upon recognizing its form, the master's expression shifted to one of grave concern. It turned out to be a 10,000-year soul beast, a colossal creature standing like a small mountain. Its fur shimmered with a metallic sheen, resembling impenetrable armor, while its eyes glowed like two enormous lanterns, radiating a red light that sent shivers down one's spine. Its limbs were robust and powerful, each step it took reverberating through the ground. Its tail, resembling a colossal whip, sliced through the air, producing a whooshing sound. The master immediately addressed Lin Yu, cautioning him that the soul ring of this soul beast was far too formidable, posing immense risks, and he must not attempt to absorb it. Gazing at the Millennium Soul Beast exuding an overwhelming aura, Lin Yu felt a surge of intense desire within him. He was acutely aware that this represented a monumental challenge, yet he held a firm belief in his potential. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Yu resolutely declared, "Master, I wish to give it a try. I am confident in my ability to succeed." The master, observing the unwavering determination in Lin Yu's eyes, was filled with concern but also recognized the steadfastness of his resolve. Lin Yu slowly approached the Millennium Soul Beast, his heart racing with both anxiety and exhilaration. He understood that this was a battle of life and death, as well as an opportunity for him to transcend his limits. The Millennium Soul Beast sensed Lin Yu's provocation and let out a furious roar, charging towards him. Lin Yu swiftly summoned his soul power, the blue-silver grass intertwining like resilient ropes, ensnaring the Millennium Soul Beast. The battle erupted instantaneously, with the Shrek 7 monsters immediately entering combat mode. Lei Ying unleashed his electrical prowess, striking the Millennium Soul Beast with bolts of purple lightning, each like the wrath of divine retribution, imbued with tremendous destructive force. Forcing the beast to momentarily retreat, Yin Yang manipulated a blazing inferno, distorting the surrounding air with its intensity. His flames surged like a ferocious beast, relentlessly assaulting the Millennium Soul Beast in an attempt to encircle it. Shui Xian's water-based martial spirit also played a pivotal role at that moment. She conjured streams of crystalline water that danced like ethereal ribbons, ensnaring the limbs of the Millennium Soul Beast and restricting its movements. Though the water appeared gentle, it harbored formidable strength, making the beast struggle to break free. Ling Yu remained vigilant, attentively monitoring her companion's conditions. Should any sustain injuries, she would promptly deploy her healing powers, mending their wounds with the gentle caress of a warm spring breeze, swiftly restoring their fighting spirit. Feng Qi darted across the battlefield with astonishing speed, seeking the optimal moment to strike. He resembled a flash of lightning, elusive and unpredictable, making it difficult for the Millennium Soul Beast to anticipate his moves. Upon seizing the opportunity, he would launch a sudden attack, delivering unforeseen blows to the beast. Yan Meng stood like a towering mountain before his companions, using his immense strength to withstand the onslaught of the Millennium Soul Beast. Each time the beast attacked, Yan Meng would resolutely confront it, establishing a robust defense for his allies. Despite the beast's might, it gradually found itself in a predicament under the Shrek 7 monster's seamless collaboration. It roared incessantly, striving to break free from its restraints, yet the relentless assaults from the Shrek 7 monsters surged like an unending tide. Its first singed by lightning, scorched by flames, and ensnared by water, it became increasingly furious. In a frenzied retaliation, it slammed its massive claws against the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Its tail, a colossal whip, lashed through the air, sweeping towards the Shrek 7 monsters. Lin Yu was deeply moved by the efforts of his companions. He understood that this battle was not solely for himself, but for the entire Shrek 7 monsters. His conviction strengthened. He resolved to triumph over the ancient soul beast. Once more, he summoned his soul power, maximizing the potential of his blue-silver grass. The blue-silver grass became more resilient, as unyielding as steel. He deftly manipulated the grass, continuously entwining it around the ancient soul beast, attempting to confine it completely. Sensing Lin Yu's determination, the ancient soul beast became increasingly frenzied. It struggled relentlessly, emitting deafening roars. Its immense strength exerted tremendous pressure on the Shrek 7 monsters with each thrash. Yet, they did not falter. They coordinated seamlessly, persistently adapting their tactics. Lei Ying's electrical prowess intensified. Yin Yang's flames blazed hotter. Shui Xian's water spirit became more agile. Ling Yu's healing powers grew richer. Feng Qi's speed quickened, and Yan Meng's strength surged. After an intense battle, the Shrek 7 monsters finally discerned the ancient soul beast's weakness. They concentrated their forces and unleashed a decisive strike against it. The ancient soul beast let out a desperate roar before slowly collapsing. The Shrek 7 monsters exhaled in relief, their faces adorned with victorious smiles. They recognized this battle as a significant trial on their path to growth. They had successfully conquered not only the formidable foe, but also their own limitations. Lin Yu cautiously absorbed the ancient soul ring, each moment fraught with peril. The master and the Shrek 7 monsters watched him anxiously, their hearts heavy with concern. Time ticked away, and Lin Yu's body trembled incessantly. He felt as though he were engulfed in a colossal storm, enduring tremendous pressure. Yet he never wavered, holding steadfast with indomitable will. At long last, after countless harrowing moments, Lin Yu successfully absorbed the ancient soul ring. He slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with newfound confidence. The master and the Shrek 7 monsters breathed a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting satisfaction. Lin Yu's success was not merely a personal breakthrough. It heralded new hope for the Shrek 7 monsters. They knew that more challenges awaited them on their future journey, yet they firmly believed that as long as they stood united and marched forward courageously, they could overcome any adversity. With the acquisition of the third soul ring, the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters was significantly enhanced. They reveled in their newfound power, their hearts brimming with a sense of accomplishment, as if they had unearthed the most precious treasure. The master regarded these children with a contented smile. "You have done exceptionally well," he said. "This experience will become a valuable asset on your path to growth. However, do not allow pride to take root, for many more challenges await you. Just as one ascends a peak, each new height reveals a broader vista, yet it also presents greater trials." His earnest words resonated in the hearts of the Shrek 7 monsters like a clarion call. The Shrek 7 monsters nodded in agreement, aware that this upcoming competition would be anything but simple. Chapter 17. The competition commences. Having successfully acquired their soul rings, the Shrek 7 monsters stood upon the Academy's competition stage with renewed poise. Their eyes sparkled with confidence and determination, as if proclaiming their resolve to all present. The venue was set in the central square of Shrek Academy, a place adorned with solemnity. The ground was paved with resilient blue stones, glimmering with an ancient luster. Towering stone pillars surrounded the arena, intricately carved with various soul patterns, narrating the illustrious history of the academy. Above the square, a colossal crystal screen hovered, broadcasting the competition in real time, allowing the audience to witness every thrilling moment with clarity. The spectator area was filled with faculty, students, and visitors, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation. As the Shrek 7 monsters made their entrance, a wave of fervent applause erupted throughout the arena. The crowd rose to their feet, cheering them on with a chorus of enthusiasm, the sound surging like roaring ocean waves, enveloping the entire square. Linyu, clad in a pristine academy uniform, stood at the forefront of his team, the blue-silver grass swaying gently beside him, its thousand-year soul ring emanating a mysterious glow. He resembled a valiant general, leading his comrades towards the path of victory. Beside him stood Ziyu, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wisdom. Her new soul ring endowed her with greater power, enabling her to better wield her intellect and strategy in battle. Lei Ying, Yin Yang, Shui Xian, Ling Yu, Feng Qi, and Yin Ming each displayed their formidable strength following their acquisition of soul rings. Lei Ying's electric powers surged with ferocity, as if capable of rending the skies. Yin Yang's flames blazed with intensity, threatening to reduce everything to ashes. Shui Xian's water-based soul manifested with grace, nurturing all it touched. Ling Yu's healing prowess deepened, capable of revitalizing the wounded in an instant. Feng Qi's speed heightened to a near-instantaneous blur, and Yin Meng's strength expanded, as if he could lift a mountain. As the bell signaling the start of the competition rang, the arena erupted with fervor. The Shrek 7 monsters faced their first adversary, a team equally potent in strength. Each member of the opposing team bore sharp gazes and an indomitable fighting spirit, clearly brimming with confidence as they prepared to challenge the Shrek 7 monsters. Without hesitation, Lin Yu charged forward, the blue-silver grass entwining swiftly around the enemy. One member of the opposing team, wielding a gorilla soul, stamped his feet, causing the ground to tremble slightly. He swung his powerful arms, attempting to sever the blue-silver grass. However, Lin Yu's thousand-year soul ring bestowed unparalleled resilience upon the blue-silver grass, which firmly ensnared the gorilla student's arm, restricting his movements. At that moment, a long-range attacker from the opposing team unleashed their arrow soul, sending sharp arrows streaking toward Lin Yu like shooting stars. Lin Yu deftly maneuvered the blue-silver grass to form a protective barrier, the arrows clattering against it with a resounding clang. As Lin Yu valiantly defended against the barrage of arrows, Ziyu keenly sensed impending danger. She immediately shouted, "Lei Ying, target the ranged attacker." In an instant, Lei Ying comprehended her command. He propelled himself forward, his form darting like lightning. As he conjured a crackling purple lightning force in his hand and struck fiercely at the ranged attacker, the opposing student hastily attempted to evade, yet still incurred a glancing blow from the lightning, rendering their body momentarily paralyzed. The audience, witnessing this thrilling spectacle, erupted into gasps of awe, captivated by the prowess and synergy of the Shrek 7 monsters, who were met with resounding applause and cheers. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Yang unleashed his fiery power, launching a colossal fireball towards the opposing team. A student from their ranks, endowed with a water curtain martial soul, swiftly activated their ability, summoning a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart Yin Yang's flames. However, bolstered by the power of his new soul ring, Yin Yang's flames blazed even hotter, instantly evaporating the water curtain as the fire surged forward unabated. Observing this, Shui Xian promptly summoned a powerful torrent, directing it towards the opposing team. The interplay of water and fire created a thick steam, obscuring the vision of their adversaries. Ling Yu remained vigilant, closely monitoring her companion's conditions. Should any sustain injury, she would immediately employ her healing powers. Meanwhile, Feng Qi darted across the battlefield with astonishing speed, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Spotting a gap in the defenses of an opposing student, he accelerated, his dagger slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, inflicting considerable damage. At that moment, Yin Ming stood resolutely like a towering mountain, shielding his companions from incoming assaults. An opposing student, a powerful gorilla, broke free from the entanglement of the blue-silver grass and charged at Yin Ming. Unfazed, Yin Ming met the charge head-on, his fists crashing down like boulders upon the gorilla. The clash of their might produced a thunderous sound, leaving the opposing team in shock and fear at the overwhelming strength of the Shrek 7 monsters. They had not anticipated such a transformation in power following the acquisition of soul rings. Nevertheless, they did not surrender, continuing to resist the onslaught of the Shrek 7 monsters with tenacity. The opposing team began to alter their strategy, concentrating their efforts on targeting the relatively weaker Lin Yu. Several students surged towards her, intent on overwhelming her. Lin Yu quickly discerned their intent and deftly maneuvered the blue-silver grass to shield Ling Yu. Simultaneously, Zhou Ke orchestrated a counterattack with Lei Ying, Yin Yang, and Shui Xian. Lei Ying's lightning power erupted once more, unleashing arcs of purple lightning that detonated amidst the opposing team. Yin Yang's flames relentlessly pursued their targets, making evasion increasingly difficult. Shui Xian, utilizing the agility of water, continually disrupted the movements of their adversaries. The audience watched with bated breath, their anxiety palpable for the Shrek 7 monsters. As they successfully thwarted the oncoming attacks, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers once more. Under the Shrek 7 monsters' cohesive teamwork, the opposing team gradually found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Their assaults grew increasingly feeble, and their defenses began to crumble. After a fierce and intense battle, the Shrek 7 monsters ultimately triumphed over their first opponent. Their faces radiated victorious smiles. Yet they were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. In the forthcoming matches, they would encounter even greater challenges. As the competition progressed, the fame of the Shrek 7 grew exponentially. Their formidable strength and harmonious synergy left everyone in awe. They became the focal point of the Academy tournament, emerging as formidable rivals to other teams. With each match, the Shrek 7 continually evolved and advanced. They mastered the art of harnessing their own strengths, enhancing their cooperation with teammates, and adeptly confronting a myriad of challenges. Their camaraderie deepened, and their team's spirit solidified. Ultimately, the Shrek 7 successfully advanced to the finals. Their opponents were an exceptionally powerful team, boasting an unblemished record throughout the tournament. However, the Shrek 7 were undaunted by their adversaries' formidable prowess. They harbored a steadfast belief that as long as they united and unleashed their utmost potential, victory was within reach. Chapter 18, The Finals. On the day of the Academy Tournament Finals, sunlight cascaded gently upon the grand arena like a golden veil, enveloping the venue in a radiant glow. The stands were teeming with spectators, every seat occupied, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Cheers and shouts surged like tumultuous waves, threatening to engulf the entire arena. Everyone eagerly awaited this pinnacle clash, as the air bristled with tension and exhilaration. The Shrek 7, clad in their uniform and solemn battle attire, strode into the arena with resolute steps. Their silhouettes stood tall like pines, their eyes reflecting unwavering confidence and fearless courage. Lin Yu stood at the forefront. Resembling a valiant general, his blue-silver grass swayed slightly, as if narrating the resolve and fighting spirit within him. The grass emanated a mysterious glow, seemingly showcasing its formidable power to the world. Zhu, as ever, remained composed. Her gaze, sharp as an eagle's eye, swiftly scanned the arena, leaving no detail unnoticed. Analyzing every possible variable, the shimmer of wisdom sparkled in her eyes, as though everything lay within her control. Their opponents were equally formidable. Each member bore eyes as keen as blades, exuding an intimidating presence, akin to warriors poised for battle. This team had traversed the tournament, defeating every challenge without a single loss, their strength undeniable. Now, facing the Shrek 7 in the finals, both sides understood that this would be an arduous struggle, a decisive battle concerning honor and dignity. As the bell signaling the start of the match resonated melodiously, it ignited the fervor of the crowd. The chime resembled a battle horn, heralding the official commencement of this climactic confrontation. Lin Yu initiated the assault, lightly closing his eyes to sense the surge of soul power within him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and the blue-silver grass shot forth like a swift serpent, tracing elegant arcs in the air as it entwined and advanced. The blue-silver grass seemed to possess a life of its own, agile and resilient, each blade exuding a formidable aura. One of the agile competitors on the opposing team deftly darted away, moving with the swiftness of lightning, evading the assault of the blue-silver grass. In a flash, he counterattacked, his blade slicing through the air with electrifying speed, aimed directly at Lin Yu. The blade shimmered with a chilling light, seemingly capable of severing all in its path. Unperturbed, Lin Yu's gaze exuded calm and confidence. He commanded the blue-silver grass to form a formidable defensive wall, the strands intertwining and connecting tightly, resembling an unyielding bastion. The blade struck the blue-silver grass, producing a crisp sound akin to metal clashing, resonating throughout the arena. Meanwhile, Zhu swiftly assessed the situation, her mind functioning like a high-speed computer, rapidly calculating various possibilities. She calmly directed her teammates to launch an offensive, her voice clear and resolute. Upon hearing Zhu's command, Lei immediately unleashed his electrical prowess. He raised his hands high, purple lightning converging in his palms like a dancing sprite. With a fierce roar, the lightning descended like divine retribution, wielding the power to annihilate. Crashing down upon the opposing team, the lightning flickered in the air, roaring like a mighty dragon, leaving the atmosphere crackling with energy. Yin Yang, not to be outdone, thrust his hands forward, manipulating the raging flames to instantly elevate the temperature of the battlefield. The flames surged like a ferocious beast, claws outstretched, lunging toward the adversaries. Wherever the fire spread, the ground was charred black, as if everything would be reduced to ashes. Waterheart's water-based martial soul flowed like gentle streams, providing support to her teammates at a critical moment. She slightly raised her hands, murmuring incantations, as streams of crystal-clear water emanated from her palms, wrapping around her allies like ribbons, offering them protection and strength. The water, transparent yet imbued with formidable power, could both withstand enemy assaults and launch counterattacks when necessary. The opposing team, refusing to yield, coordinated closely, unleashing a plethora of powerful martial soul skills. In an instant, the arena was ablaze with brilliance, energy surging forth. Some team members unleashed potent wind-based martial souls, the howling gusts slicing through the air like blades, while others employed earth-based martial souls, causing the ground to tremble as rocks flew forth like cannonballs. A few manipulated mysterious shadow martial souls, flitting across the battlefield like phantoms, poised to strike. The audience watched in rapt attention, captivated by the thrilling confrontation. Their eyes were fixed on the arena, eager not to miss a single exhilarating moment. The Shrek 7 monsters began to showcase their teamwork. Lin Yu's blue-silver grass moved like agile tendrils, persistently probing the enemy's defenses. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and the blue-silver grass rapidly spread outward, resembling a vast net, attempting to ensnare the opposing team members. Simultaneously, Lei Ying and Yin Yang executed a seamless collaboration. Lei Ying gestured, sending a robust bolt of lightning shooting toward the enemy like a sword, while Yin Yang, under the cover of the lightning, conjured a massive fire serpent. Following closely behind, the fire serpent, invigorated by the lightning, grew even more ferocious, as if it sought to devour everything in its path. Observing this, Waterheart promptly invoked her water-based martial soul, summoning forth a powerful torrent. The water spiraled gracefully through the air, forming a colossal vortex that enveloped the opposing team members. This swirling mass not only restricted their movements, but also enhanced the assaults of Thunder Shadow and Flame Sunday. Their strikes, conducted through the water, gained a formidable potency. Spirit Healer remained ever vigilant, attentively monitoring her comrades' conditions. The moment an ally sustained an injury, she would immediately unleash her healing powers. A gentle radiance emanated from her hands as she tenderly touched the wounded, facilitating the swift mending of their injuries. Wind Chaser darted across the arena with astonishing speed, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Like a flash of lightning, he appeared and vanished, leaving the opponents bewildered. Upon spotting a flaw in an adversary's defense, he surged forward instantaneously, his dagger slicing through the air with the swiftness of a bolt, inflicting significant damage. Rock Titan stood resolute like a towering mountain, shielding his teammates from the onslaught of powerful attacks. His body, as unyielding as steel, absorbed the force of even the most formidable strikes. When a barrage of rocky projectiles was launched toward him, he unhesitatingly braced himself, producing a thunderous impact. As the competition intensified, both sides engaged in a relentless exchange, neither yielding an inch. Each assault was imbued with strength, and every defense was a testament to strategic acumen. The very air of the arena seemed ignited, the tension rendering it nearly suffocating. The audience, enraptured by the fierce clash, erupted in a cacophony of cheers, their voices reverberating like thunder throughout the venue. Some rallied for the Shrek 7, while others chanted encouragement for their opponents, transforming the arena into a jubilant sea of excitement. As time progressed, the Shrek 7 gradually gained the upper hand. Their teamwork became increasingly harmonious, their strikes more incisive. They resembled a singular entity, with each member's actions intricately intertwined in a seamless collaboration. Despite the opposing team's tenacious resistance, the overwhelming pressure from the Shrek 7 began to take its toll, leading to signs of fatigue. Their assaults grew feeble, and their defenses revealed cracks. Ultimately, through their collective endeavor, the Shrek 7 triumphed over their adversaries, securing the championship title of the Academy competition. A deafening roar of applause erupted, the sound seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. Standing on the arena, the Shrek 7 basked in their moment of glory, their faces radiating the joy of victory, eyes glimmering with pride and satisfaction. This final match was not merely a contest of strength, but a profound exhibition of team spirit. The Shrek 7 inscribed a glorious chapter with their courage, wisdom, and unity. They understood that this victory was merely a new beginning, with myriad challenges awaiting them in the future. Yet, they firmly believed that as long as they remained united, no obstacle could hinder their progress. Chapter 19, The Tournament Awards. The Shrek 7's triumph in the Academy competition shone like brilliant stars, illuminating the entirety of Shrek Academy. Faculty and students alike reveled in the exhilaration of victory, an atmosphere of pride and excitement permeating every corner. In a solemn and grand ceremony, the Academy Square was adorned with an air of reverence. The sunlight cascaded upon the ancient stone pavement, reflecting a golden radiance. The leaders of the Academy, adorned in splendid attire, ascended the platform in succession, their faces alight with admiration and affirmation for the Shrek 7 monsters. Below, the students of the Academy stood in orderly formation, their gazes filled with envy and reverence. The Academy's president, striding with a measured grace, approached the center of the platform. His eyes sparkled with authority and benevolence as he held a beautifully crafted box in his hands. As he slowly opened the box, a brilliant light erupted forth, illuminating the entire world in its glow. Inside lay a soul-cleansing pill, perfectly rounded and reminiscent of a resplendent pearl. The pill exhibited a profound purple hue, its surface seemingly adorned with an ethereal aura that danced about it. Upon closer inspection, the intricate and complex patterns on the pill appeared to embody the mysteries of the universe. The soul-cleansing pill exuded a mysterious and potent energy, and merely approaching it allowed one to feel the immense power it harbored. Legend has it that this extraordinary pill is forged from countless precious herbs, refined through relentless trials, capable of cleansing one's marrow and fundamentally altering an individual's constitution. Upon consumption, the body undergoes a metamorphosis, expelling impurities and allowing the flow of soul power to become significantly more seamless, thereby greatly enhancing one's potential. Next, the president retrieved a larger box, crafted from even more exquisite materials and adorned with intricate carvings, exuding an ancient aura. As he gently opened the box, a millennia-old soul bone, radiating powerful waves of soul energy, materialized before the audience. This soul bone, draped in a deep ebony hue, bore enigmatic markings that seemed to whisper tales of ages past. It radiated an air of ancient authority, evoking a profound sense of awe. The soul bone appeared to be composed of the most resilient material, emanating an unyielding sense of strength. Upon closer scrutiny, one could observe the patterns upon the bone subtly shimmering, as if recounting its illustrious history. It is said that this ancient soul bone originated from a formidable soul beast, encapsulating the immense power and wisdom it possessed in life. The bearer of this soul bone not only gains a significant augmentation of soul power, but may also acquire unique skills and combat experience from the soul beast. The soul-cleansing pill is regarded as one of the Academy's most treasured artifacts. The president's voice resonated with gravitas, echoing throughout the square. It possesses the ability to cleanse marrow and enhance your physical constitution and soul power potential. This is a reward for your outstanding performance in the competition, and I hope you will utilize it wisely, continue your diligent cultivation, and bring honor to the Academy. With solemnity, the president presented the box to Lin Yu, who accepted it with trembling hands, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. This ancient soul bone was procured by the Academy during a perilous expedition. The president's voice brimmed with emotion as he spoke of its formidable power, capable of significantly elevating your strength. This embodies the Academy's expectations, urging you to cherish this honor, strive relentlessly, and aspire towards loftier goals. Once more, the president extended the box to Lin Yu, who carefully took it, as if cradling the hopes of the entire world. The Shrek 7 monsters gazed excitedly at the cleansing elixir and the Millennium Soul Bone, their hearts brimming with gratitude and exhilaration. They were acutely aware of the rarity of these rewards and recognized them as the fruits of their arduous endeavors. Lin Yu, representing the Shrek 7, stepped forward and bowed deeply to the dean, conveying his heartfelt thanks. We shall not betray the Academy's expectations. We will continue to strive for excellence and fight for the honor of our institution. His voice resonated with unwavering conviction across the plaza, and the determination in his eyes stirred deep emotions within all who beheld him. After the ceremony concluded, the Shrek 7 returned to their quarters, gathering in a circle to fervently discuss the application of the cleansing elixir and the Millennium Soul Bone. Zhou Ke calmly analyzed, the effects of the cleansing elixir are formidable, yet we must exercise caution in its usage. It is imperative that we prepare thoroughly and choose the opportune moment to consume it. As for the Millennium Soul Bone, we should allocate it judiciously based on each individual's martial spirit characteristics to maximize its efficacy. Wisdom sparkled in Zhu's gaze, her words plunging the group into contemplative silence. Lei, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Indeed, this is a significant opportunity for us. We must seize it and strengthen ourselves." Fire ignited in Lei's eyes, and his fists clenched tightly, as if he could hardly wait to utilize these rewards. Yin nodded in agreement, stating, "We should first examine the attributes of the Millennium Soul Bone to determine its most suitable recipient. Then, we can deliberate together on the timing of the cleansing elixir's usage." The flames of his martial spirit flickered eagerly beside him, mirroring his excitement for the rewards. Shueishin spoke gently, "We must use these rewards with prudence, ensuring that we do not squander their potential." The soft glow of her water-based martial spirit emanated tranquility, her words flowing like a clear spring, calming the group's spirits. Lin Yu smiled, saying, "I will remain ready to heal everyone, ensuring safety during the utilization of these rewards." Her healing aura enveloped her, instilling a sense of reassurance among her companions. Fengqi urged swiftly, "We must make our decisions promptly. We cannot allow these rewards to languish unused." His vibrant speed martial spirit underscored his words, imparting a sense of urgency to the group. Yanming spoke with steadfastness. "We must unite and face the challenges that come with using these rewards together." His strength martial spirit radiated unwavering resolve, bolstering the confidence of his comrades. After thorough discussion and analysis, the Shrek 7 ultimately decided to bestow the Millennium Soul Bone upon Ziyue, as her martial spirit characteristics aligned seamlessly with the Soul Bone, allowing her to harness its full potential. As she accepted the Soul Bone, a resolute light shone in Ziyue's eyes. She understood the weight of her responsibility and was determined to wield the Soul Bone wisely to enhance her strength and contribute significantly to the team. Meanwhile, the cleansing elixir was entrusted to Lin Yu. His pivotal role within the team made his enhancement crucial for the entire Shrek 7. With solemnity, Lin Yu accepted the cleansing elixir, his heart filled with gratitude and resolve. He understood that this essence cleansing pill would bring about profound transformations in his life, necessitating his utmost preparation to embrace this metamorphosis. They began to devise a meticulous plan, aiming to fully exploit the essence cleansing pill and the eternal soul bone to enhance their strength. They diligently perused a plethora of texts and materials to comprehend the characteristics and methods of utilizing the essence cleansing pill and the eternal soul bone. Additionally, they sought counsel from the Academy's instructors, valuing their insights and recommendations. In the days that followed, the Shrek 7 monsters devoted themselves to rigorous training while patiently awaiting the opportune moment to employ the essence cleansing pill and the eternal soul bone. They recognized that this reward would unlock a new chapter in their future, one that would present them with a multitude of challenges and opportunities. Chapter 20. The Essence Cleansing Pill. Lin Yu held the essence cleansing pill in his possession, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The pill was delicately placed within an exquisite jade box, and each time his gaze fell upon this box, a surge of indescribable emotions welled up within him. He was acutely aware of the pill's rarity, a testament to the Academy's high regard for the Shrek 7 monsters' remarkable performance in the competition, and a pivotal key to their future growth. Simultaneously, he understood that consuming it would entail significant risks and opportunities, for such a powerful treasure inherently carried uncertainties. On a tranquil night, Lin Yu ventured alone to a secluded spot within the Academy. The moonlight cascaded like water, gently enveloping him in a silvery veil. The surrounding trees swayed lightly in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound, as if silently encouraging his decision. Standing in an open expanse of grass, he inhaled deeply, the air fragrant with the scent of fresh grass and the serenity of the night. He slowly retrieved the essence cleansing pill, which radiated a mysterious glow under the moonlight, akin to the most resplendent star in the night sky. Gazing at the essence cleansing pill, his eyes were filled with determination and resolve. After a brief moment, he resolutely placed it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, unleashing a powerful force that surged through his being. Lin Yu felt as though his body was enveloped in a blazing inferno, every inch of his skin ablaze. The heat coursed from his throat throughout his entire body, making him feel as if he were ensconced in a roaring furnace. He gritted his teeth, striving to endure the excruciating pain. Waves of agony crashed over him, each assault causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and dripping onto the grass below. Yet, his gaze remained steadfast, devoid of any sign of retreat. At this moment, Lin Yu was filled with both trepidation for the unknown and an insatiable yearning for immense power. He repeatedly reminded himself to persevere. This was an opportunity to ascend to a higher realm that he could not afford to miss. He recalled the arduous challenges he had faced alongside the Shrek 7 monsters and the trust and expectations his comrades had placed in him, a responsibility that further solidified his conviction. He understood that the essence cleansing pill was at work, profoundly transforming his body. This transformation resembled a tempest sweeping through him, reshaping every cell within. Lin Yu could distinctly perceive the crackling of his bones, as if undergoing a profound rebirth. His muscles were incessantly contracting and relaxing, seemingly adapting to newfound vigor. As time elapsed, the pain gradually diminished, replaced by an ineffable sensation of elation. He felt as though his body had been infused with renewed vitality, every cell rejoicing in exuberance. The surge of soul power within him was palpable, more robust and purer than ever before. This essence coursed through his meridians like a roaring river, teeming with life and strength. Under the influence of the cleansing elixir, Lin Yu's body began to expel dark impurities, emitting a pungent odor that resembled years of accumulated grime. A layer of black filth surfaced on his skin, flowing out with his sweat. He understood that this was the elixir's way of purifying his essence and bones, eradicating impurities and enhancing his constitution. Observing the black residue on his body, he was filled with a sense of reflection, realizing this was his inaugural step towards a higher realm. His senses sharpened significantly. He could hear the distant rustle of falling leaves and detect the subtle fragrance of blossoms in the air. His vision became clearer, enabling him to see the delicate glimmer of distant stars in the night sky. It felt as though his body melded with the surrounding environment, allowing him to sense every gentle gust of wind and the warmth of each sunbeam. Moreover, his physical strength had been vastly amplified. When he gently clenched his fist, he could feel the immense power coiled within his arms. Attempting to strike a nearby boulder with his fist, he was astonished to see cracks instantly appear. Staring at his own fist in disbelief, he could hardly fathom the extent of his newfound strength. His skin had become smooth and delicate, akin to that of an infant. His body felt lighter, as if it could dance with the breeze. During the purification process, Lin Yu could keenly sense his blood accelerating, akin to a surging river. Each drop seemed imbued with renewed vitality, traversing his body with potent energy. His heart pulsed with greater force, each beat resonating like a war drum, producing a deep, powerful sound. This vigorous heartbeat made Lin Yu acutely aware of the robust essence of life within him, as if his body was undergoing a transformative metamorphosis from the inside out. His bones were also undergoing remarkable changes. Once rigid, they had become more resilient, as though forged from the hardest steel. Each bone radiated a mysterious glow, narrating the tale of its newfound strength. Lin Yu could feel the marrow within his bones continuously renewing and fortifying, providing an unceasing source of energy for his body. This energy not only rendered him physically stronger, but also enriched his soul power. His muscle fibers were incessantly reorganizing and reinforcing. Each muscle became firmer, brimming with elasticity. As they contracted and expanded, they unleashed formidable strength. Lin Yu sensed his body becoming more agile, capable of executing swifter movements. His body seemed to transform into a finely tuned machine, with each component synchronizing perfectly to unleash its utmost efficiency. After a long night, when the first rays of dawn illuminated Lin Yu, he slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, he appeared to be reborn, his gaze shimmering with newfound confidence. He stood up, acutely aware of the changes within him. With a gentle flourish of the blue-silver grass in his hand, it danced through the air like a nimble serpent, exhibiting a remarkable enhancement in both speed and strength. The blue-silver grass traced elegant arcs in the sky, as if showcasing its newfound power. Lin Yu's heart brimmed with joy. The effects of the cleansing elixir surpassed all his expectations. However, he understood that this was merely a new beginning. Although his strength had surged, countless challenges still lay ahead. He must diligently cultivate and continuously elevate his abilities to establish himself in this perilous world. Gazing at the distant sky, his heart swelled with determination. He recognized that his journey was just beginning, yet he possessed the confidence and courage to confront any challenge. Returning to the residence of the Shrek 7 monsters, Lin Yu shared his transformation with his companions. They rejoiced for him, marveling at the miraculous effects of the cleansing elixir. They gathered around Lin Yu, observing his changes with keen interest. Thunder Shadow patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and remarked, "Brother, you have grown stronger. Together, the Shrek 7 monsters shall become even more formidable." Sunblaze nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we must strive together to become stronger." Waterheart gazed at Lin Yu with warmth, stating, "Lin Yu, make good use of this power and fight for our shared goals." Spirit Healer smiled, saying, "With me around, there's no need to worry about injuries. We shall advance together." Wind Chaser spoke rapidly, "Our speed will increase, making it impossible for our foes to catch us." Rockmite spoke with gravitas, "We are a team. With your enhancement, our confidence will soar." Purple Delight calmly analyzed, "Lin Yu's advancement presents us with a splendid opportunity. We must devise new strategies to better harness our strengths." They understood that with Lin Yu's newfound prowess, the Shrek 7 monsters would emerge even stronger, ready to face greater challenges. In the days that followed, Lin Yu persisted in his rigorous training, continually solidifying his strength. He dedicated substantial time each day to cultivating his soul power and mastering the control of the blue-silver grass martial spirit. He engaged in practical combat training with his companions, honing his battle skills. Their figures became a vibrant spectacle at Shrek Academy, capturing the attention of countless students. Their tales spread throughout the academy, serving as an exemplar for all. Chapter 21, Cultivation. Since consuming the cleansing elixir, a powerful force surged within Lin Yu, making him acutely aware that he had encountered a significant opportunity. Filled with anticipation and resolve, he hurried back to his dormitory, eager to immerse himself in intense training. Within the dormitory, a serene atmosphere seemed shrouded in a veil of mystery. Sunlight filtered through the cracks of the window, casting golden beams that infused the small space with a sacred ambience. Lin Yu sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, breathing steadily and deeply. His posture was as steadfast as a statue, each breath seemingly communicating with the universe, drawing energy from the surroundings. The blue-silver grass spirit swayed gently beside him, its slender blades emanating a mysterious glow. It appeared to possess life, breathing and growing in harmony with Lin Yu. His consciousness was wholly immersed in his internal world, savoring the soul power that had become more robust and pure after the baptism of the washing marrow pill. He felt as if he were swimming in a vast ocean, the soul power crashing against his body and spirit like surging waves. The days of cultivation were arduous and monotonous. Lin Yu dedicated countless hours each day to regulate his breathing, guiding the soul power in a cycle within his body. Often, his physique would succumb to exhaustion from excessive training, muscles aching, and his mind drifting into a haze. Yet, a steadfast belief resided in his heart. He understood that only through relentless effort could he establish himself in this challenging world. Whenever fatigue overcame him, he would recall the shared goal of the Shrek 7 monsters, the trust and expectations his companions held for him. Those warm memories ignited a flame within him, rekindling his fighting spirit. Time flowed like sand through an hourglass. Lin Yu resembled a parched sponge, fervently absorbing the soul power around him. His body transformed into a colossal furnace, continuously refining these energies, converting them into his own strength. Throughout his training, Lin Yu consistently pushed his limits. He endeavored to draw in greater amounts of soul power, experiencing the simultaneous agony and ecstasy of his body being filled to capacity. He also relentlessly explored the mysteries of the blue-silver grass spirit, attempting to forge new skills and strategies. On one occasion, Lin Yu fell into a wondrous state during his practice. It was as if he had entered a mysterious realm, engulfed in endless darkness, with only the blue-silver grass casting a faint glow. Lin Yu's consciousness became intricately linked with the grass. He could perceive the breath and pulse of each blade. Suddenly, the blue-silver grass began to grow wildly, extending like tentacles into the abyss, exploring this enigmatic space. A surge of curiosity welled up within Lin Yu, compelling him to follow the grass's lead and uncover the secrets hidden within this realm. As the blue-silver grass continued to flourish, Lin Yu discerned that this space was seemingly saturated with boundless soul power. This power wafted through the air like mist, imparting an overwhelming sense of comfort and joy. Lin Yu greedily absorbed this soul power, his body morphing into a colossal vortex, drawing in all the surrounding energies. In this process, his strength escalated, and his soul power grew increasingly robust and pure. However, this space harbored more than just soul power. From the depths of the darkness, Lin Yu sensed a formidable force stirring. This power was laden with mystery and danger, instilling in him a profound unease. Lin Yu resolved to cautiously investigate the source of this force, eager to unveil its true nature. He deftly maneuvered the blue-silver grass, advancing into the depths of the shadows. As he delved deeper, the force grew increasingly potent, rendering his breath labored. Yet, Lin Yu did not flinch. He understood that only by bravely confronting this challenge could he truly enhance his prowess. At last, he arrived at the source of this power, a colossal sphere of light radiating a blinding brilliance. Lin Yu could sense the immeasurable soul energy contained within the sphere, a force that instilled both awe and trepidation within him. Momentarily hesitant, he pondered whether to approach this luminous orb. Ultimately, he resolved to face the challenge with courage. Gradually, Lin Yu approached the sphere, feeling the immense pressure it emanated. However, he did not waver. Instead, he resolutely extended his hand to touch the orb. Instantly, a tremendous surge of power flooded into his body, as though his very being were on the verge of being torn asunder. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu endeavored to withstand this overwhelming force. He recognized this as his opportunity for growth, one he could not afford to miss. After enduring a painful struggle, Lin Yu successfully absorbed the power from the sphere. His strength underwent a significant enhancement, and his soul energy became more robust and pure. Upon emerging from this enigmatic realm, he discovered himself transformed, imbued with newfound strength. Lin Yu's heart swelled with joy and confidence, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. He resolved to continue his rigorous training, striving for the future of the Shrek 7 Devils and his own dreams. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Lin Yu scarcely stepped outside his dormitory, fully immersed in the world of cultivation, oblivious to the outside realm. His existence revolved solely around training, resting, and contemplation. Each training session represented a challenge to his limits, and every breakthrough symbolized a glimmer of hope for the future. Finally, on a tranquil morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, gracing Lin Yu's face. He slowly opened his eyes, and in that moment, his gaze sparkled with a radiant brilliance, reminiscent of the most resplendent stars in the night sky. A joyful smile illuminated his face, a reflection of profound satisfaction and pride from within. After a month of diligent training, he had successfully ascended to level 35. Feeling the powerful soul energy coursing through him, Lin Yu rose, stretching his body. He could distinctly sense a qualitative leap in his strength. Under his command, the blue-silver grass became more agile and formidable, capable of extending swiftly to ensnare distant objects or hardening like iron to withstand enemy assaults. Filled with confidence, Lin Yu recognized that he had grown significantly stronger. He understood that this was merely a new beginning. A long journey lay ahead, with countless challenges awaiting him. Yet, he faced them unafraid, bolstered by the support of his companions and his unwavering conviction. Stepping out of his dormitory, he basked in the warmth of the sunlight. A gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a refreshing essence. Lin Yu gazed upwards at the vast blue sky, which seemed to beckon him, inviting him to explore a broader world. Chapter 22. The Mission. After successfully reaching level 35, Lin Yu did not linger in joy for long. He is acutely aware that in this fiercely competitive and challenging world, one cannot afford to relax for even a moment. The reputation of the Shrek 7 monsters has already spread throughout the academy, making them the object of envy and admiration from many students. However, this also signifies that they will encounter greater challenges and pressures. One day, the academy announced a new mission. It was said that a formidable evil force had emerged in a distant, mysterious land, threatening the surrounding towns and villages. Consequently, the academy decided to dispatch an elite team to investigate and resolve the situation, with the Shrek 7 monsters naturally being the prime candidates. Upon receiving the task, Lin Yu and his companions immediately began their preparations. They gathered in their dormitory, discussing the details of the mission and their strategies for coping with it. This mission does not appear to be trivial. We must be thoroughly prepared, Zhou Ke analyzed calmly. Her gem-like, radiant eyes sparkled with wisdom, while her slightly furrowed brow revealed her concerns and deep contemplation regarding the mission. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, exuding a mysterious sheen under the soft light. The atmosphere in the dormitory was tense and serious, with everyone listening intently to Zhou Ke's words, as though her analysis served as their guiding light. Indeed, we cannot afford to be complacent. That evil force may be exceedingly powerful. We must proceed with caution. Lin Yu concurred, nodding in agreement. He clenched his fists, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination. Lin Yu stood tall like a pine, his countenance resolute and composed, akin to an unshakable mountain. His blue-silver grass martial spirit swayed gently beside him, seemingly echoing the fighting spirit within his heart. Liang rubbed his fists together eagerly, exclaiming, "This is perfect. We can test the fruits of our training during this time." His eyes burned with fervor, as if he could hardly wait to embrace this challenge. Liang's physique radiated strength, his muscles taut, ready to unleash immense power at any moment. His hair stood on end like flames, exuding a fiery aura. Yinyang, Shueixin, Lingyu, Fengqi, and Yinming also expressed their commitment to give their all in the mission. Confidence and courage illuminated their faces, as if nothing could hinder their forward momentum. Yinyang's flame martial spirit flickered beside him, resembling a raging inferno, radiating formidable heat. Shueixin's water martial spirit flowed gently, rippling through the air, imparting a sense of tranquility and comfort. Lingyu's healing powers enveloped her, emanating a soft glow, as if capable of mending all wounds. Fengqi's speed martial spirit made him akin to lightning, poised to showcase his advantages in battle. Yinming stood firm like a towering mountain, exuding stability and assurance. They began to organize their gear, preparing various medicines and tools. Lingyu meticulously inspected her healing instruments, ensuring they would function effectively at critical moments. Her gaze was focused and earnest, the herbs in her hands releasing a faint, pleasant fragrance. Lingyu's movements were gentle and delicate, as if she were cherishing a precious treasure. Her long hair was tied in a simple ponytail, swaying lightly with her actions. A warm smile adorned her face, instilling a sense of peace in those around her. As the wind raced by, it meticulously adjusted its speed equipment, preparing to leverage its advantages in battle. Its movements were swift and agile, akin to a flash of lightning streaking through the air. With a gaze that was both focused and piercing, The wind's body resembled that of a cheetah, brimming with explosive power. Its short hair fluttered gently in the breeze, enhancing its spirited demeanor. Chapter 23. Departure. Prior to their journey, the Academy's instructors bid them farewell. The principal, with a weighty tone, expressed, "This mission is fraught with peril, yet I have faith in your abilities to succeed. Remember to unite, cooperate, and showcase the true strength of the Shrek 7 monsters." The principal's eyes radiated expectation and trust, stirring a warm current within the hearts of the Shrek 7. Standing tall and imposing, the principal's robe billowed in the wind, reminiscent of a sage guiding them towards their destined path. The Shrek 7 nodded solemnly, embarking on their journey to the mysterious land, bearing the Academy's hopes and their own mission. As they drew closer to the enigmatic realm, the surroundings grew increasingly bizarre. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, resembling a heavy black curtain draped over the earth. The clouds churned ominously, intermittently illuminated by violet flashes of lightning, as if foreshadowing an impending storm. The violet sparks pierced the darkened sky like swords, instilling fear within their hearts. In the distance, the mountains loomed through the haze, akin to silent giants exuding an aura of mystery and danger. Their outlines were shrouded in ambiguity, as if cloaked by an enigmatic force that weighed heavily upon them. As though invisible hands were constricting their throats, trees along the roadside twisted their branches, clawing at the sky, seemingly narrating the unrest of this land. The wind howled through the woods, producing eerie sounds akin to ghostly whispers. The leaves trembled in the breeze, as if terrified of some unseen presence. The wind's voice echoed like a call of death, sending chills down their spines. The branches swayed like contorted arms, seemingly issuing warnings to them. At last, they reached the threshold of the mysterious land. An ominous atmosphere enveloped the area, instilling a sense of dread. A thin layer of mist blanketed the ground, resembling a ghostly veil drifting slowly. Within the fog, strange shadows flickered, filling their hearts with trepidation. Lin Yu took a deep breath, gripping his weapon tightly, ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead. His gaze was resolute and brave, as if nothing could impede his stride. They cautiously stepped into the enigmatic realm, each movement imbued with vigilance. The environment was exceedingly strange, permeated with darkness and peculiar sounds. The ground beneath their feet seemed devoid of vitality, becoming hard and cold. With each step, a chill ascended from the earth, spreading throughout their bodies. This icy sensation felt like a breath from the abyss, instilling despair. The walls around them were etched with bizarre symbols and patterns, emanating an ancient and mysterious power. These inscriptions seemed to recount a distant tale, invoking a sense of reverence within them. The mysterious force enveloped them in a suffocating grip, as if invisible hands were tightly constricting their throats. A foul stench pervaded the air, inducing a wave of nausea. This odor seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, saturated with the essence of death and despair. The members of the Shrek 7 huddled closely together, poised to confront any impending peril. Their eyes gleamed with vigilance, weapons firmly grasped, as they braced themselves for a battle of life and death. With each step deeper into the abyss, the malevolent power intensified. They could sense the oppressive atmosphere, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing their every move. From the shadows, low, rumbling growls echoed, reminiscent of demons from the underworld raging in wrath. The sound was steeped in fury and hatred, instilling a profound sense of dread within their hearts. It felt like a harbinger of death, sending shivers down their spines. "Be cautious, that wicked force lurks nearby," Lin Yu whispered, his gaze sharp with alertness. The blue-silver grass in his hand swayed gently, seemingly attuned to the surrounding energies. His voice resonated with a deep, reassuring strength. The blue-silver grass spirit danced around them, serving as a protective guardian. The Shrek 7 heightened their vigilance, their eyes brimming with determination and valor. They understood that this battle would pose a formidable challenge, yet they harbored no fear, for they were the Shrek 7. Fortified by unwavering faith and dauntless courage, they believed that as long as they stood united and worked in harmony, they could triumph over evil and fulfill their mission. Proceeding with caution, each step was laden with alertness. The environment grew increasingly eerie, with darkness concealing countless perils. The symbols and patterns on the walls became more intricate, emanating an even more enigmatic power, which weighed heavily upon them, as if an unseen force were constricting their throats. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth from the darkness, lunging towards them. The Shrek 7 reacted swiftly, raising their weapons in readiness to confront the onslaught. The shadow moved with blinding speed, akin to lightning, making it elusive. Lin Yu swiftly unleashed the blue-silver grass, attempting to ensnare the shadow. The grass, like a serpent, writhed in the air, seeking to entangle the dark figure. With a roar, the shadow vanished into the blackness. The Shrek 7 remained vigilant, eyes scanning their surroundings, ever prepared for another assault. Their expressions reflected a steadfast resolve, weapons gripped tightly, as they awaited the next life-or-death encounter. At that moment, a multitude of beams of light suddenly erupted from the surrounding walls, surging toward them. The Shrek 7 deftly evaded, while simultaneously summoning their spirits to counter the attack. The beams sliced through the air like swords, evoking a sense of trepidation. Lin Yu's blue-silver grass spirit swirled around them, forming a robust defensive barrier against the oncoming light. Zhou Ke, calm and composed, analyzed the situation with a glimmer of wisdom in her eyes. She swiftly directed her comrades, coordinating their efforts to confront the impending assault. Under the guidance of Zhou Ke, the Shrek 7 monsters worked in close coordination, leveraging their individual strengths to gradually withstand the onslaught of light. After an intense battle, they finally succeeded in repelling the attack. Breathing heavily, their eyes were filled with exhaustion, yet they shone with unwavering determination and courage. They understood that this confrontation was merely the beginning, with further challenges awaiting them. Chapter 24. The Battle Against the Source of Evil. Deep within the cave, they ultimately discovered the source of that malevolent power. It was a colossal black sphere, emanating an overwhelming aura of evil. Surrounding the black sphere were bizarre creatures, each with unique forms, some resembling gigantic spiders, others fierce beasts, instilling fear in their hearts. Standing before the immense black sphere, the Shrek 7 monsters felt the formidable evil force crashing against their bodies and minds like a relentless tide. The air in the cave seemed to thicken with this darkness, making it almost impossible to breathe. Dim light trickled down through the crevices above, yet it failed to penetrate the inky blackness, merely outlining the eerie silhouette of the sphere. Lin Yu gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze revealing resolute determination. His blue-silver grass spirit swayed gently beside him, as if preparing for the impending battle. Each strand of blue-silver grass radiated a mysterious glow, akin to vigilant guardians. Be cautious, the power of this source of evil is formidable. We must give it our all. Lin Yu's voice resonated steadily in the stillness of the cave, offering a sliver of reassurance to his companions. Zhou Ke observed the black sphere calmly, her mind racing to analyze potential strategies. Her eyes were sharp and discerning, missing no detail. A faint, almost imperceptible glow seemed to ripple across the surface of the sphere, exuding an unsettling aura. We cannot attack blindly. We must seek out its weaknesses. The glimmer of wisdom in her gaze shone like a lighthouse in the darkness, guiding them forward. Thunder Shadow crackled with electric energy, eager to unleash his power. His eyes blazed with fervor, resembling a raging inferno. Whatever its weaknesses may be, let's bombard it with a storm of lightning first. With that, he raised his hands high, purple lightning gathering in his palms like an impending tempest. The electric force intensified, ionizing the surrounding air with a sizzling sound. Flames from Yin Yang's fire spirit blazed brightly, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. The fire danced around him like jubilant sprites. Indeed, let us show it our might with fire and lightning. He thrust his hands forward, and the searing flames surged forth like a roaring dragon, charging at the black sphere. As the flames passed, the air twisted and crackled with the heat. At the same moment, Thunder Shadow unleashed his lightning, the violet arcs slicing through the darkness, racing towards the source of evil alongside the flames. However, when the fire and lightning struck the black sphere, they vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the depths of the sea. The black sphere quivered slightly, and then a more formidable malevolent force rebounded, causing the Shrek 7 monsters to stagger backward. This is bad. It seems the source of this evil can absorb our attacks and reflect them back, Shui Xian exclaimed. Her water-type martial soul rippled around her, resembling gentle flowing water. Concern filled her eyes, yet she did not waver. We must proceed with caution. We cannot allow it to counter our assaults any longer. Ling Yu promptly unleashed her healing powers to tend to her injured companions. A soft glow emanated from her hands as she gently touched their wounds. Everyone, be careful not to be harmed by the rebounding force. Her voice, tender yet resolute, enveloped them in warmth and reassurance. Feng Qi darted through the cave like a flash of lightning, seeking the weaknesses of the malignant source. His speed was dazzling, and his gaze was intensely focused, leaving no potential flaw unexamined. Let me see if there are any vulnerabilities in this creature. Yin Ming stood resolutely like a towering mountain before his comrades, bracing against the onslaught of the dark power. His body was as unyielding as steel, each muscle brimming with strength. Do not panic. We shall surely find a way to conquer it. His steady and powerful voice instilled confidence in the group. The Shrek 7 monsters once again gathered to deliberate their strategy. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou declared, "We can no longer rely on conventional attacks. We must devise a means to breach its defenses." Her eyes were filled with contemplation as her mind analyzed various possibilities. Lin Yu nodded, Perhaps we could attempt a combined assault, concentrating our powers together. Hope sparkled in his eyes, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. The others voiced their agreement, and thus they began to adjust their tactics. Lin Yu's blue-silver grass launched first, coiling around the black sphere like a graceful serpent, attempting to restrict its movements. The grass danced through the air like beautiful ribbons, each strand infused with strength, tightly entwining the dark orb. Ziyu took charge of coordinating their attack rhythm, ensuring that each individual could unleash their power at the optimal moment. Her voice rang out clear and firm, akin to a battlefield commander. Laying, once the blue-silver grass restrains its movement, unleash your lightning. Yin-yang, prepare your flames to strike after the lightning. Shui Xin, be ready to use your water powers to cool them down and prevent excessive energy depletion. Lingyu, monitor everyone's condition and heal as necessary. Fengqi, look for an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Yin Meng, continue to stand firm and withstand the onslaught of the evil force. Laying released his lightning once more, this time concentrating its energy at a single point, aiming at a specific part of the black sphere. The purple lightning shimmered like a sharp sword, emanating powerful energy. As the lightning intensified, the surrounding air became ionized, crackling with a sizzling sound. Yin-yang synchronized with him, gathering the fiery power in the same location. The flames danced in his hands like a miniature sun. Focus illuminated Yin-yang's eyes as he skillfully controlled the intensity of the fire. In pivotal moments, the water heart unleashes its aqueous powers, tempering the ferocity of lightning and flames, preventing their excessive consumption. The water flows gently, enveloping the tempestuous elements with a soothing caress. The gaze of the water heart radiates tenderness, as its watery essence provides crucial support to its companions. The spirit healer remains vigilant, attuned to the well-being of her allies. The instant any of them suffers harm, she immediately manifests her healing prowess. Her hands emanate a gentle luminescence, reminiscent of angelic wings. The concern in the spirit healer's eyes is palpable, her healing abilities fortifying her companions with unwavering support. The wind chaser scours the surroundings for an opportune moment, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the malevolent source. His speed rivals that of lightning itself, and his focus is unwavering, leaving no potential opportunity unnoticed. The Rock Guardian steadfastly holds the front line, braving the onslaught of dark forces. His physique is as unyielding as steel, every muscle infused with strength. The determination reflected in the Rock Guardian's eyes fortifies the defensive line for his comrades. As the combined assault of the Shrek 7 intensifies, cracks begin to manifest in the obsidian sphere. The dark power wanes gradually, yet it refuses to surrender easily, continuing its fierce resistance. The surface of the sphere flickers with erratic light, as if engaged in a final struggle. Just a bit more effort, and we shall triumph, Lin Yu exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. His voice resonated with strength, inspiring his comrades to persevere. The Shrek 7 redoubled their efforts, their collective strength surging like a tumultuous tide, relentlessly battering the dark sphere. Each member summoned their utmost potential, uniting their powers in a harmonious assault. The blue-silver grass entwined tightly around the sphere, while lightning and flames relentlessly assailed the fissures. With the water powers cooling their fervor, the healing energies bolstering their allies, the wind chaser seeking opportunities, and the rock guardian steadfastly guarding the line. At last, through their unwavering collaboration, the obsidian sphere shattered with a resounding crash, and the malignant force dissipated in its wake. A brilliant light erupted within the cavern, as if celebrating their hard-fought victory. With the malevolent presence eradicated, tranquility returned to the cave, and the air became crisp and refreshing. Exhausted, the Shrek 7 sank to the ground, their faces illuminated by victorious smiles. Their garments soaked with sweat and their faces dusted, yet their eyes shone with joy and pride. They understood that although the battle had been arduous, their unity and courage had ultimately triumphed over evil. Emerging from the cave, sunlight cascaded upon them like a golden waterfall, bestowing warmth and hope. The gentle rays kissed their faces, allowing them to savor the beauty of life. The Shrek 7 recognized that their adventure would continue, yet they stood ready to embrace new challenges. They believed that as long as they remained united, no obstacle could hinder their progress. Chapter 25, the battle concludes. After vanquishing the malevolent source, the Shrek 7, weary yet triumphant, slowly exited the cave. The sunlight enveloped them, draping them in warmth and optimism. The resplendent light seemed to be nature's commendation for them, allowing them to appreciate the beauty and preciousness of life after enduring a harrowing battle. They stood at the cave's entrance, gazing at the distant scenery, their hearts brimming with emotion. The undulating mountains, bathed in sunlight, appeared particularly magnificent, while the verdant trees stood as guardians of this tranquil land. A gentle breeze caressed them, carrying the fresh scent of flowers and grass, instilling a sense of serenity. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, savoring the invigorating air as it flowed through his lungs. "We have finally succeeded," he declared, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet predominantly filled with joy and pride. A resolute glimmer sparkled in his eyes, as if proclaiming to the world their invincibility. The blue-silver grass martial spirit swayed gently beside him, seemingly celebrating their victory. Ziyu nodded slightly, a look of contentment gracing her face. The wisdom radiating from her beautiful eyes resembled the most brilliant stars in the night sky. "This battle has united us further and illuminated the strength of teamwork," she articulated, her voice tender yet firm, evoking a sense of reassurance. Her long hair danced in the breeze, exuding an air of mystery. Laying stretched his body, emitting a series of crackling sounds, his face alight with excitement, as if he had just participated in a grand revelry. "Haha, that was truly exhilarating. Though I am utterly exhausted now." His lightning martial spirit flickered around him, narrating the tale of his formidable strength. His gaze was filled with fighting spirit, perpetually poised for the next challenge. Yin Yang observed his hands, the flames of his martial spirit having subsided. A hint of weariness graced his eyes, yet anticipation for the future predominated. "We should take a proper rest to recuperate," he stated, his voice steady and powerful, instilling comfort. His flame spirit seemed to embody his inner fire, an eternal blaze that would never extinguish. Shui Xian gently interjected, "Indeed, everyone is injured and needs proper care." Her water martial spirit rippled beside her, akin to gentle streams, bestowing coolness and comfort upon all. Concern radiated from her eyes, her tenderness akin to a spring breeze, enveloping them in warmth. Ling Yu immediately exerted her healing powers to tend to their wounds, her hands emanating a soft glow as she delicately touched each individual. That light resembled angelic wings, bringing hope and strength to everyone. Feng Qi quietly observed the group, his gaze resolute. His speed martial spirit rendered him as free as the wind, always ready to provide assistance. "We must remain vigilant. There may be other dangers awaiting us," he warned, his voice clear and strong, heightening their alertness. Yin Ming affirmed, "Feng Qi is right. We must stay on guard. But for now, let us find a place to rest." His power martial spirit made him resemble a towering mountain, imparting a sense of security. His eyes were filled with determination, fostering trust that he could lead them to victory. They traversed the mountain path and discovered a serene spot. In this serene sanctuary, where crystal-clear streams meander through dense woods, the Shrek 7 sat down to recuperate. Ling Yu continued to tend to their wounds, her healing powers swiftly mending their injuries. A gentle radiance enveloped them, akin to the wellspring of life, infusing them with renewed vitality. Waterheart, utilizing her water-based martial spirit, bestowed a refreshing sensation upon the group, alleviating their fatigue. Her aqueous essence flowed gracefully around them, offering comfort and relaxation. During their respite, they began to reflect on the recent battle. Lin Yu remarked, "This encounter has imparted invaluable lessons. We must relentlessly enhance our strength to confront future challenges." His gaze was contemplative, as if he were distilling the experiences and lessons learned from combat. The blue-silver grass martial spirit at his side swayed gently, as if attuned to his musings. Ziyu nodded in agreement, asserting, "We must also cultivate greater unity. Only by standing together can we triumph over formidable foes." Her voice was soft yet resolute, instilling a sense of reassurance. Her long hair danced in the breeze, exuding an aura of mystery. Lei Ying, brandishing a fist, declared, "Next time we face an adversary, we shall fight even more splendidly." His eyes sparkled with determination, eager to embrace the next challenge. The lightning spirit beside him flickered, seemingly cheering him on. Yin Yang, Waterheart, Windchase, and Yinming also pledged to strive harder and elevate their abilities. Their eyes shone with unwavering resolve, instilling faith that they would achieve their aspirations. After a period of rest, the Shrek 7 regained their strength and tended to their wounds. They rose, prepared to forge ahead, as sunlight bathed them in a golden glow, as if bidding them farewell. Chapter 26, The Return and Its Rewards. After a long and arduous journey, the Shrek 7 finally returned to Shrek Academy. The moment their figures emerged, a jubilant uproar erupted among the faculty and students. Sunlight enveloped them, draping them in a radiant golden sheen. The Academy Square had already gathered a multitude of eager faces, who welcomed the Shrek 7's return with thunderous applause and cheers. The clamor resonated like thunder, and the cheers surged like ocean waves, enveloping the entire square in a joyous atmosphere. The principal approached personally, his eyes brimming with pride and admiration. His stature was commanding, and his robe billowed gently in the breeze, exuding an air of authority and wisdom. "You are the pride of this academy. Your courage and resilience have brought honor to our school. The principal's voice resonated with solemnity, echoing throughout the square, each word striking the hearts of those present like a hammer. Standing at the center of the square, the Shrek 7 radiated pride and elation. Their garments, though somewhat tattered and bearing the marks of battle, were overshadowed by their unwavering gazes, which seemed to recount their legendary tale. They understood that their efforts and sacrifices had been duly acknowledged. In recognition of the Shrek 7's extraordinary performance, the Academy resolved to bestow upon them generous rewards. Each individual was bestowed with a singular upgrade elixir, which upon consumption could elevate one's prowess by 2 levels. When the dean unveiled the upgrade elixirs, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. These elixirs emanated a mysterious radiance, akin to resplendent gemstones. Each one was smooth and round, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to encapsulate the secrets of the universe. A subtle fragrance wafted from the elixirs, refreshing the spirit and invigorating the mind. The luminous glow shimmered under the sunlight, as if showcasing its formidable power. The dean presented the upgrade elixirs to the Shrek 7 devils in succession. Lin Yu accepted his elixir, his heart brimming with gratitude and exhilaration. He scrutinized the upgrade elixir in his hand, feeling the immense power it contained. It radiated warmth against his palm, resonating harmoniously with his being. This comforting sensation ignited a flicker of hope within him, as he envisioned a stronger version of himself in the future. I hope you will utilize these upgrade elixirs wisely, continue your diligent training, and bring glory to our academy. The dean's words were laced with expectation. His gaze sparkled with trust and encouragement for the Shrek 7 devils, as if conveying that they were the academy's future and hope. The Shrek 7 devils nodded solemnly, fully aware of the value of this reward. They resolved to consume the upgrade elixirs at the opportune moment to enhance their strength. Determination and fighting spirit illuminated their eyes, as they seemed to declare to the world their commitment to forge ahead and continually challenge themselves. Upon returning to their dormitory, the Shrek 7 devils gathered together to discuss the methodology for using the upgrade elixirs. The effects of these elixirs are truly something to anticipate, Lang exclaimed excitedly. His gaze fixated on the elixir in his hand, as if it were a priceless treasure. A beaming smile adorned his face, as if he could already envision the manifestation of his enhanced abilities. We must exercise caution in our usage to ensure we achieve the maximum effect, Zhu calmly analyzed. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom as she contemplated how to optimize the elixir's effects. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, exuding an air of mystery. Indeed, we should prepare thoroughly before consuming the upgrade elixirs. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, his expression one of contemplation as he pondered the ideal timing for consumption. His blue-silver grass martial spirit swayed gently beside him, as if sharing in his anticipation for the forthcoming enhancement. They commenced crafting a detailed plan, aiming to consume the upgrade elixirs in their prime condition. They delved into a wealth of books and resources, seeking to understand the characteristics and methods of utilizing the elixirs. They discovered that the effects of the upgrade elixirs varied from person to person. Some could achieve a 2-level elevation, while others might only attain a single level or even experience no effect at all. To ensure the elixir's efficacy, they resolved to engage in a period of training beforehand, aligning their states for optimal results. In the library, they perused ancient tomes, searching for records pertaining to the upgrade elixirs. The books exuded a musty aroma, as if whispering tales of time past. They meticulously read each line, leaving no detail overlooked. They engaged in numerous attempts within the Academy's training chamber, experiencing the transformations that the enhancement elixir might bring. They sought counsel from the Academy's instructors, attentively absorbing their insights and recommendations. The teachers advised them to heed certain precautions when consuming the elixir. Firstly, it should be taken only when both physical and mental states are optimal, lest the elixir's efficacy be compromised. Secondly, following the consumption of the elixir, they must promptly engage in training to solidify their newfound prowess. Lastly, they were cautioned about the elixir's potential side effects. Although minimal, they should not be underestimated. The instructor's words shone like guiding beacons, illuminating the path for the Shrek 7 devils. They listened intently, committing every critical point to memory. They understood that only through meticulous preparation could they maximize the elixir's benefits. In the days that followed, the Shrek 7 devils diligently trained while awaiting the opportune moment. They dedicated substantial hours each day to honing their skills, enhancing their strength. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, they were already perspiring on the training grounds. Their silhouettes danced in the sunlight, as if engaging in a dialogue with nature. They exchanged insights on their training experiences, progressing together. Lang shared his comprehension of lightning power. Yin Yang articulated his mastery over the fire element, while Shui Xin imparted her knowledge of water manipulation. Their exchanges brimmed with enthusiasm and vitality, as if infusing one another with renewed vigor. At last, on a serene evening, the Shrek's 7 devils sensed that the time was ripe. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow. A soft breeze caressed the air, bringing a refreshing chill. They gathered in a circle, preparing to consume the enhancement elixir. Each face was alight with anticipation and trepidation, fully aware of the significance of this moment. Lin Yu was the first to grasp the elixir and place it in his mouth. It dissolved instantly, unleashing a surge of potent energy that radiated throughout his being. Lin Yu felt as if enveloped by a warm current, every cell rejoicing in jubilation. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the transformations within. The energy flowed through his meridians like a rushing river, as he sensed his soul power escalating and his body gradually transforming. The other members of the Shrek's 7 devils soon followed suit, consuming the enhancement elixir. Their bodies began to undergo changes. Some experienced overwhelming power, while others felt a newfound lightness. Each individual's experience was unique, yet they all recognized that the elixir was indeed working its magic. Yin Yang felt his fire element soul growing increasingly fervent, as if it were on the verge of igniting. A formidable heat radiated around him, deterring anyone from approaching. Shui Xian, on the other hand, sensed her water abilities becoming softer and more nurturing, as if capable of revitalizing all. Her eyes sparkled with a gentle light, seemingly bestowing life upon the world. In the ensuing hours, the Shrek's 7 devils commenced their training anew, solidifying their enhanced capabilities. Their dedication intensified. They were more resolute than ever. They understood that only through relentless self-improvement could they establish their footing in this challenging world. In the training room, they expended their sweat, continuously challenging their limits. Their figures danced within the confines of the room, as if engaging in a fierce contest with destiny. Their eyes radiated unwavering resolve and determination, suggesting that nothing could impede their forward march. Their presence became a striking spectacle within Shrek Academy, captivating the attention of countless students. Their tales spread throughout the academy, evolving into a source of inspiration for all. Observing their diligence and struggle, the students felt a surge of admiration and aspiration. They understood that, with the same tenacity as the Shrek 7, they too could fulfill their dreams. Chapter 27. The Consumption of the Upgrade Pill. On that tranquil night, Shrek Academy basked in serene quietude. The Shrek 7 retreated to their respective quarters, preparing to ingest the precious upgrade pill. Lin Yu sat in his room, the gentle moonlight streaming through the window, enveloping him in an aura of mystery. He delicately picked up the upgrade pill, his gaze filled with anticipation and resolve. Taking a deep breath, he slowly placed the pill in his mouth. It dissolved instantly, unleashing a powerful force that surged through his being. A warm current coursed from his throat to the entirety of his body, awakening every cell within him. His body trembled slightly as he endeavored to withstand this formidable energy. He could feel his soul power pulsating, akin to a tumultuous tide. In his mind, a vast expanse of starry sky emerged, each star symbolizing his latent potential. As the power of the upgrade pill intensified, those stars began to gleam brightly. Lin Yu closed his eyes, focusing his spirit to guide this energy within him. His blue-silver grass martial soul seemed to resonate with this force, gently swaying and emanating a mysterious glow. In that moment, Lin Yu's hair appeared even darker and more lustrous, gently swaying in the moonlight. His countenance radiated a steadfast brilliance, and his eyes sparkled with a depth of wisdom and courage. In another room, Ziyu sat quietly on her bed, gazing at the upgrade pill in her hand, her mind a whirl of contemplation. She understood the significance of this pill and the potential risks associated with its consumption. Yet, she felt no fear, for she had faith in her strength and determination. Gently, she placed the upgrade pill in her mouth, instantly sensing a cool sensation flowing within her. This essence seemed to cleanse her soul, sharpening her thoughts. With her eyes closed, she attuned herself to the changes within. She felt her wisdom expanding, as if she could perceive the mysteries of the world. Her already captivating beauty was further enhanced. Her skin, smooth as mutton fat jade, glowed with radiance, while her deep-set eyes shimmered with profound light. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, exuding an alluring charm. In his room, laying paced excitedly, unable to contain his eagerness to consume the upgrade pill and experience its potent power. Finally, he seized the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, he felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being infused with overwhelming strength. His body trembled slightly, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He could feel his lightning power growing ever stronger, as if capable of obliterating any foe. Thunder Shadow clenched his fists, sensing the surging strength within him, his heart brimming with fighting spirit. His hair stood on end, seemingly enveloped by electric currents, his gaze sharper than ever, as if it could pierce through all obstacles. He stood tall and proud like a pine tree, radiating explosive energy. In the chamber of flame sun, a scorching atmosphere enveloped the space. He gazed at the upgrade elixir in his hand, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Without hesitation, he swallowed the elixir, and instantly, fiery flames enveloped his body. He transformed into a blazing inferno, emanating formidable heat. Flame Sun felt his fire spirit soul elevating continuously, aware that he would become even more powerful. His face was aglow with the reflection of flames, his eyes burning with intensity, and his hair seemed to be tinged with a fiery hue, embodying a blazing warrior. In her chamber, Waterheart tenderly regarded the upgrade elixir. She gently placed it in her mouth, feeling an influx of water-based energy flowing within her. This power resembled a gentle stream, providing her with immense comfort. Closing her eyes, she immersed herself in the transformation occurring inside her. She sensed her water-based abilities becoming more agile, as if capable of nourishing all things. Waterheart's visage became even more enchanting, her eyes like crystal-clear lakes, twinkling with soft radiance, while her long hair flowed smoothly, exuding the essence of water. Lingyu sat in her room, a gentle smile adorning her face. She picked up the upgrade elixir and consumed it. Instantly, she felt a healing energy surging through her body. This warmth enveloped her, as if capable of mending any pain. Closing her eyes, she embraced the changes within. She understood that her healing prowess would grow stronger, enabling her to support her companions more effectively. Lingyu's aura became more sanctified, her skin radiating a soft glow, her eyes filled with compassion, and her hair gently swaying, as if infused with a healing force. Windchaser, in his room, was filled with anticipation. He grasped the upgrade elixir and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, he sensed his speed elevate to a new level, as if he could traverse through time and space in an instant. Excitedly, he dashed around the room, reveling in his newfound swiftness. He knew he would play a more significant role in battle. Windchaser's form became more agile, his gaze sharp as lightning, his hair billowing in the wind, embodying the essence of a whirlwind. Rock Fury, steady in his room, regarded the upgrade elixir with calm resolve. He consumed the elixir, feeling his body fortify, akin to an immovable mountain. Clenching his fists, he sensed the power within him. He understood that he would become the most steadfast support for his companions. Rock Fury's physique grew more robust, his gaze unwavering as stone, his hair short and firm, exuding strength, while his skin bore the roughness of rock, radiating formidable defense. As time passed, the Shrek 7 monsters gradually adapted to the power bestowed by the upgrade elixir. They are aware that this marks merely a new beginning, brimming with further challenges and opportunities. Yet, they remain undaunted, for they are the Shrek 7, fortified by unwavering faith and fearless courage. They believe that as long as they unite and strive together, they can conquer all adversities and achieve their aspirations. Chapter 28, Upgrade. Through the effects of the upgrade potion, Linyu successfully transcended, elevating his soul power to level 35. He stood quietly in the room, feeling the surging power within him. The blue-silver grass martial soul swayed gently by his side, as if celebrating his progress. Linyu's gaze grew more resolute, his countenance imbued with a newfound maturity and confidence. He slightly lifted his chin, his black hair flowing gently in the breeze, exuding a formidable aura. Clenching his fists, he felt the invigorating energy coursing through his body, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Simultaneously, the Shrek 6 also made remarkable advancements, each reaching level 33. Ziyu stood in a corner of the room, her exquisite features even more captivating. Her originally vibrant eyes sparkled with heightened brilliance, radiating wisdom. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down her slender waist, shimmering with an enchanting luster. With a tall and graceful figure, every gesture emanated an air of elegance, as if she had stepped out from a painting. Ziyu stood there gracefully, tenderly caressing her hair, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she contemplated the burgeoning soul power within her, strategizing for the challenges ahead. Lei Ying, brimming with excitement, moved his body energetically, his hair standing on end as if enveloped by a powerful electric current. His gaze was sharp and fervent, akin to lightning cleaving through the night sky. The contours of his muscular frame were more defined, embodying immense explosive potential, ready to unleash astonishing electrical might at any moment. He enthusiastically swung his fists, arcs of electricity flickering around him, shouting aloud as if to declare his strength to the world. Eagerly, he anticipated the opportunity to demonstrate his newfound power in battle. Yin Yang was surrounded by an intense heat, his face aglow with the reflection of flames, resembling a blazing inferno. His features appeared more pronounced, his eyes filled with passion and confidence. His hair seemed to glow more vividly, each strand pulsating with the essence of fire. The flames enveloping him blazed fiercely as he tilted his head back, embracing the strength bestowed by the fire. His expression hardened, embodying a fiery warrior poised to confront new challenges. Zhou Ke tenderly gazed at her hands, her skin as flawless and delicate as mutton-fat jade, radiating a gentle luminosity. Her eyes resembled tranquil lakes, shimmering with light. Her long hair flowed smoothly like silk, swaying gracefully as if rippling water were flowing through it. She exuded an aura of tranquility and warmth, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. With gentle eyes, she observed her hands, the water power swirling at her fingertips. A soft glow flickered in her gaze as she contemplated how to best wield her abilities to aid her companions. Lingyu's face is perpetually adorned with a warm smile, her eyes brimming with compassion and care. Her inherently sacred aura is now accentuated, as if capable of healing all wounds. With a gentle smile, the power of healing envelopes her. She senses her augmented healing abilities, her heart swelling with contentment, aware that she can provide even greater support to her companions. Fengqi darts through the room with astonishing speed, a blur of motion that dazzles the eye. His gaze is as sharp as lightning, and his hair dances wildly in the wind. His agility resembles that of a swift breeze, exuding an air of vitality. Excitedly, Fengqi revels in his newfound speed, envisioning how he might deliver a swift, decisive blow to his foes in battle. Yanmeng stands resolutely, his form as immovable as a towering mountain. His gaze is steadfast as rock, his short, coarse hair radiating strength. With a slight clench of his fist, he feels the surge of formidable defense, providing a solid foundation for his comrades. Yanmeng stands in contemplative silence, pondering how best to safeguard his allies, fortifying the team with his unwavering strength. The Shrek 7 monsters are acutely aware of their growth, understanding that new challenges lie ahead. Chapter 29, Growth and Challenge. Time flows like a tranquil stream, silently passing by. For the Shrek 7 monsters, the 2 years have been a long and fulfilling journey of struggle. Throughout this passage of time, they have never faltered, steadfastly traversing the arduous path of cultivation, relentlessly pushing their limits. Linyu stands alone in a serene and picturesque valley. A gentle breeze caresses his face, akin to tender hands softly stroking him, stirring his dark hair into a delicate dance in the air. With eyes gently closed, he immerses himself in the harmonious blend of nature's forces and his own soul power. In the valley, the melodious chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, and the murmuring of flowing water seem to resonate in perfect harmony with his soul power. He has successfully reached level 40. His gaze has deepened, akin to an unfathomable pool, seemingly containing boundless wisdom and immense strength. His stature stands tall like a pine tree, his back straight as if it could support the heavens. The blue-silver grass spirit sways gracefully at his side, each blade emanating a potent and mysterious aura. The leaves glimmer softly, as if silently narrating Linyu's relentless efforts and flourishing growth over the past 2 years. He stands quietly, as if merging with the valley itself, becoming one with nature. Zhou sits quietly beneath an ancient, towering tree. Its robust trunk and lush branches form a vast green canopy, shielding Zhou from the scorching sun. In her hands, she cradles an ancient tome, its yellowed pages exuding the weight of time. Her long hair flows like silk, shimmering enchantingly in the sunlight, as if woven from the finest threads. Each strand appears to possess its own life, dancing gently in the breeze. After 2 years of rigorous refinement, she has successfully ascended to level 40. Her demeanor has become increasingly graceful, akin to a fairy emerging delicately from the canvas of a painting. The glimmer of wisdom in her eyes captivates all, as if she possesses the ability to unveil the mysteries of the world. She gently closes the pages of her book, rises slowly, and gazes into the distance. The sky ahead is a brilliant blue, with clouds drifting lazily like cotton candy. In her heart, she contemplates the path that lies ahead, pondering the forthcoming challenges and sacred missions of the Shrek 7 monsters. Raiden unleashes his thunderous power amidst an expansive and desolate plain. The violet lightning dances across the sky like a mighty dragon, emitting deafening roars. This formidable force of electricity seems capable of obliterating everything in existence. Raiden's hair stands on end, seemingly charged with energy, radiating a brilliant glow. His eyes are filled with fervent determination, akin to an unquenchable flame that burns fiercely. The passage of 2 years has rendered him more mature and powerful, and he too has reached level 40. With a resounding laugh, his voice echoes across the plain. Imbued with grandeur and confidence, he feels the surge of power within him, like tumultuous ocean waves crashing against his being. Eagerly anticipating the next fierce battle, he yearns to showcase his formidable strength. Flame Sun stands beside a volcanic crater, engulfed in searing flames. His visage is illuminated a fiery red, as though forged from flames themselves. The fire in his eyes burns with an intensity that could incinerate all in its path. After 2 years of dedicated effort, he has successfully surpassed level 40. He tilts his head slightly, gazing at the rolling fire clouds above, his heart brimming with confidence. These clouds resemble a burning ocean, radiating immense heat. He feels the power of the flames, as if he embodies the very essence of fire, capable of mastering all flames. Waterheart gently caresses the surface of a crystal-clear stream. Her eyes shimmer like the pristine waters, reflecting a soft glow that seems to capture all the beauty of the world. Her long hair flows smoothly, glistening in the sunlight like rippling water. 2 years of cultivation have purified and strengthened her water-based powers, allowing her to reach level 40. With a gentle smile, she senses the rhythm of the flowing water, akin to a delightful melody that enchants her. She feels as though she has become one with nature, a part of the stream itself. Spirit Healer quietly employs her healing powers among a vibrant sea of flowers, tending to the injured blossoms. A warm smile graces her face, reminiscent of the spring sun that melts away all ice and snow. Her gaze radiates compassion, akin to a gentle mother nurturing her child. 2 years have honed her healing abilities, and she too has ascended to level 40. Rising gracefully, she surveys the flourishing flowers around her, her heart filled with joy. Under her healing touch, the blossoms bloom even more brilliantly, as if expressing their gratitude. Wind Rider darts swiftly through a lush, thriving forest, his figure moving like lightning. Elusive and hard to capture, his gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, seemingly able to penetrate all barriers. His hair danced in the wind like black flames. 2 years of rigorous training had elevated his speed to unprecedented heights, and he had successfully reached level 40. He paused, feeling the force of the wind, which enveloped him like invisible wings, allowing him to soar freely. He was prepared to embrace new challenges, eager to showcase his excellence in the realm of speed. Standing atop a colossal and majestic peak, Yan Meng's presence loomed like a towering mountain, radiating formidable energy. His gaze was unwavering as rock, as if nothing could shake his resolve. His hair, short and firm, exuded a sense of strength, as though forged from steel. 2 years had further enhanced his defensive capabilities, and he too had ascended to level 40. He gazed down upon the vast expanse of land, which unfolded before him like an immense canvas. A profound sense of responsibility filled his heart. He was aware that he was the steadfast support for the 7 monsters of Shrek, and he vowed to protect them all. Throughout these 2 years, the 7 monsters of Shrek had made remarkable progress, fully cognizant that numerous challenges awaited them in the future. Yet, they were undaunted. For they were the 7 monsters of Shrek, armed with unwavering faith and fearless courage. They believed that as long as they stood united, no obstacle could hinder their advancement. They would continue to embark on new journeys, inscribing their legendary tales. In this world brimming with challenges and opportunities, they would bravely forge ahead, wielding their strength for honor, for dreams, and for their comrades. Chapter 30. The Search for the Fourth Soul Ring. 2 years had slipped by like a fleeting shadow, quietly passing. During this time, the 7 monsters of Shrek had diligently honed their skills, significantly enhancing their powers. However, they were acutely aware that the path of growth was never smooth, and new challenges could arise at any moment. One day, an urgent message suddenly echoed through Shrek Academy. In a distant, mysterious land, a more formidable evil force was quietly rising. This malevolent power loomed over the earth like a shroud, plunging the surrounding towns and villages into deep panic once more. After careful deliberation, the Academy's higher-ups decided to dispatch an elite team to investigate and resolve this crisis. Naturally, the 7 monsters of Shrek, due to their past exemplary performances and formidable strength, were the unequivocal choice for this mission. Upon learning this news, Lin Yu was overwhelmed by a surge of responsibility. He swiftly gathered his companions, and they convened in the Academy's beautiful garden to discuss this new challenge. In the garden, blooming flowers adorned the landscape in a riot of colors, yet they could not mask the seriousness etched on the faces of the 7 monsters of Shrek. Lin Yu stood among them, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. His blue-silver grass martial soul swayed gently beside him, as if preparing for the impending battle. It seems we are to face yet another formidable challenge. Lin Yu's voice resonated steadily through the air. Ziyuan nodded slightly, her waterfall-like hair fluttering gracefully in the breeze, exuding an air of elegance. Her eyes sparkled with the radiance of wisdom as she calmly analyzed, "We must not underestimate this. This malevolent force may be far more formidable than any we have encountered before. We need to prepare thoroughly." Lightning Shadow, his fists clenched in anticipation, exuded an intense fighting spirit. His hair stood on end, as if charged by electric currents. "What is there to fear? We are all at level 40 now. It is the perfect moment to confront this new evil. I refuse to believe there exists an adversary we cannot overcome. The flames enveloping Flame's sun danced gently, mirroring the resolve within his heart. His visage was illuminated by the fire, radiating strength. Indeed, we cannot falter. We must eradicate this malevolent force. For justice, for our homeland. Gentle Water spoke softly. Let us remain cautious. We should first ensure we are adequately prepared. We must not let our newfound strength lead to arrogance. Her water powers flowed gracefully around her, reminiscent of a serene brook, instilling a sense of tranquility. Healing Spirit nodded with a warm smile, her eyes reflecting compassion and warmth. We can check our gear and condition once more before we set forth, ensuring we can unleash our utmost potential in battle. Wind Speed darted forward like a bolt of lightning. I shall scout the mysterious land, he declared. To know ourselves and our adversaries is the key to unwavering victory. With that, he vanished from sight. Rock Steadfast spoke with a calm demeanor. Very well, we shall devise a detailed plan upon Wind Speed's return. Every step must be executed flawlessly. His presence was as solid as a towering mountain, exuding reliability. As they deliberated, the Academy's mentor approached with a steady gait, his gaze filled with trust and anticipation for the Shrek 7 monsters. Children, this task is arduous, yet it presents a splendid opportunity for your growth. You have all reached level 40. It is time to acquire your 4th spirit ring. In that mysterious land, you may discover powerful spirit beasts suited to you. The Shrek 7 monsters exchanged glances, their spirits ignited with determination. They understood that obtaining the 4th spirit ring would be pivotal for their advancement. This was not merely a test of their abilities, but a significant milestone on their journey of growth. Lin Yu rose, his eyes resolute, as if capable of piercing through any adversity. Then let us regard this task as our quest for the 4th spirit ring. We must not only vanquish the malevolent force, but also seek powerful spirit rings for ourselves. This is our mission and our responsibility. Thus, the Shrek 7 monsters commenced their rigorous preparations. They returned to their rooms, meticulously organizing their equipment, ensuring their weapons were sharp and their armor sturdy. They gathered in the library to study the map of the mysterious land, familiarizing themselves with its terrain, climate, and the distribution of spirit beasts. Simultaneously, they devised various strategies, contemplating the myriad situations they might encounter. Wind Speed soon returned with intelligence about the mysterious land. Its terrain was intricate, characterized by perilous mountains, dense forests, and deep ravines. The spirit beasts were abundant, diverse in species, and varied in strength. Moreover, that malevolent force seemed to be influencing the behavior of the soul beasts, rendering them more ferocious and perilous. Once prepared, the Shrek 7 set forth on their journey to the mysterious land. Their figures appeared particularly resolute under the sunlight, as though nothing could impede their advance. With their burdens on their backs and weapons in hand, their eyes sparkled with anticipation and trepidation. What challenges and opportunities awaited them in that enigmatic realm remained unknown. Yet, they harbored no fear, for they were the Shrek 7, imbued with unwavering faith and indomitable courage. They believed that, united in purpose, they would undoubtedly succeed in acquiring the 4th soul ring, vanquishing the malevolent force, and inscribing their own legendary tale. Chapter 31. Obtaining the 4th soul ring. With steadfast conviction, the Shrek 7 resolutely embarked on their journey to the mysterious land. Along the way, the scenery transformed continuously, from lush forests to steep mountains, and into tranquil, profound valleys, each locale brimming with unknown dangers and challenges. Lin Yu led the procession, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. His steps were steady and forceful, each footfall resonating as if upon solid ground. The blue-silver grass spirit swayed gently beside him, its leaves shimmering softly, as if harmonizing with the natural forces around. Lin Yu's black hair danced lightly in the wind, his countenance revealing determination and resolve. He remained ever alert, knowing that in this mysterious land, even the slightest oversight could herald fatal peril. Zhou Ke followed closely behind Lin Yu, her long hair billowing in the breeze, silky strands seemingly narrating her elegance and beauty. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom as she keenly observed the terrain and vegetation around her. Her gaze was sharp and meticulous, leaving no potential clue of soul beasts unnoticed. At times, she paused to tenderly touch a leaf, attuning herself to the natural energy it harbored, or crouched down to scrutinize the footprints on the ground, deducing the movements of the soul beasts. Each of Zhou Ke's actions exuded grace and composure, as if she were not engaged in a perilous adventure, but rather appreciating a beautiful tapestry. Lei Ying appeared somewhat exuberant, eagerly anticipating an encounter with formidable soul beasts to showcase his prowess. His eyes gleamed with fervent light, as though a fire burned within. The power of lightning flickered in his hands, purple arcs resembling nimble serpents, ready to unleash tremendous attacks. Lei Ying's steps were light and vigorous, occasionally bouncing with eagerness, as if yearning for an intense battle to unleash his inner passion. The flames enveloping Yin-Yang flickered slightly, his gaze brimming with fighting spirit. His face was aglow with the fiery illumination, as if he himself were a blazing inferno. He understood that in this mysterious land, he would have the opportunity to obtain a more potent fire soul ring, enhancing his strength. Each of Yin-Yang's steps seemed to carry a searing aura, causing the air around him to grow increasingly torrid. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surge of fiery power within him, eagerly anticipating the confrontation with the formidable spirit beast. Zhou Ke gazed tenderly at everyone, her water-based abilities flowing around her, bringing a refreshing coolness to the group. Her eyes were filled with concern and gentleness, as if she were a guardian angel, ever ready to provide support and ensure the safety of her companions. Zhou Ke moved with a light and graceful step, her long hair swaying gently in her wake, reminiscent of rippling water. A delicate mist occasionally emanated from her hands, seemingly guiding her on the path ahead. Ling Yu quietly followed at the rear of the group, her eyes brimming with concern. In her hand, she held a staff that radiated a soft glow, adorned with a crystal-clear gem that seemed to whisper of her healing powers. Ling Yu understood that her healing abilities would serve as a crucial safeguard during this perilous journey. She remained vigilant, closely monitoring the state of her companions, ready to unleash her healing arts without hesitation should anyone be injured. Feng Qi darted around the group like a bolt of lightning, his speed leaving onlookers astounded. His form flickered like a phantom, appearing on one side and vanishing on the other. A sharp glint sparkled in his eyes as he took charge of scouting the surroundings, providing timely intelligence for his companions. His keen ears picked up on the faintest sounds, and his nose detected subtle shifts in the air. Feng Qi's swiftness and acute perception made him the eyes and ears of the party, safeguarding their well-being. Yin Ming strode steadily at the back of the group, his physique resembling an immovable mountain, providing a solid foundation for his companions. His gaze was resolute and steady, as if nothing could shake his determination. With each heavy, powerful step he took, the ground seemed to tremble beneath him. In his grasp, he wielded a massive shield, etched with mysterious runes that spoke of his formidable defensive capabilities. Yin Ming remained ever vigilant, aware that his duty was to protect the group from any lurking threats. At last, they arrived at the heart of the mysterious realm. The atmosphere here felt even more enigmatic, with the surroundings growing increasingly perilous. Towering ancient trees reached for the heavens, their dense foliage obscuring the sunlight and casting an eerie gloom. The ground was carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves, each step producing a rustling sound that served as a reminder of the lurking dangers. They could sense the overwhelming presence of powerful spirit beasts in the vicinity, sending chills down their spines. Lin Yu halted, his expression alert. He furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the shifting energies around them. Be cautious, everyone. The spirit beasts here are exceptionally strong. We must be thoroughly prepared. His voice was deep and commanding, resonating clearly in the stillness of the environment. The members of the Shrek 7 nodded in unison, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to face the impending challenge. Their eyes reflected a steadfast courage, as if nothing could hinder their advance. At that moment, a colossal soul beast materialized before them. Towering and formidable, its body resembled a small mountain. Its fur exhibited a profound black hue, shimmering with an enigmatic radiance. The creature's eyes glowed with a fierce red light, as if issuing a warning to the Shrek 7 monsters not to approach. It let out a deep, resonant roar, reminiscent of distant thunder, causing a dull ringing in their ears. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. This soul beast appeared immensely powerful, yet retreat was not an option. They must unite their efforts to conquer it and secure the fourth soul ring. Lin Yu's voice resonated with an inspiring vigor, igniting a fervent spirit within each member of the group. The Shrek 7 monsters unleashed their martial souls, preparing for an intense battle against this formidable foe. Their martial souls radiated brilliant light around them, showcasing their strength to the soul beast. Determination shone in their eyes, as they understood that this confrontation was pivotal for obtaining the fourth soul ring. The battle was imminent. Could the Shrek 7 monsters successfully claim their fourth soul ring? Let us await the outcome. As the Shrek 7 monsters activated their martial souls, the massive soul beast was thoroughly incensed. It lunged forward, causing the ground to tremble as leaves scattered like golden rain. The weighty footsteps struck like a hammer upon their hearts, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Lin Yu stood at the forefront, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, intensely focused on the soul beast. The blue-silver grass danced forth like a wily serpent, swiftly coiling around the beast. The grass blades carved elegant arcs through the air, glimmering faintly, as if imbued with boundless power. The soul beast roared in fury, its form radiating brilliance as an overwhelming force surged forth, shattering the blue-silver grass to pieces. The leaves scattered in all directions, yet Lin Yu remained undaunted. His resolve hardening as his spirit blazed like an unquenchable fire. He directed the blue-silver grass to launch attacks from various angles, as if it had come alive, deftly shifting direction to ensnare the soul beast in a delicate net. Zhou Ke, observing the soul beast's movements with calm composure, had her long hair flowing in the wind, each strand whispering her elegance and wisdom. Unbeknownst to her, an ancient tome had appeared in her hand, its pages yellowed with age, exuding an aura of antiquity. She flipped through the pages rapidly, her focus keen and earnest, seemingly in search of a strategy. Suddenly, her eyes gleamed with insight, and she exclaimed, "Aim for its eyes. That may be its weakness." Her voice rang clear and bright, a melodious beacon amidst the tension of battle, guiding her companions. Upon hearing Zhou Ke's suggestion, Lei unleashed a surge of formidable lightning power. His eyes sparkled with fervent light, akin to flames igniting within. In a flash, he darted toward the soul beast with lightning speed, dazzling all who beheld him. The lightning in his hand transformed into a long spear, the purple arcs of electricity dancing like agile serpents, pulsating with immense strength. In a flash as swift as lightning, Lei lunged towards the soul beast's eye. Sensing the impending danger, the soul beast abruptly jerked its head, attempting to evade this lethal strike. However, Lei's attack was extraordinarily rapid. Despite the soul beast's efforts to dodge, it was still grazed by the electric surge. The creature emitted an enraged roar, a sound reminiscent of thunder, resonating in the air and causing one's ears to ring. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Yang unleashed a searing flame, which coalesced in the air into a colossal fireball, radiating a blinding light and intense heat, as if capable of incinerating everything in its path. The fireball hurtled towards the soul beast with an unstoppable momentum. Upon impact, the creature's fur, adorned with mysterious luminescence, flickered as if resisting the fiery onslaught. Nevertheless, the potency of Yin Yang's flames began to inflict burns upon the beast, charring its dark fur and releasing a pungent odor into the air. Meanwhile, Shui Xin continuously wielded her water-based powers, crafting a favorable combat environment for her allies. Her aqueous abilities enveloped her companions like a nurturing mother, safeguarding each one. The mist she conjured permeated the surroundings, slowing the soul beast's movements and rendering it sluggish. Simultaneously, this vapor provided a veil of protection, allowing her allies to launch their attacks with greater safety. Shui Xin's gaze was filled with concern and tenderness, her attention unwavering as she ensured her comrades remained unharmed in the fray. Ling Yu attentively monitored her companions, her eyes brimming with care and apprehension. The staff in her hand shimmered with light, as warm healing energy flowed over her allies, akin to the comforting rays of spring sunshine. Whenever a comrade sustained an injury, she promptly employed her healing arts, the gem atop her staff emitting a gentle glow as it transmitted restorative energy to the wounded. Ling Yu's healing prowess empowered her allies to persist in battle, providing them with a steadfast support. Feng Qi flitted around the soul beast like a wraith, his speed rendering him elusive. His figure darted like lightning, appearing one moment on the left, then vanishing on the right. He incessantly harassed the soul beast, preventing it from concentrating its attacks on other allies. His velocity and agility made it impossible for the creature to capture his silhouette. All it could do was roar in frustration, powerless to retaliate. Yin Ming steadfastly guarded his companions from behind, using his massive shield to deflect the soul beast's onslaught. Each time the beast launched an attack, Yin Ming firmly blocked it with his shield, the mysterious runes inscribed upon it glowing as if narrating his formidable defensive prowess. His gaze was resolute and steady. He understood his duty was to protect everyone, ensuring no enemy could strike from behind. His presence was as immovable as a mountain, offering his comrades a solid foundation. The Shrek 7, working in perfect harmony, relentlessly assaulted the soul beast. Their attacks surged like a tidal wave, relentless and overwhelming, leaving the creature struggling to respond. Though powerful, the soul beast gradually displayed signs of fatigue under their combined onslaught. Its roars became less fierce, and its movements more sluggish. The beast's body was marred with wounds, its black fur scorched and torn, blood continuously flowing from its injuries. However, just as they believed victory was within reach, the soul beast suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The sound resembled a hellish bellow, causing the very essence of one's soul to tremble. Powerful waves of energy erupted around the soul beast, surging outward like tumultuous ocean waves. The Shrek 7 were violently thrown back by this immense force, their bodies flailing through the air like kites severed from their strings. Lin Yu crashed heavily to the ground, a searing pain coursing through him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes remained filled with unyielding resolve. Struggling to rise, He gazed at his flung comrades, a profound sense of responsibility swelling within him. "Do not give up. We shall triumph over it," he shouted, his voice resonating with steadfastness and courage. The Shrek 7 regrouped, exchanging glances and nodding in silent agreement. Their eyes sparkled with trust and determination. They understood that the battle was far from over and that they must persevere. They recalibrated their state, assessing their injuries, preparing to launch another assault on the soul beast. This time, they approached with heightened caution, fully leveraging their individual strengths and coordinating their efforts. Lin Yu directed the blue silver grass, harrying and attacking the soul beast from various angles. Ziyu continued to observe the beast's movements, searching for its vulnerabilities. Lei Ying and Yin Yang readied their formidable strikes, biding their time for the opportune moment. Shui Xin and Ling Yu provided support and healing to ensure their comrades could continue the fight. Feng Qi darted around the soul beast, distracting its attention, while Yin Ming steadfastly guarded their rear, safeguarding their safety. After an intense skirmish, the soul beast finally collapsed, its heavy body crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The Shrek 7 exhaled in relief, having successfully vanquished this formidable foe. Joy radiated from their faces. Yet they understood that this was merely a minor episode in their grand adventure. Many more challenges awaited them in the future. They must relentlessly strive to become true powerhouses. Next, they would obtain the fourth soul ring from the soul beast, continuing their journey of growth. They recognized the arduous nature of this process, yet they remained undaunted. United, they believed no obstacle could hinder their progress. They would forge ahead, driven by honor, dreams, and camaraderie, bravely pursuing their path. Chapter 32, Harvest and Prospects. The Shrek 7 had triumphantly defeated the formidable soul beast, now seated around its lifeless form, each face reflecting both the fatigue of battle and the elation of victory. The air was thick with the faint scent of gunpowder and the unique essence emanating from the soul beast. Lin Yu, breathing heavily, possessed a glint of unwavering determination in his gaze. Rising slowly, he approached the soul beast, meticulously examining its body. The blue-silver grass martial spirit appeared unusually tranquil, as if savoring the intensity of the recent confrontation. Lin Yu's dark hair fluttered gently in the breeze, his visage exuding a blend of resolve and decisiveness. "We have achieved this together, a testament to our collective effort." His voice resonated with calm strength, echoing through the air. Lin Yu's gaze lingered upon the powerful soul beast, contemplating how to acquire the fourth soul ring from it. Ziyu gently brushed the sweat from her brow, her long hair dancing in the breeze, each silky strand whispering tales of her grace and beauty. Clutching the ancient tome, she furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes intently scanning its pages for references to soul beasts and soul rings. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in her eyes as she meticulously analyzed the various possibilities. "This battle has deepened our understanding of each other's capabilities and illuminated the strength of our team." Ziyu's voice rang clear and melodious, akin to silver bells in the air. She lifted her head, addressing her companions while offering methods and suggestions for obtaining the soul ring. Lei Ying, brimming with excitement, pumped his fist, his eyes ablaze with fervor, as if a flame were kindling within him. "What an impressive soul beast! Yet, we have triumphed over it. I can hardly wait to witness the formidable powers my fourth soul ring will bestow upon me." His lightning energy flickered in his hands, the purple arcs resembling agile serpents, poised to unleash potent attacks. Lei Ying moved with buoyant vigor, occasionally bouncing on his toes, eager for a new battle to unleash his inner passion. Yin Yang's flames gradually subsided, yet the fervor of battle still painted his face a vibrant red. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surge of fiery energy within. "We must harness this soul ring wisely to strengthen ourselves further. When we encounter mightier foes, we shall face them with ease." His gaze was filled with determination and confidence, as if he could already envision a powerful version of himself in the future. A scorching aura radiated from him, deterring anyone from approaching. Shui Xin looked upon everyone with gentle eyes, her water-based powers flowing around her, bringing a touch of coolness to her companions. Concern and tenderness filled her gaze, as if she were a guardian angel, ever ready to provide support and protection. "Everyone has worked hard. Let us take a moment to rest before absorbing the soul rings." Her voice, like a clear spring, brought comfort and reassurance. Her long hair swayed softly in the breeze, rippling like gentle waves. Ling Yu remained vigilant, observing the state of her companions. Her staff shimmered with light, and a warm, healing energy permeated the air. Her eyes reflected concern and worry, prioritizing the safety of her friends. "Please be mindful of your physical condition. Exercise caution while absorbing the soul rings." Her voice was soft and soothing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The gemstones embedded in her staff emitted a soft glow, as if bestowing blessings upon everyone. Feng Qi darted around like a specter, his speed dazzling to behold. His figure flickered like lightning, appearing one moment on the left, then vanishing on the right. I can hardly wait to see what our new soul rings will be like. Excitement and anticipation colored Feng Qi's voice, as if he could already glimpse the formidable speed awaiting him in the future. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light, ever vigilant of the surroundings. Yin Ming stood steadfastly beside his companions, his enormous shield resting nearby, providing solid protection for all. His gaze was resolute and composed, as if nothing could waver his determination. We must remain cautious of our surroundings to ensure we are not disturbed while absorbing the soul ring. Yin Ming's voice rumbled deeply and powerfully, akin to distant thunder. His presence was as unshakable as a towering mountain, instilling a sense of security. After a brief respite, the Shrek 7 monsters began their preparations to absorb the fourth soul ring. They gathered around the corpse of the soul beast, closing their eyes to concentrate. Feeling the immense power radiating from the beast, Lin Yu was the first to commence the absorption, his blue-silver grass martial spirit extending gently to touch the body of the soul beast. A surge of powerful energy rushed into him, and Lin Yu gritted his teeth, striving to control this force as it gradually integrated with his martial spirit. The blue-silver grass swayed gently around him, as if working in tandem with his efforts. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Yu's forehead, yet his eyes shone with unwavering resolve. Ziyu, Lei Ying, Yin Yang, Shui Xian, Ling Yu, Feng Qi, and Yin Ming followed suit in absorbing the soul rings. Their martial spirits glimmered beside them, resonating with the power of the soul beast. The entire process was fraught with challenges and dangers, but the Shrek 7 monsters, armed with steadfast belief and indomitable will, successfully absorbed the fourth soul ring. When they opened their eyes, each exuded a powerful aura, their gazes filled with confidence and anticipation, as if they could already envision their formidable futures. Lin Yu felt the newfound strength coursing within him. His blue-silver grass martial spirit had become more resilient and potent. The leaves shimmered with a mysterious glow, seemingly harboring boundless power. A faint smile of confidence graced Lin Yu's lips. Ziyu's light of wisdom shone even brighter, her ancient texts appearing to have gained new knowledge and strength. Her eyes reflected a profound wisdom, as if she could see through all the mysteries of the world. Gently caressing her ancient texts, she was filled with reflection. Lei Ying's lightning power surged more violently, greatly enhancing his speed and attack strength. Purple arcs of electricity danced around him, resonating with thunderous roars. Lei Ying excitedly swung his fists, reveling in the might within him. Yin Yang's flames blazed more fervently, his power seemingly capable of incinerating anything. Fiery flames radiated from him, deterring anyone from approaching. Yin Yang tilted his head slightly toward the sky, his heart brimming with fighting spirit. Shui Xian's water-based powers became gentler yet more formidable, her healing abilities refined to greater mastery. Mist enveloped her, bringing a refreshing coolness to her companions. Shui Xian smiled, savoring her newfound strength. Ling Yu's staff shone more brilliantly, her healing powers capable of instantly rejuvenating her allies. Her eyes exuded love and warmth, reminiscent of a gentle mother. With a delicate wave of her staff, Ling Yu felt the flow of healing energy. Feng Qi's speed became as swift as lightning, his figure elusive and difficult to capture. He darted rapidly around, leaving behind a series of afterimages. With exhilaration, Feng Qi laughed, reveling in his own speed. Yin Ming's shield had grown even more formidable, bolstering his defensive prowess. His gaze was resolute and calm, as if nothing could breach his defenses. Yin Ming gripped his shield tightly, feeling its immense power. The Shrek 7 had successfully acquired their fourth spirit ring, significantly enhancing their strength. Yet, they understood that this was merely a new beginning in their journey. Numerous challenges awaited them in the future, and they must strive relentlessly to become true warriors. Rising to their feet, they gazed into the distance, their hearts brimming with anticipation and resolve. They would continue their expedition, bravely advancing for honor, dreams, and comrades. Chapter 33, Encountering Adversaries. After successfully obtaining the fourth spirit ring, the Shrek 7 stood in an open area of a mysterious land, each face radiating the joy of victory and the pride of growth. However, this elation was short-lived, as new challenges loomed ominously like dark clouds. Just as they prepared to leave the mysterious realm and embark on their journey home, a formidable presence approached with astonishing speed. Lin Yu was the first to sense this unusual aura. He immediately became alert, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. His blue-silver grass spirit swayed gently beside him, its leaves shimmering with a faint glow, as if sensing the impending danger alongside its master. Each blade of grass seemed imbued with vigilance, ready to ensnare any potential foe. Everyone, be cautious. A powerful enemy is approaching. Lin Yu's voice resonated deep and commanding, akin to a warning bell in his companion's ears. snapping them from their post-spirit ring acquisition ease into a state of tension. His friends turned to him, their gazes filled with trust and wariness of the unknown threat. Zhu furrowed her brow slightly, her cascading hair dancing in the breeze, tightly clutching an ancient tome. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom as she swiftly contemplated the possible scenarios. This aura was unfamiliar. The nature of the enemy remained unknown. Her voice was crisp and composed, providing a thread of rational thought amidst the tense atmosphere. Lei Ying's eyes gleamed with fervor, his lightning power crackling in his hands, purple arcs dancing like lively serpents. His expression was filled with a thirst for battle and fearless courage. Whoever it may be, let them come, 1 against 1, or 2 against 2. I shall face them all, Lei Ying proclaimed with grandeur and confidence, as if no adversary could withstand his electric might. The flame surrounding Yin Yang flickered slightly, his gaze brimming with fighting spirit. His visage was aglow with the reflection of fire, as if he were a blazing inferno himself. Indeed, we have grown stronger. We fear no enemy, Yin Yang declared with unwavering strength, clenching his fists, feeling the surge of fiery power within, ready to unleash a formidable assault at any moment. Shui Xen gazed at her companions with tenderness, her water-based power flowing around her like a gentle stream, instilling a sense of tranquility. Yet we must not let our guard down. We must approach this with caution. The voice of Shui Xen resonated like a melodious spring, her gaze imbued with concern and caution, serving as a gentle reminder to her companions not to succumb to pride in the wake of their recent victory. Ling Yu held her staff, its brilliance flickering as she remained ever ready to cast her healing spells for her allies. Her eyes radiated compassion and worry, vigilant for the safety of her comrades. Everyone must prioritize safety and avoid injury. She spoke softly and warmly, akin to a mother's tender admonition, instilling a sense of reassurance amidst the turmoil of battle. Feng Qi darted around like a bolt of lightning, his astonishing speed leaving onlookers in a daze. His figure appeared and vanished like a specter, now on the left, now on the right. I shall investigate the foe, he declared, vanishing from sight, leaving only a vague silhouette in his wake. Yin Ming gripped his shield firmly, his expression resolute and steady, as if nothing could sway his determination. His presence resembled an immovable mountain, exuding a sense of reliability. Regardless of the adversary, we must stand united and face it together, he proclaimed in a deep, powerful voice, his words acting as an anchor of confidence in the face of impending peril. Before long, Feng Qi returned, a grave expression etched upon his face. His remarkable speed enabled him to rejoin his companions in an instant. A formidable pack of spirit beasts approaches, seemingly drawn by the commotion of our earlier skirmish. He relayed urgently, the tension in his tone alerting everyone to the gravity of the situation. The Shrek's 7 monsters exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the resolve and courage reflected in one another's eyes. They understood that a new battle loomed, necessitating their unity once more to confront this challenge. Gripping their weapons tightly, they adjusted their stances, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Among the spirit beasts was one particularly powerful entity, its massive form reminiscent of a small mountain. Its fur bore a profound black hue, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Its eyes glimmered with a crimson light, seemingly warning the Shrek 7 monsters to keep their distance. This spirit beast exuded a formidable aura, thickening the air around it with palpable tension. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. He recognized that this spirit beast would pose their greatest challenge yet, but retreat was not an option. It appears formidable, yet we cannot falter. We must strive together to overcome it. Lin Yu's voice resonated with inspirational fervor, igniting a fierce fighting spirit within his companions. The Shrek 7 monsters unleashed their martial spirits, preparing for an intense battle against the throng of spirit beasts. Their martial spirits radiated dazzling light, a testament to their strength. Blue-silver grass danced, lightning crackled, flames flickered. Mist swirled, the staff shimmered with brilliance, and speed surged like a flash. Their eyes were filled with determination, aware that this battle would serve as yet another significant trial on their path of growth. As the clash loomed, could the Shrek 7 monsters triumph over this formidable adversary once again? Let us bear witness to the unfolding events. Chapter 34, The Fierce Battle. The 7 warriors of Shrek stood resolutely against a formidable array of soul beasts. An invisible tension hung in the air like the scent of gunpowder. The atmosphere taut as a tightly strung bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Lin Yu occupied the forefront of the formation, his gaze sharp and penetrating like that of a vigilant hawk, fixated on the most powerful soul beast. His dark hair fluttered gently in the breeze. The blue-silver grass martial soul at his side swaying subtly, as if also alert to the impending battle. Lin Yu's mind raced with strategies. Fully aware of the arduous nature of this conflict, Yet he remained steadfast in his belief that unity among his comrades would lead them to triumph over these beasts. "Listen up, we cannot fight separately," he commanded, his voice steady and resonant, instilling a flicker of confidence amidst the palpable tension. "Thunder Shadow and Flame Sun, you will spearhead the main assault, striving to restrain that formidable soul beast. Water Heart, utilize your water powers to manipulate the battlefield, creating advantageous conditions for us. Wind Charge, continue to harass the soul beasts with your speed, disrupting their rhythm of attack. Rock Might, guard our rear, ensuring the safety of Lingyu and Ziyu. Lingyu, be ever ready to heal our injured comrades, while Ziyu observes the battlefield, providing us with strategic counsel." His comrades nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with resolve and determination, each prepared for the impending clash, acutely aware of their significance in this encounter. Thunder Shadow felt a surge of electrical energy coursing through him, violet arcs crackling around him, resonating with thunderous roars. With a mighty shout, he launched himself toward the throng of soul beasts, his speed akin to a flash of purple lightning streaking across the sky. Flame Sun, undeterred, waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged forth like a raging river towards the beasts. The flames ignited the air, casting a brilliant glow, as if intent on incinerating everything in their path. The powerful soul beast let out a furious roar, its radiance intensifying as a wave of potent energy surged toward Thunder Shadow and Flame Sunday. This energy struck like a roaring tidal wave, imbued with tremendous force. Thunder Shadow deftly evaded the onslaught, his agility leaving observers in awe. In a swift motion, he transformed the lightning in his grasp into a spear, thrusting it fiercely at the beast. The spear crackled with electricity, producing a symphony of pops and snaps, as though heralding his formidable prowess. Flame Sun, meanwhile, wielded the flames to conjure a wall of fire, effectively shielding them from the soul beast's energy surge. The fiery barrier blazed fiercely, radiating intense heat that deterred the beasts from approaching recklessly. At that moment, a dark demon tiger sprang forth from the cluster of soul beasts, embodying an amalgamation of malevolence. Darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, its power overwhelmingly formidable. It unleashed its skill, the evil Shadow Claw, channeling darkness and wickedness into its claws as it lunged at Thunder Shadow. Though he attempted to evade, he was still caught by the residual force of the claw, his form trembling slightly. Water Heart danced gracefully, her hands weaving through the air as a continuous stream of water energy flowed forth. Her gaze was focused and earnest, as if engaged in a silent communion with the water elements. The ground around her quickly dampened, enveloped in a mist that draped the battlefield like a gossamer veil. This mist not only slowed the movements of the soul beasts, but also provided a degree of cover for her allies. The water elemental powers of Shrek Academy resemble the gentle embrace of a nurturing mother, safeguarding each companion and crafting a favorable battleground for them. The swift wind Chi darts through the ranks of soul beasts like a phantom, his speed akin to lightning, eluding capture. He intermittently launches surprise assaults, targeting the vital areas of the soul beasts. The creatures, bewildered by his rapid movements, find themselves unable to perceive his presence. While Wind Chi strikes may not inflict fatal harm upon the soul beasts, they effectively disrupt their rhythm of attack, granting his allies precious time and opportunities. Enraged, the soul beasts retaliate fiercely. Some spew venom that arcs through the air towards the Shrek 7, while others unleash formidable auras that create an oppressive atmosphere, making it difficult to breathe. The scene is chaotic, and the Shrek 7 face immense pressure. Yin Ming steadfastly stands guard behind his comrades, utilizing his massive shield to deflect the onslaught of soul beasts. The mysterious runes etched upon his shield shimmer with brilliance, each block resonating with a deep, sonorous thud. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Yin Ming understands his mission, to protect his companions and ensure no soul beast breaches his defenses. Lingyu, with a watchful eye on her teammates, clutches her staff, the gem atop it glowing softly. The moment an ally is injured, she swiftly invokes her healing arts. A warm radiance envelopes the wounded, enabling them to swiftly regain their fighting spirit. Lingyu's healing prowess is akin to the gentle sunlight of spring, warm and comforting, instilling hope and strength in her companions. Ziyu observes the battlefield with a calm demeanor, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. She continuously analyzes the movements and weaknesses of the soul beasts, offering precise counsel to her team. Her voice rings clear and bright amidst the turmoil, serving as an anchor of calm and reason for all. As the battle reaches a fever pitch, the Shrek 7, despite the overwhelming pressure, refuse to yield. United by their seamless cooperation and indomitable spirit, they engage in a fierce contest with the soul beasts. Each individual exerts their utmost effort, striving for the triumph of their team. Their attacks surge like relentless waves, overwhelming the soul beasts, while their defense stands firm as an impregnable wall, thwarting any advances. They recognize that only by overcoming these soul beasts can they continue their journey and face further challenges. In this intense struggle, will the Shrek 7 successfully break through? What trials and growth await them? All remains a mystery. Yet, they remain resolute in their belief that as long as they stand united, no obstacle can impede their progress. They will continue to fight, for honor, for dreams, for their companions, marching forward with courage. Chapter 35, Breakthrough. The conflict between the Shrek 7 and the Soul Beasts has escalated to a critical juncture, further intensified by the emergence of the dark demon Evil God Tiger, whose malevolent and powerful aura seems to dominate the battlefield. Nevertheless, the 7 heroes of Shrek displayed no signs of retreat, their eyes burned with unwavering conviction, their minds resolute in a singular thought, to break free. Lin Yu directed the battle with palpable tension, ever vigilant to the shifting circumstances around him. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, missing no detail. He observed as Lei Ying was struck by the shadow demon God Tiger's sinister claws, his form trembling slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. A defiant light flickered in Lei Ying's eyes as he wielded his hands, summoning lightning that danced around him like a coiled dragon. The purple arcs crackled with energy, echoing his inner fury. With clenched teeth, Lei Ying stood poised for a counterattack. Yin Yang, equally fierce, summoned his fiery power, growing ever more intense. His face glowed crimson from the flames, as if he himself were an inferno incarnate. He commanded the fire, conjuring enormous fireballs that soared through the air, tracing beautiful arcs imbued with the essence of destruction. Wherever the fireballs passed, the air seemed to ignite, crackling ominously. Clenching his fists, Yin Yang felt the surge of flame within him. He understood that he must give his all to forge an opportunity for his comrades to escape. Shueishin continuously wielded her water-based abilities, her expression focused and earnest. A veil of mist enveloped the battlefield, resembling a delicate gossamer. This mist not only obscured the vision of the soul beasts, but also provided essential cover for her allies. Shueishin skillfully manipulated the currents of water, gently sweeping away some of the weaker soul beasts. The water flowed like a gentle giant's hand, creating a passage for her companions. Her long hair danced in the mist, and her eyes radiated both determination and gentleness. She recognized that while her powers appeared soft, they could yield tremendous impact in critical moments. Feng Qi capitalized on his speed advantage, darting through the throng of soul beasts like a wraith. His velocity was akin to lightning, elusive and unpredictable. He frequently launched surprise assaults, targeting the vulnerable points of the soul beasts. While his strikes may not inflict fatal damage, they sowed confusion among the foes. The soul beasts, bewildered by Feng Qi's swiftness, struggled to concentrate on attacking the Shrek 7. A sharp glimmer shone in Feng Qi's eyes. He understood that his mission was to disrupt the rhythm of the soul beast's attacks, buying precious time for his allies. Yin Ming stood resolutely behind his companions, using his massive shield to deflect the onslaught of soul beasts. The mysterious runes inscribed upon the shield shimmered with light, each impact resonating with a heavy thud. Yin Ming's gaze was steadfast, as immovable as a mountain. His form served as a formidable bastion, offering the most reliable protection to his comrades. Fully aware of the gravity of his responsibility, he vowed to prevent any soul beast from breaching his defenses and threatening the safety of his allies. Ling Yu remained vigilant, attentive to the well-being of her comrades, her staff in hand, its gem radiating a gentle glow. The moment any ally was injured, she would immediately invoke her healing arts. A warm light enveloped the wounded, enabling them to swiftly regain their combat prowess. In Ling Yu's eyes, there was an abundance of concern and apprehension. She understood that her healing abilities were a crucial safeguard for her companions in battle. She could not afford the slightest lapse in diligence, for she must remain ever vigilant, providing timely treatment to her comrades. Zhou Ke, on the other hand, calmly assessed the battlefield situation, her gaze shimmering with wisdom. She continuously analyzed the action patterns and weaknesses of the spirit beasts, offering strategic advice to the team. Everyone, concentrate your efforts on the dark demon, Evil God Tiger. It is the linchpin of this group of spirit beasts. Zhou Ke proclaimed, her voice resonant and clear, cutting through the chaos of the battlefield like a stabilizing talisman, allowing her companions to maintain their composure and rationality. Upon hearing Zhou Ke's suggestion, Lin Yu immediately commanded the team to adjust their attack direction. Lei Ying and Yin Yang were the first to launch their assault, their powers of thunder and flame intertwining as they surged toward the dark demon Evil God Tiger. Lei Ying's hands danced, unleashing a torrent of purple electricity, while Yin Yang manipulated the flames to form a colossal fireball, radiating intense heat, as if it could incinerate all in its path. The amalgamation of thunder and fire struck fiercely at the dark demon, evil god tiger. Sensing the impending threat, the dark demon, evil god tiger roared in fury and unleashed its skill, dark thunder impact. Dark lightning erupted from its form like countless black serpents, countering the assaults of Lei Ying and Yin Yang. The clash between the dark lightning and their attacks produced a deafening roar, the air thick with powerful energy fluctuations that rendered breathing difficult. In that moment, Shui Xin seized the opportunity to deploy her water-based skill. With a flourish of her hands, torrents of water surged forth like a mighty dragon toward the dark demon, evil god tiger, momentarily stalling its advance. Feng Qi swiftly followed suit, darting around the dark demon, evil god tiger at remarkable speed, distracting its attention. His velocity was so extraordinary that the beast could scarcely perceive his presence. Yan Ming utilized his shield to block the assaults of other spirit beasts, creating a relatively safe environment for his companions. Ling Yu tirelessly cast her healing spells, ensuring that her allies remained in prime condition throughout the skirmish. The light from her staff flickered as warm healing energy flowed into her comrades, enabling their continued combat prowess. After a fierce struggle, the dark demon, evil god tiger was finally vanquished by the Shrek 7 monsters. It collapsed to the ground, its radiance gradually fading. The other spirit beasts, witnessing the fall of their leader, lost their resolve and began to flee in disarray. Seizing the moment, the Shrek 7 monsters broke free from the encirclement of the spirit beasts, each face displaying a weary yet triumphant smile. They realized that although the battle had been arduous, victory was theirs at last. Lin Yu gazed at his companions, his heart swelling with emotion. We have succeeded. Yet, this is merely a small challenge in our adventure. Many more trials await us in the future. His voice was steady and powerful, instilling his comrades with renewed confidence and courage in this moment of triumph. Nods of agreement rippled through the group, for they understood that while they had won this battle, their journey was far from over. They shall continue to forge ahead, embracing new challenges, evolving continuously into true paragons of strength. Their eyes brim with anticipation and resolve, for they believe that as long as they stand united, no obstacle can hinder their progress. Chapter 36, After Breaking Through. Following their successful escape, the Shrek 7 did not immediately lower their guard. They were acutely aware that in this enigmatic realm, peril could descend upon them at any moment. Lin Yu stood firm, his keen gaze sweeping the surroundings. Only after confirming that no other soul beasts were in pursuit did he allow himself a moment of relief. The furrow in his brow gradually eased as he spoke, albeit with a hint of fatigue, yet his tone remained resolute. Let us first find a secure place to recuperate, to restore our strength and soul power. His words acted as a stabilizing anchor, granting his companions a sliver of solace after the intense battle. Nodding in agreement, they proceeded cautiously under Lin Yu's guidance, each step laden with vigilance, their ears attuned to the faintest sounds around them. At last, they arrived at a concealed cave, its entrance obscured by dense vegetation, rendering it nearly imperceptible without careful observation. The interior was dry and spacious, with the walls shimmering faintly, as if narrating tales of bygone eras. Upon entering the cave, Ling Yu immediately commenced healing the injured comrades. Her gaze was filled with concern and focus as her staff radiated brilliance, the warm healing energy cascading upon each individual like gentle spring rain. The soft glow appeared to possess a miraculous quality. As the wounds on Lei Ying and Yin Yang began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, their previously pallid complexions transforming into a healthier hue, fatigue gradually dissipating. Shui Xian, meanwhile, set up water-based defenses around the cave. With graceful movements of her hands, streams of water danced like ethereal ribbons, weaving into a formidable barrier encircling the cave. This shimmering curtain not only thwarted enemy assaults, but also sensed movements in the vicinity. Her hair floated slightly in the mist, her expression imbued with both determination and tenderness, as if she were safeguarding her family. Feng Qi darted around the cave's exterior like a specter, his speed akin to lightning, making him elusive. He remained ever vigilant, his ears finely attuned to every subtle sound. A sharp glint illuminated his eyes, as if he could pierce through the darkness, ensuring no foe could approach them undetected. Yan Ming leaned against the cave wall, polishing his shield. His gaze retained an air of watchfulness, as though he were perpetually prepared for the next confrontation. The mysterious runes on his shield flickered under the dim light, whispering of its formidable defensive prowess. His fingers grazed the intricate patterns on the shield, a steadfast belief swelling within him. Meanwhile, Ziyu sat nearby, poring over an ancient tome, diligently studying the habits and weaknesses of soul beasts. Her eyes were focused and earnest, as if she were lost in a mysterious world. The pages of the tome had yellowed with age, exuding an aura of antiquity, yet the knowledge contained within was akin to a treasure. drawing Zhu ever deeper into her exploration. Her long hair danced gently in the breeze, the silky strands seemingly narrating her grace and wisdom. Lin Yu sat cross-legged. Commencing his meditation, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of soul power within. After the fierce battle, he felt a significant depletion of his energy, yet sensed a subtle enhancement in his strength. His heart brimmed with reflection. Although the struggle was arduous, it fortified his resolve. He understood that only through relentless self-challenge could he attain greater power. During their respite, the members of the Shrek 7 monsters exchanged insights regarding their combat experiences. They meticulously reviewed every detail of the battle, analyzing their shortcomings to improve in future encounters. This confrontation illuminated the paramount significance of teamwork. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and addressed his companions, expressing that without their collective effort, overcoming the dark demon evil god tiger and its cohort of soul beasts would have been nearly impossible. His gaze radiated gratitude and respect, sincerely acknowledging his comrades' contributions. Indeed, each of us possesses unique strengths and weaknesses, and it is only through collaboration that we can unleash our fullest potential. Ziyuan nodded in agreement, her voice ringing clear and bright, echoing within the cavern. Her eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom, deep in contemplation of future battle strategies. Lei Ying, exhilarated, brandished his fist, proclaiming, "Next time we encounter formidable soul beasts, we shall defeat them even more swiftly." His eyes shimmered with fervor, as if a flame burned within. The crackling energy of his lightning power flickered in his hands, eagerly anticipating the next skirmish. Yin Yang exuded confidence, declaring, "We will grow ever stronger. Nothing shall obstruct our advance." His visage glowed red from the reflection of flames, embodying a blazing inferno. His eyes brimmed with fighting spirit, imbued with anticipation for the future. Shueishin gazed tenderly at everyone, smiling as she remarked, "We are a team. Whatever challenges arise, we shall face them together." Her voice flowed like a clear spring, bringing comfort and reassurance. The essence of her water power danced around them, offering a touch of coolness and tranquility. Fengqi entered from outside the cave, grinning as he said, "Fear not. With me here, no enemy shall dare approach us." His speed was as swift as lightning, dazzling to behold. Confidence sparkled in his eyes, as if he were showcasing his prowess. Yanming resolutely patted his shield, affirming, "I will always protect everyone, allowing no harm to befall us." His voice resonated deep and powerful, akin to a thunderous roar. His gaze was filled with unwavering determination, resembling an unyielding mountain. Ling Yu stowed away her staff, eyes gleaming with expectation. "We will grow together, becoming true powerhouses." Her voice was soft and warm, like a gentle spring breeze. Her healing energy radiated hope, illuminating the path forward for all. After a period of recuperation, the Shrek 7 monsters had significantly restored their stamina and soul power. They recognized that lingering here for too long was not an option. Greater challenges awaited them. Lin Yu rose to his feet and gazed upon everyone, declaring, "It is time for us to embark on our journey. The future holds numerous challenges for us to conquer." His eyes shone with unwavering determination and courage, as if he were proclaiming their resolve to the group. The members of the Shrek 7 monsters stood up in unison, their expressions mirroring the same steadfastness and valor. They exited the cave, continuing their path along a journey fraught with trials. United in purpose, they believed that no obstacle could hinder their advance. They would press on, for honor, for dreams, and for their comrades, boldly facing the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 37. Encounter with the Celestial Herb. The Shrek 7 monsters pressed forward in the mysterious realm, their steps both resolute and cautious, each stride seemingly an exploration of the secrets that lay ahead. This enigmatic land was rife with boundless challenges and opportunities, and they bravely embraced every possible twist of fate. On this day, they arrived at a secluded wilderness, the scenery resembling a breathtaking canvas, with lush vegetation cascading like a verdant ocean. Towering trees pierced the heavens, their branches intertwining to form a natural emerald canopy. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting golden threads that intertwined into patches of light, bestowing a mysterious yet warm hue upon the earth. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, whispering the ancient tales of this land, the sound akin to celestial melodies, enchanting all who listened. As they walked slowly, each individual's gaze was imbued with vigilance and curiosity, seeking potential opportunities and challenges in this unfamiliar territory. Suddenly, Lei Ying's eyes brightened, his fervent gaze fixated on a particular area ahead. In excitement, he exclaimed, "Look over there. What could that be?" Following his pointed direction, the others beheld a wondrous sight, a peculiar radiance flickering amidst the lush grass. The light shimmered like stars in the night sky, dazzling and mysterious, instantly captivating everyone's attention. They approached cautiously, every step laden with care. When they finally beheld the spectacle before them, all were left in awe. There, amidst the greenery, grew a cluster of extraordinary celestial herbs. These herbs emanated an enchanting glow, ranging from gentle to resplendent, each appearing to harbor immense energy. Some possessed leaves as green as jade, glistening with a crystalline sheen, while others flaunted flowers as vivid as flames, exuding a warm aura. Still, others bore unique shapes, seemingly crafted by the divine hand of nature itself. These celestial herbs lay like treasures, quietly awaiting discovery. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment and caution. He understood that exceptional celestial herbs often attracted formidable soul beasts. Furrowing his brow slightly, he whispered, "Everyone, be vigilant. These herbs may draw the attention of powerful soul beasts." His voice resonated with calm authority, ringing like a warning bell in their ears. His blue-silver grass martial spirit swayed gently beside him, as if also alerting to the dangers surrounding them. Meanwhile, Zhou swiftly perused an ancient tome, her long hair dancing in the breeze, each silky strand narrating her elegance and wisdom. Her gaze was focused and earnest as she swiftly sought references to these rare herbs within the ancient texts. These herbs were exceedingly precious. They could significantly enhance our strength. A hint of excitement tinged her voice, reminiscent of a treasure discovered. Her fingers glided gently over the pages of the tome, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. Lei Ying was eager to harvest the herbs, yet was restrained by Yin Yang. Caution filled Yin Yang's gaze as he firmly grasped Lei Ying's arm, stating, "Do not act impulsively. We still do not know if these herbs pose any danger." His tone was resolute and powerful, serving as a reminder to Lei Ying to refrain from hasty actions. Yin Yang exuded a fervent aura, as if bracing for any potential threats. Shui Xing gazed tenderly at the herbs, her water-based powers gently flowing around her like a serene stream. The water coiled around the herbs, seemingly attuned to their essence. "These herbs are truly beautiful. They must possess extraordinary powers," she murmured softly, her voice as melodious as a crystal-clear spring, instilling comfort and reassurance. Her eyes brimmed with gentleness and curiosity, as if she were admiring a splendid work of art. Feng Qi darted around like a specter, his speed akin to lightning, making him elusive. His eyes shimmered with a keen light, ever vigilant for potential dangers. "I do not sense any formidable soul beasts nearby, yet we must remain vigilant," he conveyed swiftly and clearly, as if imparting vital information to the group. His form flickered about, akin to a guardian spirit watching over the herbs. Yin Ming stood resolutely beside everyone, his shield akin to an impregnable fortress, always prepared to thwart any impending attacks. His gaze was unwavering and composed, as if nothing could sway his resolve. "We must be cautious in safeguarding these herbs. We cannot allow them to be taken from us," he declared with a steady and powerful voice, as though affirming his responsibility. His fingers clutched the shield tightly, symbolizing his protection of the most treasured possession. Ling Yu's staff glimmered with light as she attentively monitored the surroundings. Her eyes were filled with concern and worry for the safety of the group. "If these herbs truly can enhance our strength, we must utilize them wisely," she said softly yet firmly, as if bringing hope and strength to her companions. The gems upon her staff radiated a gentle glow, as if bestowing blessings upon the group. The Shrek 7 surrounded the herbs, scrutinizing these wondrous plants with eyes full of curiosity and anticipation, as if exploring an uncharted realm. They understood that these herbs could represent a pivotal opportunity on their path to growth, yet they could also bring unforeseen dangers. They must tread carefully to maximize the herb's benefits while mitigating potential risks. In this enigmatic wilderness, how will the Shrek 7 navigate these extraordinary herbs? What challenges and opportunities will they encounter? Everything remains shrouded in uncertainty, yet they firmly believe that as long as they stand united, no obstacle can hinder their progress. They shall continue to face every challenge with unwavering courage, driven by honor, ambition, and camaraderie, pressing forward relentlessly. Chapter 38. The Acquisition of Celestial Herbs. Upon discovering a trove of exquisite celestial herbs in the enigmatic wilderness, the members of the Shrek 7 monsters were enveloped in a whirlwind of complex emotions. They were awash with astonishment and anticipation at the immense energy contained within the herbs, yet equally burdened by concerns regarding the safe return of these treasures to Shrek Academy. Gathered around the celestial herbs, they deliberated meticulously on their course of action. Lin Yu gazed intently at the herbs in his grasp, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. He spoke slowly. "These celestial herbs may herald a transformative era for us at the Academy. Their power must not be underestimated. We must exercise utmost caution in ensuring they do not fall into the hands of malevolent individuals." His voice resonated with steadiness and strength, instilling a renewed vigor among his companions. The blue-silver grass martial spirit in his hand swayed gently, seemingly reflecting his reverence for the celestial herbs. Zhu tenderly caressed the ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, yet the knowledge contained within was as invaluable as a treasure. She nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. Upon our return to the academy, we can harness these celestial herbs under the guidance of our teachers to enhance our strength. The characteristics and effects of these herbs may be elucidated within this tome, allowing us to select those best suited to our needs." Her long hair danced in the breeze, exuding an air of elegance. Her gaze was focused and earnest, as if she were already immersed in the world of the ancient text, seeking the secrets of the celestial herbs. Lei Ying, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Eager to return to the academy and explore the effects of the herbs, he declared, Once we are back at the academy, I shall be the first to consume the celestial herbs, amplifying my lightning powers. I can hardly contain my anticipation for the strength they will bestow." His voice was imbued with a bold confidence, as if nothing could deter his resolve to pursue greatness. Yin Yang, equally enthused, remarked, "These celestial herbs will surely elevate our fire abilities to new heights. I can sense the formidable aura they emanate. They will undoubtedly intensify my flames." His face glowed with the imagined fire, as though he were already engulfed in a sea of flames, reveling in the release of his power. Shui Xin regarded her companions with gentle warmth, smiling as she said, "May these celestial herbs aid us in better safeguarding the academy. Our duty extends beyond mere self-improvement. We must also protect our academy and our comrades." Her water-based powers flowed softly around her, as if preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. Her eyes radiated tenderness and determination, instilling a sense of comfort and warmth in those around her. Feng Qi darted about with the swiftness of lightning, his speed dazzling to behold. Eagerly, he urged, "Let us hasten back to the academy. I can hardly wait. I wish to discover how much these celestial herbs can enhance my speed." His voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation, as if envisioning himself darting through future battles with unparalleled velocity. Yin Ming clutched the container holding the celestial herbs tightly, his gaze resolute, as if guarding the most precious of treasures. He spoke with unwavering composure. "We must safely return the celestial herb to the academy. It is our duty, as well as our promise to the institution." His fingers gripped the container tightly, as if declaring his resolve to all present. Ling Yu's staff shimmered with radiant light as she gently cautioned, "Everyone must be vigilant. There may still be dangers along the way. We cannot afford to be complacent. We must remain alert at all times." Her voice was both tender and resolute, serving as a reminder not to let joy cloud their judgment. Her eyes were filled with concern and worry for their safety. Thus, the Shrek 7 set forth on their journey back to Shrek Academy. Along the way, they cautiously evaded potential threats, maintaining constant vigilance. They opted for the most discreet route, striving to minimize contact with other soul masters to avoid unnecessary troubles. Their steps were both firm and cautious, each stride imbued with a mix of anticipation and apprehension for what lay ahead. At last, they returned to Shrek Academy. The towering gates reached towards the heavens, the Shrek emblem on the archway gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. A sense of nostalgia filled the hearts of the Shrek 7 as they stood before this familiar place, ready to embark on a new journey. The teachers of the academy, upon learning of their successful return with the precious celestial herb, were filled with astonishment. They approached the group, eagerly examining the herbs, their eyes sparkling with admiration and hope, as if envisioning the promising future of Shrek Academy. Under the guidance of their mentors, the Shrek 7 began to prepare for the consumption of the celestial herb. They entered a tranquil chamber within the academy, where an aura of mystery enveloped the air. Lin Yu stepped forward first, inhaling deeply as he took a celestial herb and placed it into his mouth. Instantly, the herb's energy surged within him, and he felt a powerful force welling up in his heart. His blue-silver grass martial spirit danced around him wildly, as if celebrating the arrival of newfound power. The leaves of the herb shimmered with an enigmatic glow, whispering tales of its strength. Lin Yu closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the transformations within. Zhu too selected a celestial herb suited to her needs. She shut her eyes, immersed in the essence of the herb. Knowledge from ancient tomes flooded her mind. Intertwining with the herb's energy, her brilliance shone even brighter, as if she could perceive the mysteries of the universe. Her long hair fluttered gracefully in the breeze, exuding an air of elegance. She furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating how to best harness the power of the celestial herb. Lei Ying, without hesitation, swallowed his celestial herb. The force of lightning surged violently within him. With a mighty roar, violet arcs of electricity illuminated the entire room. His strength surged dramatically, and his lightning power became even more ferocious and formidable. His eyes sparkled with fierce intensity, as if capable of reducing any adversary to ashes. After consuming the celestial herb, Yin Yang's flames intensified, becoming more blazing than ever. It was as if a raging inferno burned within him, deterring any who dared approach. His gaze was filled with determination, as though he was prepared to confront any challenge that lay ahead. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the fiery energy surging within him. Shui Xian gently consumed the celestial herb, her water-based powers becoming increasingly gentle yet formidable. A veil of mist enveloped her, reminiscent of a goddess of water. Under her command, the mist transformed into various shapes, seemingly illustrating her prowess. Her gaze radiated warmth and determination, instilling a sense of comfort and solace in those around her. After Feng Qi ingested the celestial herb, his swiftness escalated. He darted around the room, leaving behind a trail of afterimages that left onlookers in awe. His figure flickered like lightning, eluding capture. A sharp glimmer danced in his eyes, as if he could traverse any distance in an instant. Upon consuming the celestial herb, Yin Meng's shield bore even brighter mystical runes. His defensive capabilities became remarkably robust, akin to an immovable mountain. He gripped the shield tightly, sensing the power emanating from it. His gaze was resolute, as if nothing could breach his defenses. Ling Yu, after partaking of the celestial herb, experienced an instantaneous amplification of her healing abilities. The staff in her hand radiated a more brilliant light, as if it possessed the power to mend all wounds. Her eyes were filled with compassion and warmth, embodying the essence of a gentle mother. She waved her staff softly, attuning herself to the flow of healing energy. The Shrek's 7 monsters, having consumed the celestial herb, experienced immense enhancements in their abilities. They understood that a myriad of challenges awaited them, yet confidence surged within them as they prepared to confront any adversity. Standing in the Academy's plaza, their eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve and courage. They would continue to bravely forge ahead for honor, for dreams, and for their comrades. In Chapter 38, Transformation, the Shrek's 7 monsters sat quietly in a serene corner of the Academy after consuming the celestial herb, each face etched with anticipation and curiosity as they attentively felt the wondrous changes occurring within their bodies. Lin Yu gently closed his eyes, his expression focused. He first sensed the distinction within himself. The surge of soul power within him was more torrential than ever, akin to an unstoppable river, majestic and potent. Each circulation of soul power seemed to carry boundless vitality and vigor. His blue-silver grass martial spirit underwent significant transformation. The blades became tougher, their hue more vibrant, shimmering with a mysterious luster. This radiance resembled stars in the night sky, dazzling and enchanting. Each blade seemed to harbor formidable strength, and as it swayed gently, it caused ripples in the surrounding air, as though an invisible hand had stirred it. Moreover, his perceptive abilities were greatly enhanced, allowing him to detect subtle changes in his environment with heightened acuity. Even the fall of a leaf or the crawl of an ant resonated clearly within his awareness. He felt as though he were one with the world around him, attuned to the very breath and pulse of nature. Ziyu sat quietly, resembling a contemplative goddess. She discovered that the light of her wisdom shone even more brilliantly. A cascade of wondrous thoughts and strategies surged in her mind, each idea sparkling like radiant stars. Her comprehension of the ancient texts deepened, with every word and phrase coming to life, unveiling endless mysteries to her. Her long hair appeared even more lustrous, cascading down her shoulders like a flowing black waterfall. Each strand seemed imbued with the vitality of life, gently swaying in the breeze. Her gaze had deepened, as if it could penetrate the very essence of the soul. Within that profound look glimmered the brilliance of wisdom, irresistibly drawing others in. Simultaneously, her form became more ethereal, her movements exuding an effortless grace. Rising lightly, her footsteps were as delicate as feathers, gliding through the air. Each gesture radiated elegance and beauty, evoking the image of a fairy stepped out from a painting. Thunder Shadow felt the tempestuous surge of lightning within him. His electrical powers became increasingly ferocious, with violet arcs swirling around him like a colossal dragon. The dragon, fierce and menacing, emanated an overwhelming aura. Each arc of electricity seemed to carry the weight of annihilation, evoking trepidation in all who beheld it. His speed had also escalated, enabling him to unleash potent lightning strikes in an instant. His figure darted like a bolt of lightning, vanishing from one spot and reappearing in another in the blink of an eye. His body brimmed with boundless strength, each motion imbued with an impressive momentum. He swung his fist, and the air resonated with thunderous roars, as if proclaiming his might to the world. Flame Sun's fiery power ascended to unprecedented heights. His flames grew more fervent, morphing from a vivid red to a profound blue. That azure fire appeared to emanate from the infernos of hell, radiating an intimidating heat. The flames burned with such intensity that they could even melt steel. With a mere flick of his wrist, a jet of blue fire erupted. instantly turning a massive boulder into molten lava. His form seemed encased in a shield of flames, deterring foes from approaching carelessly. This shield exuded a formidable presence, warning all adversaries. Moreover, his endurance had significantly amplified, allowing him to sustain fiery assaults without succumbing to fatigue. There he stood, akin to a deity of flames, instilling awe in all who gazed upon him. Waterheart joyfully discovered her water abilities had grown purer and more potent. She could effortlessly manipulate the flow of water, transforming it into various shapes for offense or defense. The water danced in her hands like an obedient pet, morphing at her will. At times, it became a sharp water sword, at others, a sturdy water shield. Mist enveloped her, not only confounding her enemies, but also providing cover for herself and her allies. This mist floated around her like delicate gossamer, light and enchanting. Her skin became more radiant, as if it could seamlessly merge with the elemental waters. Her eyes sparkled with gentleness and tranquility, evoking an immense sense of comfort. Windchaser felt his speed had reached astonishing levels. He could traverse great distances in an instant, leaving behind fleeting shadows that made it difficult to discern his true form. His presence was ghostly, eluding capture. He dashed through the air, leaving only a blurred silhouette in his wake. His reflexes sharpened to an extraordinary degree, enabling him to react swiftly to impending danger. His body transformed into a streak of lightning, leaving others in his wake. His eyes shimmered with confidence and exhilaration, as if reveling in the thrill of speed. The shield of the formidable Yan Meng has become even more resilient, adorned with mysterious runes that shimmer with a dazzling brilliance. This radiance is as blinding as the sun, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. His strength has significantly amplified, enabling him to effortlessly wield the colossal shield to fend off powerful assaults. His physique seems to have transformed into an unassailable mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of security. He stands there, akin to a guardian deity, evoking profound reassurance. The healing prowess of Ling Yu has grown even more extraordinary. She possesses the ability to instantaneously mend her comrades' grievous wounds, restoring their combat readiness with remarkable swiftness. The staff she wields resembles the tree of life, emanating a warm glow akin to the gentle sunlight of spring, comforting and soothing. Her gaze is imbued with love and tenderness, enveloping those around her in a cocoon of peace. With a delicate wave of her staff, a cascade of green light envelopes her companions, their injuries healing as if they had never been harmed. The members of the Shrek 7 gazed at one another, their hearts brimming with joy and reflection. They understood that the celestial herbs had bestowed upon them not only a surge in strength, but also a profound sense of responsibility and mission. They would wield this newfound power to continue safeguarding Shrek Academy, ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Standing resolutely, their eyes sparkled with determination and courage, as if proclaiming their resolve to the world. Chapter 39, A New Storm. After experiencing the tremendous transformations brought forth by the celestial herbs, each member of the Shrek 7 immersed themselves in their newfound powers, endeavoring to swiftly acclimate and master these changes. Yet, fate seems to delight in presenting new challenges when least expected. An unusual disturbance suddenly rippled through the academy, spreading like waves in the air. Imbued with a mysterious and potent aura, Lin Yu and his companions immediately heightened their vigilance, swiftly gathering together, their eyes filled with alertness. Be cautious, this power is unfamiliar, and we cannot ascertain what approaches us. Lin Yu's expression grew serious, his blue-silver grass spirit gently swaying beside him, its leaves glimmering with an enigmatic light. Each blade of grass appeared as a vigilant sentinel, poised to strike at any moment. Lin Yu's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, intently focused on the direction from whence the disturbance emanated, seeking to uncover any clues. Zhou furrowed her brow slightly, swiftly flipping through ancient tomes, her slender fingers deftly navigating the yellowed pages. Her expression was focused and earnest, striving to find any reference to this mysterious power within the texts. There are no records of such a force in the ancient texts, but we must not let our guard down. Zhu's voice rang out, crisp and calm, infusing the tense atmosphere with a semblance of rational thought. Thunderous arcs of electricity danced around Lei Ying, violet sparks leaping in his vicinity, accompanied by crackling sounds. His eyes brimmed with the fervor of battle, as if he could scarcely contain his eagerness to confront the unknown adversary. Whatever it is, I'll face it head-on. Lei Ying's voice resonated with boldness and confidence, his electrical power seemingly responding to his fighting spirit, becoming increasingly ferocious. The flames enveloping Yin Yang surged higher, the searing heat distorting the air around him. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the fiery energy coursing within him. Our strength has significantly increased, and we need not fear. Yin Yang's voice was resolute and powerful, his flames seemingly igniting his fighting spirit, poised to unleash a formidable fire attack at any moment. Zhou Ke gazed gently yet firmly at everyone, her water powers flowing gracefully around her, reminiscent of a tranquil brook that instills a sense of calm. We must proceed with caution, for we cannot let the enhancement brought by the celestial herb breed arrogance. Zhou Ke's voice was as melodious as a clear spring, her eyes brimming with caution and concern. Feng Qi darted around like a wraith, his speed dizzying to behold. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Feng Qi was scouting the situation, striving to uncover the source of this mysterious power. Yanming gripped his shield tightly, his gaze steadfast and composed. The enigmatic runes upon the shield shimmered with light, as if narrating its formidable defensive prowess. Standing resolutely before the others, Yanming was prepared for any oncoming threat. Whatever may come, I shall protect everyone. His voice resonated with depth and strength, his form akin to an immovable mountain, providing a profound sense of security. Lingyu held her staff aloft, its brilliance flickering, emanating a warm glow akin to the gentle sunlight of spring, offering hope and strength. She was ever ready to heal, her eyes reflecting deep concern and care. Everyone must prioritize their safety and avoid injury. Lingyu's voice was soft and warm, her healing powers seemingly safeguarding them all. Before long, Feng Qi returned, a serious expression etched upon his face. A horde of mysterious spirit beasts has emerged, exuding a powerful aura and appearing in great numbers. Feng Qi's words were swift and clear, his eyes filled with vigilance. The Shrek 7 glanced at one another, finding resolve and courage mirrored in each other's gazes. They understood that a grueling battle was imminent. Grasping their weapons tightly, they adjusted their stances, bracing themselves for the forthcoming challenge. Among this assembly of enigmatic spirit beasts, one loomed particularly powerful, its massive form resembling a small mountain. Its body was cloaked in black scales, shimmering with an arcane light. Its eyes glowed red, as if warning the Shrek 7 to keep their distance. This spirit beast radiated an overwhelming presence, thickening the air around them with tension. Linyu inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. This spirit beast appears formidable, yet we must not falter. We shall strive together to overcome it. His voice was steady and powerful, the blue-silver grass martial spirit swirling around him, as if affirming his determination. The Shrek 7 unleashed their martial spirits, preparing for an intense confrontation with the mysterious spirit beasts. Their martial spirits sparkled with dazzling brilliance, showcasing their strength to the beasts. The blue-silver grass danced, lightning crackled. Flames blazed, mist swirled, speed flickered like lightning. The shield stood strong as a rock, and the staff shimmered radiantly. Their eyes were filled with determination. They knew this battle would serve as yet another crucial test on their path to growth. As the battle loomed, could the Shrek 7 triumph once more against a formidable foe? What growth and challenges will they encounter in this battle? All remains shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, they firmly believe that as long as they stand united, no obstacle can impede their progress. With their courage and strength, they shall confront this new challenge and inscribe their own legendary tale. Chapter 40. The Fierce Battle with the Mysterious Soul Beasts. The Shrek 7 monsters stood resolutely against the mysterious horde of soul beasts, as an invisible haze of gunpowder seemed to permeate the air, the palpable tension hanging over them like a heavy storm cloud. At the forefront of the soul beast assembly stood an exceptionally formidable creature, its crimson eyes blazing like burning embers, fixated on the Shrek 7 monsters, scrutinizing its adversaries with an air of authority and provocation. Linyu positioned himself at the forefront of the group, his gaze unwavering and incisive, akin to a sword unsheathed, radiating an aura of fearlessness. The blue-silver grass in his hand quivered gently, each blade seemingly infused with the vitality of life, poised to launch an attack at any moment. Following their prearranged strategy, Lei Ying and Yin Yang took on the role of primary attackers. Zhou Ke manipulated the battlefield's environment. Feng Qi created distractions for the soul beasts. Yan Ming safeguarded the team, and Lingyu remained on standby for healing. Lin Yu calmly orchestrated their tactics, his voice steady and resonant, instilling a flicker of steadfast confidence within his companions amidst the charged atmosphere. Lei Ying was electrified, his body surging with the power of lightning. Purple arcs dancing around him with a crackling sound. With a thunderous shout, his voice reverberated through the air like a clap of thunder, transforming into a bolt of purple lightning that surged toward the soul beast horde. The lightning coalesced in his hand into a spear, gleaming brilliantly as it thrust toward the mighty soul beast. The creature let out a roar that shook the very heavens, its black scales shimmering with an enigmatic glow, akin to impenetrable armor, effortlessly deflecting Lei Ying's assault. Though he staggered back from the recoil, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Rather, his resolve intensified. He wielded his lightning spear once more, preparing to unleash a more potent strike. Yin Yang, not to be outdone, swung his arms vigorously, unleashing a torrential wave of searing flames that surged forth toward the soul beasts. The flames blazed in the air, emitting a dazzling radiance, as if intent on incinerating everything in their path. Wherever the fire spread, the air itself seemed to ignite, crackling ominously. Some of the weaker soul beasts recoiled in terror from the fiery onslaught, their frightened cries echoing around them. However, the powerful soul beast remained unfazed, opening its massive maw to unleash a wave of dark energy that collided with Yin Yang's flames. The clash between the energy wave and the flames produced a thunderous sound, saturating the air with potent energy fluctuations. Yin Yang gritted his teeth, feeling the surge of fiery power within him, as he relentlessly amplified the flames in an effort to suppress the beast's counterattack. Shui Xian danced her hands gracefully, summoning a continuous flow of water energy. Instantly, a mist enveloped the ground, spreading like delicate gossamer across the battlefield. This mist obscured the vision of the soul beasts, rendering their attacks on the Shrek 7 monsters imprecise. Simultaneously, Shui Xian utilized the currents of water to buffet the bodies of the soul beasts, the water flowing like gentle giant hands, striving to disrupt their formation. Shui Xian's gaze was focused and earnest as she continuously adjusted the output of her water-based powers, creating a favorable combat environment for her companions. Feng Qi darted through the soul beasts like a wraith, his speed reaching an almost unfathomable peak, rendering him elusive. His figure flickered like lightning amidst the throng of soul beasts, evading their attempts to capture him. Occasionally, Feng Qi launched surprise attacks, targeting the vital areas of the soul beasts and plunging them into disarray. Although his strikes did not inflict fatal damage, they successfully disrupted the beast's rhythm of attack, granting his allies precious time and opportunities. Yan Ming stood steadfastly behind the group, using his enormous shield to fend off the assaults of the soul beasts. The mysterious runes on his shield shimmered with light, and each block resonated with a deep thud, proclaiming his formidable defensive prowess to the soul beasts. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Yan Ming understood that his duty was to protect his comrades, ensuring that not a single soul beast breached his defenses. Gripping his shield firmly, his body resembled an unyielding fortress, offering the most reliable protection to his allies. Ling Yu anxiously monitored the condition of her companions, her staff glowing with light. Concern and worry filled her gaze. Should any of her allies sustain injuries, she would immediately invoke her healing arts. A warm radiance enveloped the wounded, enabling them to swiftly regain their fighting spirit. Ling Yu's healing power resembled the gentle sunlight of spring, warm and comforting, bestowing hope and strength upon her comrades. As the battle intensified, the Shrek 7 faced tremendous pressure, yet they remained undeterred. Through their seamless cooperation and indomitable spirit, they engaged in a fierce struggle against the horde of soul beasts. Each member exerted their utmost effort, fighting for the triumph of their team. Their assaults surged like relentless waves, overwhelming the soul beasts, while their defenses stood firm like an impregnable wall. The formidable soul beast appeared incensed by the resilience of the Shrek 7, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Its aura grew increasingly frenzied, black energy swirling around it, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. It began to attack the Shrek 7 with abandon, unleashing torrents of dark energy that surged forth like a colossal black dragon. Wherever the energy waves struck, the ground erupted, leaving deep ravines in their wake. Although the Shrek 7 found themselves in a more perilous situation, they remained undaunted. United in solidarity, they supported and encouraged one another. "Do not fear. We will surely overcome it," Lin Yu proclaimed, his voice brimming with confidence and courage. His companions nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. They understood that only through unity could they conquer their formidable foe. They continued to leverage their individual strengths, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the soul beasts. Chapter 41. The mysterious soul beast continues. The fierce battle raged on, with the confrontation between the Shrek 7 and the mysterious soul beasts reaching a fevered pitch. The battlefield was enveloped in smoke and dust, as the formidable soul beast unleashed waves of dark energy like an invincible demon. With each wave that descended, the ground was ravaged, leaving deep ravines and charred marks in its wake. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon the soul beast, his eyes sharp as those of a hawk. As his mind raced to devise a strategy, he understood that the outcome of this battle would determine their very survival. Identifying the soul beast's weakness was imperative for victory. Observing the creature's every move, an audacious plan suddenly struck him, compelling him to take a leap of faith. Thunder Shadow, Flame Sun, unleash a full assault on the creature's eyes. That may very well be its Achilles heel, Lin Yu shouted, his voice resonating with clarity amidst the cacophony of battle. Without hesitation, Thunder Shadow and Flame Sun executed the command. The power of lightning burst forth from Thunder Shadow, transforming him into a streak of purple lightning that surged towards the soul beast with astonishing speed. The lightning spear in his grasp glimmered with brilliance as he aimed for the creature's eye. Meanwhile, Flame Sun provided support, conjuring a formidable blaze that danced through the air like a colossal dragon, obscuring the soul beast's line of sight. Sensing imminent danger, the soul beast thrashed its head wildly in a frantic attempt to evade the onslaught. Its eyes flashed with fury, seemingly warning the Shrek 7 monsters not to act recklessly. However, Thunder Shadow's speed was unparalleled. The lightning spear struck true, piercing one of the soul beast's eyes. The creature emitted a deafening roar, its anguished cry reverberating through the heavens as its body convulsed violently. Dark blood streamed from its eye, splattering onto the ground with a sizzling sound. Seizing the moment of chaos, Zhou Ke intensified her water-based powers. With graceful movements of her hands, torrents of water surged forth, crashing against the soul beast like relentless ocean waves, sending it staggering. Her gaze was focused and determined as she meticulously adjusted the flow and force of the water, striving to inflict greater damage on the creature. Feng Qi took advantage of the distraction, darting around the soul beast with extraordinary speed that rendered him nearly elusive. He targeted the creature's vital points, and while each strike bore minimal damage, they successfully disrupted the soul beast's movements. Yanmeng stood resolutely in front of his companions, wielding his massive shield to fend off the beast's counterattacks. The mysterious runes etched upon the shield glimmered with light, producing a dull thud with each impact. Yanmeng's eyes were filled with resolve. He understood his mission was to safeguard his comrades, ensuring the soul beast did not breach their defenses. He gripped the shield tightly, his body serving as a steadfast bastion, providing the most reliable protection. Lingyu remained ever prepared to heal any injured allies, clutching her staff, adorned with a softly glowing gem. Her eyes radiated concern. The moment one of her companions was wounded, she would immediately invoke her healing magic. A warm light enveloped the injured, restoring their fighting spirit with remarkable swiftness. United in purpose, the Shrek 7 monsters relentlessly assailed the soul beast. Their attacks surged forth like an unending tide, overwhelming the creature with wave after wave. The soul beast's strength began to wane, and the dark scales that adorned its body lost their luster. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, and its attacks no longer possessed the ferocity of before. Ultimately, through the combined efforts of the Shrek 7 monsters, the soul beast collapsed to the ground, its body emitting a dull thud as if heralding the conclusion of this fierce battle. The Shrek 7 monsters, weary and battered, sat upon the ground, their bodies adorned with scars, their garments soaked in sweat and blood. Yet, within their eyes sparkled the joy of triumph. Lin Yu gazed at his companions, his heart swelling with emotion. He understood that this victory was hard-won, a testament to their collective endeavor. Once again, they had triumphed over a formidable foe, a manifestation of their unity. Although his voice was weary, it resonated with unwavering resolve, and his eyes gleamed with pride for his comrades. Ziyu smiled and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, we are a team. As long as we stand united, no obstacle can thwart us." Her long hair danced in the gentle breeze, her gaze imbued with wisdom and confidence. She recognized that this battle had not only matured them, but had also strengthened their bond as a team. Laying exuberantly raised his fists, exclaiming, "Haha, this battle was exhilarating. We have grown even stronger." His eyes sparkled with fervor, as if eagerly anticipating the next confrontation. His mastery of lightning had further advanced during the skirmish, and he yearned to challenge even mightier adversaries with his burgeoning power. Yin Yang, too, wore a smile. "Our flame powers have significantly improved through this battle." His face was aglow with the reflection of fire, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. He was aware that his fiery prowess still had vast potential for enhancement, and he was determined to strive for greater strength. Zhou Ke regarded everyone with gentle eyes. "We have faced so many challenges together. We will continue to confront even more ahead." Her water-based energy flowed softly around her, bringing a sense of coolness and tranquility to the group. She understood that more trials awaited them, yet she was confident that as long as they remained united, they could surmount any adversity. Feng Qi swiftly darted around, ensuring no dangers lingered. "This battle has heightened our synergy." His speed was akin to lightning, elusive and swift. He knew that their heightened cooperation in battle would serve as a crucial advantage in their future endeavors. Yanmeng diligently wiped the dust from his shield. "We shall continue to protect everyone and uphold our honor." His gaze was resolute, as steadfast as an unyielding mountain. He recognized that his duty was to safeguard his companions, vowing to protect this honor with his very life. Ling Yu's staff shimmered with radiant light. "Everyone is injured. Allow me to heal you." Her voice was soft and warm, as if offering hope and strength. Her healing power flowed like the gentle sunlight of spring, comforting and soothing, gradually mending their wounds. Under Ling Yu's restorative magic, the injuries of the Shrek 7 monsters began to heal. They rose to their feet, gazing into the distance, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 42, Reflections and Summaries Post-Battle. After successfully vanquishing the enigmatic soul beast horde, the members of the Shrek 7 were physically and mentally exhausted. However, they refrained from immediately relaxing. This mysterious realm was fraught with unknown dangers, and they understood that each battle presented an opportunity for growth, necessitating a thorough reflection on their experiences to prepare adequately for the challenges ahead. After searching the surroundings, they finally discovered a relatively safe haven for recuperation. It was a serene valley, enveloped by lush greenery, with a gentle stream flowing nearby. The air was infused with a refreshing essence, invigorating their spirits. Lin Yu was the first to speak. Although we emerged victorious from this encounter, certain issues have been revealed. Our coordination during combat could be more harmonious, and our responses to unforeseen circumstances require further enhancement. His gaze was contemplative, as his blue-silver grass martial soul swayed gently beside him, seemingly reflecting on their performance in battle. Each blade of grass shimmered with a mysterious radiance, as if narrating the tales of their conflict. Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly, recalling every detail of the skirmish in an effort to identify areas for improvement. Ziyu nodded thoughtfully, opening an ancient tome whose pages had yellowed with age. Yet the knowledge contained within was as invaluable as treasure. I too have noticed certain characteristics of the soul beasts that we had not fully grasped during our skirmish. We must delve deeper into our study of these creatures to better prepare for future encounters. Her long hair danced in the gentle breeze, its silky strands seemingly conveying her grace and wisdom. Ziyu's focused and earnest demeanor was evident as her fingers delicately traced the pages of the tome. Searching for insights regarding the soul beasts, she understood that only by thoroughly comprehending the enemy could they achieve victory in battle. Ling scratched his head, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. My lightning attacks sometimes lack precision. I need to enhance my training. He radiated a formidable electric energy, with violet arcs of lightning crackling around him, producing a series of sharp sounds. Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of lightning coursing through him, determined to continually elevate his prowess in the days to come. He recognized that only by honing the accuracy of his strikes could he play a more significant role in combat. Yin Yang added, my control over flames could also benefit from refinement. I must not simply pursue overwhelming power. His face was aglow with the reflection of flames, as if he were a living embodiment of blazing fire. Yin Yang gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the temperature and flow of the fiery energy within. He realized that he needed to master the nuanced control of flames to unleash their full potential in battle. Contemplating how to wield this fiery power more effectively, he sought to transform it into his most formidable weapon. Shui Xian spoke softly. When wielding my water-based powers, I can be more adaptable and versatile, providing better support for everyone. Her water abilities flowed gently around her, reminiscent of a tender stream. Shui Xian's eyes sparkled with warmth and determination. Aware that her water powers could offer substantial assistance to her comrades, she pondered how to make the water flow more fluidly, creating an optimal environment for her allies in the heat of battle. After swiftly traversing the surroundings, Feng Qi remarked, my speed advantage has yet to be fully realized. I must devise a means to better disrupt the enemy during combat. His figure appeared elusive, akin to a spectral presence, making it difficult for others to grasp his movements. Feng Qi understood that his swiftness was his greatest asset, and he contemplated how to leverage this advantage to create greater chaos for his adversaries in battle. Yin Ming gripped his shield firmly and declared, my defense can be fortified further. I cannot allow the enemy to breach my lines with ease. His gaze was resolute, reminiscent of a guardian protecting a cherished treasure. The shield was adorned with flickering, mysterious runes, each seemingly narrating its formidable defensive prowess. Yin Ming recognized that his mission was to safeguard his companions. He could not permit the enemy to easily penetrate his defenses. He pondered how to enhance his fortifications, ensuring the most reliable protection for his allies. Ling Yu's staff emanated a radiant glow as she stated, I must be more decisive in my healing. I cannot allow my companions to suffer injuries for too long. Her eyes brimmed with concern and compassion. Ling Yu's healing power resembled warm sunlight, bestowing hope and strength upon her comrades. She understood her responsibility to promptly mend their wounds, enabling them to swiftly regain their combat effectiveness. She contemplated how to wield her healing arts with greater decisiveness, offering her allies peace of mind during battles. The members of Shrek 7 earnestly reflected on their shortcomings in combat, while simultaneously crafting plans for their future growth. They recognized that only through continuous advancement could they survive in this challenging world. Gathering together, they exchanged thoughts and experiences, collectively exploring ways to enhance their strength. During their respite, they also took care of one another. Ling Yu tended to their injuries, her staff aglow, enveloping each person in her warm, healing energy. Gradually, their wounds healed under her nurturing touch, and gratitude illuminated their faces. Shui Xian prepared refreshing water for everyone, channeling her water affinity to bring forth stream water for their enjoyment. Feng Qi remained vigilant, his elusive form darting through the valley to ensure no enemies approached. Yin Meng, Lei Ying, and Yin Yang engaged in discussions on how to amplify their offensive capabilities, sharing their combat experiences to discover improved methods of attack. Lin Yu and Ziyu continued their studies on the characteristics of soul beasts, hoping that a deeper understanding would prepare them for future confrontations. After a period of recuperation, Shrek's 7 gradually regained their vigor. Their eyes sparkled with determination and confidence, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. They understood that the road ahead remained long. Yet they were resolute in their collective journey toward becoming true warriors. Rising to their feet, they gazed into the distance, hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. They would press onward, for honor, for dreams, and for their comrades, bravely embracing the challenges that awaited them. Chapter 43, Return to Shrek. After a prolonged and arduous series of battles and recuperation, Shrek's 7 finally resolved to embark on their journey home, back to their cherished sanctuary, Shrek Academy. This journey is replete with uncertainty and anticipation, as each individual carries within them a tapestry of emotions, longing to return to familiar grounds, while simultaneously grappling with trepidation about the future. Along the way, their spirits oscillate between exhilaration and apprehension. The thrill of returning to a known sanctuary, to share their adventures and growth with mentors and companions, contrasts sharply with the anxiety of not knowing what transformations have unfolded at the academy during their absence. Their strides are resolute and vigorous, as if narrating their yearning for home. Leading the procession is Lin Yu, whose gaze reflects both determination and hope. The blue-silver grass spirit dances gently beside him, each blade glimmering with an enigmatic luminescence, echoing its own desire to return to the embrace of the academy. As they quicken their pace, Lin Yu's voice resonates with steadiness and strength, akin to an anchor in turbulent seas, invigorating his companions to forge ahead. His confident steps seem to guide them toward the shores of victory. Following closely behind is Ziyu, clutching a treasured ancient tome. The pages, now yellowed with age, conceal knowledge as precious as a trove of jewels. Her long hair flows gracefully in the breeze, each strand whispering tales of her elegance and wisdom. With an eager heart, she muses about the potential new research findings from the Academy's faculty, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. Her movements are light and graceful, as though she is in pursuit of enlightenment. Lei Ying exuberantly brandishes his fists, his body crackling with arcs of lightning. The violet electricity leaps around him, crackling with energy, a testament to his formidable might. Upon our return to the academy, I must find a worthy opponent to truly test my newfound strength, he exclaims, his eyes aflame with competitive spirit, eager to showcase his prowess. His steps are vibrant, as if he dances forward. Yin Yang, equally brimming with anticipation, adds, I too wish for the Academy's instructors to witness the magnitude of my fiery abilities. His visage is aglow with the reflection of flames, emanating an intense heat. Confidence radiates from his gaze, as though his fighting spirit is ignited. His steps are firm and powerful, blazing a path ahead. Shueishin gazes tenderly at her companions, a smile gracing her lips as she remarks, once we return to the academy, we shall train together once more. Her water-based powers flow gently around her, reminiscent of a tranquil stream, instilling a sense of serenity. Her eyes brim with warmth and anticipation, as if awaiting a joyful reunion with her friends. Her movements are light and graceful, akin to a dance of progress. Feng Qi darts about like a specter, his speed rivaling that of lightning. His figure leaves fleeting afterimages in the air, elusive and hard to grasp. I can hardly wait to showcase my new velocity at the academy, he proclaims, his voice imbued with confidence, heralding his strength. His strides are swift, chasing the very essence of time. Yanmeng trails closely at the rear of the group, his shield adorned with mysterious runes shimmering in the light. Each rune seems to narrate tales of its formidable defensive prowess. Upon returning to the academy, we must intensify our training, dedicated to safeguarding our institution and comrades. His gaze is resolute, akin to a guardian safeguarding the most cherished treasures. His stride is steady and powerful, as if protecting the path ahead. In the hands of the healer, the staff gleams with radiance, her eyes brimming with warmth. This gentle light mirrors the sun's embrace in spring, instilling hope and strength within. Back at the academy, we can indulge in a moment's respite before resuming our pursuit of dreams. Her voice, tender yet unwavering, inspires hope and fortitude among us. Her steps are light and graceful, as if conveying the very essence of hope. At last, the magnificent gates of Shrek Academy loom before them. The architecture remains solemn and grand, exuding a profound academic atmosphere coupled with potent spiritual energy. The towering walls stand as a formidable fortress, ensuring the safety of the academy. The emblem of Shrek upon the gates glistens under the sunlight, seemingly welcoming their return. The hearts of the Shrek 7 swell with nostalgia. They can almost envision their past struggles within these walls. Their eyes shimmer with memories and anticipation, reflecting on past moments while yearning for future joys. With unwavering determination, they step through the academy's gates. Faculty and students alike express their surprise upon their return, the teachers eagerly approaching to inquire about their adventures. Their eyes are filled with concern and pride, celebrating the growth of their students. Friends gather around, eager to hear the thrilling tales of their journey. Their expressions brimming with curiosity and admiration, reveling in their excitement. The Shrek 7 understand that their adventures, though fraught with challenges and adversity, have rendered them more mature and resilient. They shall persist in their studies and training at Shrek Academy, striving to become true champions. They believe that as long as they stand united, no obstacle can impede their progress. They will wield their strength to uphold the honor and dignity of the academy, laboring fervently for their dreams. Chapter 44. Preparing for the competition. After a lengthy journey, the Shrek 7 finally stand before the grand gates of Shrek Academy. Lin Yu gazes at the familiar structures, a flood of indescribable emotions surging within him. Beside him, the blue-silver grass sways gently, seemingly expressing the joy of returning home. "My friends, we are home," he declares, his voice steady and powerful, eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Ziyu caresses the ancient tome in her hands, her long hair dancing in the breeze, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. She is eager to engage with the Academy-S instructors, eager to explore new knowledge. Thundershadow, brimming with excitement, stretches his limbs, the power of lightning flickering around him. "Haha, we're finally back. I must find a worthy opponent to spar with," he exclaims, his fighting spirit as fervent as a dancing arc of electricity. Yin Yang's flames flicker with intensity, his face aglow with a fiery hue. "I too long to showcase my newfound power within the academy," he asserts, his confidence as if capable of incinerating all that stands before him. Waterheart smiled gently, the essence of water flowing around her, bringing a refreshing coolness. Returning to the academy, the prospect of working alongside her companions once more filled her with joy. The wind raced like a phantom, its speed dazzling to behold. "I could hardly wait to showcase my newfound swiftness at the academy." Rockgrip held his shield tightly, its runes emanating a mysterious glow. "We shall continue to strive for our academy." Spirit Healer's staff shimmered with light, warm and full of hope. The feeling of returning home was delightful. We could prepare ourselves for new challenges. Upon entering the academy, the enthusiastic welcome from teachers and students enveloped the Shrek 7 monsters in warmth. After sharing tales of their adventures, they learned of the imminent Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Lin Yu immediately stepped forward, his gaze resolute. "This is our opportunity. We must bring honor to our academy." His determination was as steadfast as steel. Ziyu nodded slightly, a glimmer of contemplation in her eyes. "The competition would allow us to assess our growth and engage with other distinguished soul masters." Thundershadow rubbed his hands together, eagerly proclaiming, "I will showcase my lightning prowess at the competition." Yin Yang declared boldly, "The Shrek 7 monsters shall undoubtedly astonish the audience." Waterheart softly remarked, "United as one, we shall face this challenge with confidence." Windchaser quickly added, "My speed will leave our opponents at a loss." Rockgrip solemnly stated, "I will protect everyone." Spirit Healer smiled, assuring, "I shall provide a solid support for all." Thus, the Shrek 7 monsters immersed themselves in rigorous preparation. They poured sweat on the training grounds, continuously enhancing their abilities. Lin Yu diligently honed his blue-silver grass martial soul, making it more agile and powerful. Ziyu delved deeply into ancient texts, uncovering further tactical strategies. Thundershadow and Yin Yang spurred each other on, their offensive capabilities becoming increasingly formidable. Waterheart focused on mastering the water element, creating a favorable environment for the team. Windchaser repeatedly challenged the limits of his speed, moving as swiftly as lightning. Rockgrip continually reinforced the shield's defenses, akin to an impregnable fortress. Spirit Healer practiced his healing arts tirelessly, ensuring he could perform effectively in crucial moments. They collaboratively discussed tactics, refining their synergy through repetition. Throughout this process, they encountered disagreements and difficulties, yet they invariably resolved them through unity and wisdom. They understood that only by giving their all could they shine in the competition and bring glory to Shrek Academy. With dreams and determination in their hearts, they looked forward to crafting a splendid chapter at the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Chapter 45. the winds of the competition rise. On a morning bathed in sunlight, the Shrek 7 monsters set forth from Shrek Academy, fueled by unwavering belief and eager anticipation, toward the venue of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, a destination that countless soul masters yearned for. Lin Yu walked at the forefront of the group, his gaze focused and resolute, as if the path ahead was their journey toward glory. He occasionally glanced back at his companions, the blue-silver grass martial soul shimmering faintly beside him, as if sharing in the excitement for the impending competition. Each blade of grass flickered with a subtle glow, a manifestation of his enhanced strength. He pondered various tactics, contemplating how to leverage the control capabilities of the blue-silver grass at crucial moments to create advantages for his team and how to respond to different types of opponents. Zhou Ke closely followed Lin Yu, cradling a treasured ancient tome in her arms. Her gaze alternated between the venerable text and the path ahead, absorbing the ancient wisdom within while observing her surroundings. Her long hair fluttered gently in the breeze, exuding an intellectual charm. She wondered what peculiar martial souls and strategies they would encounter in this grand competition, how much new knowledge she could glean, and how to apply this wisdom to bolster her team's intellectual prowess. Lei Ying, brimming with impatience, moved with a light and vigorous step, as if the very ground beneath him propelled him forward. His hands occasionally clenched into fists, with the power of lightning dancing at his fingertips, crackling audibly. His eyes sparkled with an ardent desire for battle and excitement, envisioning how his formidable lightning might instill fear in his adversaries on the arena. He had mentally simulated countless combat scenarios, contemplating how to defeat his foes with unparalleled swiftness and showcase his true strength. Yin Yang strode confidently, his fiery energy seemingly influenced by the fervor surging within him, gently pulsating and radiating waves of heat. His face was aglow with the reflection of flames, revealing an unwavering confidence and resolve in his gaze. He silently vowed to demonstrate the magnitude of his firepower in this competition, using his passion and strength to bring glory to Shrek Academy. Shueishin wore a gentle smile, her steps light and graceful, mirroring the softness of the water element she commanded. Her gaze was tender as she regarded each companion, silently cheering them on. The water energy flowed steadily within her, as she contemplated how to better harness its auxiliary and controlling abilities in the competition, creating favorable conditions for her teammates and safeguarding the entire team with her kindness and resilience. Fengqi darted around the group like a specter, his speed so remarkable that he appeared as nothing more than a blur. His eyes were sharp and perceptive, constantly observing everything around him. He familiarized himself with every detail, including the condition of the path and the surrounding environment. He understood that speed was his advantage in the competition, and he intended to exploit this asset to launch unexpected assaults on his opponents, yielding surprising outcomes for his team. Yinming advanced with a steady gait, firmly grasping his shield. His expression was serious and resolute, resembling an unyielding mountain. The mysterious runes on his shield shimmered with a faint glow, symbolizing his strength. He contemplated how to better protect his comrades during the contest, envisioning his shield as a robust barrier against formidable attacks, confident in his ability to withstand any challenge. Ling Yu's staff emanated a soft radiance, her eyes filled with concern and anticipation. She walked at the rear of the group, vigilantly monitoring the well-being of her companions. In her heart, she silently prayed for their safety throughout the competition. She pondered how to accurately seize the opportune moment during battle, providing timely healing and support for her comrades, enabling everyone to maintain their optimal combat state. Along their journey, they traversed bustling towns and serene countryside, ultimately arriving at the venue of the competition. It was a colossal and magnificent arena, resembling a grand castle standing majestically upon the earth. Surrounding the arena was a sea of spectators, densely packed and hailing from various locales. Some were there to support their favorite teams, while others sought to witness this grand event in the world of soul masters. The sounds of cheers, shouts, and encouragement intertwined, creating a cacophonous ocean of excitement. The Shrek 7 monsters stood momentarily speechless, awestruck by the breathtaking spectacle before them. Positioned at the entrance of the arena, they gazed up at the towering structure and the fervent crowd, their hearts swelling with a complex mix of anxiety and pressure for the impending competition. Alongside a yearning and anticipation for victory, Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. His gaze grew resolute, as if he had discovered inner tranquility amidst the clamor. "My friends, we must give our all and fight for the honor of Shrek Academy." His voice, though not loud, resonated with strength, clearly reaching the ears of each companion amid the noise. Ziyu nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with wisdom. "We must respond calmly and perform at our best." Her voice was steady and confident, bringing a sense of reassurance to the group. Lei Ying gazed at the arena with excitement, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "This is our battlefield. Let us fight with abandon." His voice brimmed with ambition, as if he could scarcely contain his eagerness to leap into the fray. Yin Yang was engulfed in flames, his fighting spirit thoroughly ignited. "We will not let anyone down." His voice was firm and powerful, declaring their determination to all. Shui Xian looked gently at her companions, her voice flowing like a clear spring through their hearts. "Let us all strive together." Her encouragement enveloped them in warmth and strength. Feng Qi glided like a specter along the edges of the arena, his speed dazzling and elusive. "The terrain here is advantageous for us. We must make the most of it." His voice echoed from all directions, making it difficult to discern his location. Yin Ming gripped his shield tightly, standing resolutely at the forefront of the group, his figure akin to an insurmountable mountain. "I will shield you from all attacks." His vow was unwavering and trustworthy, instilling a profound sense of security in everyone. Ling Yu's staff radiated with even greater brilliance, her gaze filled with concern and determination. "Fight with confidence. I will protect you." Her voice was gentle yet resolute, instilling boundless confidence in her comrades. The Shrek's 7 monsters stood tall and steadfast within the arena, the sunlight casting upon them as if draping them in a golden armor of valor. They understood that this competition would be a significant challenge in their lives and a stage to showcase their prowess. They must exert every effort to earn honor for themselves and their academy. They are prepared to embrace every challenge, driven by dreams and honor. On this battlefield, they shall radiate the most resplendent light, inscribing their own legendary narrative. Chapter 46, Lin Yu's 7 Conquests. The atmosphere of the competition is both tense and fervent, particularly in the arena of individual combat, which is suffused with an air of impending confrontation. At this moment, Lin Yu, the representative of Shrek Academy, stands resolutely at the center of the arena, his gaze unwavering and focused, as if the entire world lies within his grasp. Lin Yu's first adversary is a robust, offensively oriented soul master. As soon as he enters the arena, he unleashes a formidable wave of soul power, attempting to overwhelm Lin Yu with sheer presence. However, Lin Yu remains unfazed, calmly observing his opponent's movements, while the manifestation of his blue-silver, grass martial soul flickers in and out of visibility. As the bell signaling the start of the match tolls, his opponent pounces upon him like a ferocious tiger. Lin Yu swiftly sidesteps the attack with grace. He then unleashes his blue-silver grass, which swiftly coils around his opponent like a sinuous serpent. The adversary struggles to defend himself, but the flexibility and control of the blue-silver grass render escape nearly impossible. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu amplifies his soul power, ensnaring his opponent tightly, immobilizing him. Ultimately, with masterful control and impeccable timing, Lin Yu effortlessly vanquishes his first foe. The second opponent is a speed-oriented soul master. Upon entering the arena, he immediately darts about with remarkable velocity, searching for a chink in Lin Yu's defenses. Lin Yu remains steadfast, calmly sensing his opponent's position. As the adversary closes in, Lin Yu suddenly strikes, allowing the blue-silver grass to erupt from the ground and ensnare his opponent's feet. The speed advantage dissipates instantly, and Lin Yu capitalizes on this opportunity, launching a series of relentless attacks that lead to victory. The third adversary is a defensive soul master, clad in formidable armor that appears impervious. Unfazed by this robust defense, Lin Yu contemplates his strategy. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. He employs the pliability of the blue-silver grass to attack the gaps in his opponent's armor from various angles. After considerable effort, Lin Yu identifies the weak point and successfully defeats his third opponent. As the competition progresses, Lin Yu faces increasingly formidable adversaries, yet he maintains his composure and confidence. He continually adjusts his tactics, fully leveraging the advantages of his blue-silver grass martial soul, triumphing over opponent after opponent. When confronted with his sixth opponent, Lin Yu encounters an unprecedented challenge. This adversary is a powerful control-type soul master, capable of unleashing potent mental attacks. At the onset of the match, the opponent launches a formidable mental assault, attempting to disrupt Lin Yu's cognition. Lin Yu experiences a moment of dizziness, yet, fortified by his indomitable will, he swiftly regains his composure. Utilizing the resilience of his blue-silver grass, he deflects the mental onslaught. Then, seizing the opportunity, he retaliates, sending the blue-silver grass forth like tendrils, binding his opponent tightly. After an intense clash, Lin Yu ultimately prevails over his sixth adversary. The final opponent enters the arena, acknowledged as one of the strongest contenders in this tournament. His martial soul manifests as a razor-sharp sword, boasting tremendous offensive power. Lin Yu takes a deep breath, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. As the competition commenced, the opposing side immediately launched a fierce assault, their swords sweeping through the air with deadly precision. Lin Yu adeptly evaded their attacks while keenly searching for an opportunity. At last, when a slight opening presented itself, Lin Yu decisively struck. The blue-silver grasp swiftly ensnared the opponent's sword, rendering it incapable of unleashing its full potential. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu initiated a close-range attack, engaging in an intense melee with his adversary. After an exhilarating and heart-stopping confrontation, Lin Yu ultimately triumphed over the last opponent, thanks to his indomitable spirit and exceptional combat skills. As Lin Yu stood in the center of the arena, basking in the cheers and applause of the audience, he felt a swell of pride within him. Through his strength and courage, he had brought honor to Shrek Academy, crafting a legend of his own. He understood that this match was merely a new beginning in his life, with countless challenges awaiting him in the future. Yet, he firmly believed that as long as he maintained unwavering faith and relentless effort, he would surely conquer every obstacle and realize his dreams. Chapter 47: Martial Soul Fusion. The splendid achievements of the first round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition had enveloped the members of Shrek Academy in joy and pride. The legendary figure, Lin Yu, who had single-handedly defeated 7 opponents, was met with a tidal wave of enthusiastic cheers and heartfelt congratulations from his companions as he descended from the arena. Ziyu approached Lin Yu with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration and delight. Your performance today on the field was simply outstanding. Each battle was exhilarating and unforgettable, she exclaimed. Lin Yu humbly smiled in response. Everyone put in tremendous effort. We collectively earned this honor for our academy. The two walked side by side along the academy's path, a gentle breeze caressing them, bringing a refreshing coolness. They animatedly discussed the thrilling moments of the competition, sharing in the joy of their triumph. Suddenly, without warning, Ziyu felt a subtle surge of power within her martial soul. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yu detected an unusual fluctuation in his blue-silver grass martial soul. They halted, exchanging puzzled glances filled with astonishment and curiosity. Instinctively driven by their intrigue, they simultaneously attempted to channel their martial soul power once more. In that moment, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. A potent and mysterious attraction emerged between Ziyu's martial soul and Lin Yu's blue-silver grass, as their energies drew closer like iron filings to a magnet, eagerly seeking a point of convergence. As their martial soul powers continued to approach one another, the surrounding air began to tremble ever so slightly. A dazzling, star-like radiance erupted from the junction of their martial souls, instantly illuminating their astonished faces. They stared in awe at this miraculous scene, a singular thought surging within them. This was martial soul fusion. Is this martial soul fusion? Ziyu's voice quivered, filled with disbelief as she softly uttered the words. Lin Yu was equally astonished, his gaze fixed intently upon the resplendent light, keenly sensing the formidable power fluctuations brought about by the fusion of their martial souls. This was a force both unfamiliar and irresistibly alluring, as if concealing boundless mysteries awaiting their exploration. Eagerly, they commenced a profound investigation into the capabilities birthed from this martial soul amalgamation. Ziyu's martial soul endowed her with a profound reservoir of knowledge and extraordinary wisdom, while Lin Yu's blue-silver grass martial soul was renowned for its unparalleled control abilities. Upon their union, a new, awe-inspiring power emerged. To their delight, they discovered that the fused martial soul not only enabled them to exert more precise control over their adversaries, ensnaring foes within an intricately woven web of restraint, but also unleashed an energy wave imbued with the radiance of wisdom, imposing a certain mental suppression on their enemies. This effect rendered it challenging for opponents to maintain clarity of thought and decisive judgment in battle. Furthermore, in this state of fusion, their perceptual acuity experienced a substantial enhancement, allowing them to detect dangers in their surroundings with remarkable sharpness, as if they possessed eyes capable of discerning all. The might of this martial soul fusion was extraordinarily potent, surpassing imagination. Lin Yu couldn't help but express his admiration, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Ziyu vigorously nodded in agreement, asserting their need to thoroughly study and master this power, as it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable ally in the forthcoming competitions, bringing greater glory to Shrek Academy. The other members of Shrek Academy soon caught wind of this astonishing revelation. Curiosity and excitement propelled them to gather around, marveling at the mysterious radiance emanating from Lin Yu and Ziyu, feeling genuine joy for their companions. Simultaneously, they were filled with eager anticipation for the potential of martial soul fusion. They understood that with this new discovery, Shrek Academy's prospects in the tournament appeared ever more promising, bringing them one step closer to their championship aspirations. In the days that followed, Lin Yu and Ziyu dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to the exploration of martial soul fusion. They invested considerable time and effort, continuously training and refining their techniques in the Academy's training grounds. With each attempt, they felt the power of their fusion intensifying, their synergy growing increasingly harmonious. They diligently sought the optimal combat strategies, striving to maximize the potential of their martial soul amalgamation. Meanwhile, their fellow Shrek Academy companions offered unwavering support and assistance. Thunder Shadow frequently proposed strategic combat suggestions, while Flame Sun created a more realistic battle environment with his fiery prowess. Waterheart alleviated their fatigue with her water-based abilities, and Wind Speed and Rock Might attentively observed, pointing out areas for improvement. Spirit Healer remained ever ready, prepared to apply healing techniques should any injuries arise during training. Through their collective efforts, Lin Yu and Ziyue became increasingly adept at mastering the art of martial soul fusion. They firmly believed that in the imminent competition, they would harness the strength of their martial soul fusion to compose an even more illustrious chapter for Shrek Academy. Chapter 48, Fusion Special Training. With the discovery of the fusion of Lin Yu and Ziyue's martial souls, the members of Shrek Academy immediately recognized that this would become a formidable weapon for them in the upcoming competition. In order to better harness the power of martial soul fusion in the following matches, an intense and efficient training session commenced. Lin Yu and Ziyue first arrived at the Academy's secret training ground, a serene and tranquil environment, perfect for their focused exploration of martial soul fusion techniques. Standing side by side, their eyes brimmed with determination and resolve. Ziyue, we must quickly master the techniques of martial soul fusion. We cannot let everyone down, Lin Yu stated with a serious tone. Ziyue nodded slightly in agreement, responding, indeed, we can certainly achieve this. They began with the most fundamental aspects of initiating martial soul fusion, persistently seeking the swiftest and most stable methods. Initially, the process proved to be challenging. Fluctuations in soul power and lapses in concentration often led to failures. Yet, they did not succumb to discouragement, repeatedly attempting to refine their approach. Through their relentless efforts, they gradually discerned certain patterns. They found that when their minds were completely tranquil and the rhythm of their soul power output remained in harmony, the success rate of the fusion significantly increased. Consequently, they embarked on meditation training, striving to attain a state of ethereal calmness. After several days of meditation, their mental steadiness improved, and the initiation of martial soul fusion became increasingly seamless. Next, they engaged in simulated combat training. Their fellow Shrek Academy companions took on the roles of adversaries, creating various battle scenarios for them. During these simulations, Lin Yu and Ziyue continuously adjusted their strategies, fully leveraging the advantages of martial soul fusion. They discovered that the power derived from their fusion was not merely confined to control and mental suppression. It could also adapt to different combat situations. For instance, when confronted with formidable attacks, they could employ the fusion's power to form a robust defensive barrier. While in moments requiring swift offense, they could transform the fusion's energy into a potent attack, delivering a devastating blow to their foes. As their training progressed, their synergy grew increasingly intuitive. They could instantaneously comprehend one another's thoughts, making the most accurate decisions without the need for verbal communication. This profound understanding amplified the potency of their martial soul fusion techniques. However, they were acutely aware that despite the might of martial soul fusion, it imposed significant strain on their bodies and soul power. To address this concern, they initiated endurance training, continually pushing their limits in high-intensity combat simulations to enhance their stamina and recovery abilities. After a period of specialized training, Lin Yu and Ziyue experienced a qualitative leap in their abilities. Their mastery of martial soul fusion reached new heights, instilling them with confidence that they could secure further victories for Shrek Academy in the forthcoming competitions. Meanwhile, the second round of the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament was fast approaching, and Lin Yu, Ziyue, and their fellow Academy members were eagerly preparing to embrace the new challenges ahead. They are acutely aware that this competition may very well be their last. For in 4 years, they will all be 18, rendering their participation in the next event nearly impossible. Chapter 49, Turmoil and Challenges. The anticipation of the second round of the grand competition permeates the air, with the entire continent's gaze fixed upon the forthcoming spectacular event. As the members of Shrek Academy prepare with intense dedication, they unexpectedly encounter some troublesome intrusions. On this day, after Lin Yu and Ziyue concluded yet another rigorous training session focused on their martial soul fusion, they were about to reunite with their companions when a group of uninvited guests appeared at the academy gates, dressed in resplendent attire that exuded an air of arrogance. They belonged to another competing team, the Starry Academy. Having achieved commendable results in previous competitions, their presence here clearly hinted at ill intentions. The captain of Starry Academy, a tall and stern-looking soul master, stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the members of Shrek Academy as he proclaimed loudly, "I have heard that your Shrek Academy has developed some sort of martial soul fusion technique." "Humph, Do not delude yourselves into thinking that will propel you further in the competition. We are not intimidated by you. His words dripped with provocation. As his teammates echoed his sentiments with scornful expressions, the members of Shrek Academy were immediately incensed, with Ling unable to contain his fury. Striding forward a few steps with eyes wide in anger, "What do you want? To flaunt your might here? Prove your worth on the competition stage." Yin Yang chimed in. "Indeed, cease your empty boasting." Lin Yu furrowed his brow, raising a hand to restrain his impetuous comrades. He regarded the representatives of Starry Academy with calmness and stated, "Shrek Academy does not instigate trouble, yet we do not shy away from it. Our martial soul fusion technique is the fruit of our labor, and we shall demonstrate its efficacy on the competition stage, rather than engage in futile disputes here." The captain of Starry Academy scoffed. "Very well. I hope you do not embarrass yourselves too badly. We will show no mercy. The championship title will undoubtedly belong to Starry Academy." With that, he turned, leading his team away with an air of superiority. The mood among the members of Shrek Academy grew somber. This baseless provocation revealed that other competing teams had begun to regard them with caution and may well target them in the competition. Upon returning to the academy, they gathered to deliberate their counter-strategies. Ziyu perused ancient texts, searching for potentially useful insights, and slowly remarked, "We must not allow their provocations to sway us. However, from this moment onward, we must prepare for various contingencies. They may aim to undermine our martial soul fusion technique during the competition, and we need to devise alternative strategies." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we cannot rely solely on our martial soul fusion technique. We must reassess each member's abilities to uncover more tactical combinations. Furthermore, we must maintain a positive mindset and not let their provocations disrupt our focus." In the ensuing days, the training regimen at Shrek Academy intensified and grew more rigorous. In addition to refining their martial soul fusion technique, they tailored numerous new tactical combinations based on the unique characteristics of each team member. Lin Yu and his companions diligently explored strategies for swiftly adjusting their tactics in the face of adversarial maneuvers, all while maximizing their combat efficacy. Simultaneously, the groupings for the second round of the grand competition were announced. Shrek Academy's next opponent was a team renowned for their tactical versatility, undoubtedly presenting a new challenge for Shrek Academy. They recognized that this match would serve as a significant test of their specialized training, necessitating their utmost dedication as they pressed onward toward victory. Chapter 50. Predicaments and Breakthroughs. The day of the second round of the competition arrived amidst a palpable tension interwoven with anticipation. Sunlight cascaded over the magnificent arena, illuminating every corner and igniting the fervent enthusiasm of the spectators. The members of Shrek Academy, fueled by unwavering conviction, stepped into this arena poised for fierce contention, greeted by a thunderous roar of cheers and the oppressive gazes of their opponents. As the match commenced, the adversaries subtly unveiled the terrifying nature of their tactical adaptability. Unlike ordinary teams, they did not rush into aggressive assaults. Rather, they moved like seasoned hunters, skillfully maneuvering and subtly releasing their martial spirits. Akin to strategizing on a chessboard as they probed Shrek Academy's defenses, the team remained vigilant, adhering closely to their meticulously devised strategy, forming a tight defensive formation, each individual fully focused and prepared. However, the initial onslaught from their opponents was both swift and unexpected, resembling a tempest that struck without warning. The angles of their attacks were exceptionally cunning, their power distribution as precise as if calculated by a master tactician. Several soul power assaults shot toward Shrek Academy like arrows, and Yen Meng, serving as the team's defensive linchpin, reacted with remarkable speed, bellowing as he raised his shield inscribed with mysterious runes. The shield erupted in a brilliant radiance, forming an impenetrable barrier that withstood the primary frontal assault. Yet, the enemy's attacks had clearly been meticulously orchestrated, as Yen Meng focused on repelling the frontal attack. Additional forces slithered in from the sides like cunning serpents. Waterheart, observing the situation, furrowed her brow and, without hesitation, unleashed her water-based defensive skills. With a graceful flourish of her hands, clear water coalesced around her, transforming into crystalline water screens that mitigated some of the looming threats from the flanks. Lin Yu understood the necessity of seizing the initiative at this critical juncture. He endeavored to employ his blue-silver grass martial spirit to ensnare the foes. The blue-silver grass darted from his hands like a nimble azure serpent, extending toward the adversaries. However, it was evident that the opponent had conducted thorough research on Shrek Academy, as they adeptly evaded the entanglement of the blue-silver grass, their movements fluid and effortless, as if they had anticipated Lin Yu's intentions. Ziyu, maintaining a calm demeanor, meticulously observed the battlefield, her gaze piercing as she sought to uncover vulnerabilities within the seemingly chaotic, yet intricately concealed tactics of the enemy. Yet, The rapidity of their transitions was bewildering, akin to a capricious wind, making it momentarily elusive for Zhou Ke to discern the core of their strategy. As the time of the competition gradually slipped away, Shrek Academy found itself ensnared in an exceedingly dire predicament. The onslaught from their opponents grew increasingly ferocious, crashing upon them like relentless waves of the ocean, unyielding in their assault. Moreover, it seemed that the adversaries had discovered a method to thwart the fusion technique of Lin Yu and Ziyu. Whenever they sought an opportune moment to merge their martial souls, an enemy would appear like a specter at a crucial position, executing perfectly timed attacks or disruptive maneuvers to thwart their preparations. In response, Lei Ying, Yin Yang, and Feng Qi were filled with urgency, striving to mount a counterattack and deliver a significant blow to their foes. Lei Ying transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, charging toward the enemy. Yet their defenses resembled an impenetrable net, effortlessly neutralizing each of his assaults. Yin Yang summoned the fiery essence within him, igniting his flames into small, blazing orbs that scattered like a meteor shower toward their adversaries in an attempt to obscure their vision. However, the enemy merely brushed aside his fiery projectiles with casual defensive maneuvers, rendering them ineffective. Meanwhile, Feng Qi, utilizing his mesmerizing speed, darted through the enemy ranks like a wraith. But the opponents appeared well prepared, coordinating their efforts to deny him any opportunity. In the midst of this desperate situation, as darkness threatened to engulf all hope, a spark of inspiration illuminated Lin Yu's astute mind. He understood that they could no longer allow their opponents to dictate the flow of battle. Like a trapped beast struggling in the mire, they needed to shatter the existing rhythm and forge their own opportunities. With unwavering resolve, he called out to his comrades, "Change tactics. Do not force the fusion of our martial souls. Let us fight individually and seek opportunities." His voice resonated clearly amidst the cacophony of the battlefield, akin to a guiding beacon illuminating their path forward. Instantly, his companions grasped his intent, swiftly adjusting their strategies. Lei Ying refrained from reckless charges, recognizing that patience and cunning were paramount at this juncture. He exploited his speed and the power of lightning, maneuvering like a nimble shadow along the periphery of the arena, his keen gaze fixed upon the enemy's defenses, searching for even the slightest crack, like a stealthy cheetah poised to seize the opportune moment to strike. Yin Yang, too, altered his approach, honing his control over the flames to create smaller, yet more intensely heated fireballs. These orbs scattered across the battlefield like a myriad of twinkling stars, their velocity swift and their trajectories unpredictable. Although each fireball appeared modest in power, their collective assault effectively disrupted the enemy's focus, causing momentary disarray among their ranks. Feng Qi, pushing his speed to its utmost limits, navigated through the enemy formations with even greater swiftness, leaving behind only fleeting shadows. He occasionally emerged at the rear or flanks of the opposition, launching unexpected minor attacks that, while not inflicting substantial harm, succeeded in unsettling their rhythm and destabilizing their formation. Thus, Lin Yu and Ziyu commenced their respective actions. Lin Yu's blue-silver grass no longer launched indiscriminate attacks across the battlefield as it once did. Instead, it cleverly concealed itself in various corners of the arena. He meticulously controlled the spirit power of the blue-silver grass, allowing it to lie in wait like hidden traps, silently anticipating the arrival of prey. Meanwhile, Ziyu swiftly opened the ancient tome she cherished, drawing strength from its age-old wisdom. Chanting softly, she invoked several auxiliary skills recorded within the pages, skills devoid of direct offensive power, yet capable of enhancing her allies' abilities. For instance, she cast a spell that heightened her teammates' sensitivity to soul power, enabling them to perceive the enemy's movements with greater acuity. After Shrek Academy altered their tactics, their opponents began to exhibit signs of panic. The meticulously crafted plans they devised to counter the fusion technique of the soul spirits lost their efficacy, akin to a fortress that had crumbled at its foundation. They had not anticipated such a swift tactical shift from Shrek Academy, and for a moment, they found themselves flustered by the new strategy. Yin Meng, discerning the enemy's disarray, seized this rare opportunity. With a powerful roar, he struck the ground with his shield, unleashing a thunderous sound accompanied by a tremendous force that erupted from the shield, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air. The dust billowed, quickly enveloping the entire arena and obscuring the opponent's vision. Noticing this, Shui Xin allowed a slight smile to grace her lips as she took advantage of the moment to deploy her water control skills. With rapid movements of her hands, clear streams of water surged forth, swiftly spreading through the dust-laden air. The water coalesced on the ground into a muddy terrain that was both sticky and slippery, effectively hindering the opponent's movements. The adversaries struggled in the muck, their actions becoming slow and laborious. At that critical juncture, Lin Yu recognized the opportune moment. a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He unleashed a widespread attack with the blue-silver grass, which surged forth like a tidal wave from its hidden positions. The blue-silver grass expanded at an astonishing speed, intertwining to form a colossal green net that ensnared several of the enemy team members. Though they attempted to break free, the resilience of the blue-silver grass was formidable. The more they struggled, the tighter their bonds became. Observing this, Lei Ying, Yin Yang, and Feng Qi immediately seized the golden opportunity to launch a joint attack. Lei Ying transformed into a robust bolt of lightning, resembling a blade shimmering with destructive light, and struck fiercely at the trapped foes. Yin Yang gathered the power of flames into a massive fire pillar that roared forth, accompanied by a searing wave of heat directed at the adversaries. Feng Qi utilized his speed, darting like a phantom among the enemies, delivering lethal strikes to their vital points. Ziyi remained focused, providing soul power support to her comrades. The ancient tome in her hands radiated a gentle glow that enveloped her allies, amplifying their attack potency. Under the concerted efforts of Shrek Academy, the opponents were left utterly defenseless, gradually turning the tide of battle and gaining the upper hand. This match imparted a profound lesson. When faced with adversity, one must not cling rigidly to conventions. Only through adaptability can one break free from encirclement and stride toward victory. Chapter 51. A counterattack from the brink. After gradually gaining the upper hand, the situation at Shrek Academy did not settle into a smooth progression. Rather, it became increasingly tumultuous. Akin to a storm-tossed sea, the adversaries, pushed to the brink of despair, unleashed astonishing potential, a desperate struggle for survival at the precipice. Among them, the members of Starry Academy exhibited jaw-dropping strength, their captain leading the charge. With his head thrown back, he let out a roar that reverberated through the arena like thunder, resonating painfully against eardrums. Simultaneously, the brilliance of his martial soul radiated intensely, its dazzling light akin to a blazing sun, as powerful soul fluctuations emanated from him, spreading outward. Under the impact of this force, the blue-silver grass that had tightly bound him began to yield, its severed leaves swirling through the air. Everyone, be cautious. Lin Yu warned his companions with piercing eyes. He understood all too well that once this captain broke free, he would pose a tremendous threat. Sure enough, the captain charged at Lin Yu like a frenzied beast, his gaze ablaze with fury and indignation, as if intent on devouring him. The weapon in his hand glimmered with a chilling light, each flash resembling the scythe of death, clearly aiming to eliminate Lin Yu, the pivotal figure of Shrek Academy. In an attempt to turn the tide of battle, Lin Yu's expression grew grave, yet he maintained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his soul power, causing the surrounding energy to surge like a roaring tide. In an instant, more blue-silver grass emerged from every corner of the arena, slithering towards the opposing captain like agile serpents, seeking to ensnare him once more. However, this time, the captain was prepared. A cold smile crept across his lips as he deftly wielded his weapon, each swing generating a fierce gust of wind. The glinting weapon acted like a sharp scythe, severing the approaching blue-silver grass with ruthless precision. The fragments of the grass scattered like confetti, yet Lin Yu showed no sign of retreat. Just as the captain was about to breach the line of blue-silver grass and close in on Lin Yu, Yin Ming surged forward like a formidable, moving fortress. His steps were steady and powerful, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each footfall. He raised his shield high, its mysterious runes glowing brilliantly in that moment, akin to a radiant full moon. Positioning the shield protectively in front of Lin Yu, his gaze was as resolute as rock, as he bellowed, "If you wish to harm Lin Yu, you must first pass through me." With a thunderous crash, the captain's weapon collided forcefully with Yin Ming's shield. The impact generated a massive shockwave that spread outward like an explosion, distorting the surrounding air and creating visible ripples. The sheer force was so tremendous that nearby small objects were sent hurtling through the air, tracing arcs above the arena. Meanwhile, other enemies were also fighting desperately. Driven to dire straits by the multiple constraints imposed by Shrek Academy, they unleashed their most formidable skills in a frantic bid for survival. Some adversaries extracted precious magical artifacts from their bosoms, activating them to unleash enigmatic powers in an attempt to transcend the dual constraints of the mire and the blue-silver grass. Others were enveloped in a surge of soul energy, employing long-concealed and obscure skills, some enhancing their own might, while others dispelled surrounding control effects. Yin Yang, Lei Ying, and Feng Qi remained utterly vigilant, unleashing a torrential onslaught upon their foes, denying them even a moment's respite. Yin Yang focused intently, channeling his fiery essence to its utmost potential. With deft movements of his hands and incantations upon his lips, flames surged around him as if summoned, rapidly coalescing into a vast inferno that blotted out the sky. The inferno roared and churned, waves of heat ensnaring those who dared to break free. The searing temperatures distorted the air as enemies writhed in agony within the flames, their skin scorched crimson, sweat evaporating before it could even bead. Lei Ying thrived amidst the blaze, his electric powers intertwining harmoniously with the fire. With a flick of his wrists, he unleashed robust bolts of lightning that danced through the inferno with ease. Wherever the lightning struck, adversaries were rendered numb and tormented. The dazzling arcs of electricity flickered and leaped within the flames, resembling sharp blades that relentlessly assailed the foes, leaving them defenseless. Meanwhile, Feng Qi, employing his ghostly speed, darted between enemies like a phantom, shielded by the fire and lightning. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, continuously sought vulnerabilities in their defenses. Upon detecting even the slightest crack, he surged forth like a streak of black lightning, delivering fatal blows with precision. His strikes were swift, accurate, and ruthless, inflicting injuries with every engagement. At the rear, Ziyu anxiously monitored the unfolding situation, her keen intellect racing. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as she discerned that the enemies were clandestinely orchestrating a formidable united skill. She observed several core members of the opposing team forming a circle, their soul energies circulating and coalescing into a complex and mysterious energy array. Though the array's glow was faint, it was steadily intensifying. Alarm surged within Ziyu. She realized that should they succeed in executing this united skill, the hard-won advantage of Shrek Academy would vanish. Urgently, she raised her voice, calling out to her comrades. They are preparing a united skill. We must thwart them. Her voice rang clear above the cacophony of battle, echoing like a clarion call to her allies. Lin Yu, upon hearing Ziyu's warning, felt a tightness in his chest. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he turned to Lei Ying, Yin Yang, and Feng Qi, his gaze conveying unwavering resolve. He shouted, "Let us unite and disrupt their casting." With that, he charged towards the heart of the enemy's formation. Without hesitation, Lei Ying, Yin Yang, and Feng Qi followed closely behind, for arrows loosed towards their foes. However, the adversaries had anticipated this move, dispatching several formidable members to obstruct the advance of Shrek Academy's quartet. In an instant, both sides were engulfed in a fierce melee. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Lin Yu deftly countered the enemy's attacks while anxiously monitoring the progress of their combined skill. He realized that the adversary's joint technique was nearing completion. The brilliance of the energy array grew increasingly dazzling, its formidable energy fluctuations rendering the surrounding air heavy with tension. Should this skill be completed and unleashed, its terrifying power could inflict immense damage upon them, potentially turning the tide of battle in an instant. At this critical juncture, a daring idea flashed through Lin Yu's mind. He was acutely aware of the significant risks involved, but at that moment, they had no superior alternatives. He turned to Ziyu and shouted, "Ziyu, prepare for the spirit fusion." Ziyu was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of the perilous nature of attempting spirit fusion under such intense combat conditions. This process demanded utmost concentration and a stable environment, and they had only just executed a fusion, their soul energy not yet fully replenished. However, gazing into Lin Yu's resolute eyes, she felt an inexplicable surge of trust within her. Gritting her teeth, she nodded and swiftly moved towards him. The two struggled to approach one another across the battlefield. Besieged by relentless attacks, yet driven by indomitable will, they successfully closed the distance. Just as the enemy's combined skill was on the verge of being unleashed, Lin Yu and Ziyu accomplished their spirit fusion. In an instant, a blinding light erupted from their forms, a radiance so brilliant it was nearly blinding. This luminescence seemed to emanate from the very depths of the cosmos, pure and powerful. The fused spirit radiated an unprecedented strength, a marvelous energy that harmonized wisdom with controlling power. A tremendous wave of energy surged forth from them, crashing towards the enemy like a roaring dragon, bearing an earth-shattering momentum that directly collided with the adversary's joint skill. A resounding explosion echoed as the energy wave met the combined skill, unleashing a powerful detonation. The shockwave radiated outward, sending several enemies reeling, bloodied, and thrown back. The enemy's joint skill was forcibly interrupted, the energy array that had almost coalesced shattered under the impact, dissolving into countless motes of light that dissipated into the air. However, the cost of the spirit fusion weighed heavily on Lin Yu and Ziyu. Their faces turned as pale as parchment, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. It felt as though their soul energy had been utterly drained, their bodies swaying precariously. At that moment, the ground of the arena began to tremble violently, the intensity of the tremors escalating as if the very arena were on the brink of being torn asunder. A colossal magical array gradually manifested in the center of the arena, exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity, intricate runes flickering with an eerie luminescence. All present were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. Both the combatants in the fray and the spectators in the stands widened their eyes in astonishment, staring in disbelief at the unexpectedly materializing magical array. It became evident that the organizers of the tournament had devised hidden magical mechanisms within the arena to enhance the spectacle and challenge of the competition. The magical mechanisms lie concealed beneath the arena, only to be activated under specific conditions. This magic circle is one such instance, its activation entirely random, devoid of any discernible pattern. It introduces unforeseen alterations to the contest, rendering the situation increasingly enigmatic. The power unleashed by the magic circle begins to influence the entire arena. In certain areas, formidable suction emerges, akin to invisible black holes striving to engulf everything in their vicinity. Objects, once lifted, are swiftly drawn towards the center of these voids, disappearing from sight. In other zones, mysterious energy attacks manifest, with vibrant beams raining down from the sky, each ray imbued with potent energy that inflicts significant harm upon impact. Both Shrek Academy and their adversaries are compelled to momentarily cease their combat, resorting to their skills to confront this new crisis. The previously fierce battle scene is abruptly replaced by chaos, complicating the dynamics of the match anew, with all parties left uncertain of what may transpire next. Chapter 52, The Great Magical Crisis. The colossal magic circle within the arena resembles an awakened primordial beast, relentlessly expelling its mysterious and perilous power. The entire space is instantly engulfed in turmoil, akin to a serene lake disturbed by a massive stone, creating tumultuous waves. The members of Shrek Academy and their opponents struggle valiantly against this unforeseen calamity, striving to maintain their balance amidst this nightmarish upheaval. Linyu and Ziyu, though weakened from their martial soul fusion, teeter precariously. They lean on each other, their arms strained and veins bulging, as if the other were their sole lifeline amid the surging turmoil. Linyu, battling the dizziness from his depleted soul power, grits his teeth and calls out with all his might to his companions. Let us set aside our foes for now and devise a strategy to counter this magic circle. His voice, though raspy from fatigue, resonates with unwavering resolve, serving as a beacon for his comrades in the midst of chaos and darkness. Yin Ming firmly plants his feet on the ground, his towering figure slightly crouched as he raises his shield high, protecting himself and those around him. The enigmatic runes on the shield shimmer with an extraordinary glow in the light of the magic circle, seemingly engaging in a silent struggle against its assaults. Each beam of mysterious energy that strikes them collides with the shield, casting a dazzling display of light. Yet, the circle's suction operates like invisible hands, incessantly tugging at him, attempting to drag him into the abyss of darkness. Veins protrude from Yin Ming's forehead, his eyes wide with fury as he bellows. This magic circle is utterly sinister. His voice reverberates throughout the arena, imbued with defiance and wrath. Meanwhile, Yin Yang is wholly absorbed in wielding the power of fire, his hands moving swiftly as he chants incantations. Flames rapidly expand around his body, the roaring fire resembling a fearsome crimson dragon, instantly forming a vast fiery shield. The flames danced vigorously beneath the impact of the energy emanating from the magical array, as if they might be extinguished at any moment. Yet, the tenacious fire steadfastly shielded everyone. Each beam of light that struck was devoured by the fiery barrier, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. "We cannot be defeated," shouted the fiery sun, his voice resonating with passion and strength, igniting the fighting spirit within his companions like a blazing torch. The shadow of thunder weaved through the tumult, a specter amidst the chaos, his agile form standing out in the fray. His keen eyes scrutinized the magical array, leaving no detail overlooked. Suddenly, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his sharp gaze as he discerned a momentary stagnation in the flow of energy at certain points of the array. It was as if a few rocks had emerged in a rushing river, impeding the smooth flow of water. "Linyu, I believe I have found the weakness of this magical array," he called out to Linyu, his voice brimming with exhilaration, in the southwestern corner. "The energy fluctuations are quite unstable." Following the direction indicated by the shadow of thunder, Linyu focused intently, his gaze piercing, instantly locking onto the southwestern corner of the magical array. Among the intricate patterns shimmering with light, he too detected the slightest anomaly. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he proclaimed to his comrades, "Let us concentrate our strength to strike there. We may be able to dismantle this magical array." His words rang out like the clarion call of a charge, heralding the onset of Shrek Academy's counterattack. Windchaser had already surged toward the southwestern corner like an arrow released from its bow, his speed astonishing even in this complex and perilous environment. He resembled a streak of black lightning, nimbly evading the pull and the onslaught of light. Each beam aimed at him was deftly dodged, thanks to his blindingly quick reflexes and remarkable agility. As he neared the southwestern corner of the magical array, he abruptly halted, propelling himself upward with a powerful push from the ground. Clenching his fists, he concentrated his soul power into his fists and unleashed his most formidable attack. Two powerful blades of soul energy shot forth from his fists, akin to a pair of razor-sharp wings, striking fiercely at the unstable energy of the magical array. The moment the soul blades made contact, a brilliant radiance erupted, accompanied by a sharp, grating sound. Waterheart, unhesitating, swiftly employed her water-based skills. With graceful movements of her hands, clear streams of water poured forth from her palms, swirling toward the southwestern corner like agile water serpents. As the water approached the magical array, it rapidly transformed under the influence of its energy. The once gentle streams instantly morphed into resilient ice spikes, crystalline and glistening, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. These ice spikes, resembling sharp spears, thrust forcefully towards the unstable energy of the magical array. Each spike that met the array resonated with a crisp impact, sending shards of ice scattering. Meanwhile, Spirit Healer remained focused in the rear, diligently casting healing and protective spells for her allies. Her staff radiated a soft glow, akin to the warmth of sunlight, enveloping each companion in its embrace. She murmured intricate incantations, weaving complex spells. Gentle beams of light emanated from the staff, enveloping the companions and alleviating their fatigue and pain. Bathed in this radiant glow, the allies felt their strength gradually returning and their wounds significantly lessening. Her gaze was filled with concern and focus, constantly monitoring the well-being of her companions to ensure they remained unaffected by the injuries sustained in the previous battle while confronting the magical array. Under the united assault of the Shrek Academy, subtle fissures began to appear in the southwestern corner of the magical formation. These cracks, resembling shattered glass, spread outward from a single point. From within these crevices emanated a more intense light, vibrant yet infused with a ferocious aura, as if the magical array was putting forth its final struggle. Each beam of light was akin to a sharp blade, striving to thwart the attacks of the Shrek Academy. However, the adversaries soon took notice of the Shrek Academy's maneuvers. They realized that should the magical array be dismantled by Shrek Academy, they would again face the brunt of their assault. In this critical moment of life and death, they chose to temporarily set aside their hostilities towards Shrek Academy and launch their own offensive towards the southwestern corner of the magical array. In an instant, the previously tense and hostile atmosphere of the arena underwent a subtle transformation, as both sides worked diligently towards the common objective of dismantling the magical formation. Yet, while attacking, they remained vigilant of one another, their eyes still glimmering with caution. After all, the competition was far from over. Once the crisis of the magical array was resolved, they would once again be rivals, and neither wished to be outmaneuvered by the other during this process. With their combined efforts, the fissures in the southwestern corner of the magical array widened, resembling a colossal web torn asunder. The overall energy of the array began to spiral into chaos. The once orderly flow of energy now disorganized. The array's gravitational pull and light assaults grew increasingly violent, akin to a wounded beast making its ultimate counterattack. The arena seemed to plunge into an apocalyptic state, as a powerful suction drew smaller objects directly into the magical formation, vanishing without a trace. The light assaults fell like a torrential downpour, leaving destruction in their wake. Yet, both Shrek Academy and their adversaries persevered, gritting their teeth and continuing to channel their strength into targeting the weak points of the magical array. At last, with a thunderous roar that resonated like the very collapse of the heavens, the magical array shattered amidst a blinding brilliance. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, akin to a surging tsunami, sweeping everything in its path. The arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust, swirling like a massive yellow dragon that enveloped the entire battlefield. Both Shrek Academy and their opponents were thrown off balance by the force, with some members even hurled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, a collective sigh of relief echoed through them, for the crisis of the magical array had finally been averted. However, the atmosphere within the arena grew tense once more. As the dust began to settle, Shrek Academy and their adversaries exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. There existed a subtle acknowledgement of their collaboration in confronting the crisis of the magical array, alongside a palpable vigilance and resolve regarding the impending battle. They were acutely aware that the true confrontation was on the verge of recommencing. Following the ordeal of the magical array, both sides had acquired a newfound understanding of one another, and the outcome of this contest remained shrouded in suspense, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging ominously overhead, instilling a sense of urgency in everyone present. Chapter 53. Rallying the spirits for another battle. Dust cascaded down like delicate beads, and the once obscured vision within the arena gradually sharpened. The members of Shrek Academy and their adversaries struggled to rise from the ground, vigorously brushing off the thick layer of dust that clung to them. Each movement was imbued with a sense of relief at surviving the ordeal, coupled with a solemnity for the battle that lay ahead. Their gazes, as tangible as threads, remained tightly intertwined with one another, unwavering and infused with a complex tapestry of emotions. There was a hint of acknowledgement for their cooperation during the magical array crisis, alongside an acute awareness and determination for the forthcoming clash. Lin Yu gently closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, allowing his soul power, which had been momentarily disordered by the cataclysmic impact of the magical array, to gradually settle like a tamed wild stallion. His gaze swept over each of his companions, profound and resolute, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, conveying an unshakable belief. They had endured countless hardships and must not falter here. They had all displayed remarkable prowess in combating the magical array, and that unity and resilience was a source of pride for Shrek Academy. Henceforth, they would fight for the honor of Shrek, ensuring that all would recognize their formidable strength. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the once dimmed light in the eyes of his companions reignited, burning with an ardent fervor, as if to set the entire arena ablaze. Meanwhile, the adversaries were diligently preparing as well. Their captain furrowed his brow slightly, his lips moving rapidly as he whispered to his teammates, his gaze intermittently darting towards Shrek Academy like a sharp arrow laden with gravity. Clearly, they were redeploying their tactics. Any previous underestimation of Shrek Academy had been thoroughly washed away by their experiences within the magical array, replaced by a cautiousness befitting a worthy opponent. Each team member wore a serious expression, nodding slightly, their soul power quietly surging within, ready to embrace the imminent fierce battle. Yin Yang vigorously stretched his somewhat stiff body, the joints cracking as if heralding the prelude to combat. The flames enveloping him surged uncontrollably once more, dancing and churning like an awakened, furious crimson dragon. They appeared to be taking their preparations seriously, but so were they. His voice resonated with a hint of exhilaration, a fervent longing for battle, as if he perceived the forthcoming confrontation not as a challenge, but as a splendid opportunity to prove himself. Lei Ying flashed a grin, revealing pristine white teeth, his vibrant smile contrasting sharply with the tense atmosphere. Indeed, having survived such perilous encounters with the magical array, there was no room for hesitation now. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, the power of lightning dancing joyfully at his fingertips, like blue sprites poised to unleash formidable strength. Yin Ming raised his shield high, the dazzling sunlight reflecting off it, while mysterious runes shimmered upon its surface, as if they possessed a life of their own. He swung the shield vigorously, summoning a gust of wind, urging, "Come, let them witness our true might." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing across the arena, imbued with power and confidence. His feet were firmly rooted to the ground, reminiscent of ancient giants, exuding an unshakable presence. The runes on his shield flickered more frequently, seemingly gathering energy for the impending battle, radiating an aura of mystery and majesty. Waterheart nodded gently, her gentle visage now tinged with determination. Her hands rose slightly, and the water currents nearby began to swirl, the crystalline streams dancing around her like ethereal ribbons, ready to transform into forces of offense or defense at her command. Her gaze was focused and calm, as if the surrounding clamor and tension were irrelevant to her. She was wholly immersed in the preparation to unleash her skills. Wen Qi, akin to a poised cheetah, leaned forward slightly, his legs bending in anticipation, muscles taut like a drawn bow. His eyes were fixed on the enemy, sharp as an eagle's, prepared to strike like a released arrow the moment battle commenced. His speed was his most lethal weapon, intent on delivering a heavy blow before the adversary could react. Zhou Ke glanced at Lin Yu, concern flickering in her eyes. "We must be wary of their potential tactics aimed at our spirit fusion. We cannot afford to be careless this time. After our previous battles, they have undoubtedly studied us." Lin Yu nodded subtly, his brow furrowed, a grave expression crossing his face. "Indeed, we must be adaptable while synchronizing with our teammates. We cannot allow them to easily find our vulnerabilities." With a sharp whistle slicing through the air, the piercing sound served as a battle horn, signaling the resumption of the match. Both sides launched their attacks almost simultaneously, akin to two ravenous wolf packs pouncing on their prey. The opponents immediately displayed a fierce onslaught, their strikes no longer chaotic, but rather organized and coordinated. As if meticulously rehearsed, waves of soul power attacks descended like a torrential downpour upon the Shrek Academy team, the vibrant colors illuminating the sky like shooting stars. "Swift and formidable," Yin Ming shouted, his voice thundering across the arena, as he surged forward like a moving fortress. He positioned his shield before him, the immense barrier instantly blocking most of the incoming attacks. The soul power assault struck the shield like raindrops, erupting in brilliant flashes of light, as resplendent as blooming fireworks. With each strike of the assault, a dull thud reverberated, akin to a heavy hammer striking a grand bell. Yet, Yin Ming's feet remained steadfastly rooted to the ground. His body slightly crouched, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the relentless tide of attacks, unwavering and resolute as Mount Tai. Observing this, Shui Exine dared not delay for an instant. She swiftly invoked her water-based abilities, with her hands dancing in a rapid flourish and incantations flowing from her lips. The currents swirling around her seemed to heed their mistress's call, surging forward with great haste. The water coalesced before them, forming a crystalline curtain that cascaded like a waterfall, glimmering enchantingly under the sun's rays. As the enemy's onslaught struck the water curtain, it rippled, effectively diminishing the force of their attacks and softening what had once been razor-sharp soul power assaults. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Ying and Feng Qi darted towards the enemy like two bolts of lightning. Lei Ying transformed into a brilliant flash, crackling with electric energy that surrounded him, leaving behind fleeting afterimages reminiscent of lightning. His speed was blinding, rendering his form nearly invisible, targeting the enemy's backline, those crucial members responsible for their core offensive capabilities. Should he breach their defenses, the enemy's assault would suffer significantly. Meanwhile, Feng Qi weaved through the ranks of foes like a specter, his extraordinary swiftness rendering him elusive. Utilizing his speed advantage, he deftly maneuvered through the gaps in their attacks, striking at their vulnerable points with precision and lethality, akin to a viper's fangs sinking into a vital target. Yin Yang focused intently, channeling the flames within him into his hands. The fire intensified between his palms, culminating in a massive fireball that radiated scorching heat, warping the air around it. With a mighty shout, he hurled the fireball towards the enemy's clustered ranks. It soared through the sky like a blazing sun, exploding amidst their ranks. In an instant, a powerful shockwave emanated outward from the epicenter of the explosion, disrupting the enemy's formation. Surrounded by flames, the adversaries suffered burns, their anguished cries piercing the chaos. In the rear, Lin Yu and Ziyu remained composed, observing the unfolding situation like seasoned commanders on the battlefield, seeking the opportune moment to act. Lin Yu's blue-silver grass spirit stirred restlessly in his hands, its leaves quivering as if sensing the tension of combat. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, vigilantly tracking every movement of the enemy, poised to unleash widespread control at the first sign of vulnerability. Meanwhile, Ziyu rapidly leafed through the ancient tome in her grasp, her slender fingers gliding swiftly across the pages, her expression focused and urgent as if searching for a long-lost treasure. She understood that in this fierce struggle, a single well-timed decision could alter the course of the entire battle. The adversaries swiftly regained their composure amidst the chaos and onslaught of Yin Yang, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess. They concentrated their forces towards Shrek Academy's Yin Yang, evidently intent on neutralizing this formidable threat first. A series of potent soul power attacks surged towards Yin Yang, each imbued with distinct attributes, some as frigid as frost, others as sharp as blades, and yet others as weighty as boulders. With no time to evade, Yin Yang found himself in a precarious situation as Ling Yu promptly invoked a protective spell. She raised her staff high, reciting an intricate incantation, and a gentle radiance emanated from the staff, enveloping Yin Yang. The light manifested as a translucent shield, absorbing a portion of the attacks. However, the ferocity of the enemy's strikes was overwhelming, causing the glow to flicker under the onslaught, reminiscent of a candle in the wind. Although Yin Yang sustained some injuries, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, his resolve intensified, and the flames surrounding him blazed even brighter. He bellowed, "I'm fine. Continue the fight." The members of Shrek Academy felt the immense pressure from their foes, yet not a single one harbored thoughts of retreat. They understood that this battle transcended mere victory or defeat. It represented the honor of Shrek Academy. Like valiant guardians of their homeland, they resolved to embody the spirit of Shrek on this battlefield and bring glory to their institution. They exchanged glances, comprehending one another's determination and resolve without uttering a word, and prepared themselves for an even fiercer confrontation. Chapter 54. The clash of combat. The injuries sustained by Yin Yang ignited a fervent fury within the hearts of Shrek Academy's members. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, and his blue-silver grass martial soul instantaneously activated, unleashing a multitude of leaves that shot forth like arrows towards the enemy. Simultaneously, the grass rapidly spread around the foes, seeking to restrain their movements once more. "We cannot allow them to assault Yin Yang so easily," Lin Yu shouted. Under his command, the blue-silver grass transformed into resilient vines that ensnared the feet of several adversaries, disrupting their rhythm as they struggled. Thunder Shadow and Wind Swift perceived Lin Yu's intent and hastened their assault. Thunder Shadow concentrated the power of lightning into a sword that radiated a blinding blue light, charging towards the enemies ensnared by the blue-silver grass. Each swing of his sword was accompanied by a thunderous roar, incapacitating the foes with paralyzing jolts of electricity. Meanwhile, Wind Swift darted through the ranks of enemies like a tempest, his hands striking with phantasmal precision, targeting their joints and slowing their movements. Observing the unfolding battlefield, Zhou drew inspiration from ancient texts once more. Water Heart. Utilize your water-based abilities in conjunction with Lin Yu's blue-silver grass to ensnare their soul power. She called out. Water Heart immediately understood, her hands weaving gracefully as a deep blue stream of water-based soul power surged forth towards the enemies ensnared by the blue-silver grass. The water intertwined with the grass, creating a unique soul power field in which the foes felt as if their own power had been frozen, rendering them unable to mobilize. Seeing the seamless cooperation among his comrades, Yin Ming laughed heartily, forcefully using his shield to bash away the approaching enemies before charging towards the enemy's core. With each stride, he exuded an overwhelming aura, akin to a war deity descending upon the earth. For Shrek, his thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena. The opponents, undeterred, summoned their formidable martial spirits. In an instant, their captain expanded in size, muscles bulging, emanating a powerful wave of soul energy. Humph, do not presume this will defeat us, he bellowed as he charged fiercely toward Yin Ming. The two collided instantaneously, the tremendous force of their impact causing the very air around them to tremble violently. Yin Ming felt as though he had crashed into a colossal mountain, yet he did not falter in the slightest. Gripping his shield tightly, he engaged in an intense struggle of strength against the opposing captain. Ling Yu, anxiously observing from the rear, noticed Yin Yang's injuries worsening and hurriedly cast a more potent healing spell. A sacred white light enveloped Yin Yang, visibly mending his wounds and gradually replenishing his strength. Yin Yang, take a moment to rest, Ling Yu urged. However, Yin Yang shook his head resolutely. No, I can still fight. He once more summoned the power of flames, disregarding his pain, and charged toward the enemy. His figure appeared particularly valiant amidst the flames, each attack executed with a sense of mutual destruction, instilling fear in his adversaries. The battlefield intensified, both sides exerting their utmost efforts. The Shrek Academy members, through their seamless cooperation and indomitable spirit, engaged in a desperate struggle against their formidable opponents. They understood that this was a battle they could not afford to lose. Their honor and dreams depended on it. Every strike and every defense reflected their fervent desire for victory, as they sought to prove that Shrek Academy was invincible. Amidst the fierce combat, Lin Yu suddenly discerned a subtle flaw in the enemy's formation. While concentrating their power for an assault, a momentary gap appeared in their rear defenses. Thunder Shadow, Wind Chaser. Attack their rear, Lin Yu commanded. Without hesitation, Thunder Shadow and Wind Chaser surged toward the enemy's backline, their speed unparalleled, akin to a flash of lightning and a gust of wind, swiftly breaching the enemy's defenses to launch a fierce onslaught on their vulnerable flank. This unexpected attack threw the enemy into disarray. An opportunity had arisen for Shrek Academy. Thunder Shadow and Wind Chaser penetrated the enemy's rear like twin blades, plunging them into chaos. Thunder Shadow's lightning sword swung with ferocity, each arc of electric light cascading toward the enemy's rear ranks. The adversaries cried out in agony, their bodies convulsing under the impact of the lightning, as their once cohesive formation crumbled in an instant. Wind Chaser, utilizing his ghostly speed, initiated a deadly hunt in the enemy's rear. His figure resembled a black phantom, weaving seamlessly between foes. His strikes were precise and lethal, each punch striking true at the enemy's vital points. The adversaries, in their confusion, attempted to retaliate, but Wind Chaser's velocity rendered their efforts futile, their attacks failing to graze his garments. Stay calm. The enemy captain, witnessing the turmoil, was frantic, striving to direct his team to reorganize their defenses. Yet the members of Shrek Academy would not grant him that opportunity. Lin Yu seized the opportune moment to amplify the soul power output of the blue-silver grass spirit. The blue-silver grass, seemingly invigorated, surged forth in a frenzied growth and spread. It not only ensnared more adversaries tightly, but also erected barriers among them, further constraining their movements. Zhou was not idle either. She continued to peruse ancient texts for additional strategies while rallying her companions. Everyone, maintain the assault. They are on the verge of collapse. Her voice rang out, crisp and resolute, echoing across the battlefield and instilling greater confidence in the Shrek Academy team. Yin Yang charged toward the enemy, engulfed in flames, resembling a blazing meteor that compelled foes to flee before him. His fiery prowess had intensified, with flames roaring as if eager to engulf the entire arena. He plunged directly into the heart of the enemy's territory, engaging in close combat. Each of his strikes was accompanied by explosive bursts of fire, inflicting severe burns upon his adversaries. Yan Ming continued to contend with the opposing captain. Despite the captain unleashing their spirit's true form, exhibiting immense power, Yan Ming steadfastly resisted the onslaught with his indomitable will and unwavering faith in his comrades. His shield resonated under the tremendous pressure, yet the mysterious runes glimmered ever brighter, as if proclaiming its resilience. "I will not allow you to advance," Yan Ming bellowed, his feet deeply embedded in the ground like an ancient tree rooted in the earth. Zhou Ke persistently employed water-based techniques, guiding streams across the arena. As these waters traversed the blue-silver grass spirit and the enemy's soul power field, they manifested wondrous reactions. They transformed into wisps of icy mist, enveloping the battlefield and severely impairing the enemy's visibility. Simultaneously, the chill from the mist gradually eroded the foe's soul power, rendering their movements increasingly sluggish. Ling Yu attentively monitored the injuries of her teammates, her staff radiating a gentle glow that enveloped every member of Shrek Academy. Under this illumination, their stamina and soul power gradually replenished, and their wounds began to heal. She resembled a guardian angel, silently protecting all, ensuring they maintained their optimal combat state. With the concerted efforts of Shrek Academy, the enemy's defenses were teetering on the brink of collapse. Their attacks became increasingly chaotic, while Shrek Academy's strikes grew ever more organized and fierce. Lei Ying and Feng Qi maneuvered behind enemy lines, striking with relentless precision. Lin Yu's blue-silver grass spirit had entirely commandeered the battlefield, leaving the adversaries nearly immobile within its grasp. Yin Yang's fiery onslaught cast the enemy into a sea of flames, causing them to writhe in agony. Simultaneously, Yan Ming successfully detained the enemy's most formidable force, creating advantageous conditions for his allies. The auxiliary skills of Zhou Ke and Ling Yu proved crucial, significantly enhancing the overall combat efficacy of Shrek Academy. "Let us unite and deliver them the final blow," Ling Yu proclaimed. Upon hearing the command, the members of Shrek Academy converged towards the enemy's core area. Their eyes brimmed with unwavering determination and an indomitable belief in victory, as they endeavored to decisively vanquish their foes in this moment, securing a hard-won triumph for Shrek Academy. Chapter 56. The Aftermath of Victory. The joy of victory surged through the hearts of everyone at Shrek Academy like a roaring tide. Standing on the arena, bathed in sunlight and enveloped by thunderous applause, they felt an overwhelming sense of pride and satisfaction. Yet, their expressions remained composed, unclouded by the euphoria of triumph. Lin Yu, as the core of the team, slightly raised his head, inhaled deeply, and led his companions in a synchronized bow of gratitude towards the audience and judges. Their postures were upright, movements fluid and natural. Each bend of the waist and nod of the head was imbued with humility and respect, as if declaring to the entire world of soul masters that Shrek Academy not only possessed formidable strength, but also upheld noble virtues and elegant demeanor. The influence of this competition rippled through the soul master community, swiftly transcending the confines of the arena. Outside, in the streets and alleys, discussions of Shrek Academy's astonishing performance echoed in every corner. In the opulent lounges of soul master clubs, nobles set down their goblets, fervently engaging in discourse about Shrek Academy's strategic maneuvers, marveling at their adaptability and teamwork displayed in the face of crisis within the magical array. In the realm of Martial Soul City, where prestigious academies once regarded Shrek Academy with disdain, they now found themselves compelled to reconsider their previous judgments and reevaluate this rising force. The Academy's mentors urgently convened students, meticulously analyzing the battle footage of Shrek Academy in class, seeking to uncover any flaws in their martial soul applications and tactical coordination, preparing for potential future encounters. Prominent martial soul research institutions also designated Shrek Academy as a focal point for study, with numerous scholars dedicating day and night to unraveling the secrets behind their success. Within Shrek Academy, upon learning the results of the competition, the principal and faculty's faces blossomed with unparalleled pride. Their smiles resembled blooming flowers, filled with boundless appreciation and pride for the students. They fully understood the arduous efforts and sweat these children had invested for this victory. Each morning's training and every night's discussions culminated in this moment of glory. The principal resolutely decided that in recognition of the 7 monsters' exceptional performance, the Academy would spare no effort to provide them with more diverse resources and personalized training regimens. Whether it be precious martial soul cultivation manuals or rare opportunities for soul beast hunting, everything would be made available to support their ascent to greater heights on the path of soul masters, enabling them to chase more magnificent dreams. During the post-competition rest and adjustment period, A serene courtyard within Shrek Academy became a gathering place for the 7 monsters. Surrounded by lush greenery, a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing a sense of freshness and tranquility, yet there was no hint of relaxation among the 7 monsters. They sat together, their expressions serious and earnest, delving deeply into summarizing the lessons learned from the competition. Zhou Ke sat at the center, her hands firmly grasping the ancient tome filled with boundless wisdom. As she opened a pristine notebook, her focused demeanor akin to that of one handling the most precious of treasures. In our struggle against the magical array, although we ultimately succeeded in dismantling it, our coordination revealed significant deficiencies that nearly led to catastrophic consequences. Zhou Ke furrowed her brow slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of self-reproach and concern. She meticulously recounted the scene, sparing no detail. During our assault on the magical array, our attacks lacked harmony, at times resulting in a dispersion of power that severely impaired our effectiveness. Had the array's energy been slightly stronger or its defensive mechanisms more intricate, we might not have managed to breach it. Lei Ying, upon hearing this, instinctively scratched his head, a sheepish smile crossing his face, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, I had acted impulsively, driven solely by the desire to swiftly identify the array's weaknesses and break through, neglecting to adequately consider the safety of the group. My relentless pursuit of speed and personal discovery came at the cost of timely and effective communication with my companions, nearly plunging us all into peril due to my recklessness. On the other hand, Yin Yang fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, his gaze revealing a blend of determination and introspection. During the subsequent battle with our adversaries, I, too, realized my shortcomings. My method of attack was overly simplistic, relying solely on the power of flames for direct confrontation, lacking in variation and agility. When the enemy adjusted their defenses against my fiery assaults, I failed to perceive this shift promptly and adapt my strategy accordingly, which was undoubtedly a grave oversight. This not only ensnared me in a predicament, but also imposed considerable strain on the entire team. As everyone candidly opened their hearts and reflected on their shortcomings during the competition, Lin Yu listened quietly, his eyes filled with appreciation and emotion as he observed his companions engaging in such profound self-analysis. Their ability to recognize their own issues so clearly was, indeed, the greatest gain from this contest. This experience unveiled our potential, allowing us to unleash formidable strength in the face of adversity, yet it also illuminated the long journey ahead, with numerous areas requiring enhancement and growth. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that as long as we unite in purpose and persist in our endeavors, nothing can hinder our forward momentum. At that moment, a mysterious visitor quietly arrived at Shrek Academy, clad in exquisitely luxurious attire adorned with intricate golden embroidery that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. He exuded an air of nobility. His demeanor was extraordinary, radiating a unique charm in every gesture, yet his gaze held an elusive quality, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. He specifically requested to meet with the Shrek 7 monsters, claiming to have matters of utmost importance to discuss with them. Upon receiving the notification, the gatekeeper, not daring to delay for an instant, promptly escorted him to the courtyard where the 7 monsters resided. The arrival of this enigmatic visitor was akin to a stone cast into the still surface of a serene lake, evoking a myriad of uncertainties and opportunities for the Shrek Academy. The Shrek 7, filled with curiosity and vigilance, exchanged glances before swiftly organizing their thoughts and postures. Poised to welcome this unexpected guest, they understood that new challenges might be imminent, and they must confront them with unwavering conviction and formidable strength. Regardless of what lay ahead, they would not falter, for they were the pride of Shrek Academy, warriors in pursuit of their dreams. Chapter 57. The Mysterious Visitor with a Steady and Graceful Stride. The mysterious visitor entered the courtyard under the watchful gaze of the curious and vigilant crowd. Each step he took seemed to carry an invisible aura, rendering the surrounding air palpable with tension. His gaze, as substantial as the very essence of existence, meticulously swept over the Shrek 7, ultimately curving into a subtle yet profound smile, as if concealing countless untold secrets. Esteemed Shrek 7, I am the envoy from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Star Luo Empire, here to extend a special invitation. His voice, deep and resonant, echoed like the ancient toll of a temple bell, clear and distinct amidst the tranquil courtyard where even the faintest sound could be heard. Each word seemed to penetrate the hearts of those present, invoking a gentle tremor of intrigue. Upon hearing this, the 7 exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Engaging in silent dialogue, they sought to discern each other's thoughts. Lin Yu slightly lifted his head, his gaze resolute and steady, stepping forward with an imposing stature akin to a pine tree. With a blend of politeness and authority, he inquired, Might I ask, esteemed envoy, the purpose of your visit? What does this special invitation entail? We would be grateful for your clarification. His words were succinct and forthright, embodying the demeanor and grace befitting a core member of the Shrek 7. The envoy smiled gently, a hint of appreciation and amusement gracing his features. Soon, the Douluo Empire will host a prestigious Soul Master Elite Competition, an event of great significance within the realm of Soul Masters, gathering many of the Empire's most exceptional young talents. Each participant is endowed with remarkable gifts and exceptional strength, having traversed far along the path of Soul Master cultivation. We have heard of the Shrek 7's outstanding performances in past competitions, the breathtaking battles, and the astonishing teamwork that have left an indelible impression on all who bear witness. Thus, we extend this invitation to you. This is not merely a contest for glory. It is a splendid opportunity for you to engage with formidable peers, to learn from one another, and to grow collectively. On such a stage, you will encounter diverse styles of martial souls and strategies, broadening your horizons and accumulating invaluable experience for your future cultivation journey. Zhu furrowed her slender brow, the spark of contemplation illuminating her intelligent eyes. After a moment, she slowly spoke. The Soul Master Elite Competition of the Douluo Empire? We possess little knowledge of it. What are the rules governing this competition? What capabilities and characteristics do the participating teams possess? Might there be concealed risks involved? We cannot accept the invitation blindly. It is imperative that we have a clear understanding of these circumstances. Her voice was melodious and pleasant, yet imbued with undeniable rationality and composure. Each word articulated as if carefully contemplated before leaving her lips. The envoy seemed to anticipate their apprehensions, maintaining a serene smile as he calmly clarified. I will provide you with detailed information regarding the competition rules and the participating teams for your thorough examination. I assure you, this is a fair and just event, rich in value. The Royal Soul Master Academy of the Xinghua Empire adheres to exceptionally stringent standards and procedures in organizing and judging the competition, ensuring that no favoritism or injustice occurs. Furthermore, those who excel in the competition will have the opportunity to receive generous rewards provided by the imperial family, including exceedingly rare soul bones, coveted treasures that every soul master dreams of. Possessing one can significantly elevate a soul master's prowess and unlock new realms of cultivation, alongside formidable soul weapons that harmonize perfectly with the soul master's spirit, unleashing unimaginable power, as well as placements for advanced studies at the Royal Soul Master Academy, where you will have access to the Empire's finest educational resources and training environments, receiving guidance from numerous esteemed figures in the Soul Master community. Upon hearing the mention of soul bones, the crowd could not help but feel a stir within. They understood well the significance of soul bones to a soul master. They are extraordinary treasures that are elusive yet transformative, possessing the power to alter a soul master's fate. However, Laying expressed concern, scratching his head as he remarked, as students of Shrek Academy, will participating in such a competition affect our studies and training at the Academy? We have our own learning plans and training schedules at Shrek Academy, and if this competition disrupts our rhythm, the consequences could be dire. His face reflected a blend of earnestness and simplicity, yet his eyes were filled with concern for his academic commitments. The envoy waved his hand gracefully, as if wielding a soothing charm, and replied, "You need not worry about this matter. The Xinghua Empire has maintained a positive relationship of communication and cooperation with Shrek Academy. This invitation has indeed received the tacit approval of your Academy's Dean. The Dean believes that this experience will greatly benefit your growth and practical training. It is a rare opportunity for you to showcase your abilities and charm on a broader stage, while also bringing honor to Shrek Academy. Therefore, adjustments and arrangements will be made to ensure that your studies and training remain unaffected." At this moment, Yin Meng, who had been silent up to this point, spoke slowly. "What measures are in place to guarantee safety during the competition? We are bound to encounter formidable opponents, and should we sustain serious injuries or even face life-threatening situations, what then? We cannot gamble with our lives. There must be tangible and reliable safeguards in place." His voice was deep and resonant, akin to the rumble of distant thunder, with each word revealing his concern and regard for the safety of his companions. The envoy retrieved a finely crafted badge from his bosom, which shimmered with an extraordinary radiance under the sunlight. He elevated the badge high, presenting it for all to see. This was the specially designed emblem of the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Douluo Empire, a far cry from a mere decorative trinket. This badge possessed formidable protective and healing capabilities. During the competition, each participant would don this badge, which would automatically initiate its healing protocol upon injury, swiftly staunching blood flow, alleviating pain, and promoting the healing of wounds. Additionally, numerous powerful healing soul masters would be on standby around the arena, all seasoned professionals with exceptional medical skills. They would be prepared to provide immediate assistance to any severely injured competitor, ensuring their safety. Thus, in terms of safety, you can rest assured. The Shrek 7, lost in profound contemplation, recognized this as a rare opportunity, akin to a portal leading to a broader world, behind which lay countless possibilities for enhancing their strength and attaining glory. Yet, this path was fraught with uncertainties, akin to thorns lurking in the shadows, where a moment's carelessness could leave them grievously wounded. On one hand, engaging with formidable adversaries could expedite their growth and yield precious rewards, playing an immeasurable role in their future endeavors as soul masters. On the other hand, their unfamiliarity with the Douluo Empire, the local customs, the distribution of soul master factions, and the potential conspiracies, was shrouded in a thick fog, obscuring their path and presenting a myriad of unknown dangers. Lin Yu turned to his companions, his gaze imbued with inquiry and respect, seemingly awaiting each individual's perspective. Ziyuan nodded slightly, her resolute eyes affirming her acceptance of this opportunity. Yin Yang, Lei Ying, and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting determination and courage, collectively expressing their willingness to embrace the challenge. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, the breath resonating within his chest, as if consolidating all his strength and conviction. He raised his head, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the envoy. Esteemed envoy, we accept your invitation. The Shrek 7 fear no challenge, regardless of the adversities that lie ahead. We shall forge ahead with unwavering resolve. We will give our all in the Douluo Empire's elite Soul Master competition, showcasing the splendor and strength of Shrek Academy. And we shall not betray your trust and expectations. The envoy smiled with satisfaction, his expression suffused with admiration and anticipation for the Shrek 7. Very well. I shall eagerly await your remarkable performance in the Douluo Empire. I will promptly arrange for the relevant materials and preparations to be sent to Shrek Academy. With that, he turned and departed, his figure gradually fading from view, yet the news he bore detonated like a bombshell, stirring tumultuous waves within the hearts of the Shrek 7. Standing in the courtyard, they were filled with both anticipation for the forthcoming challenges and a twinge of anxiety. They understood that a new journey was about to commence, and they must be thoroughly prepared to confront the unknown that lay ahead. Every individual silently vowed within their hearts that regardless of the challenges they might face, they would stride forward hand in hand with their companions, striving for the honor of Shrek Academy and the realization of their dreams. Chapter 58, Preparing for the Competition. After the mysterious envoy departed quietly, Shrek Academy seemed infused with an invisible impetus, with all personnel diligently preparing for the forthcoming Elite Soul Master Tournament of the Douluo Empire. The Dean, bearing a serious yet hopeful expression, summoned all the instructors to gather. In the spacious and well-lit conference room, everyone sat around a vast round table, engaging in fervent discussions about the uniqueness and challenges of the upcoming competition, meticulously formulating a comprehensive training plan. This plan resembled a carefully crafted blueprint, encompassing every aspect from foundational physical fitness to soul skills, from personal strength enhancement to team synergy, aimed at holistically augmenting the comprehensive capabilities of the Shrek 7 monsters, ensuring they could shine brilliantly on the stage of the Douluo Empire. In the early morning, before the first rays of sunlight fully pierced the morning mist, Lin Yu and his companions assembled punctually on the playground as usual. The playground was serene and vacant, with only the 7 figures appearing particularly resolute against the gentle morning breeze. Following a brief warm-up, the high-intensity physical training commenced in earnest. They bore heavy weights strapped to their bodies, commencing a run around the playground. Each weight felt as if it bore the weight of the world, pulling at their muscles and bones with every stride. Their footsteps struck the solid ground with a dull thud, each step accompanied by beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, trailing along their cheeks and necks, ultimately soaking their garments. Yet, there was not a hint of complaint or retreat in their eyes, only an unwavering dedication and determination towards the impending competition. Upon completing the rigors of physical training, they transitioned to specialized training for their soul skills. Lin Yu sought a spacious and tranquil area, which would serve as his dedicated stage for honing his blue-silver grass soul. He gently closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, gradually mobilizing the soul power within him. In an instant, countless strands of blue-silver grass surged forth from his hands like a sinuous swarm of serpents, intertwining in the air as if weaving a mysterious tapestry. With focused intent, Lin Yu began to experiment with manipulating objects of various weights and shapes using the blue-silver grass. Initially, he started with small pebbles. With a delicate flick of his fingers, the blue-silver grass ensnared the stones with precision, gently lifting and moving them smoothly through the air. As the training progressed, the pebbles were gradually replaced by larger and heavier stones. A massive boulder stood resolutely in the center of the training ground, and Lin Yu's forehead glistened with exertion as he channeled his soul power. The blue-silver grass tightened around the boulder like resilient ropes. He endeavored to make the stone rotate and shift in midair, each movement requiring precise control of his soul power and immense strength to support it. Despite the sweat soaking his back and his breath becoming labored, he persevered, continually challenging his limits, striving for a qualitative leap in the precision and power of his blue-silver grass martial spirit. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke was immersed in a mountain of ancient tomes. In the Academy's venerable library, the air was infused with the unique scent of aged paper and ink. Sitting at an antique writing desk surrounded by hefty volumes, the yellowed pages of the ancient texts seemed to whisper tales of the passage of time. With delicate fingers, she gently turned the pages, her gaze penetrating, leaving no potentially useful information overlooked. She was not merely seeking tactical strategies suitable for her team in the competition. She was deeply studying the common characteristics of martial spirits among the soul masters of the Star Luo Empire. Meticulously, she analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of each martial spirit, along with possible countermeasures, recording this invaluable knowledge to formulate detailed and effective strategies for her companions before the competition. She understood well that in this elite tournament, knowing oneself and one's adversaries would lead to invincibility, and the wisdom contained within these ancient texts would serve as one of their key treasures for victory. In a specially designed flame training chamber, Yin was diligently cultivating. The walls of the chamber were constructed from a unique, heat-resistant material, and the temperature inside was exceedingly high, akin to a searing furnace. Surrounded by raging flames that resembled a ferocious beast, he slowly closed his eyes, calming his mind to attune to the rhythm of the fire. He endeavored to surpass the temperature limits of his own flames, seeking to enhance their potency. As he breathed, the surrounding flames seemed to come alive, sometimes surging like tumultuous waves toward the ceiling, at other times receding like gentle streams encircling him. Determination etched upon his face. Beads of sweat evaporated almost instantly in the heat, transforming into wisps of white vapor that dispersed into the air, yet this did not distract him from his focus. He continuously adjusted the output of his soul power and the rhythm of his breathing, compressing and refining the fiery energy within him, attempting to awaken a more formidable force buried deep within the flames. Each attempt carried immense risk. A moment's carelessness could result in being consumed by the fire. But Yin remained undaunted, driven solely by the conviction to grow stronger for his team's victory in the competition. Liang chose the Thunder Valley as his training ground. In this valley, dark clouds loomed ominously, and lightning crackled with fury, thick bolts of electricity weaving through the landscape like enraged dragons. The moment Liang stepped into the valley, he was awed by the sheer power of nature. Yet, he did not flinch. Instead, excitement gleamed in his eyes. He merged his being into the realm of thunder, moving with ease amidst the tempest. He spread his arms wide, allowing the power of lightning to strike his body. Each shock sent tremors through him, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He sought to integrate the power of lightning into his attacks, sharpening their lethality. His figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the storm, each reappearance heralding a more potent surge of lightning energy. He continually dashed and leaped through the valley, engaging in combat, dancing with the lightning as if he were the sovereign of this thunderous realm. As time progressed, his body gradually acclimated to the baptism of electricity, allowing him to wield the power of lightning with increasing finesse, transforming it for his own purposes. His assaults grew ever more ferocious and formidable, instilling awe and trepidation in those who beheld him. Yin Ming arrived at the gravity training ground, an ideal locale for honing strength and defense. Within this arena, the gravitational force could be freely adjusted, and upon entering, Yin Ming set the gravity to several times that of the outside world. Standing at the center, surrounded by an array of heavy barbells and training apparatus, he inhaled deeply, bent at the waist, and gripped the barbell with both hands. With a mighty shout, he hoisted the barbell onto his shoulders. He commenced a series of squats, each descent accompanied by labored breaths, his legs resembling robust iron pillars, bearing immense pressure. As he continued, his muscles tensed, sweat cascading like rain, yet his form remained impeccable and powerful. Upon completing the squats, he transitioned to the overhead press, lifting the barbell high above his head. Under the influence of gravity, it felt as though it bore an immense weight, yet Yin Ming, relying on his indomitable will and formidable strength, steadfastly maintained its elevation. In this environment of multiplied gravity, he relentlessly pushed his limits, his muscles hardening like steel under the strain. Each exertion was accompanied by a deep, resonant roar, as if he were challenging gravity itself, proclaiming his resilience and might to the world. Meanwhile, Shui Xin immersed herself in the water realm, cultivating her skills within an enchanting aquatic illusion. This ethereal space, forged by potent water magic, brimmed with myriad creatures composed of water elements. The moment Zhou Ke stepped into the illusion, the surrounding water elements began to stir, swiftly converging to transform into various forms, ferocious water beasts and agile water sprites. A slight frown graced her brow. She understood that this would be her battlefield for enhancing her practical application of water-based skills. With gentle movements of her hands, the waters responded to her call, morphing into an array of weapons. At times, a sharp water sword appeared, and she engaged in fierce combat with the water beasts. At others, a supple water whip manifested, which she wielded to fend off the encroaching water sprites. Her form flowed gracefully through the water, as if she were one with it. She continuously experimented with various combinations of water techniques, adapting fluidly to the characteristics of the illusionary creatures, gathering experience, and refining her combat skills and adaptability. Each encounter with these illusionary beings was both a challenge and an opportunity for growth. She understood that only by persistently honing herself in this harsh realm could she navigate real competitions with ease. Lingyu, in addition to focusing on enhancing her healing abilities, also immersed herself in the study of various supportive enhancement spells. Within the Academy's magical laboratory, shelves overflowed with precious tomes and rare herbs. Seated at the experimental table, surrounded by books and herbs, her eyes radiated concentration and earnestness. She meticulously concocted potions, following the recipes from ancient texts, carefully adding each herb to the cauldron and slowly simmering them with flames. She murmured incantations, conjuring healing magic while deftly regulating the temperature of the flames and the brewing process of the elixirs. Her aim was to concoct a miraculous potion capable of instantaneously replenishing substantial soul power, an endeavor of paramount importance for the team's sustained combat efficacy during the competition. Concurrently, she was engrossed in the study of various supportive enhancement spells, such as those that amplified strength and accelerated speed. She understood well that in the throes of battle, it was not only vital to mend her comrades' wounds, but also to bolster their combat prowess at critical moments, thereby enhancing the collective might of the team. Within the confines of the magic tower, she toiled day and night, persistently experimenting with new spell combinations and potion formulas. Each success or failure served as a valuable lesson along her journey. Amidst the intense and bustling training regimen, the Shrek 7 monsters remained acutely aware of the necessity for teamwork and synergy. They recognized that while individual prowess was significant in the heat of a soul master competition, it was the harmony and collaboration within the team that ultimately paved the way to victory. Thus, they regularly engaged in team battle drills, simulating various scenarios that might arise during the contests. During one meticulously orchestrated exercise, they found themselves ensnared in a formidable illusionary trap devised by the Academy's dean and several mentors. The moment the illusion was unleashed, they were swept apart by a powerful force scattered across disparate realms. Surrounding them were terrifying phantoms of soul beasts and perilous magical traps, as if they had been thrust into a realm teeming with death and despair. Lin Yu was the first to regain his composure. Fully aware that panic would yield no benefit, he gently closed his eyes, allowing his soul power to flow into his blue-silver grass spirit. Attempting to sense the locations of his companions, the blue-silver grass extended like sensitive tendrils, weaving through the dense fog in search of the familiar signatures of their soul power. Simultaneously, Lin Yu emitted a signal of soul power, a radiant beacon flickering in the illusion, striving to establish contact with his teammates. Zhou found herself trapped in a space filled with ancient runes and enigmatic energies. Yet she felt no fear. Drawing upon her profound knowledge of ancient texts, she swiftly began to decipher the secrets of the illusion. She meticulously examined the arrangement of the runes around her, realizing that the illusion was constructed upon an ancient spatial magic. Her mind functioned like a high-speed computer, rapidly scanning for corresponding methods to unravel it. She recalled having encountered similar magical descriptions in an ancient tome. Although not identical, the underlying principles bore resemblance. She began to cautiously channel her soul power in accordance with the methods etched in her memory, endeavoring to activate the runes within the illusion to discover the key to its unraveling. Meanwhile, Yin Yang and Lei Ying engaged in a breathtaking battle against the phantoms of soul beasts within their respective realms. Yin Yang's domain was engulfed in flames. Surrounded by a host of soul beast apparitions ablaze with fire, they lunged at him with ferocious intent, unleashing torrents of searing flames. Unfaltering, Yin Yang summoned the full extent of his fiery power, his hands weaving a dance that summoned the flames around him, which surged forth like enraged fire dragons toward the phantoms. The flames collided with one another, producing a thunderous roar that illuminated the entire space in a brilliant blaze. Though the sun's assault was fierce, the phantoms seemed endless, continually emerging from all directions. Aware that this could not continue indefinitely, he began to alter his strategy. He concentrated the flames into massive fireballs and hurled them towards the center of the spectral beasts. The explosive force of the fireballs temporarily repelled the illusions, yet they soon reformed around him. In the realm of Thunder Shadow, chaos reigned as bolts of lightning surged forth, and numerous lightning spirit phantoms darted about. Utilizing his speed and the power of electricity, Thunder Shadow swiftly navigated through the swarm of illusions. His body resembled a flash of lightning, instantly appearing behind a spectral beast to launch his attack. The electrical energy in his hands transformed into razor-sharp lightning blades, each strike vanquishing a cluster of phantoms. However, as time progressed, he realized that the number of illusions did not diminish. In fact, they multiplied. He understood that this was a trap specifically designed for him, and it was futile to attempt annihilating all the phantoms through sheer speed and force. Thus, he began to search for flaws within the illusion, evading the spectral beast's assaults while observing the patterns of the surrounding lightning. Rocky was ensnared in a space riddled with sharp traps and overwhelming pressure, yet he remained unfazed. Drawing upon his formidable strength and defense, he bought time for Water Heart. He raised his shield high, deflecting the onslaught of attacks from every direction. The strikes against his shield sparked brilliantly, but Rocky stood resolute. Step by step, he moved toward Water Heart, each advance accompanied by immense pressure, yet he never faltered. Meanwhile, Water Heart utilized her water-based abilities in her own space, striving to identify the weaknesses of the illusion. She transformed water into fine, needle-like streams to probe her surroundings. Her gaze was focused and calm, not overlooking any detail. Upon detecting an anomaly in the spirit energy fluctuations, she concentrated her power to strike. She understood that only by uncovering the illusion's vulnerabilities could she lead them to safety. Ling Yu silently prayed in her space, employing healing skills to provide distant spiritual support for her comrades. The staff in her hands emanated a gentle glow that transcended spatial barriers, enveloping her companions. She sensed their fatigue and pain during the battle, continuously adjusting the intensity and range of her healing powers, striving to alleviate their suffering and restore their spirit energy. Simultaneously, she awaited the moment they would break free from the illusion. After enduring tremendous hardship, Zhu finally discovered the illusion's flaw. By utilizing a unique frequency of spirit energy fluctuations, she relayed the method of breaking the illusion to Lin Yu. Lin Yu swiftly directed everyone to concentrate their power and strike at the identified weakness. With their combined efforts, the illusion shattered, allowing them to escape the trap successfully. This experience deepened the understanding of teamwork for the Shrek 7 monsters. They realized that when confronting unknown challenges, only through mutual trust, support, and close cooperation could they unleash the full potential of their team. Every individual possesses their own strengths and weaknesses, yet the power of a team can amalgamate these strengths, compensating for any shortcomings. This recent successful escape has instilled in them a greater sense of confidence and composure when facing the unknown challenges ahead. They are acutely aware that, regardless of the myriad obstacles that may lie before them, as long as they unite as one, nothing can impede their forward momentum. As the date of the competition draws near, the prowess of the Shrek 7 continues to escalate, and their camaraderie flourishes. They stand fully prepared to confront the formidable trials of the Soul Master Elite competition of the Star Luo Empire. They are akin to 7 finely honed swords, poised to unsheath themselves on the arena of the Star Luo Empire, ready to radiate the resplendent brilliance that belongs to Shrek Academy. Chapter 59, Embarking on the Journey. Initial steps into Star Luo. The eagerly anticipated day of departure to the Star Luo Empire has finally arrived. In the early morning, soft sunlight bathes the entrance of Shrek Academy, where the 7 from Shrek stand in a neat row, donned in their brand new Academy uniforms. The uniforms, primarily in a deep blue hue, are adorned with golden embroidery at the collar and cuffs, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, symbolizing the honor and legacy of Shrek Academy. With their backpacks slung over their shoulders, their expressions are resolute and filled with anticipation. Surrounding them, faculty and students of the Academy come to bid farewell, creating an atmosphere infused with both reluctance and pride. The dean strides forward with deliberate steps, positioned at the forefront of the gathering. His gaze is filled with expectation as he observes the 7 youths on the brink of their journey. Clearing his throat, the dean speaks earnestly. You bear the honor of Shrek Academy. This journey may be fraught with hardship and challenges, but I have faith that you will, with your strength and wisdom, give your all on the battlefield and showcase the spirit and excellence of our academy. The glory of Shrek rests upon your shoulders. His voice resonates powerfully, echoing like a bell in the ears of those present. Lin Yu steps forward, his stature tall, and responds on behalf of his companions. Rest assured, Dean, we shall bring glory to Shrek Academy. No matter the difficulties we encounter, we shall not falter. His words are imbued with determination. as if declaring to the world the unwavering conviction of the Shrek 7. Having spoken, the 7 turned and board the specially designed flying soul guide device. This device, uniquely shaped like a majestic metal bird poised for flight, is engraved with mystical runes and emits a soft blue glow. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the flying soul guide device slowly powers up, emitting a gentle hum, and gradually ascends towards the direction of the star Luo Empire. During their flight, the 7 sit comfortably in the plush seats of the soul guide device, gazing down at the earth through the transparent windows. The world outside unfolds like a flowing canvas, with mountains and rivers gradually revealing themselves beneath. The undulating mountain ranges resemble a great dragon coiling majestically, while the crystal-clear rivers flow like silver ribbons across the land. The vast forests are lush and vibrant, resembling a sea of green. Zhou Ke, seated by the window, holds the map of the star Luo Empire and relevant materials. Engaging in a deeper discussion with her companions, she unfurled the map upon the table, her finger tracing the significant locations marked upon it as she earnestly declared. The Soul Master system of the star Luo Empire differs from ours. They place greater emphasis on the integration of martial souls and the power of the stars. During the competition, we must be particularly vigilant regarding our opponent's martial soul abilities and analyze how they harness the power of the stars. Only then can we respond effectively. Yin Yang waved dismissively, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Whatever their system may be, we shall show them our strength when the time comes. We, the Shrek 7 monsters, are not to be underestimated." His face radiated confidence, as if the impending competition were merely a leisurely game to him. However, Lei Ying wore a serious expression, furrowing his brow as he cautioned, "We cannot afford to be careless. The information indicates that their royal soul masters are extraordinary, and they may possess hidden techniques. We must prepare thoroughly to ensure absolute certainty." His gaze conveyed a sense of caution and concern, fully aware of the formidable challenge that lay ahead. After several days of flight, they finally arrived at the capital of the star Luo Empire, Star Luo City. As the flying soul guide apparatus descended gently onto the landing field, the 7 monsters eagerly disembarked, immediately captivated by the breathtaking sights before them. The streets of Star Luo City were spacious and immaculate, paved with smooth stone slabs that reflected the sun's rays. Pedestrians thronged the streets, bustling about, while various soul guide devices navigated the skies in an orderly fashion, emitting faint whistling sounds. The shops lining the streets were a cornucopia of wonders, adorned with numerous signs, offering an array of soul master supplies and rare treasures. Some storefronts displayed shimmering soul guide devices, while others showcased precious materials from soul beasts, and still others sold enigmatic martial soul tomes. As they stood in the center of the landing field, contemplating their next move, a young soul master clad in resplendent attire approached them briskly. His garments were embroidered with exquisite patterns, and a long sword, encrusted with jewels, hung elegantly at his waist. Exuding an air of gallantry, he approached the 7 monsters, bowing slightly before respectfully inquiring, "Might I ask if you are from Shrek Academy? I am sent by the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Star Luo Empire to welcome you, and I have arranged accommodations for you. Please follow me." His voice was gentle and courteous, as refreshing as a spring breeze. The 7 monsters followed him through the bustling streets, arriving at a luxurious manor. The grand entrance was forged from colossal bronze, intricately engraved with exquisite designs, signifying the noble status of its owner. Upon entering the manor, they beheld pavilions and towers artfully arranged, with babbling brooks and flourishing flora surrounding them, the air fragrant with the subtle scent of blossoms. "This will be your residence during the competition. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask," the young soul master said before taking his leave. Once they had settled their belongings, Lin Yu proposed they venture out to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. The 7 monsters strolled through the streets of Star Luo City, immersing themselves in the unique martial soul culture of the Star Luo Empire. They arrived at a lively square, where a crowd had gathered to witness a demonstration of martial soul abilities by a group of soul masters, who captivated the onlookers with their dazzling skills, perfectly blending their martial souls with the power of the stars. One of the soul masters raised his hands high, and suddenly a brilliant star appeared in the sky. The power of the star transformed into a radiant light that enveloped him, forming a sturdy shield that rebounded any attack directed at it. Another soul master infused the power of the celestial bodies into the long sword he held, causing it to shine brilliantly. As he swung the sword, it emanated streaks of starlight, significantly enhancing its might. The 7 monsters were captivated by the spectacle when they were abruptly interrupted by a commotion. Following the source of the noise, they beheld 2 soul masters embroiled in a conflict nearby. One, with his martial spirit manifested, was surrounded by flickering starlight, glaring fiercely as he bellowed, "You dare to snatch the soul guide I have my eye on. Today, You shall witness my prowess." The other, equally defiant, swiftly unleashed his martial spirit, revealing a bird engulfed in eerie purple flames. The bird circled in the air, emitting a piercing cry, with flames continuously spewing from its wings, distorting the surrounding air with heat. As tensions escalated, the 7 monsters exchanged glances, ready to intervene. At that moment, a squad of city guards swiftly arrived. The leading officer, mounted on a towering soul beast, brandished a spear and thundered, "Cease this at once. Are you seeking death by causing a ruckus in Douluo City?" His voice resonated with authority, akin to a clap of thunder. The 2 soul masters, recognizing the gravity of the situation, reluctantly retracted their martial spirits and departed in disgrace under the reprimand of the city guards. This brief episode deepened the 7 monsters' understanding of the martial spirit atmosphere and regulations within the Douluo Empire. They realized that the forthcoming Soul Master Elite competition would present an unprecedented challenge, not only requiring them to confront formidable opponents, but also to adapt to the unique martial spirit culture of this unfamiliar empire. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, they felt an invigorated anticipation for the contest, recognizing it as a pivotal opportunity for growth along their journey. Chapter 60, Undercurrents. Upon returning to the manor, the night unfurled like a heavy black satin drape, silently enveloping the world. Lin Yu reclined upon the intricately carved grand bed, soft and comfortable, yet he found himself restless, unable to succumb to slumber. The moonlight filtered through the ornate window, casting a silver sheen upon the floor, a scene that should have been tranquil and beautiful. However, his thoughts raced like untamed stallions, swirling with memories of the day in Douluo City and the impending Soul Master Elite competition. He understood that this contest was no ordinary clash. The path to victory would undoubtedly be fraught with thorns, as his adversaries were formidable. And hidden behind the arena might lie a web of intricate power struggles. "I cannot remain idle," Lin Yu resolved inwardly, decisively rolling out of bed. He gently rapped on Ziyue's door, producing a rhythmic knock. When she opened the door, she held an ancient tome concerning the Soul Masters of Douluo in her hands. Her eyes bore traces of fatigue, yet radiated a focused determination, clearly troubled by the upcoming competition. The 2, sharing a silent understanding, resolved to gather their companions to strategize in the living room. Before long, the others arrived in the living room. Yin Yang rubbed his sleepy eyes, still somewhat dazed, murmuring, "What urgent matter could possibly warrant our summons at this late hour?" Meanwhile, Laying appeared invigorated, his eyes sparkling with excitement, jesting, "It must be that Lin Yu has devised a brilliant plan. Let us hear it." As the guests settled into their seats, a palpable atmosphere of tension and anticipation enveloped the living room. Lin Yu, with a grave expression, articulated the concerns weighing on his mind. As we have all observed, the soul masters of the Xinghua Empire possess formidable strength, and their martial souls harness the power of celestial constellations, a subject we know little about. In the coming days, we must diligently gather intelligence on our opponents and devise appropriate strategies. His voice was deep and resolute, each word resonating with a heavy significance. Ziyu nodded in agreement, gently opening an ancient tome in her hands, the pages whispering softly as she turned them. "I have discovered that the Xinghua Soul Master's celestial martial souls encompass several distinct schools, such as stellar manipulation, stellar amplification, and celestial illusion. Each school possesses unique skills and vulnerabilities. We must ascertain the affiliations of the competitors." As she spoke, she pointed to relevant passages in the tome, her gaze focused and earnest. Yin Ming crossed his arms, his broad shoulders resembling sturdy tree trunks, and boomed, "How are we to collect this information? Shall we simply ask them?" Shui Xian shot him a sidelong glance, lightly pursing her lips as she replied, "Of course not. We can visit the Soul Master taverns and the marketplace. Those places are rife with information, and we might uncover something useful." On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting warmth upon the gathered individuals. The 7 monsters split into several groups to embark on their quest for intelligence. Lin Yu and Ziyu made their way to a bustling Soul Master tavern, where the cacophony of voices mingled with the pervasive scent of ale. They nestled into a corner, ordering 2 mugs of weak beer, feigning casual conversation while leaning slightly forward, ears attuned to the dialogues around them. "I hear that the Royal Soul Master Academy has dispatched nothing but elite competitors for this Soul Master Elite tournament, making them favorites for the championship," boomed a burly man, his voice cutting through the din, tinged with a hint of inebriation. "Indeed, especially their captain, who has awakened the rare stellar dragon martial soul and can wield the power of the Tiangang star. Truly impressive," chimed in a slight soul master nearby, gesturing animatedly. Envy etched across his face. Lin Yu and Ziyu exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise and gravity passing between them. They quietly committed this information to memory, and continued to listen intently, absorbing discussions of other teams' unique martial soul abilities and remarkable performances during training, meticulously noting every detail. Meanwhile, Yin Yang and Lei Ying navigated the bustling marketplace, where throngs of people mingled amidst an array of vibrant stalls brimming with goods. They stumbled upon a kiosk selling information, manned by a mysterious figure cloaked in black, with only a pair of shrewd eyes visible. Yin Yang approached, inquiring, "Excuse me, do you have detailed information about the teams participating in the Soul Master Elite Tournament?" His voice carried a note of urgency and anticipation. The mysterious figure lifted his gaze, a glimmer of astuteness flashing in his eyes, as if he could see through their intentions. "Indeed, I possess such information, but it comes at a steep price." After a heated negotiation, the two found themselves flushed and breathless, ultimately parting with a substantial sum of soul coins to acquire a dossier detailing the core members of each team, their martial souls, skill characteristics, and combat styles. Upon acquiring the intelligence, Yin Yang and Lei Ying eagerly began to peruse the information, their faces illuminated with surprise. Meanwhile, Yin Meng and Shui Xian proceeded to the Martial Soul Research Institute in Xinglua City. The architecture of the institute was grand and solemn, exuding an aura of mystery. Thanks to the esteemed reputation of Shrek Academy, they gained access to the interior for a tour and engaged in discussions with several senior researchers. The researchers, clad in white robes and adorned with spectacles, appeared exceedingly scholarly. From their discourse, Yin Meng and Shui Xian gleaned insights into the crucial nodes of star power convergence when the stellar martial soul unleashed its abilities, as well as methods to attenuate the potency of these skills by disrupting the flow of star energy. The researchers also presented experimental data and simulation visuals, elucidating the concepts in detail and deepening their understanding of the stellar martial soul. As dusk descended, the fading sunlight bathed the manor's rooftop in a golden hue. The 7 monsters convened within the estate. They meticulously consolidated the intelligence gathered, and Lin Yu, surveying the plethora of documents before him, spoke with unwavering resolve. "Although our adversaries are formidable, we are not without hope of triumph. Moving forward, we shall tailor our training in accordance with this intelligence, devise strategies, and prepare for the competition." His companions nodded in agreement, their eyes shimmering with a steadfast glow, akin to flames igniting with fervor and determination. A great battle loomed on the horizon, poised to erupt. Chapter 61, Preparations at the Front. In the expansive training grounds of the manor, sunlight poured down freely. As the Shrek 7 stood tall and vigilant, ready for an intensive tactical training session based on their intelligence, Lin Yu positioned himself at the heart of the field, his expression earnest and severe as his soul power surged like a tumultuous tide. The blue-silver grass in his grasp responded to his call, its tendrils extending with grace and vigor, resembling a vibrant emerald serpent. His gaze was firmly fixed on the simulated enemy puppet nearby, which was expertly crafted, nearly indistinguishable from a real soul master, standing silently, as if concealing boundless peril. "Listen closely," Lin Yu raised his voice, his steady and powerful words resonating across the training ground. "According to our intelligence, the captain of the Royal Soul Master Academy, with his martial soul, the starry heavenly dragon, continuously absorbs the power of the Tiangang star during combat, thereby enhancing his own strength. We must exert our utmost effort to restrict his star power absorption from the very onset of battle, undermining his capabilities at the root." As his words faded, he swiftly maneuvered his hands, his fingers dancing with agility, commanding the blue-silver grass to transform into a colossal and sturdy cage, which rushed toward the puppet with lightning speed, aiming to ensnare it and sever its connection to the external star energy. Standing beside him, Ziyu held a meticulously annotated tactical notebook, her expression equally focused. She furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes sparkling with intellect, and added, "The absorption of star power relies on specific astrological alignments. Through my extensive and detailed study of the star chart, I have discovered that when the Tiangang star is positioned at a particular angle, we can indeed create disturbances to disrupt his positioning, thereby hindering the convergence of star power." As she spoke, a radiant light emanated from her palm, releasing an invisible yet potent wave of mental probing, akin to ethereal tendrils that spread toward the puppet, precisely simulating interference on the enemy's mental plane in an attempt to disrupt its control over the flow of star energy. The blazing sun could no longer be contained within the depths of his excitement. As he rubbed his hands together, flames erupted around him like a roaring inferno, scorching the air with waves of heat. "I shall take charge of the offensive," he bellowed with fervor, his voice brimming with indomitable spirit. Seizing the moment when his star power was momentarily hindered, he aimed to catch his opponent off guard, striking with overwhelming force. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, his movements fluid and imbued with palpable strength. In the blink of an eye, a colossal fireball coalesced in his palm, enveloped in a torrent of searing heat, propelled forth with unyielding momentum towards the puppet. The intense temperature distorted the surrounding air, as if the very fabric of space trembled under the weight of such formidable energy, sending ripples through the atmosphere. Unwilling to yield, Thunder Shadow suddenly vanished, transforming into a fleeting afterimage, his speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. He deftly maneuvered around the puppet, his steps light and agile, while the crackling energy of lightning in his hands emitted sharp, resonant sounds, reminiscent of a fierce symphony of thunder. "I will take on the role of distraction," he declared confidently, evading fireballs and blue-silver grasses with grace, his voice resonating with certainty and resolve. His intent was to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, ensuring they could not comfortably unleash their martial soul skills, leaving them in a state of chaos and defensiveness. Standing resolutely at the forefront, Rock was akin to a towering mountain. He gripped his shield tightly, muscles bulging with strength, veins prominently displayed. "I shall defend with all my might," he proclaimed with a voice like thunder, slamming the shield heavily onto the ground, producing a deep, resonating sound that made the earth tremble slightly under the force. "I will ensure everyone has safety and will not allow the enemy to breach my defenses, safeguarding every barrier we have." Waterheart stood gracefully nearby, skillfully manipulating the flowing currents. The water danced like animated ribbons, as if possessed by a life of its own, swirling playfully around the puppet. "I will employ water-based skills to assist everyone," she stated, her gaze focused and resolute. With delicate movements, she wielded her power with elegance yet formidable control, utilizing the properties of water to disrupt the enemy's actions while providing cover, becoming an invisible shield within the fray of battle. Ling Healing quietly positioned herself at the rear, her staff radiating a gentle and warm glow, reminiscent of the comforting sunshine of spring. She attentively monitored her comrades' conditions, her eyes filled with warmth and concern. "I will be ready to heal and provide soul power support at any moment," she softly declared, her voice gentle yet as steady as a lighthouse, ensuring everyone could fight in their best state, a steadfast bastion no matter the time or place. In the ensuing days, they immersed themselves in rigorous and intense training, tirelessly rehearsing various meticulously planned tactics. Each practice session saw them fully engaged and committed, as if facing a truly formidable adversary, daring not to show any signs of complacency. They scrutinized every detail, making continuous adjustments and improvements based on their practical exercises. As the date of the competition approached with the swiftness of a galloping steed, the synergy among them grew increasingly harmonious, and their tactical applications became ever more refined, resembling a finely tuned combat machine. At last, on a bright and sunny morning, with the golden sunlight gently cascading upon the earth, the grand opening ceremony of the Star Luo Empire's Soul Master Elite Competition was about to commence. The Shrek 7 monsters stood at the manor's entrance, clad in their orderly and dignified academy attire, exuding vigor and enthusiasm. Linyu took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling dramatically as he turned to his comrades in arms, his gaze resolute and filled with strength. "Everyone, we have prepared for this moment for so long. Enduring countless arduous training sessions, it is time to showcase our strength." His voice resonated with conviction, brimming with inspiring power. "No matter the hardships we face, we must unite and fight side by side, striving for the unparalleled honor of Shrek Academy." His companions nodded vigorously, their eyes sparkling with steadfast and fervent determination, the light within them akin to a blazing flame, filled with fighting spirit and resolve. They marched forth with synchronized and powerful steps, brimming with confidence as they approached the competition venue, ready to embrace this grand feast of challenges and boundless opportunities. Their figures, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared particularly grand and resplendent. Chapter 62. Winds of the opening ceremony, fierce opponents emerge. The Shrek 7 monsters steadily advanced along the wide and bustling avenue towards the competition grounds. The sides of the avenue were already packed with enthusiastic spectators, donned in vibrant attire, waving various flags. Each flag bore the unique insignia supporting their respective teams, fluttering in the gentle breeze. Cheers and discussions melded together, resembling a surging tide, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. Among the crowd, keen eyes quickly recognized the Shrek 7 monsters, who were excitedly pointing them out and whispering to one another about their astonishing performances in previous competitions, their words brimming with awe and curiosity. As the 7 monsters stepped onto the competition stage, the sight before them left them utterly speechless. The enormous circular arena resembled a magnificent giant bowl, surrounded by tiered seating that was completely filled to capacity. The audience's enthusiasm burned like a fierce flame, ready to ignite the entire venue. In the center of the arena, a splendid stage was being meticulously constructed. Adorning the stage were various rare and precious soul-guiding devices alongside strikingly beautiful gems, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that harmoniously intertwined, adding a touch of mystery and grandeur to the opening ceremony. With the onset of a melodious and ethereal music, the opening ceremony officially commenced. A group of dancers, attired in the traditional garb of the Star Luo Empire, gracefully ascended the stage. Their costumes, exquisitely crafted and adorned with intricate patterns, swayed gently with their movements. The dancers' performances were elegant and fluid. Every gesture in turn was executed with perfect rhythm. The ribbons in their hands danced whimsically, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky or the splendid clouds at dusk. Behind the dancers stood a group of soul masters, their expressions focused as they chanted incantations, showcasing a variety of dazzling martial soul abilities. Some soul masters raised their hands high, summoning colossal phantoms of star beasts. Their claws and fangs bared as if to break through the heavens. Others delicately tapped their fingertips, releasing resplendent starry radiance that adorned the entire stage, rendering it dreamlike, as though one were immersed in a mysterious celestial realm. Amidst the dazzling performances of the opening ceremony, the attention of the Shrek 7 monsters was captivated by a particular team. The members of this team exuded an extraordinary grace, clad in matching white robes embroidered with golden star patterns, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. At the helm stood a tall and imposing youth, his countenance austere, reminiscent of ancient ice untouched by time. His gaze bore an innate pride, as if all of creation lay beneath his watchful eye. Surrounding him were ethereal star beasts, each possessing a unique form. Some resembled mighty dragons, exuding an aura of authority, while others appeared as divine birds, their feathers glinting with enigmatic light. Each star beast emanated powerful waves of soul energy, causing the very air around them to tremble. This was the team from the Royal Soul Master Academy. Zhou leaned closer to Lin Yu, lowering her voice to convey a hint of anxiety and vigilance, akin to a keen-eyed cheetah sensing impending danger. That leading youth must be their captain, the one with the starry sky dragon martial spirit. Lin Yu nodded slightly, his gaze sharp and unwavering, fixated on the captain of the Royal Soul Master Academy. He could distinctly sense the formidable soul power radiating from him, a force akin to a towering mountain, instilling a profound sense of reverence. "Everyone, be cautious. His strength likely exceeds our expectations," Lin Yu whispered, his tone grave yet resolute. "We must not let our guard down for even a moment." Yin Yang clenched his fists, flames flickering in his palms, mirroring his eagerness. His eyes sparkled with excitement, burning bright like two blazing fires. "No matter how strong he is, I will not be intimidated. Once the competition begins, I intend to challenge him thoroughly, showcasing my prowess." Meanwhile, Lei Ying calmly analyzed the situation, his keen eyes missing no detail. Their team exhibits remarkable synergy, and each member's strength is formidable. In the competition, we must emphasize teamwork, leveraging our strengths against their weaknesses. Just then, the performance on stage drew to a close, and the host, resplendent in a lavish gown, gracefully ascended the platform. His voice resonated powerfully, announcing the conclusion of the opening ceremony and the imminent start of the competition. The Shrek 7 monsters inhaled deeply, their chests rising and falling vigorously as they prepared themselves. They understood that the true challenge was about to unfold. The Royal Soul Master Academy stood at the arena, exuding confidence and pride, as though victory was already firmly within their grasp. Leading his companions towards the arena, Lin Yu's steps were resolute and powerful, each stride resonating with a steady rhythm. The unwavering spirit of defiance shone in their eyes, akin to a fierce flame that refuses to be extinguished. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, be they tumultuous waves or thorny paths, the Shrek 7 had resolutely prepared themselves. With strength and courage, they were determined to inscribe their own glorious chapter, fighting for the honor of Shrek Academy and ensuring that the banner of Shrek soared high above the arena. Chapter 63, A Triumphant Debut. Now, let us welcome Shrek Academy as they face off against Sunset Academy. The host, microphone in hand, projected his voice through soul power, resonating throughout the arena with an impassioned fervor that instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the spectators. Cheers and shouts intertwined, surging like a mighty tide, elevating the atmosphere to a euphoric crescendo. The Shrek 7 exchanged resolute glances, devoid of any trepidation. Their expressions were filled with unwavering determination and confidence. They then advanced towards the arena with synchronized and powerful strides. Sunlight bathed them, illuminating the striking emblem on their Shrek Academy uniforms, which gleamed brilliantly. On the opposite side, the members of Sunset Academy were already poised for battle. Clad in black and red uniforms, the vivid color scheme mirrored their fiery zeal. Their expressions were stern, exuding an undeniable aura of strength, as if declaring to the Shrek 7 that victory was their destined claim. Leading them was a robust young man, standing tall like a majestic mountain, his muscles bulging to signify formidable power. His martial spirit was the Crimson Flame Lion, reputed for unleashing astonishing strength, making him the undeniable core of Sunset Academy. With the referee's command, the match commenced. Sunset Academy launched the first assault, showcasing their intense desire to dominate. The captain, without hesitation, activated his martial spirit. His physique rapidly swelled, muscles taut, and hair grew wildly like bamboo shoots after rain. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a magnificent Crimson Flame Lion, its enormous form engulfed in roaring flames, each tuft of mane resembling flickering flames. As it opened its mouth, a searing breath rushed forth, followed by a torrent of fire, cascading towards the Shrek Academy team with tremendous force. Wherever the flame pillar struck, the air ignited instantly, producing a crackling sound, and the ground beneath was scorched to the point of slight cracking, a testament to its immense power. Yan Meng, defend. Lin Yu commanded swiftly and decisively. Upon hearing this, Yan Meng charged forward like a valiant bull. Gripping his shield tightly, he plunged it into the ground, activating the defensive runes inscribed upon it. In an instant, the shield radiated brilliance as a transparent energy barrier swiftly unfolded. The searing flames collided with the shield, sending forth dazzling sparks and a thunderous roar, despite the scorching heat causing beads of sweat to form on Yan Meng's forehead, which evaporated the moment they hit the blistering ground. He gritted his teeth, steadfastly holding his ground, his feet anchored as if rooted to the earth, embodying an immovable mountain and forming a solid defense for his comrades. As the blazing sun seized the opportune moment, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. With swift and graceful movements, he summoned the fiery power within him, gathering it relentlessly into the palms of his hands. "Behold!" he exclaimed with a voice brimming with confidence and grandeur. The flames coalesced into a high-density fireball, its surface pulsating with a fierce intensity. As if it were on the brink of explosion, he hurled the fireball towards the Crimson Flame Lion with a mighty throw, the projectile slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, striking its target with remarkable precision. The lion staggered back from the impact, its massive form swaying slightly, and the flames enveloping it dimmed, clearly suffering from the blow. Meanwhile, the shadow of thunder, akin to a streak of black lightning, seized the opportunity as the Crimson Flame Lion struggled to regain its footing. In an instant, he darted toward the rear of the Sunlight Academy, his speed rendering him nearly invisible, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. The lightning energy he had amassed flickered and crackled, relentlessly assaulting the opposing support spirit masters. Chaos ensued in the rear ranks of the Sunlight Academy. The support spirit masters' expressions transformed in alarm as they hastily deployed defensive skills to fend off the onslaught. Some conjured shields, while others attempted to evade using teleportation, yet the relentless barrage from the shadow of thunder was akin to a tempest, overwhelming their defenses. Amidst the turmoil, Zhou Ke closed her eyes tightly, beads of perspiration forming on her brow as she unleashed her mental energy with full force. Her spirit power morphed into invisible threads, weaving toward the members of the Sunlight Academy, disrupting their movements. Under her interference, their actions became noticeably sluggish, and the once fluid rhythm of their attacks was thoroughly shattered. Confusion and panic flickered in their eyes, diminishing both the strength and precision of their strikes. "Waterheart, synchronize with thunder," Zhou Ke commanded. Understanding her intent, Waterheart swiftly followed suit, manipulating the water into sharp ice spikes. Under her guidance, the water quickly coalesced and transformed, and in the blink of an eye, a barrage of ice spikes glimmered in the sunlight, hurtling towards the disarrayed members of the Sunlight Academy. The spikes sped forth like a volley of daggers, presenting a grave threat to their opponents. Lin Yu, with deft movements, summoned the blue-silver grass, which erupted from the ground and swiftly spread towards the members of the Sunlight Academy. The resilient blue-silver grass, seemingly alive, wove nimbly through the arena. Intertwining with one another, they formed sturdy tendrils, attempting to ensnare the members of the Sunlight Academy tightly. The Academy's members struggled valiantly, yet found the blue-silver grass tightening its grip with each attempt to break free. Expressions of agony marred their faces as they grappled with their predicament, unable to extricate themselves. Under the tightly coordinated assault of the Shrek 7 monsters, the defenses of the Sunlight Academy began to falter. Although the Crimson Flame Lion was formidable, it gradually revealed signs of fatigue under the relentless barrage from the Shrek 7. Its movements slowed, and the temperature of its flames steadily diminished. Ultimately, with a powerful surge of flame from Yang, the fiery force struck the Crimson Flame Lion with the impact of a cannonball. The lion was forcefully toppled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Victory for Shrek Academy. The announcer's voice reverberated through the arena, echoing like a resounding bell. The arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers as the audience rose to their feet, celebrating the marvelous performance of the Shrek 7 monsters. Embracing one another, the team radiated the joy of victory, their sweat glistening in the sunlight, a testament to their hard work and struggle. This triumph not only marked a promising start in the competition, but, more importantly, bolstered their confidence. They understood well that formidable opponents awaited them ahead, yet in this moment, they felt immense pride in their performance and were filled with anticipation for the upcoming matches. Chapter 64. The Momentum of Victory and Underlying Currents. The joy of their initial triumph had not yet faded when the Shrek 7 monsters immersed themselves in preparations for their next match. Upon returning to the manor, the setting sun painted the sky in warm shades of orange, as Lin Yu sat beside the stone table in the courtyard, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface while his gaze rested upon the open schedule. Their next adversary was the Starlight Academy. Zhou approached, carrying a freshly brewed cup of floral tea, which she gently placed on the stone table. According to the intelligence we've gathered, they excel in group star power amplification, with team members enhancing their overall combat strength through stellar resonance, somewhat akin to our teamwork, yet more reliant on the synchronization of star power. Lei Ying wiped the sweat from his brow, just returned from the training ground. Group amplification? Does that mean they only grow stronger as the fight progresses? Upon hearing this, Yin Yang clenched his fists, making them crackle. Whatever amplification they have, will charge in and disrupt their formation. Let's see how they resonate then. Lin Yu raised a hand to signal for silence, pointing to the Starlight Academy emblem on the schedule. Their weaknesses are also evident. Stellar resonance requires specific positioning, and if their core members are restrained, their entire amplification system will collapse. Shui Xin, your water skills are adept at area control. Focus on disrupting their positioning. Lei Ying, you will be responsible for launching a surprise attack on their core members, ensuring they have no opportunity for stable output. Everyone nodded in agreement, the strategy gradually crystallizing through their collective input. On the day of the match, Starlight Academy indeed set up a complex star formation as anticipated. The 7 members positioned themselves on star points, surrounded by a faint glow of starlight, their soul power resonating in harmony, creating a formidable aura that exceeded the sum of its parts. Their captain stood at the center, hands forming seals as he recited ancient star incantations. Rays of starlight ascended from the team, merging into the central formation, causing each member's aura to surge rapidly. Now, Lin Yu exclaimed, unleashing the blue-silver grass that surged forth like a tidal wave, creeping along the ground to entangle the feet of the Starlight Academy. Simultaneously, Shui Xin activated her skill, causing the moisture at the edge of the arena to condense into a thick mist, from which delicate ice needles formed and shot towards the vulnerable points of the star formation. While the ice needles did not inflict substantial damage, they effectively disrupted the positioning of 2 team members. At that moment of opportunity, Lei Ying transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting towards the captain at the heart of the formation. The Starlight Captain's expression shifted as he hurriedly summoned star power for defense. But Lei Ying's speed far surpassed his expectations. His fist, infused with electric force, grazed the captain's shoulder, though it did not strike a vital point. It shattered part of the star power he had gathered. As cracks appeared in the star formation, Yin Yang's flames roared forth. The fireball erupted within the constellation formation, the searing waves of heat overturning the positions of 2 team members, causing the once perfect resonance of stellar energy to descend into chaos. Yin Ming stood resolutely like an impregnable fortress, thwarting all attempts by the Starshine Academy to reorganize their formation. Meanwhile, Zhou unleashed her mental interference, exacerbating the disarray among the already confused Starshine members. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu tightened the blue-silver grass, securely binding the 3 members who had strayed from the formation. Stripped of their amplified stellar energy, their strength diminished rapidly, and they soon succumbed to the coordinated assault of the Shrek 7 monsters. Ultimately, as the constellation formation of Starshine disintegrated completely, the referee declared Shrek Academy the victors. With 2 consecutive victories, the Shrek 7 monsters gained immense notoriety, and discussions within and beyond the arena grew increasingly fervent. Yet, they did not relent. Upon returning to their estate, they immediately began to review the match. The amplification of stellar energy by Starshine Academy was indeed formidable. Had they not responded swiftly, they might have been drawn into a protracted battle. Zhou noted her reflections, particularly on their star spells, which seemed capable of temporarily harnessing the primordial power of the stars, a point that warranted caution. Lin Yu nodded, gazing out the window. I can't shake the feeling that these 2 victories came too easily. The Royal Soul Master Academy had yet to make an appearance, and their captain had not once been seen in the stands. This was unusual. No sooner had he spoken than a knock echoed at the estate door. A servant presented an embossed invitation, its cover adorned with the royal emblem of the Star Luo Empire. Inviting Lin Yu to meet with the captain of the Royal Soul Master Academy at the stargazing platform in Star Luo City the following day. A banquet of intrigue? Yin Yang frowned. Lin Yu picked up the invitation, tracing the elegant script with his fingertips, his gaze contemplative. How can one discern his intentions without a closer examination? As night deepened, the lights of Star Luo City twinkled like myriad stars. The stargazing platform, atop a central tower in the city, was said to provide the clearest view of the celestial expanse. Lin Yu understood that this meeting might very well be the true inception of the undercurrents beginning to stir. The following morning, as the mist over Star Luo City lingered, Lin Yu prepared to embark. He declined the offer of his companions to accompany him, opting instead to carry only the intelligence gathered by Zhu regarding the Royal Soul Master Academy, as he made his way alone to the stargazing platform. The platform was a towering structure entirely crafted from white jade, its body inscribed with runes of stellar orbits, topped with a colossal bronze astrolabe reputed to accurately capture the trajectories of celestial bodies. Beneath the tower stood 2 royal guards clad in silver armor, who, upon seeing Lin Yu holding the invitation, respectfully permitted him to pass. Ascending the jade steps, each footfall resonated crisply within the vastness of the tower. As he climbed higher, the fluctuations of stellar energy intensified, enveloping him as though he were immersed in the cosmos. Upon reaching the pinnacle, he beheld a youth clad in white, standing with his back to him, gazing at the rising sun. Captain Lin Yu, I apologize for the wait. The young man turned, revealing himself to be the captain of the Royal Soul Master Academy, the bearer of the starry dragon martial spirit, Long Ao. He was strikingly handsome, his features bearing the distinctive elegance of royalty, yet his gaze was as piercing as a cold star, unabashedly scrutinizing Lin Yu from head to toe. Lin Yu inclined his head. To be invited by Captain Long, I cannot afford to be negligent. May I inquire what wisdom you wish to impart by summoning me here today? Long Ao chuckled lightly, raising his hand to beckon Lin Yu to observe the astrolabe. Captain Lin, are you aware that this observatory not only serves to gaze at the stars, but also reflects the potential of soul masters? Look at that constellation. He pointed towards the eastern stars, where the 7 stars of the Big Dipper aligned, embodying a fierce spirit akin to that of your Shrek Academy, sharp yet lacking in depth. Unmoved, Lin Yu countered, are you implying that the heritage of the Royal Soul Master Academy is sufficient to overshadow ours? Not at all. Long Ao approached the astrolabe, his fingers gliding over the cold bronze scale. I am merely curious. What gives a group of soul masters from a border academy the audacity to challenge the authority of the Star Luo Empire? Do you realize that throughout history, the championship of the Soul Master Elite competition has never strayed from the Royal Soul Master Academy? Rules are meant to be broken. Lin Yu met his gaze unwaveringly. Each victory of Shrek Academy is not reliant on legacy, but on camaraderie and strength. Strength? A flicker of disdain crossed Long Ao's eyes as his soul power surged dramatically, a dragon's might crashing forth like an invisible tidal wave. The air at the tower's pinnacle instantly became dense, and the jade steps beneath Lin Yu's feet revealed fine cracks. This is true strength, the celestial power summoned by the starry dragon martial soul. Can you withstand it? Lin Yu's pupils constricted as his soul power surged within him. Blue-silver grass stealthily emerged from his sleeve, weaving a delicate protective net beneath his feet. Rather than confront the onslaught directly, he deftly retreated a half step, dodging the brunt of Long Ao's might. If Captain Long wishes to spar, he may do so openly in the arena. Why unleash fury atop the observatory? Long Ao reigned in his soul power, a playful smirk gracing his lips. I merely wish for you to understand that some disparities cannot be bridged by mere courage. Tomorrow, we shall face Blackstone Academy. Perhaps you would care to observe what true celestial power entails. He paused, adding, of course, that is contingent upon your successful navigation of the next round. A chill ran through Lin Yu. Long Ao's words were laden with implication. He turned to depart, but was halted by Long Ao's voice. Captain Lin, came Long Ao's tone, tinged with coldness. The starry sky of Star Luo City is beautiful, but it does not belong to outsiders. Be wise and take your companions away. Perhaps you may preserve Shrek Academy's reputation. Lin Yu did not falter in his stride, leaving only a resolute response. We shall see. As he descended from the observatory, the sun had dispelled the morning mist, and Star Luo City was bustling with activity. Lin Yu clenched his fists, acutely aware of the oppressive star power emanating from Long Ao and the veiled threat in his words. Realizing that this competition was far more perilous than he had anticipated, upon returning to the manor, he recounted the conversation atop the observatory to his companions. That fellow is insufferably arrogant, Yin Yang exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, flames flickering in his palm. When we meet them, I shall burn his celestial power to ashes. Lei Ying spoke gravely, His mention of Blackstone Academy likely indicates an intent to intimidate us through this match. Blackstone Academy excels in gravitational manipulation, augmented by star power, making them formidable opponents. Zhou Ke perused the intelligence reports, her brow furrowing in concern. The captain of Blackstone Academy wields the obsidian tortoise martial soul, capable of invoking Earth star power, perfectly complementing Long Ao's starry dragon. They are deliberately enticing us to watch the match, aiming to expose our strategies in advance. Lin Yu nodded firmly. Regardless of their schemes, we must be well prepared. After the conclusion of the next match, we shall face the Royal Spirit Master Academy. This rendezvous at the stargazing platform is merely a probe from them. The true battlefield lies on the arena. As night descends, the duel between the Blackstone Academy and the Royal Spirit Master Academy unfolds as scheduled. The Shrek's 7 monsters quietly occupy a corner of the audience, their eyes fixed upon the center of the arena. Upon his entrance, Long Ao displays astonishing prowess. He does not fully unleash his martial soul. Rather, he manipulates the star power with such finesse that the gravitational field of the Blackstone Academy becomes utterly ineffective. In the end, he gathers a brilliant star light at his fingertips, shattering the defenses of the black obsidian tortoise with a single blow, achieving a swift and decisive victory. When the match concludes, Long Ao's gaze pierces through the crowd, landing squarely on Lin Yu, a provocative smile curling at the corners of his lips. Lin Yu responds with a resolute glance. He understands that this undercurrent of tension has reached a critical juncture, poised for ignition. Chapter 66. The Arrival of Reinforcements? Clouds of mystery surrounding unexpected assistance. Following the match between the Royal Spirit Master Academy and the Blackstone Academy, the entire Douluo city buzzes with discussions regarding Long Ao's overwhelming strength. Upon their return to the manor, the atmosphere among the Shrek's 7 monsters is heavier than usual. Lin Yu presents the recorded fluctuations of star power he brought back from the stargazing platform to Ziyu. Observe. The star power resonated by Long Ao's starry heavenly dragon is distinctly different from that of the Starshine Academy. It appears to be infused with some royal exclusive secret technique, exhibiting an unstable yet astonishing explosive force. Ziyu's fingers glide over the recorded crystal, her brow furrowing deeper. This fluctuation resembles a forcible plundering of the surrounding star power. If this is the case, his martial soul may harbor hidden dangers. Yet its short-term potency would far surpass that of other soul masters of the same rank. Thunder Shadow wipes his lightning-imbued gauntlet, regardless of the risks. When the time comes in the arena, we will surely uncover any flaws through our combined efforts. Just then, the sound of carriages echoes from outside the manor. A servant rushes in to report that a messenger claiming to be from the Starfall Pavilion requests an audience. Starfall Pavilion? The 7 monsters exchange glances, as this name has never appeared in their collected intelligence. Moments later, an elderly man clad in a gray robe is led inside. His hair and beard are completely white, and he leans on a staff embedded with starry gemstones. His gaze is murky, yet reveals an inkling of shrewdness. Greetings, young friends of Shrek Academy. I am Xingxian, sent by the Pavilion Master to present a modest gift. The old man's voice is hoarse, yet possesses an uncanny penetrating quality. He retrieves an ancient wooden box from his sleeve and opens it to reveal 7 silver star pattern talismans. This is a star power shielding talisman, Xingxian elucidates. Capable of temporarily isolating external star power disturbances, it may prove useful against those soul masters reliant on astral forces. Yin Yang scrutinizes the wooden box warily. No rewards come without strings attached. Why do you wish to assist us? Xingxian chuckles softly, tapping his staff lightly upon the ground. The Starfall Pavilion has always favored forging connections with promising young soul masters. Moreover, the Royal Spirit Master Academy has monopolized star power resources for many years, inciting discontent among various factions. If you can shatter their monopoly, it may not be a detriment to the soul master community of the Douluo Empire. Lin Yu steps forward, his gaze sharp as he addresses the elder. Since you are aware that our opponent is the Royal Spirit Master Academy, you must understand that accepting this gift equates to making an enemy of the royal family. Does the Starfall Pavilion possess such resolve? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Xingxian's murky eyes. My young friend, you worry too much. We merely offer some conveniences. The ultimate outcome relies on your own prowess. As for the royal family, Xingyun Pavilion has stood in Luo City for a century without fear of anyone. Ziyu subtly signaled to Lin Yu, indicating that she sensed no malice from the elder, and that the star power shielding talisman indeed contained pure shielding force. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu accepted the wooden box. Thank you for your kindness. We will remember this favor. Should the need arise, we will surely repay it. Xingxian nodded with satisfaction. Well said. With the competition approaching, I shall not impose further. With that, he turned and departed. his steps seemingly slow, yet vanishing in an instant beyond the estate, as if he had never been there. Once the elder had left, Shrek Academy immediately secured the courtyard door. This visitor was rather suspicious. Xingyun Pavilion has never appeared in any intelligence reports. And now they suddenly present such a valuable talisman. Could it be a trap? Yan Ming picked up a star pattern talisman, its touch icy. The star patterns subtly shifting. This talisman does not seem counterfeit. Should we give it a try? Zhou halted him. Do not act rashly. Items related to star power often carry backlash risks. If this talisman has been tampered with and fails unexpectedly during the competition, the consequences would be dire. Lin Yu stored the wooden box away. For now, we shall refrain from using it. However, we cannot entirely disregard it, at the very least. It indicates that the Royal Soul Master Academy is not without rivals in Luo City. Our situation may be more complex than we initially perceived. The next day, Shrek Academy faced their third match, their opponents being the Star Beast Academy, renowned for their mastery over star beasts. As the competition commenced, the adversaries summoned several ferocious star beasts, attempting to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Following their preordained strategy, Lin Yu commanded the blue-silver grass to weave a multi-layered defensive net, restricting the movements of the star beasts. Lei Ying and Yin Yang executed coordinated strikes, one disrupting the star beast commander, and the other employing flames to counter the star beast's fur. Shui Xian's ice spikes accurately targeted the joints of the star beasts, while Yin Meng protected the rear, and Ziyue's mental interference caused frequent errors in the enemy's commands. This match proved to be more intense than the previous two, as the Soul Masters from the Star Beast Academy exhibited seamless cooperation with their star beasts, almost breaching their defenses on several occasions. At a critical moment, Lin Yu suddenly recalled Xing Xian's words, leading to an inspired idea. He instructed Ziyue to concentrate her mental energy to disrupt the star power connection between the star beasts and their masters, which was the very essence of star beast control. Indeed, as the star power link was severed, the star beasts fell into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the Shrek 7 launched a full-scale attack, swiftly concluding the battle. After the match, Lin Yu gazed at the star power shielding talisman in his hand, his mind shrouded in uncertainty. Was Xing Xian's appearance merely a coincidence, or was it part of a larger conspiracy? Regardless, the decisive confrontation with the Royal Soul Master Academy loomed near, and they had to uncover a method to unravel the Tiangang star power within a mere few days, even if it meant relying on the mysterious power of Xingyun Pavilion. As night descended, Lin Yu ascended to the rooftop of the estate, gazing at the resplendent starry sky above Luo City. Those twinkling stars, a source of power for the Royal Soul Master Academy, had once seemed unattainable to them. Yet at this moment, he clenched his fists. No matter the conspiracies and obstacles ahead, the footsteps of the Shrek 7 would not falter. Chapter 67. The eve of the final battle. The method to break the stellar power with merely 3 days remaining until the decisive confrontation with the Royal Soul Master Academy. The atmosphere within the manor grew increasingly tense. The Shrek 7 monsters dedicated nearly all their time to targeted drills. The brief skirmish at the star observation platform and Long Ao's overwhelming prowess displayed on the arena weighed heavily upon each heart like a colossal stone. Standing on the training ground, Lin Yu's fingertips danced like a serpent over the blue-silver grass, continuously simulating interference with the flow of stellar energy. Long Ao's Tiangang stellar power was excessively domineering. Mere defense would be utterly insufficient. Furrowing his brow, he gazed at the scorched marks left by the simulation symbols on the ground, contemplating the necessity of discovering a method to directly dismantle the condensation of stellar energy. Ziyue, cradling a hefty celestial map, swiftly glided her fingers across the yellowed pages. I have scoured the ancient texts of the Star Luo Empire and discovered that while the Tiangang stellar power is formidable, it possesses a fatal flaw. It relies on specific stellar trajectories. Once these trajectories are disrupted, the stellar energy will dissipate, much like a stream of water diverging upon encountering a reef. Stellar trajectories? Thunder Shadow materialized beside Ziyue. But how can we disrupt the celestial pathways? That is beyond human capability. It is not the true stellar trajectories, Ziyue clarified, pointing to the phantom image of the starry heavenly dragon on the map. It is the simulated stellar trajectory constructed by Long Ao through his martial soul. His starry heavenly dragon martial soul can create a miniature celestial domain around him, wherein all Tiangang stellar power flows along a fixed path. Our objective is to disrupt the trajectory within this domain. Yin Yang smashed his fist against a nearby stone post, sending fragments flying. Then what are we waiting for? Let us shatter his domain directly. It is not that simple. Lin Yu countered, shaking his head. The strength of his domain far exceeds our attack limits. A direct confrontation would only deplete our soul power prematurely. He turned to Shui Xian. Your water-based skills excel in penetration and transformation. Could you attempt to simulate the fluctuations of stellar energy with water, infiltrating his domain to disrupt the trajectory? Zhou Ke pondered thoughtfully, raising her hands as a whirlpool formed in her palms. The frequency of the water's fluctuations can be adjusted, but it requires exceedingly precise control. Moreover, if detected by his stellar power, the water will evaporate instantaneously. I can assist you, Zhou interjected promptly. My spiritual energy can temporarily cloak his perception of the domain's periphery, granting you the time needed to infuse the water. Lin Yu stood by, the gem atop her staff emanating a gentle glow. I have studied the stellar power shielding symbols and discovered that their core is a form of chaotic soul power wave. If I can integrate this fluctuation into my healing soul power, perhaps it can induce chaos upon contact with the Tiangang stellar power. Yin Ming thumped his shield, his voice resonating. Then I shall bear the brunt of the initial assault, buying you time. As long as I can endure until you make your move, I will be fine. The strategy gradually crystallized through repeated discussions. Yin Ming would serve as the frontline defense to delay the onslaught. Zhou would shield Zhou Ke with her spiritual energy while injecting the specially modulated water into Long Ao's domain to disrupt the simulated stellar trajectory. Lin Yu would manipulate the blue-silver grass to ensnare Long Ao's movements, and simultaneously, Thunder Shadow and Yin Yang would launch flanking attacks to scatter his soul power output. Ling Yu would remain in the rear, poised to deploy the chaotic soul power wave to dismantle any excess stellar energy that might spill forth. In the ensuing 2 days, they meticulously practiced this tactic, refining every detail to perfection. Zhou Ke, striving to ensure the water flow accurately simulated the fluctuations of star power, endured frostbite several times. Yin Yang and Lei Ying repeatedly assaulted the simulated star power barrier, their bodies marked with numerous small burns and electric scars, while Yin Ming bore 3 times the gravity, pushing himself to the point where the defensive runes on his shield dimmed slightly. On the eve of the decisive battle, Lin Yu ventured alone into the small grove behind the manor. From within his bosom, he retrieved a wooden box containing the star power shielding talismans. After a moment's hesitation, he opened it. 7 silver talismans emitted a faint, cold light in the twilight, their star patterns seemingly alive, swirling gently. Do we truly need to use them? A voice emerged from behind him. Zhou had appeared, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Yu picked up one talisman, feeling its icy touch beneath his fingertips. Unless absolutely necessary, let us refrain. Yet, we must keep a contingency. He placed the talisman back into the box, aware that the intentions of the Starfall Pavilion remained unclear, and that these talismans might indeed harbor risks. However, the principle of chaotic fluctuations they encapsulated sparked an idea within him. Perhaps the method of spiritual healing could be further enhanced. Zhu's eyes brightened. You mean? To blend various attributes of soul power, creating a more complex chaotic fluctuation? Lin Yu gazed toward the training grounds, envisioning the resilience of blue-silver grass, the ferocity of flames, the swiftness of lightning, the variability of water flow, the weightiness of rock, alongside your mental strength and the life force of healing. The interplay of these 7 forces could generate fluctuations potent enough to disrupt any trajectory of star power. Undoubtedly, this was a reckless notion. Different attributes of soul power were inherently repulsive. Forcibly merging them could provoke backlash, resulting in severe injury or even the complete depletion of soul power. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu's gaze grew resolute. It is worth a try. We are the Shrek 7 monsters. We have never shied away from risk. That night, for the first time, the training ground was illuminated by 7 distinctly different lights. The verdant hue of blue-silver grass, the fiery crimson of flames, the violet blue of lightning, the pearly white of water, the earthy yellow of rock, the pale gold of mental strength, and the tender green of life force intertwined into an unstable orb of light, causing the surrounding air to warp slightly due to the chaotic energy. Steady. Lin Yu's voice trembled as the veins on his forehead throbbed. Everyone, regulate your soul power output. Do not allow any one force to dominate. The orb quaked violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yin Yang's flames nearly consumed the water flow, while Lei Ying's lightning almost shattered the blue-silver grass. It was only when the healing energy gently infused life force, like an invisible thread weaving all powers together, that the orb gradually stabilized. As the light dissipated, a pit half a foot deep remained on the ground, the ripples of residual energy effectively nullifying all surrounding star power simulation talismans. We did it, Lei Ying exclaimed, raising his fist in exhilaration. Though his arm trembled slightly from fatigue, Lin Yu gazed at the pit, exhaling deeply, his spirit reignited. This is our trump card against the celestial star power. In 3 days, let Long Ao witness what true teamwork embodies. As the night deepened, The starry sky over Douluo City continued to shine brilliantly. Yet this time, the Shrek's 7 monsters no longer harbored fear, but rather a resolute eagerness to embrace the challenge ahead. The bell of the decisive battle has tolled, echoing in our ears. Chapter 68. The Day of Reckoning, the collision of starlight and martial spirits. At long last, the day of the ultimate confrontation has arrived, and the entire Douluo City seems to be ablaze with fervor. The stands surrounding the arena are packed to the brim, with even the rooftops and streets flanking the venue teeming with spectators, all eyes fixed on the central arena. Today marks the pinnacle showdown between Shrek Academy and the Royal Soul Master Academy. The Shrek's 7 monsters traverse the passageway, making their way to the heart of the arena. Along the way, countless gazes fall upon them, some filled with anticipation, others with skepticism, and many with the curious delight of onlookers. Lin Yu takes a deep breath, feeling the warmth emanating from the palms of his companions, a silent testament to their unspoken bond and strength. On the opposite end of the arena, the Royal Soul Master Academy's team has made their entrance. Long Ao stands at the forefront, clad in white as pure as snow, surrounded by a faint celestial glow. His haughty gaze sweeps over the Shrek 7 monsters, as if regarding a group of audacious challengers unworthy of his time. The members behind him exude calmness, their star power resonating in unison, creating an invisible sense of pressure. The competition between Shrek Academy and the Royal Soul Master Academy commences. As the referee's voice resounds, the arena plunges into silence, save for the sound of the wind rustling the banners. Lin Yu, surrender willingly. Long Ao's voice reverberates throughout the arena, tinged with an unmistakable arrogance. Admitting defeat now will spare you some semblance of dignity. Lin Yu remains unresponsive, simply raising his hand in a gesture. In an instant, blue-silver grass surges forth from the ground like a tidal wave, enveloping the formation of the Royal Soul Master Academy, weaving an impenetrable net. This is the opening move they have rehearsed countless times, first to restrict, then to break through. Child's play, Long Ao scoffs, his celestial energy surging dramatically. Starry Dragon, manifest. The roar of a dragon reverberates through the arena as Long Ao's form expands within the starlight, golden scales enveloping his body, his majestic horns protruding, and his golden vertical pupils gleaming with an air of authority. Behind him, an ethereal dragon illusion spirals upward, drawing upon the celestial star power in the sky, causing all the star energy in the arena to converge toward him. Celestial starfall. Long Ao raises a finger, and it appears as though stars are plummeting from the heavens. Countless golden beams of star power, imbued with a sense of annihilation, hurtle toward the net formed by the blue-silver grass. Yin Meng, defend. Lin Yu commands sharply. Yin Meng steps forward, slamming his shield into the ground, the runes of defense glowing fiercely and forming a robust energy barrier. The star power beams collide with the barrier, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberates through the arena. Yin Meng's legs sink half a foot into the ground, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he grits his teeth and withstands the onslaught with unwavering resolve. Now, Ziyu closes her eyes, her mental energy surging forth like a tide, precisely locking onto the simulated star tracks surrounding Long Ao. Shui Xian go? Shui Xian moves her hands gracefully, and the moisture at the edge of the arena coalesces instantaneously into a slender stream of water, slipping like a serpent into Long Ao's realm of star power under the cover of Ziyu's mental energy. The water stream harbors a unique fluctuation, precisely the star track interference wave they have practiced repeatedly. Long Ao's brow furrows slightly, as if sensing something amiss. He scoffs. A mere water-based skill dares to challenge me? He summoned the stellar energy, attempting to evaporate the flowing water. However, the water proved remarkably resilient, not dissipating but instead spreading along the trajectory of the stellar force. Success. A glimmer of joy flickered in Ziyu's eyes. At that very moment, a slight turbulence rippled through Long Ao's stellar energy, as if a stone had been cast into a lake, sending waves across the surface. The flow of the Tiangang stellar energy noticeably slowed. Thunder Shadow, Flame Sun, launch your assault. Lin Yu seized this fleeting opportunity. Thunder Shadow transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting toward Long Ao's flank, its fist enveloped in the power of thunder, crashing forcefully against the weak point of the stellar domain. Flame Sun, meanwhile, gathered a compressed fireball, infusing it with his entire soul power, launching it with a wave of scorching heat toward Long Ao's front. Long Ao's expression hardened. The ethereal dragon surged forth, roaring as it shielded him. The clash of thunder and flames erupted against the illusion, releasing a blinding radiance. Long Ao staggered back a step, his face betraying a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that these soul masters from the Border Academy could actually disturb his Tiangang stellar energy. Quite intriguing. A cruel smile crept upon Long Ao's lips, But this power was still insufficient. He abruptly channeled his soul power, forcibly resetting the ethereal star trajectory. The turbulent stellar energy once again becoming ferocious. Tiangang Dragon's Fury. The ethereal dragon expanded dramatically, golden dragon breath sweeping forth like a tsunami, withering the blue-silver grass in its wake and causing cracks to appear in the formidable rock barrier. United forces, chaotic fluctuations. Lin Yu made a swift decision, infusing his soul power into the blue-silver grass while signaling his companions. 7 distinct attributes of soul power converged in an instant. The resilience of the blue-silver grass, the ferocity of the flames, the swiftness of the thunder, the variability of the water, the solidity of the rock, the sharpness of the mental energy, and the warmth of the life force intertwined into a chaotic sphere of light, advancing towards the dragon breath. This was their trump card, forged through perilous training the night before the decisive battle. As the sphere collided with the dragon breath, there was no earth-shattering roar, only a strange dissolution. The furious Tiangang stellar energy, upon contact with the chaotic fluctuations, seemed to meet its nemesis, instantly disintegrating into a myriad of luminous particles. What? Long Ao's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief filling his eyes. He had never witnessed such an enigmatic power capable of directly dismantling Tiangang stellar energy. Now is the moment. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. Ensnare him. The blue-silver grass erupted, entwining around Long Ao's body like countless resilient chains. Thunder Shadow and Flame Sun launched their attacks once more, targeting the instant he could not channel his stellar energy. Ice spikes from Water Heart, the impact from Rock Might, Zue's mental assault, and the chaotic soul power waves from Ling Yu all descended like a torrential storm upon Long Ao. Long Ao roared in fury, struggling to break free from the bindings. Yet the cooperation of the Shrek 7 monsters was seamless. Each strike landed precisely on his vulnerabilities. His stellar domain wavered under the interference of the chaotic fluctuations, the ethereal dragon growing increasingly dim. Ultimately, under the full force of Lin Yu's concentrated blue-silver grass assault, Long Ao's stellar domain shattered completely, the ethereal dragon dissipating. He staggered backward several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, rendered unable to continue the fight. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was astounded. They could hardly believe that the imperious captain of the Royal Soul Master Academy had been defeated by Shrek Academy. The referee remained stunned for a long moment before tremblingly announcing, Shrek Academy, victorious. The cheers erupted like a volcanic explosion, resounding throughout the arena without relent. The Shrek 7 embraced each other, their sweat and tears intertwining. They had succeeded. They had triumphed over the strongest adversary, shattering the monopoly of the Royal Soul Master Academy. Lin Yu gazed at the sky, sunlight spilling onto his face, warm and radiant. He understood that this was not the end, but rather a new beginning. The name of the Shrek 7 would echo throughout the realm of Soul Masters, and their journey was just commencing. Chapter 69. After Glory, New Invitations, and Horizons. The victorious cheers swept across the arena like a tidal wave, unceasing. The Shrek 7 stood in the center, their clothes drenched in sweat, their bodies bearing the fatigue of battle, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement and brilliance. Supporting one another, they gazed at the scars and smiles on each other's faces. No words were necessary to comprehend the pride of having fought side by side. The referee again announced the results with a voice that trembled with excitement. The champion of this Star Luo Empire Soul Master Elite competition is Shrek Academy. As his words fell, splendid soul-guided fireworks suddenly burst forth above the arena, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that illuminated the sky over the entire Star Luo city. The audience rose in unison, waving their arms and calling out Shrek's name, their voices seemingly capable of tearing the heavens apart. The members of the Royal Soul Master Academy left the arena dejectedly. As Long Ao passed by Lin Yu, he paused, his eyes reflecting a mixture of reluctance and a hint of acceptance. You have won. Lin Yu nodded respectfully. I appreciate your grace. Perhaps it was indeed time for the Star Luo sky to don a new hue. Long Ao cast one last deep glance at him before turning away, his once haughty demeanor now tinged with a sense of solitude. At the award ceremony, a representative of the Star Luo Empire's royal family personally adorned the Shrek 7 with golden badges symbolizing their championship, the gems embedded within sparkling in harmony with their martial spirits. The royal representative smiled warmly. Young warriors, you have proven yourselves through your strength. The Star Luo Empire will always welcome true champions. The royal family is willing to offer you the most generous rewards, soul bones, soul-guided devices, or qualifications to study in the royal library, whichever you choose. Lin Yu exchanged glances with his companions and stepped forward respectfully. We thank the royal family for their kindness. We merely hope to acquire some rare materials from soul beasts for the enhancement of our martial spirits. As for the royal library, Should an opportunity arise in the future, we shall visit. They did not covet the most precious rewards, fully aware that what suited them best was the ideal choice. A glimmer of approval flickered in the royal representative's eyes as he nodded. Very well, I shall fulfill your request. After the awards concluded, as the seven returned to their estate, the elder from the Starfall Pavilion, Xing Xian, paid them another visit. Leaning on his starlit gemstone staff, he wore a gentle smile. Congratulations, young friends, on overcoming formidable foes. Your victory is well-deserved. Lin Yu invited him to take a seat and got straight to the point. Elder, your visit today must be for more than mere congratulations? Xing Xian stroked his beard and chuckled. Indeed, you are astute. I have come to present you with a second gift. He unfurled an ancient map upon the stone table, revealing a pathway to the celestial ruins. This mystical realm harbors the pure essence of stellar power, immensely beneficial for soul masters seeking to transcend their limitations. It opens only once every 3 years, and in a month's time, it shall manifest, having recently endured a great battle. This moment of necessity for consolidation and breakthrough is perfect for you. The seven monsters gazed at the intricate patterns on the map, their hearts stirred. Though they had never heard of the celestial ruins, they sensed its rarity from Xing Xian's tone. Why offer this to us? Zhou Ke inquired with keen intuition. Surely, the disciples of the Starfall Pavilion require such a sanctuary as well. Xing Xian sighed softly. Though the ruins are splendid, they harbor peril. The stellar power within is excessively volatile, making it arduous for ordinary soul masters to withstand. However, I observe that the seven of you exhibit exceptional synergy and can manipulate chaotic soul energy waves, rendering you the ideal candidates to harmonize with the turbulent stellar forces. He paused, then continued, of course, if you are able to retrieve a star core crystal from the ruins. The Starfall Pavilion would be willing to exchange it for an equally valuable treasure. What say you? Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Aware of the enigmatic intentions of the Starfall Pavilion, yet the allure of the celestial ruins was undeniably compelling. Although their strength had improved, they were at a crucial juncture requiring further advancement, and such an opportunity was not to be missed. We shall go, Lin Yu resolved. However, whether we exchange for the star core crystal will depend on our needs. Excellent. Xing Xian clapped his hands with a smile. I appreciate your decisiveness. Here is a detailed annotation of the ruins. In a month's time, the entrance at Falling Star Cliff in the northern region will open. You may proceed at your own discretion. With that, he left behind the annotations and departed silently, just as he had before. After Xing Xian's departure, Lei Ying could no longer contain himself. The Starfall Pavilion is shrouded in mystery. Should we truly venture forth? Indeed, Lin Yu replied with unwavering resolve. Regardless of their motives, the ruins will undeniably enhance our capabilities. Moreover, after this tournament, we require a tranquil environment to solidify our strengths. In the ensuing days, the seven monsters rested in Luo City, managing their tournament rewards while preparing their provisions for the journey to the celestial ruins. During this time, numerous factions visited, some extending goodwill, others seeking to recruit them, all of which they politely declined. They understood clearly that Shrek Academy was their true foundation. On the day they departed from Luo City, the sun shone brightly. The flying soul-guided apparatus ascended gradually, and the seven monsters stood by the window, watching as the city that had witnessed their glory receded into the distance. Their next destination, the celestial ruins. Yin Yang raised his fist with anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Lin Yu gazed toward the distant horizon, where it seemed stars twinkled in the sky. From Shrek Academy to the Grand Continental Tournament, and now to the pinnacle confrontation of the Luo Empire, their journey thus far had yielded not only strength and honor, but also an unwavering trust among one another. No matter what awaits us within the ruins, we shall face it together. Lin Yu's voice was gentle, yet resolute. The companions nodded in agreement, their eyes shimmering with the same light. The flying soul-guided apparatus sliced through the sky, heading towards Falling Star Cliff in the northern region. A new adventure was about to unfold, and the saga of the Shrek's seven monsters continued to be penned. What awaited them in the distant celestial ruins? Opportunity, challenge, or deeper machinations from the Starfall Pavilion? No one knows, yet they are aware that as long as seven individuals unite in purpose, they shall fear not the storms that lie ahead. Chapter 70. The Meteoric Secret Realm, the Mystery of the Star Core and Hidden Perils. The flying soul guide traverses the clouds of the northern realm. Outside the window stretches a chain of snow-capped mountains, their peaks cloaked in eternal snow, reflecting blinding rays of sunlight. Within the cabin, the atmosphere among the Shrek's seven monsters is anything but relaxed. With only 3 days remaining until the opening of the Meteoric Secret Realm, they are diligently studying the annotations left by Xing Xian, striving to decipher the secrets concealed within the obscure texts. The annotations reveal that the Meteoric Secret Realm is a spatial rift formed by the fall of ancient celestial bodies. where the concentration of star power is 100-fold that of the outside world, yet exceedingly violent. Ordinary soul masters entering would be torn apart by the star power. Zhou Ke pointed to the star map within the annotations, her brow furrowed. Even more perplexing is the existence of star power tides within the realm, each day at noon. A torrent of star power sweeps through the entire secret realm, powerful enough to severely injure soul masters of the soul Douluo rank, necessitating the discovery of a refuge in advance. Lin Yu traced a finger across the map to the marked core area of the meteor. Circled in vivid red, the star core crystal should be located here. However, surrounding the core area are marked star power whirlpools. The annotations state that the star power there can conjure storms that devour everything, distorting even space itself. Distorted space? Laying raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't that render my speed ineffective? Shui Xian gently rotated a droplet of water with her fingertip. My water-based abilities may mitigate the impact of the star power. Yet whether they can withstand the whirlpool remains uncertain. She glanced at Yin Ming, suggesting that he might need to use his defenses to absorb the initial wave of impact. Yin Ming patted his shield and spoke in a deep voice. Rest assured, as long as I have the strength, I shall not allow the whirlpool to harm you. Yin Yang, his gaze fixed on the entry regarding star beasts within the annotations, displayed a glimmer of excitement. There are star beasts in the secret realm? It is said that star-class beasts can condense star cores. It's the perfect opportunity to test whether my new flames can breach their defenses. Ling Yu quietly distributed healing pills into jade vials, softly stating, the annotations mention that the star power within the realm will erode soul power. I have prepared potions to neutralize the star power toxins, so please remember to take them on time. Lin Yu observed his companions making their preparations. Feeling a slight sense of reassurance, yet a thread of unease lingered. Xing Xian specifically mentioned that our disordered soul power waves can counteract the violent star power. This seems rather coincidental. He appears to have foreseen the dangers of the secret realm, even knowing how we could cope. Nevertheless, who cares? Yin Yang waved his hand, asserting that even if there are traps, the 7 of us need not fear. Furthermore, should we manage to break through our bottlenecks within the secret realm, a little risk would be worthwhile. 3 days later, at Falling Star Cliff. This is the frigid edge of the northern realm, where the rocks at the cliff's edge are cloaked in a thick layer of ice, and the biting wind cuts like a knife against one's face. Below the cliff lies an abyss of darkness, from which faint purple star power seeps through the crevices, forming distorted beams of light in the air. This is the entrance to the meteoric secret realm. At this moment, a considerable number of soul masters have gathered at the cliff's edge, evidently drawn by the news. They form small groups, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, and when they catch sight of the Shrek 7 monsters, their gazes are imbued with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. It is the champion team of Shrek Academy. Why have they come as well? It is said that within the meteoric secret realm lies an opportunity to transcend the title Douluo rank, which seems to have even attracted their interest. Hush! Do not provoke them. Have you not seen how the Royal Soul Master Academy has fallen into their hands? Amidst the murmurs, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd. It was Xing Xian from the Starfall Pavilion, clad in his gray robe. The sound of his staff striking the icy ground resonated distinctly in the cold wind. My young friends, you have arrived just in time. The secret realm will open in half an hour, he declared. Lin Yu stepped forward. Senior, you appear to possess profound knowledge of the secret realm. Why not enter it yourself? Xing Xian chuckled, a flicker of complexity passing through his murky eyes. I have grown too old to withstand the turbulence of stellar energy. However, you, in the prime of your youth, with your unique soul power fluctuations, are indeed the best candidates for exploring the secret realm. He paused and added, within the core area lies the stellar core crystal, but be warned, do not touch the stardust barrier surrounding it. That is the source of the secret realm's power. To disturb it would result in immediate expulsion, or worse, your souls may scatter. Though this sounded like a warning, it only intensified Lin Yu's unease. Xing Xian's understanding of the secret realm was alarmingly intricate. Even knowing about the stardust barrier, a piece of information that could not simply be attributed to ordinary sources. Moments later, as half an hour passed, a fissure at the cliff's base erupted with blinding violet light, and stellar energy surged forth like a fountain, forming a swirling portal at the cliff's edge. The surrounding soul masters instantly became agitated, rushing toward the portal in a frantic bid not to miss this opportunity. Let us proceed, Lin Yu signaled to his companions. The 7 maintained a tight formation as they flowed into the portal with the crowd. Upon crossing through the portal, a torrent of chaotic stellar energy surged towards them, as if intent on tearing their bodies apart. Lin Yu swiftly unleashed his blue-silver grass, shielding his companions at the center while commanding, released the chaotic soul power wave. 7 streams of soul power intertwined, forming a faint golden barrier. As the furious stellar energy met the barrier, it retreated submissively, as if encountering its nemesis. Cries of anguish echoed from other soul masters. Those unprepared were struck by the stellar energy, spitting blood, and some were even ejected from the portal. How perilous! Laying wiped his brow, still shaken. This stellar energy was far more ferocious than described. Once they steadied themselves, they beheld the secret realm's landscape. Beneath their feet lay black rock, scattered with twinkling stardust, as if they were walking upon the night sky. In the distance floated meteorites adorned with luminous crystals, and the air was thick with potent stellar energy, so dense that a single breath set their soul power ablaze. According to the map, the core area lay to the northwest, a 3-day journey from their current location. Zhou Ke unfolded the map, cautioning, "Yet, we must tread carefully. There are star beasts and traps of stellar energy along the way." The first day of their journey progressed relatively smoothly. The star beasts they encountered were mostly 10 or 100 years old, lacking in strength. With the combined fire of Yin Yang and the speed of Lei Ying, they swiftly dispatched their foes. Though the stellar energy was tumultuous, it posed little threat to them. Subdued by the chaotic soul power wave, on the morning of the second day, they entered a gorge abundant with crystallized stellar energy. These crystals emitted a gentle glow, harboring pure stellar energy within. Yin Yang could not resist striking one, holding it in his hand to feel its essence. If only we could bring this back to the Academy, it would spare our younger peers years of arduous effort. Exercise caution, Zhou Ke warned gravely, as the annotations indicated that the Star Crystal Canyon was the lair of celestial beasts, and these crystals were likely bait. No sooner had the words left her lips than the rocks on either side of the canyon suddenly cracked open, and dozens of lizard-like celestial beasts emerged. Their bodies were pitch black, adorned with star patterns, and they unleashed violet beams of star power from their mouths, shattering several star crystals in an instant. "It's the centenary star pattern lizard," Lin Yu exclaimed. "Their star power beams can penetrate soul defenses. Shui Xin, erect ice walls for protection." Without hesitation, Shui Xin waved her hand, summoning 2 towering ice walls that shielded them from the star beams. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Ying flanked the star pattern lizards, infusing his claws with electric power and swiftly tearing through the scales of 2 of them. Yin Yang conjured fireballs, hurling them towards the clustered star pattern lizards, the intense heat eliciting anguished cries from the beasts. Yin Ming brandished his shield, sending the attacking star pattern lizards flying, while Zhou Ke employed her mental interference to thwart their assaults. Ling Yu, positioned at the rear, released healing light to mend the soul power eroded by the star energy. Lin used blue-silver grass entwined around the star pattern lizards, facilitating concentrated attacks from Yin Yang and Lei Ying. After half an hour, the last star pattern lizard fell, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Yin Ming picked up a scale from one of the fallen beasts, astonished to find the star patterns upon it flowing gently. This scale could store star power and might be utilized in crafting soul-guiding devices. Zhou Ke, however, gazed contemplatively at the carcasses of the star pattern lizards. Their mode of attack bore a striking resemblance to the star power skills of soul masters from the Star Luo Empire. On the third day at dusk, they finally reached the outskirts of the core area. Here, the star power was so dense it seemed almost tangible, with violet light bands floating in the air, and touching them caused the soul power to surge uncontrollably. In the distance, a massive vortex spun slowly, and at its center, a glimmering light could be discerned. This was the star core crystal. The star power vortex was even larger than anticipated. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, recalling the annotations that stated they needed to locate the stardust passage at the vortex's edge to approach the star core crystal. Just as they searched for the passage, footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. Turning around, they were taken aback to find several disciples from the Starfall Pavilion, led by a young man with a sinister countenance, a token from the pavilion hanging at his waist. "Greetings to the esteemed members of Shrek Academy," he sneered coldly. "The pavilion master has decreed that the star core crystal belongs to the Starfall Pavilion. Kindly surrender your map and depart." Lin Yu's expression darkened. Star Xian mentioned that the decision to trade the star core crystal rests solely with us. The pavilion master's words can certainly be amended at any time. The disciples behind the young man unleashed their soul power, menacingly encircling them. "Clear off if you know what's good for you, or don't blame us for being rude." Yin Yang, infuriated, retorted with a laugh. "You think you can command us? Let us see about that." A glint of malice flickered in the young man's eyes as he suddenly raised his hand, revealing a black talisman, the pavilion master's specially crafted Starlock talisman, capable of binding your soul power. "Let us see how you utilize your chaotic soul energy now." As the talisman was thrown, it transformed into a black light net that enveloped the 7 of them. Wherever the net passed, the star power froze, and even the soul power in the air became stagnant. "This is bad." Lin Yu promptly summoned the blue-silver grass, attempting to fend off the luminous net, only to discover that upon contact, The blue-silver grass lost its soul power support and wilted helplessly. This talisman can absorb soul power, Zhou exclaimed, her mental force colliding with the luminous net, only to be devoured as well. Just as the luminous net threatened to envelop everyone, Yanmeng suddenly bellowed, raising his shield before him while channeling all his soul power. You all must flee. I will hold it back. The luminous net collided with the shield, producing a piercing sound as Yanmeng's body trembled violently, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Yet, he gritted his teeth, steadfastly enduring the oppressive force of the luminous net. There was no time to hesitate. Lin Yu decisively commanded, Thunder Shadow, take Zhou and Ling Yu to the Stardust Passage. Yin Yang, use Water Heart's icy mist for cover. I will assist Yanmeng. Thunder Shadow immediately grasped Zhou and Ling Yu, transforming into a fleeting shadow as they dashed toward the edge of the vortex. Water Heart waved her hand, releasing a vast expanse of icy mist that obscured the vision of the Stardust Pavilion disciples. Yin Yang conjured the largest fireball he could muster, hurling it at the youths, forcing them to retreat several steps. Lin Yu leaped to Yanmeng's side, infusing the shield with blue-silver grass, attempting to counteract the talisman's absorption with his life force. Hold on, he shouted to Yanmeng, yet his peripheral vision caught sight of the youths stealthily making their way toward the stellar vortex. Revealing their true intent was not to obstruct, but to seize the star core crystal. They seek to steal the star core, Lin Yu roared. But the luminous net ensnared him tightly, leaving him unable to escape. At that moment, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the center of the vortex, causing the rotation of the stellar vortex to hasten dramatically. Within the violet beams, countless specks of stardust emerged, forming a colossal star map. Within this map, a resplendent star slowly traversed, as if heralding a significant change. The star core crystal is about to reveal itself. Zhu's voice rang out from the vortex's edge. We have found the passage. Seeing this, the youth disregarded the fireball's threat and charged madly toward the passage, shouting, the star core is mine. Lin Yu, gripped by urgency, suddenly recalled Xing Xian's words. The area surrounding the star core crystal was shielded by a stardust barrier. Any contact would result in being teleported away. His gaze sharpened as he called out to Thunder Shadow, find a way to make him collide with the stardust barrier. Thunder Shadow instantly comprehended. Flashing in front of the youth roared in fury, swinging a fist at Thunder Shadow, who deftly evaded the strike. The two engaged in a struggle at the passage's entrance. The youth, eager to seize the star core, grew increasingly frantic in his attacks. In a misstep, he stumbled forward, hurtling toward the stardust barrier. No, the youth cried out in despair, and the moment his body made contact with the barrier, he was enveloped in a white light and vanished from the secret realm in an instant. The disciples of the Stardust Pavilion, bereft of their leader, were thrown into disarray, and the power of the luminous net began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Yanmeng forcefully thrust his shield forward, shattering the luminous net in an instant. Hurry, Lin Yu urged, pulling Yanmeng as they rejoined the others and surged into the Stardust Passage. Within the passage, the star power surged with greater ferocity. Yet the barrier formed by the chaotic soul power waves remained remarkably stable. As they traversed the passage, they finally stood before the star core crystal, a fist-sized gem, transparent with what appeared to be a swirling nebula within, radiating star power potent enough to drive even a tidal Douluo to madness. This is the star core crystal, Yin Yang remarked, eyes wide with astonishment. The star power within it is purer than any soul bone I have ever encountered. Zhou, however, noticed an ancient inscription beneath the star core crystal, reminiscent of the text found in the tomes of the Star Luo Empire. This inscription seemed to convey that the star core crystal was the heart of the secret realm, and if it were to be removed, the entire realm would collapse. Lin Yu felt a jolt of realization. Did Xing Xian intend for us to retrieve the star core crystal simply to obliterate the secret realm? At that moment, the star core crystal began to tremble violently, and the surrounding vortex of star power accelerated, causing the entire secret realm to shake. Distant screams from other soul masters echoed, clearly heralding the impending collapse of the realm. There was no time to ponder. Laying shouted, if we do not leave now, we shall be buried here. Lin Yu gazed at the star core crystal and then at his companions, suddenly making a resolute decision. We cannot take it. What? Yin Yang was taken aback. After risking so much, are we to abandon it? Lin Yu replied solemnly. Xing Xian has harbored ill intentions from the very beginning. He knows that removing the star core will cause the secret realm to crumble. He aims to use us to bring about its destruction. If we take the star core, the soul masters outside will perish, and what difference is there between us and the star-fallen pavilion? Zhou nodded in agreement. Moreover, the annotations state that the star power of the star core crystal is overwhelmingly vast. Forcibly absorbing it could lead to our demise. Xing Xian is not seeking an exchange. He desires us to perish in his stead. What shall we do? Shui Xin asked anxiously, as the rocks beneath them began to fracture. Lin Yu glanced at the inscription beneath the star core crystal, and a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. The inscription states that the star core is the heart, yet it does not prohibit nurturing it. Our chaotic soul power waves could neutralize the star power, perhaps stabilizing its fluctuations. Let us try. The 7 of them immediately unleashed their soul power, forming a barrier of chaotic soul power waves that gradually enveloped the star core crystal. A miraculous transformation occurred. The violent star power, upon contact with the barrier, began to soften, and the trembling of the star core crystal slowly ceased. While the rotation of the surrounding vortex returned to normal, the collapse of the secret realm was halted. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, only to discover the star core. Chapter 71. The Lament of Falling Stars, Embers Awaiting Ignition. The wind at Falling Star Cliff is sharp and angular. It sweeps down from the glaciers of the Northern Territories, laden with shards of ice and snowflakes, battering the faces of the Shrek 7 monsters. Lin Yu raised his hand to steady his academy robes, which rustled in the wind. The deep blue fabric bore the golden Shrek emblem, now somewhat faded from days of arduous travel. He turned to his companions, each of their cheeks flushed from the cold. Yet none shrank their necks. From the pinnacle of glory in Douluo City to this desolate cliff in the Northern Territories, their eyes remained bright, like 7 sparks clenched in their palms. 3 days remain. Ziyue held the scroll of annotations provided by the Star-Fallen Pavilion, her fingertips gliding over the yellowed pages, attempting to disregard the chill seeping through her sleeves. The annotations mentioned that the starlight at Falling Star Cliff would coalesce into a bridge at midnight, marking the entrance to the secret realm. Her voice, though scattered by the wind, remained clear, but the silence was palpable. Indeed, it was quiet. Apart from the wind's mournful whispers as it swept past the rocks, there was no sign of life. The shrubs at the cliff's edge had long since frozen into dark green ice sculptures, and even the most drought-resistant lichens huddled within the crevices of the stones. As if in fear of something, the Rakage crouched down and tapped the rock beneath his feet with his finger. The sharp sound of the ice shattering echoed harshly in the desolate cliffside. Something felt amiss. Xing Xian had mentioned that this secret realm was infused with violent stellar energy. And even if it hadn't been activated yet, there should be some fluctuations in the surrounding energy, shouldn't there? A faint spark of electricity flickered at his fingertips as he attempted to sense the flow of energy around him, but he was met only with a chilling silence. It was as if something had drained the life force from this entire expanse. But what did it matter? Yin Yang rubbed his numb hands together, conjuring a small flame that flickered with an orange glow against his youthful face, filled with the reckless bravado characteristic of youth. We fought our way from Shrek to Xingluo. What haven we encountered? Even if there were an ambush, with the 7 of us united as one. What do we have to fear? As he spoke, he instinctively patted Yin Meng's arm, a gesture born from countless training sessions. For Yin Meng's shield had always been their most reliable bastion. Yin Meng responded with a low grunt, tightening the enormous shield on his shoulder. The shield had been reforged from the dark iron rewarded by Xingluo City, its edges still bearing the scorch marks from the battle against Long Ao, now glistening coldly in the chilling air. He glanced at Lin Yu, his eyes devoid of doubt, filled instead with the firm resolve of a comrade ready to heed the call of battle. Lin Yu remained silent, unfastening his backpack to distribute rations among the group. The rye biscuits were as hard as stones, and biting into them felt like jarring his teeth, yet he ate slowly, his gaze sweeping over every nook and cranny of the cliff's edge. Since the decision to enter the meteorite secret realm, a heavy feeling had settled in his heart. The mysteries of the Starfall Pavilion, Xing Xian's deliberate actions, and the elusive writing in the scroll all felt like a tightening net around him. But he kept this to himself. As the captain, he had to maintain his composure in front of his teammates. Shui Xian, how far can your water mirror reach? Lin Yu swallowed the last bite of his biscuit, turning his attention to Shui Xian, who had remained silent. Shui Xian nodded and approached the cliff's edge, extending her hands. Her martial soul was soft water, a level 40 control-type soul master. As she concentrated her soul power, a water mirror slowly rose from the sea of clouds below, its surface as smooth as ice, reflecting the surrounding landscape for miles. The mirror revealed only the undulating gray mountains and dense clouds. Not a single bird was in sight. There was nothing at all. Shui Xian retracted her hands, and the water mirror dissipated into fine snowflakes. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching us. Ling Yu gently grasped her hand, the warmth of his palm radiating through his fingertips. Ling Yu is the only support-type soul master in the team, at level 39, with a martial soul of green patterned grass. Though her healing abilities were not the most exceptional, she had a knack for steadying the hearts of her companions during the most chaotic times. Don't worry, my grass leaves can sense vitality. There are no living beings nearby. She opened her palm to reveal a tender green leaf that trembled gently, the patterns on its surface distinctly visible. This was her third soul skill, life perception. As long as there were living beings in the vicinity, the grass would indicate their direction. But now, the grass merely swayed aimlessly, like a lost child. Night fell swiftly. The northern sun set abruptly, barely grazing the mountain's peak before darkness enveloped the land. The seven gathered some dry branches and ignited a campfire in the sheltered nook of the stones. The orange flames licked at the wood, crackling as they finally dispelled some of the biting cold. To speak candidly, the lightning shadow added a piece of wood to the fire, causing sparks to fly, illuminating the anticipation in his eyes. Do you truly believe this secret realm harbors the essence of stellar power? If I could absorb even a fraction, I might just break through to level 44. His martial spirit was the Thunder Rat, an agile offensive type, swift but slow in accumulating soul power. Having been stuck at level 33 for half a year, I yearned to find a material that could harden blue-silver grass. Lin Yu smiled, noting that while his blue-silver grass possessed remarkable resilience, it lacked the necessary hardness, having nearly been torn apart during defense on several occasions. Ziyu mentioned that ancient texts from Xing Luo recorded a type of star-patterned iron that might be found in this secret realm. Then I desire something that can transform flames to blue. Yin Yang interjected eagerly, his blazing sunfire being red, having heard of the existence of ultimate blue flames, which he had long coveted. Shui Xian listened quietly, suddenly laughing. While you all focus on becoming stronger, have you considered how to explain our absence to the Dean upon our return? We have been out for nearly 3 months. He must be lamenting our truancy. At the mention of Shrek Academy, the atmosphere around the campfire grew warmer. That dilapidated little academy, where the dormitory roofs leaked incessantly and the playground's track was riddled with potholes, where the dean's cooking was notoriously unpalatable, was nevertheless their home. After every competition, the dean would stand at the door with his cane, clearly worried yet insisting on scolding them for causing trouble. Each time they were injured, the healing herbs and the dean's medicinal wine were always kept together, and whenever they received rewards, everyone would contribute to repairing the roof of the academy. As they prepared to exit the secret realm, Lin Yu gazed at the flickering flames, his voice soft. We shall return. Just then, Ziyu suddenly exclaimed. Looking up at the sky, the night sky, previously shrouded by dark clouds, had inexplicably opened a tear, through which a silvery light streamed down like a delicate thread, landing directly atop the falling star cliff. Starshine. Ziyu stood in delight, exclaiming that the annotations were indeed true. The secret realm was about to open. The seven immediately extinguished the fire and hurried towards the cliff summit. The higher they ascended, the brighter the starshine became. The silver tear widened as if torn by an unseen hand, countless rays cascading down to coalesce into a translucent light bridge at the cliff's peak. The other end of the bridge vanished into the void, indistinct yet pulsating with pure energy emanating from it. How beautiful, Ling Yu murmured, her eyes wide with wonder. She had never witnessed such pure light, as if the stars themselves had been crushed and scattered upon the bridge. Yet Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. This starshine was too docile. Star Xian had mentioned the star power in the secret realm was wild, yet the radiance before him was as gentle as water, even carrying a hint of seduction. It was as though someone had intentionally placed sugar at the edge of a trap, waiting for prey to take the bait. Wait. He reached out to stop the impulsive Yin Yang, but it was too late. Yin Yang, being the most impatient, could hardly contain himself as he saw the light bridge forming, and with a push of his foot, he charged forward. I'll scout ahead. At the very moment his foot touched the light bridge, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The seemingly gentle light bridge suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance. Countless silver threads tightening violently, ensnaring Yin Yang like a fishing net. Startled, Yin Yang hurriedly summoned his soul power. Flames erupting around him in an attempt to sever the threads, but they did not ignite. Instead, they constricted tighter, causing his bones to creak. Yin Yang. Lin Yu let out a furious roar as his martial soul was unleashed, countless strands of blue-silver grass shooting forth like arrows towards the luminous bridge, seeking to ensnare the threads. However, the moment the grass made contact with the bridge, it was repelled by an overwhelming force. The leaves instantly charred to a deep black. What is happening? Laying attempted to rush forward to assist, but was firmly held back by Ziyu. Her face was ashen as she pointed at the air surrounding the bridge. Look, it's a formation. As her words echoed, countless faint golden runes emerged within the void around the bridge, weaving together into a pattern that resembled an inverted bowl, enveloping the bridge within. The runes flickered, emanating an aura that constricted the heart, an energy 100 times stronger than Long Ao's celestial star power, carrying a crushing weight of pressure. Who is it? Lin Yu shouted into the void, his voice trembling with rage. Show yourself. In response, a deep, Resonant laughter reverberated through the air. The sound seemed to emanate from all directions, causing the rocks atop the cliff to crumble. The children of the Starfall Pavilion were not mistaken. Indeed, a key had presented itself. As the laughter subsided, a figure slowly emerged from the void. It was an elderly man, clad in a faded gray robe. His hair disheveled like a pile of dry grass, leaning on a wooden cane, resembling an ordinary mountain dweller. Yet, the seven felt an immediate, suffocating pressure, as if an invisible mountain had settled upon them. Ling Yu's life-sensing grass withered instantly, its leaves curling up as if on the brink of death. Lei Ying's lightning dimmed, his legs trembling uncontrollably, while Yin Meng grit his teeth, his massive shield planted in the ground, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Yet he could not withstand the oppressive force, feeling like an ant crushed beneath a foot. A title Douluo? Zu's voice trembled uncontrollably. She had read descriptions in ancient texts stating that only a title Douluo with soul power exceeding level 90 could exude such a terrifying aura, capable of suppressing soul masters of the soul sect merely through their presence. The old man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Little girl, you possess some insight. I am Ice Douluo, you foam. His gaze swept over the ensnared Yin Yang, akin to observing a lamb awaiting slaughter. Your method of harmonizing star power is indeed intriguing. It will assist me in stabilizing the star core crystal within the secret realm. Alas, you are too young, your soul power too weak. Keeping you alive serves no purpose. Release him. Lin Yu's eyes reddened as he urged the blue-silver grass to its utmost limits, countless grass blades growing wildly in an attempt to envelop the bridge. Yet, upon nearing the formation, they were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, shattering with a crisp sound. His soul power was depleting rapidly, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth. He was the captain and could not fall. Release him? Ice Douluo Yufeng seemed to find this amusing, his cane tapping lightly. Crack! With a sharp sound, the silver threads on the bridge tightened abruptly, and Yin Yang's scream was abruptly silenced. The flames surrounding him extinguished in an instant. His entire form encased in ice, frozen in a pose of struggle, his face etched with pain and unwillingness. Yin Yang. The remaining six felt their hearts shatter, as if an invisible hand had grasped their hearts, leaving them breathless with anguish. That was Yin Yang, the one who always charged ahead, proclaiming, "What is there to fear with me around?" Just like that, he was gone. You seek death. The Thunder Shadow's crimson eyes gleamed with determination as he charged towards the Ice Douluo, unleashing his fourth soul skill, Thunderstorm. Surrounding him were tendrils of violet lightning, moving with the swiftness of a flash. Aware that he stood no chance, he could not bear to watch his brother perish in vain. Yet, just as he closed the distance to within 3 meters of the Ice Douluo, an invisible chill encased him. Ice crystals began to creep from the soles of his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire form, rendering even his most cherished speed powerless. The Thunder Shadow's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with unyielding regret, as the last flicker of lightning extinguished within his pupils. Thunder Shadow! Shui Xian cried out, channeling her soul power as torrents of water transformed into ice spikes aimed at the Ice Douluo. However, before the spikes could approach, they were frozen by the chilling aura surrounding him, shattering upon impact with the ground. Her attack was akin to a mere tickle to a tidal Douluo. The Ice Douluo, unfazed, hardly acknowledged her presence. He merely lifted a hand. A wave of cold swept past Shui Xian's neck, causing her movements to freeze abruptly. The tears in her eyes had yet to fall before they turned into icy beads. She collapsed, her body gradually stiffening, a trace of worry lingering at the corner of her mouth. The last sight she beheld was that of Lingyu. Sister Shui Xian. Lingyu rushed forward, yearning to embrace her, only to be halted by Ziyu. Trembling violently, Ziyu clung to her. Don't go. It's futile. Her mental energy surged wildly, desperately seeking a flaw in the Ice Douluo's defenses, yet the opponent's soul power resembled an endless ocean of ice. The moment her mental energy penetrated, it shattered into fragments, leaving her in pain and darkness. Ziyu sis. Lingyu's voice quivered with tears. My grass leaves have completely withered. Should we run? Run? Lingyu forced a bitter smile. How could they escape? The Ice Douluo's aura enveloped the entire falling star cliff. Moving was a challenge in itself. He glanced at Ziyu, Lingyu, and Yin Meng, then at the frozen figures of Yin Yang and Thunder Shadow, and finally at Shui Xian on the ground, his heart feeling as though it had been ripped open, bleeding profusely. Yin Meng. Lingyu's voice was eerily calm, a tranquility that stirred unease. Can you hold on a little longer? Yin Meng lifted his head sharply, tears and fury etched across his face, and nodded vigorously, raising his giant shield overhead as he activated his fourth soul skill, Rock Guardian. A warm, earthy glow enveloped him and the others behind him. Captain, say the word. Ziyu. Lingyu turned to her, his eyes filled with remorse. I'm sorry for bringing you all here. Ziyu shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks and freezing at her chin. I don't blame you. I have no regrets being with everyone. Taking a deep breath, her mental energy erupted once more. This time, rather than attacking, she focused all her senses on the ice Douluo, determined to memorize his soul power fluctuations and his visage. Even in death, she would see the face of her assailant clearly. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon his youngest sister, his tone soft, as if soothing her. Are you afraid? Lin Yu bit her lip, tears soaking her face, yet she shook her head resolutely. I'm not afraid. Being with everyone, I'm not afraid. Although her grass leaves had completely withered, she still stretched them towards Lin Yu, wishing to touch her companions one last time. Lin Yu smiled, reaching out to grasp the withered grass leaves. Douluo Yufeng lifted his gaze to the expressionless elder, his voice softly resonant. Yet each word was clear. We are from Shrek Academy. Remember that. Upon finishing his declaration, he summoned the last remnants of his soul power, commanding the blue-silver grass to cease its assault and instead fervently entwine around Yin Meng's shield, enveloping himself, Zhou Ke, Lin Yu, and Yin Meng within a vast green cocoon, his final bastion of defense. Douluo Yufeng raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by his actions, then let out a cold chuckle, a desperate struggle. He lifted his staff, directing it towards the verdant cocoon. There were no earth-shattering abilities unleashed, only an overwhelming chill that seeped through the air. As it passed, rocks froze, the atmosphere solidified, and even the embers of the campfire transformed into crystalline ice. The moment the frigid air made contact with the green cocoon, the blue-silver grass began to freeze and shatter, emitting a piercing sound. Yin Meng let out a pained roar, the light of his rocky guardianship dimming rapidly, his body stiffening at a visible pace. Yet, he steadfastly held his shield, resembling a true statue, resolutely protecting those behind him. Ziyue's mental fortitude crumbled the instant the chill infiltrated, her consciousness blurring, with the last image imprinted in her mind being Lin Yu's determined profile. Lin Yu tightly shut her eyes, her small hand clutching Lin Yu's garment, softly murmuring, Dean. I am sorry. Lin Yu felt the essence of life swiftly draining away, his body growing colder, his awareness fading. He recalled the rooftop of Shrek Academy, the dean's staff, and the smiling faces of his comrades, wishing fervently to return, even if it meant enduring the dean's reprimand. As the final warmth dissipated, he seemed to hear the dean's voice, calling out from a distant place, little rascals. The green cocoon had entirely transformed into an ice sculpture, resembling a colossal emerald, poised at the summit of Falling Star Cliff. Douluo Yufeng approached, tapping the ice sculpture with his staff, producing a dull thud. What a pity, he mused, shaking his head before turning to the still glimmering light bridge. However, with the star core crystal in hand, his efforts were not in vain. His figure vanished at the end of the light bridge, and the surrounding patterns and bridge dissipated as though they had never existed. The cliff top returned to silence, save for the mournful whisper of the wind. 7 ice sculptures stood solemnly, as if guarding something. Yin Yang remained poised in a charge, the lightning of laying suspended in midair. Shui Xian's hand still pointed towards Lin Yu. Yin Meng's shield held aloft, Zhu gazing skyward. Lin Yu's small hand gripping the hem of her garment, and Lin Yu's blue-silver grass tightly entwining around his companions. Time flowed by, and the horizon began to blush with dawn. The first rays of sunlight kissed Falling Star Cliff, illuminating the crystalline ice sculptures, refracting a spectrum of colors, reminiscent of a shattered rainbow. The wind continued to blow, stirring the snowflakes on the ground, striking the ice sculptures with a delicate sound, akin to weeping or whispering. From that day forth, the northern Falling Star Cliff bore 7 nameless ice sculptures. No one knew who they were, whence they came, or why they were there. Only the occasional bird, fleeting through the air, will circle above the ice sculpture for a moment, emitting a few mournful cries before hastily departing. Many years hence, the elders of the Starry Empire will recount a legend. Long ago, 7 young soul masters journeyed from the south, vanquishing the mightiest of royal academies, only to venture northward, never to return. Some say they perished, while others whisper that they discovered the secret realm of immortality. The truth remains elusive. Yet, within the dilapidated walls of Shrek Academy, the headmaster's cane perpetually leans against the ancient locust tree at the entrance. The leaky roofs of the dormitories patch time and again. And on the uneven track of the playground, 7 footprints of varying depths eternally linger, as if awaiting the return of someone to continue the unfinished journey.